This audiobook contains 3 censored sentences and 315 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. "That protection magic of yours," she whispered against my mouth, and the intensity behind her eyes was almost crazy. "You'll receive it first. Won't you give it to me, my king?" What a truly greedy woman. Image here, spoiler collapse, 142 Family Dinner Chapter 142. Family dinner, oh gods. "Oh my king." Kinvara's voice broke with raw emotion as waves of feeling overwhelmed her, her back arching off the silk sheets. Her arms reached around Viserys, drawing him close as she trembled. Her words dissolved into breathless cries as the moment swept over them both. Thumb brushing her shoulder with gentle pressure, while the other rested at her waist. "Look at you," he said against her throat, his voice low. The High Priestess, speaking so freely. "What would your followers think?" "They would admire me," she managed. Her eyes fluttering closed as another wave of emotion crashed over her. "They would admire you as I do." "Admire? How flattering." The mighty High Priestess, reduced to sounding so passionate, he smiled. Yes, completely devoted to you," she breathed, her nails gently gripping his back as another wave of feeling surged through her. "Only yours." "Fuck, what have you done to me?" Her head thrashed against the pillows, dark hair spread like spilled wine across the pale silk. Every nerve in her body sang with an intensity Shed never experienced, not in centuries of existence. The ruby at her throat pulsed with her racing heartbeat as her emotions reached an overwhelming peak. "Why? Why does it feel like this?" She gasped, her voice breaking. "It's never been gods, I can't." Viserys captured her lips in a bruising kiss before pulling back to study her flushed face. "Huh, did not feel good before? Were you just acting then? All those times we've been together before?" A breathless laugh escaped her. No, you were always magnificent. Strong, big, skilled." Her words dissolved into a breathless cry as he held her close. "But this is different. It's like fire in my veins, like Lawler himself," as her sentence broke off as another powerful wave of sensation tore through her, more intense than the last. Her eyes rolled back, showing only white, as overwhelming sensation coursed through her. Coherent thought fled, replaced by feelings so intense they threatened to consume her entirely. What sorcery is this? She wondered dimly through the haze, as another wave crashed over her. What has changed? Viserys watched her tremble with dark satisfaction. She didn't know about the system's wonderful skills, of course. The dragon had evolved considerably since their early encounters ranked C now, and the effects were unmistakable. Every woman who experienced it became drawn to him, craving more with an intensity that bordered on obsession. "That's it," he murmured, his pace becoming erratic as the moment approached. "Let go completely. Show me how much you need this." Kinvara could only whimper in response, her body overwhelmed with sensations beyond her understanding. The careful control Shed maintained for centuries crumbled like parchment in flame. She was reduced to base need, to primal longing that drove all living things. When Viserys pulled away at the last moment, she actually whined in protest. "Ugh, still so careful?" She pouted, her voice hoarse from the strain. Despite her exhaustion, her hand reached for him, fingers brushing against his own. "After all we've shared, you still won't give yourself to me fully?" Her touch was electric, sending jolts through him. The ruby at her throat glowed brighter, as if feeding off their shared passion. "Greedy priestess." He chuckled, but there was heat in his eyes. He grabbed her by the waist and turned her around, his hand moving behind her head to push her down. She let out a muffled sound as he stood over her again. "But no, not yet," he said. "In exchange, I'll fulfill your wish of being thoroughly worshipped. Trust me, you'll love it." The last thing Kinvara saw before pleasure claimed her completely was him yanking her backwards by her hair, bringing her face against his, as his violet eyes burnt like dragon fire in the torchlight. It delved into hours more of the exquisite torment that had already shattered her so completely. Ultimately, it didn't hurt to give her regeneration too. It wasn't as if she weren't an immortal already, bound to her god, ageless. So I agreed to her demand. However, the true problem wasn't the magic itself, but the people needed, the components for Ariane's ritual. And Ross, should I choose to extend the same boon? Look, I didn't mind necessary sacrifice for significant personal benefit. I wasn't some naive hero, shrinking from the harsh realities of power. But at the same time, I had no desire to harm my own people, those sworn to me in King's Landing or the newly pacified Westerlands. Reputation, for one, was a delicate thing. A king who fed on his flock, even for esoteric ends, bred dissent. Besides, there were alternatives, far more efficient. Once again, this imperative connected to extending my fingers deep into Essos. Once Yara Greyjoy returned from securing Casterly Rock, we would discuss the plans for raiding the lands beyond the free cities. There, amongst the chaos and the so-called uncivilized, I'd select captives for this purpose. It shouldn't prove overly difficult, though it meant Arianne would have to cultivate her Dornish patience for a few more months before we reaped the rewards of her. Renewal power demands sacrifice. The wise choose whose blood to spill. This is delicious. Kinvara's sudden exclamation brought me out of my thoughts. The private dining chamber in the red keep gleamed with understated opulence as evening shadows danced across ancient artworks. Golden light from dozens of candles cast warm glows that seemed to caress the assembled company. The flames reflecting off polished silver and the ruby-encrusted goblets that held Dornish wine. I sat at the head of the long table, observing the careful choreography of power that played out before me. To my right, Daenerys commanded attention without effort, her transformed beauty a living reminder that dragons had returned to the world. Her silver-white hair had been woven into an intricate braid that spoke of royal authority. Her gown tonight was a masterpiece of black silk flowing across her curves. The bodice pushed up her breasts enticingly, creating a valley of pale flesh that contrasted with the dark scales woven into the fabric. When she moved to reach for her wine, the gesture was fluid, predatory every inch, the Dragon Queen. It was attractive. Marjorie sat to my left, resplendent in rose-gold silk that emphasized every political ambition she harbored. Her brown hair cascaded in perfect waves, and when she smiled, it was calculated to devastating effect. The cut of her gown was modest by Dornish standards, but revealed enough of her creamy décolletage to remind everyone present why roses had pink thorns. Across from her, Arianne lounged with characteristic Dornish confidence, her bronze skin glowing in the candlelight. Naturally, her gown was near scandalous. When she reached for the salt, her back arched just enough to draw every eye in the room. Sansa maintained perfect northern propriety at the far end, her auburn hair gleaming like burnished copper. Her gown of stark gray was elegantly cut, the white fur trim emphasizing her pale throat and the graceful line of her shoulders. She observed more than she spoke, those blue eyes missing nothing. And then there was Kinvara, seated between Arianne and Sansa, looking far too satisfied for a woman who'd supposedly spent the previous night in prayer. Her red silk clung to every curve, and there was something different about her tonight, a glow that had nothing to do with candlelight and everything to do with our activities. The aftermath of pleasure suits her well. Queen Daenerys, Marjorie began, her voice honey-sweet as she cut delicately into her roasted duck. It's a pity I was too busy in the Rock to have a proper conversation with you. Your experiences in Meereen must have been formidable. To reshape cities so far from these shores, what a legendary woman you are indeed. History will remember, she said. King's Landing, of course, presents its own ancient complexities. Daenerys met Marjorie's gaze directly, her violet eyes holding a calm fire that made the air itself seem to shimmer. When she spoke, her voice resonated in the very stones. Chains are chains, Lady Marjorie, be it forged in Astapor or gilded in the Red Keep. She lifted her goblet with deliberate grace, the movement causing her gown to shift enticingly across her transformed body. A ruler's will must be strong enough to break them, or to bind them to her purpose. My sister has learned the art of veiled threats. Excellent. Ariane leaned forward, her silver eyes dancing with mischief as the movement caused her already scandalous neckline to reveal even more bronze flesh. Your Drogon is a magnificent sight, Queen Daenerys. Does he find the skies of Westeros to his liking? She paused, swirling her wine with deliberate sensuality. Or does your heart, and his, still yearn for the heat of Essos? Don't poke her, princess. Of course, she misses her birth home more, I said, making Arian grin and Dany smile. It's all right, brother. I like her. A slight smile played on Daenerys' lips, revealing teeth that seemed sharper than before. Dragons go where their riders command, Princess Ariane. She set down her goblet with a soft clink that somehow carried the weight of authority. And my heart belongs to House Targaryen and the restoration of its full glory. I will have to return to Meereen, yes. But not because I crave it, that was a lie, I could tell, but because my brother needs me there to rule that foreign land. Ultimately, Essos was a proving ground. Westeros is our birthright. The dragon has found her voice. The conversation flowed like wine, each woman testing the others with words wrapped in silk and steel. I watched Kinvara from the corner of my eye as she remained largely silent, savoring her food with an expression of common delight, as if she couldn't hear anything said at the table. I could see the satisfied curve of her lips, the way she moved with fluid grace that spoke of muscles thoroughly relaxed. She's practically purring. Daenerys turned her attention to Sansa, her approach shifting to something gentler, yet no less commanding. Lady Sansa, your brother's reports from the north speak of more than just wildlings. The true cold, the ancient fear. Her voice carried genuine understanding. It is a heavy burden for your people to bear. I cannot imagine your worry, especially since one of your brothers is in the Night's Watch, I hear. Sansa straightened slightly, perhaps surprised by the directness. It is scary, your grace. The wall has stood for millennia, but the tales grow darker with each passing season. The dragonglass's gray sins is a comfort, but I get it. Comfort is a fleeting warmth against an endless winter, Daenerys replied, her transformed features softening with something approaching sympathy. True strength will be needed. Your people are strong, Lady Sansa. They will need to be. I'm sure your family will be fine, too. She understands the game better than I gave her credit for. That, I don't fear, Sansa smiled. Other than Jon, who's facing the threat head-on, I don't fear the safety of the rest of my family. If things truly get rowdy enough, I know that her eyes shifted to me, a soft look in them. I have someone to rely on if that happens. Someone who can defeat the White Walker with his dragon flames. How do I tell her that the top White Walkers are immune to dragon flames? He smiled here. As servants refilled our goblets with vintage from the arbor, I made a casual observation about maintaining order through decisive action. Daenerys tilted her head thoughtfully, the gesture causing her horns to catch the candlelight. You asked about my tale in Meereen, Lady Marjorie, she suddenly said. I think I have an answer now. In Meereen, I learned that caring for the people can enforce adoration, but true loyalty must be earned, she said, her voice carrying the weight of hard-won experience, be it through love or fear. Oh, yep, I was foolish, naive even. I thought love was enough. Unfortunately, love didn't work because humans are truly foolish and easily swayed by manipulation. My brother helped me earn obedience through fear. Now the city loves its queen for not being as ruthless as her brother, and yet is obedient and loyal as not to see her rage the same way. A city that loves its queen is a fortress stronger than any stone wall. I watched this exchange with growing interest, perhaps even pride. Even with my slight intervention at the end, it was undeniable that my sister had traveled her own path to power, and it showed in every word. Different methods, same destination. You are truly wise, Your Grace, Margeary said with a practiced smile. As the evening progressed, Kinvara rose gracefully, her movement causing her red silk to flow like liquid fire across her curves. Your Majesties, ladies, The hour grows late, and the Lord of Light's temple awaits its high priestess. She gave me a significant look, her dark eyes holding promises of future encounters. The blessings of this day will surely illuminate its foundations. I trust the personal attention the realm required today was satisfactory, Your Grace. I allowed a small smirk to play across my lips. Indeed, Kinvara, your devotion is deeply appreciated. The other women watched her depart, and I could practically feel their thoughts churning. Marjorie's mask remained perfect, but her fingers tightened almost imperceptibly on her goblet. Ariane's smile was cheeky, while Sansa studied her wine with sudden intensity. With Kinvara gone, the atmosphere shifted subtly. Ariane attempted one last conversational gambit about the differences between Dornish and Targaryen approaches to power, but Daenerys had the final word. Arya just shrugged. She rose from her chair with fluid grace, her transformed presence holding the room's attention. Her gaze swept over Marjorie, Ariane, and Sansa in turn, violet eyes burning with quiet authority. This was a pleasant feast, my ladies. I'm happy that my brother has found suitable companies. From spending time with you, I now understand that power wears many faces, she said, her voice ethereal. A rose's thorns, a sun's fire, a wolf's endurance, and a dragon's wings. All the girls watched her pause as she let her words settle. She smiled at them. I do hope you'll remain loyal to the crown. If you do, this city, this realm, will learn to recognize your power all anew. For who knows how long. Please never make any serious mistakes, because while my brother forgave me, he won't be that kind-hearted towards strange bloods. The statement was like a declaration of war wrapped in silk. The Dragon Queen has truly awakened. You're scaring them, sister. Although I said that, I looked on with a complex mixture of approval and recognition. My sister was no longer the frightened girl who had fled across the narrow sea. She had become something magnificent and dangerous, a force that would reshape this realm, whether it was ready or not. The game had new players, and the board would never be the same. Marjorie, once again, looked a bit too unsure about her coveted position of queen. This is getting fun. By fun, I mean it was certainly amusing. However, I didn't care about the politics going between these girls. No, rather, I had more urgent matters to attend to now that showing Dany her home was dealt with. While waiting for Yara to come to King's Landing, it was finally time I addressed the issue with the Vale and Littlefinger. 143 Departures and Deceptions, Chapter 143. Departures and Deceptions. The morning sun painted King's Landing in shades of gold and amber, transforming the usually grim city into something almost beautiful. I walked arm in arm with Daenerys down the Street of Steel, where her transformed beauty drew stares from every corner. The scales woven into her black gown caught the sunlight, creating patterns that mesmerized the small folk who pressed against shop fronts to watch us pass. Your Grace, fresh bread for the Dragon King, a baker called out, his voice carrying genuine warmth rather than the fear I'd grown accustomed to. Children have been playing with wooden swords froze at our approach. Then one brave soul, a girl no older than 6, waved shyly. Daenerys smiled, the expression softening her draconic features into something almost maternal. They don't flee, she murmured, violet eyes scanning the cleaner streets, the well-fed faces. In Meereen, the master's children would scatter like rats at my approach. I think even the normal children would, now that I look like a monster. You are a dragon, not a monster. And fear has its uses, I replied, nodding to a group of gold cloaks who snapped to attention. But a kingdom built on terror alone crumbles the moment you show weakness. These people have bread in their bellies and coin in their pockets. Amazing what a difference that makes. She pointed her chin toward the distant ruins of the dragon pit, her expression growing melancholy. I was born in that fortress during a storm, yet this baker's shop feels more real to me than any birthright. Her fingers tighten on my arm. The weight of their hope, brother, it's heavier than any chain I broke in Meereen. She's learning the true burden of rule. Good. Under Robert, this street would be ankle-deep in filth and despair, she said, gesturing to the clean cobblestones. "I must commend you for your ruling. Not even a few months sitting on the throne, you've made sure they have bread, clean water, and justice that doesn't depend on bribes. Small things, perhaps, but everything." I finished. Hope is a currency, and am mining it expertly. We walked in comfortable silence for a while, her hips swaying with that odd predatory grace Shed developed since her transformation. Men stumbled over themselves, trying not to stare, while their wives shot her looks of envy mixed with fear. Power and beauty, a combination as old as time itself. Finally, she stopped near a fountain depicting Baelor the Blessed, her expression growing resolute. "This has been a pleasant evening, brother. I've seen our home and stood beside you in the throne room. It's been more than I ever allowed myself to dream. Dreams have become reality for House Targaryen. Sister." She turned to face me fully, and I could see the decision already made in those violet depths. "King's Landing is beautiful, growing even more so. I'm certain you'd rule it better than most. But I can't be a pretty doll standing by you, brother. Now, I have a home of my own to protect, and ambitions as well. The masters are broken, but the people of Meereen need their queen to see them through the peace." I nodded. "I've held you here for quite a bit, yes. It's time for you to return." A sad smile played on her lips. Her tone, the next words she spoke, made me turn my head as if I'd heard the voice of the young, sweet Dany. "Will you miss me, brother?" Like a sword arm to a swordsman, I admitted, surprising her with the honesty. "But you're right. Your cities need you, and yours needs you." She reached up, her fingers still human despite everything else, brushing my cheek. She hesitated, knowing the eyes on us, before placing a kiss on my cheek. "Send a raven when you need me. Il come." I know you will." We embraced briefly, and I felt the heat radiating from her transformed body, the power thrumming beneath her skin. When we pulled apart, there was understanding in her eyes. We were two halves of the same coin in this world, destined to rule apart for now, but forever bound by blood and fire. The dragons fly alone, but never truly leave the sky. Days later, Daenerys was gone. The roar of Drogon, fading into the eastern sky, had left a silence in the Red Keep that felt profound. I found myself standing on the battlements more often, my gaze drifting east, a strange emptiness echoing in my chest. My bloodkin, the only person close to being my equal in this world, was gone. But a king had no time for loneliness. The wind atop the Eyrie could freeze a man's blood, but after flying through clouds on Viserys' back, it felt like a gentle breeze. My dragon gently landed on a nearby peak, her golden scales glittering against the snow, announcing to any onlookers that the realm's ruler was here. Below, chaos erupted as knights and soldiers scrambled to surround me, their swords drawn but their hands trembling. "What fast response," I said. Viserys' low growl echoed off the mountain walls, and several men actually dropped their weapons. "You fools! Why are you surrounding him?" Lisa Arryn burst onto the scene like an overfed peacock, her son Robin trailing behind her. Even from a distance, I could see the boy's sickly pallor, the way he clung to his mother's skirts despite being far too old for such behavior. Still breastfeeding at his age, for what I remember from the show. No wonder he looks half dead. Lisa herself was unfortunate. Where her sister Catelyn had aged gracefully, Lisa looked like someone had left her in water too long, bloated, pale, with wild eyes that spoke of madness barely contained. Her dress, cut to emphasize breasts that had clearly seen better days, only made the comparison to Catelyn more stark. She was one of the uglier ruling ladies of the realm. "Image here, your grace." She attempted a curtsy that nearly sent her tumbling. "You should have sent a raven. We would have prepared a proper welcome." This woman had all the political acumen of a brick. "My visit is a matter of state, Lady Arryn, not ceremony." I let my voice carry the edge of dragon fire. "I'm here for Peter Baelish." "Where is he?" Her face went through a series of expressions: shock, fear, then something almost like cunning. "Lord Baelish? Oh, he did visit after my dear John's passing." She clutched at her breast dramatically, the gesture making her flesh spill over her neckline in a way that was more grotesque than alluring. But as I've reported to you in your letter before, he isn't in the Vale. Who knows where he went after you took the throne, scared that you'd have his head. I did hear him talk about having urgent business in Essos. Something about trade ventures lying. I knew that. It was obvious. She was a good liar for having fooled Lord Aaron for years before, but since she was nervous before the Dragon King, and because I knew what type of person she was, it was easy to see through her. But the real question was whether she was hiding him in this castle or if he truly fled. How convenient, I said, watching her fidget. And he left no word of when he might return? I have his farewell letter. He apologized to me and fled one morning. She practically shrieked, then caught herself. That is, am curious, your grace. What has Lord Baelish done so bad that you're hunting him? Robin chose that moment to whine. Mother, I'm cold. Can we go inside? I don't like the dragon. Hush, sweetling. She pulled him against her side, and I had to suppress a grimace at the way he buried his face in her bosom. Littlefinger hiding, he probably isn't anywhere in Westeros. But if he's in Essos, could he be collaborating with Tywin's remnants? Or is she simply buying time? I studied her desperate eyes, the way her free hand kept smoothing her dress, trying to make herself presentable. A realization struck me like lightning. She was the key. This pathetic, love-starved woman held much of Littlefinger's secrets, his plans, his networks. Not everything, but enough to matter. She'd spill it all for the right incentive, and I knew exactly what that incentive was. My demeanor shifted, ice melting into something warmer. I took her trembling hand, noting how her breath caught at the contact. Forgive my bluntness, Lady Arryn. The journey was long, and I fear I've been misinformed. Oh, her eyes went wide, pupils dilating as her nervousness grew. What could the Dragon King want with her? She must be curious. Think nothing of it. Your Grace. Perhaps, I said, letting my thumb brush across her knuckles. Since I'm here anyhow, you and I could discuss the Valles governance over a private dinner. I'm sure there's much you could teach me about ruling such a unique kingdom. The relief that bloomed in her eyes was almost pitiful. Here was a woman so desperate to compare with her sister, so desperate for affection, so hungry for power, that she could be manipulated more easily than a little girl. I would be honored. Your Grace, she said nervously, unsure what the lecherous Dragon King would do to her when her dear lover wasn't around. Oh, you definitely will be once I'm done with you. I allowed myself a cold smile as she turned around to shout at her guards to prepare dinner. Littlefinger might have fled, but had left his greatest weakness behind. Through her, I'd unravel every secret Head ever whispered in the dark. At least the ones a pawn like her could know. 144 A Vulture's Feast Chapter 144. A vulture's feast. The great hall of the Eyrie felt like a tomb dressed for a feast. Despite the roaring hearth that threw dancing shadows across ancient artworks, the cold seemed to seep from the very stones. The long table between us might as well have been the narrow sea for all the warmth it provided. Lisa Arryn sat at the far end, trying desperately to project authority that ill-fitted her like a borrowed gown. Her dress tonight was an unfortunate shade of blue that did nothing for her pallor. Cut low enough to display breasts that had clearly nursed one child too many years past propriety. She had attempted to style her hair in some elaborate Southron fashion, but wisps had already escaped, giving her a frazzled appearance. The Valles Knights are the finest in the Seven Kingdoms, she declared in an attempt to make conversation, sawing at her capon with more enthusiasm than grace. John always said one night of the Vale was worth 10 from anywhere else. John Arryn said no such thing. The man was too pragmatic for such boasts. Indeed, I murmured, taking a measured sip of wine that was surprisingly good. At least the Aries cellars hadn't suffered from their latest neglect. Robin, that pale specter of a boy, pushed food around his plate with theatrical disgust. This meat is too tough, Mother. I want lemon cakes. In a moment, sweetling. She reached across to cut his meat into smaller pieces, her movements revealing more of her décolletage than was wise. Your Grace, I trust you found our defenses impressive? The Eyrie has never fallen to siege, because no one's ever been fool enough to try, I said, watching her preen at what she took for a compliment. Though I wonder what good stone walls are against dragons. Her face went pale, then flushed. Robin chose that moment to knock over his goblet, sending wine spreading across the white tablecloth like blood on snow. I'm tired. Mother, I want to go to bed. The wine in his voice could have curdled milk. Lisa's jaw tightened, but she forced a smile. Of course, my brave boy. Septa Marlowe will take you. After the boy was bundled away, not without several sloppy kisses from his mother that made my stomach turn, silence descended like a shroud. The fire crackled, casting our shadows long and strange against the walls. Time to change the game. I swirled the wine in my goblet, letting my gaze grow distant. I'm going to be honest, Lady Arryn, I'm surprised how you have such a strong hold over the Eyrie as a single mother. To secure a realm, one must understand its people. As a High Lady, I think you already know that. Their loyalties, their passions. I paused, letting the word hang between us. Even so, as a lone ruler, it's often difficult to remain in control without having a strong outside backing. It's good that you have your sister, Caitlin, who's a king's mother, but mentioning my mother-in-law did the trick. Her eyes twitched, but she controlled her expression. What are you implying, Your Grace? As the king of the 7 kingdoms, it falls upon my shoulders to see that all of my kingdoms remain stable. I have found that alliances forged in the most personal of ways are often the strongest. Lord Tyrion realized that too, and that was why during that bastard Joffrey's rule, Littlefinger was sent to become your husband. But ultimately, I don't think you'd have received much benefit from that marriage. Being such a great, respectable lady, your suitor must be better. She straightened, tried to look sage. The Vala's loyalty has never wavered. To be honest, it bothered me a lot when Lord Tyrion sent Lord Baelish here. I was still mourning my husband's death, after all. So I want to request you to not send me any suitors, please. I thought you and Lord Baelish were close, since he grew up in your family? I asked, feigning ignorance. She laughed, hiding her surprise at my knowledge. No, he always liked my sister more. I've always found him annoying. Imagine how awkward I felt when I heard Lord Tyrion's command, as well as my nervousness when you thought I was hiding him. I see. I let doubt color my tone. Regardless, a marriage would do you well. The Tyrells came to me through marriage. The Martells through understanding. Even the proud North I sighed, as if the memory pained me. A complicated and stubborn people. Securing their loyalty was a significant challenge. Her eyes sharpened like a blade finding its edge. The North meant the Starks. The Starks meant Caitlin. I know I shouldn't be saying this, but the Starks are fools. She spat, decades of venom finally finding voice. Ruled by honor and ice. My sister was always too proud for her own good. She leaned forward, her breasts threatening to spill from her gown entirely. How did you let them become independent, Your Grace? There it is. The fish takes the bait. I stared into the fire, letting silence build until she was practically vibrating with curiosity. When I spoke, my voice carried the weight of confession. There was a lot to unpack in that situation. The reason behind my decision to let the North be free was quite complicated. I lied with a sigh. Mainly, it's regarding Lady Caitlin Stark. She is quite the formidable woman, fiercely protective of her children. I turned the goblet slowly, watching the wine catch the light. She convinced me using ways I can't say to not only grant North independence, but also to marry her daughter. But, if I'm allowed to brag a little, at least I managed to make her understand what true submission meant for her family's safety. The way I lingered on convince and submission was a blade sliding between ribs. Her eyes trembled, and I smirked. Her daughter has that same fire, I continued, twisting deeper. Sansa, too, understands the sacrifices a woman must make for her people. My eyes lingered on her red hair. Or maybe it's not the House Stark women. Maybe it's you Tully women who really are something. Lisa had gone very still. The only movement was the rapid rise and fall of her chest, making her necklace glitter like a dying star. What? Her voice came out strangled. She cleared her throat, tried again. What are you implying, Your Grace? Now I turned to face her fully, letting her see the truth in my violet eyes. I'm implying, Lady Arryn, that your sister was pragmatic, and she was very, very passionate when the safety of her children was on the line. Robb Stark, daring to go against the Dragon King, and sweet Sansa, too naive to understand my dangers. She shot to her feet so fast her chair toppled backward. Did you touch her? The words tore from her throat, raw and desperate. Did you touch my sister? Catelyn. I held her wild gaze, letting the moment stretch until she was trembling. Yes. The single word hit her like a punch to the gut. She swayed, gripping the table's edge. But what happened next surprised even me. The shock in her eyes didn't transform into rage or despair. It became hunger. Raw, desperate, consuming hunger. My. Her voice had changed completely, dropping from shrill anxiety to something husky and dangerous. And here I thought the Dragon King was only interested in war and politics. She really was sick in the head. A normal lord or lady would wonder why I was revealing such a secret if it was true, and they'd doubt the truth behind my words. But Lady Lisa? She didn't care. She began moving around the table toward me, each step deliberate. Where before Shed seemed clumsy, now she moved with the predatory grace of a woman who had found her purpose. Her hips swayed, her hands trailed along the table's surface, her tongue darted out to wet her lips. By the 7, she's actually aroused by this. I deplanned it, but even I didn't expect it to work out this easily. Just how insecure did this bitch feel toward Catelyn? You must be a very powerful man, Your Grace, she purred, and the transformation was complete. The desperate, love-starved woman had become something else, entirely a creature of pure competitive desire. To tame a wolf like my sister. And her cub too. Shed reached my chair now, her hand bold enough to touch my shoulder. Her fingers traced down to my chest, feeling the muscle beneath silk. This close, I could smell her perfume, too much of it, cloying and sweet, trying to mask the sour sin of her desperation. I wonder, she breathed, leaning down until her breasts were practically in my face. Does the Dragon King still have such strength? Show me, Your Grace. Show me the power that made even Catelyn Stark kneel. Then maybe you and I can arrange something similar to what you arranged with Dorne. Arianne Martell is a far greater specimen than you. Vile woman, I noted while observing her eyes burning with decades of jealousy, finally given form and target. If Catelyn had submitted to me, then conquering me would be her ultimate victory. Far more ultimate than whatever fling she had with Littlefinger. The psychology was so transparent that it was almost pitiable. Almost. I smiled slowly, letting her see the dragon behind the man as I yanked her by the waist, placing her plump ass on my lap. With pleasure, Lady Arryn. She shuddered at my words, her fingers digging into my chest. The game was won. This time, it felt a little too easy. The master bedchamber reeked of desperation and lust. Pale moonlight filtered through tall windows, illuminating the intense scene we made, with my body hovering over hers as she lay face down on silk sheets. Gods! Oh gods, what's happening with this manly? You're so strong, Your Grace. NGGH. This feels so good, so good. It's so much bigger than Lisa's words dissolved into a wail as the encounter grew more intense, her thrashing form pinned beneath me. Bigger than Littlefinger's, she means. Poor woman's only known his touch and truth. Your sister took it better. I spoke firmly in her ear, watching her react to my words. She understood how to serve a dragon well. Am disappointed, Lady Lisa. What? No, am better. She protested, her voice muffled but urgent. Am better than her. They'll prove it. Please, Your Grace. Please, she cried out. Her pale body trembled with each strike, and despite her age and childbearing, there was something almost hypnotic about her complete surrender. This wasn't about pleasure for her. It was about conquest, about finally winning a competition that existed only in her twisted mind. Break me like you broke her, she babbled, completely lost to the madness of it. Make me forget his name. Make me forget everything but you. Please, please, your grace. Own me, own the Lady of Vale, and make her completely yours. Arg, already forgotten Peter. Have you? That was quick. The magic I wielded worked its terrible purpose, each overwhelming wave of pleasure a chain binding her will to mine. Soon, shed spill every secret, every plan, every whispered word Littlefinger had ever shared in this room. All for the ghost of a rivalry with a sister who had never wanted this prize. 145 Confessions and Commands, Chapter 145. Confessions and Commands. The throne room of the Aerie stood silent and imposing in the dead of night. Moonlight spilled through the tall, narrow windows, casting long fingers of silver across the cold stone floor. The night was fun. The weirwood throne of House Arryn loomed before me, its pale surface gleaming like bone in the half-light. I sat upon it, legs spread in casual dominance, watching the pathetic spectacle below. Lysa Arryn knelt between my thighs, her expensive blue gown pooled around her like spilled ink. Her hair, once carefully arranged, now hung in disarray around her flushed face as she pleaded with fierce urgency. The sight was both unsettling and fascinating. A highborn lady reduced to this humbling situation not by force, but by her own stubborn ambition. The things we do for power. The eyes glinted with intensity as she stared up at me. Her following movements were frantic, almost manic in their urgency. Every few moments, she'd glance up with those watery eyes, seeking approval, validation that she was somehow winning a contest her sister never entered. The sheer madness of it was almost pitiable. Once again, almost. When she finally paused for breath, I reached down and caught her chin, forcing her gaze to meet mine. Her lips were swollen, her eyes wild with a mixture of triumph and desperation. The moonlight caught the dampness on her chin, and she made no move to wipe it away. "For a woman of your station, Lady Arryn," I murmured, my voice echoing in the empty hall, "your words carry a surprising sharpness. At least in this, you surpass your sister." The words struck true. Her face transformed, decades of bitterness blossoming into perverse joy. She let out a laugh, a broken, triumphant sound that bounced off the stone walls like shattered glass. Better? I knew it. She practically vibrated with vindication. Caitlin was always so prim, so proper. She wouldn't know how to please a real man, a king. Her hands slid up my thighs, eager to continue her demonstration. "Let me show you more, your grace. Let me prove how much more I can enough." I tightened my grip on her jaw, stilling her movements. I could only tolerate an ugly hag for so long before losing interest. "You've proven your enthusiasm. Power isn't always wielded with a sword." I pulled her to her feet, noting how she swayed slightly, drunk on her imagined victory. Her breasts heaved with each breath, as shadows fell over the valleys of her flesh. The sight earned a smile. Despite her age and the ravages of childbirth, there was something almost hypnotic about her complete surrender, like watching a falcon plummet from the sky, knowing it would never pull up from its dive. "Now," I said, my tone shifting from indulgent to commanding, "tell me about Peter. Tell me everything you hid from me, and you have my word, you will not be punished. I understand the complexities of the heart." Her eyes widened, fear flickering briefly before being swallowed by her desperate need to please. She nodded eagerly, her hands clutching at my arms. Yes, I'll tell you everything, my king." The words tumbled from her lips like water through a broken dam. "He thinks he's so clever, but I know all his secrets." The crazed woman trembled as I once again reminded myself that I should replace the head of Aerie the moment I got the chance. The wind whipped through my silver hair as Viserion soared over the narrow sea, her golden scales catching the morning light like molten metal. Below, the waves churned endlessly, but my mind churned faster. Bravos! The name tasted like ash in my mouth. Lisa's obsessive tracking had revealed what ID feared. Littlefinger had fled to the one city in the known world where even dragons tread carefully. Baelish hadn't told Lysa about his location, but he communicated with her through ravens. And the ravens didn't travel directly either, making it hard to track. To preserve his location, he sent the ravens through multiple channels. It was a masterwork of deception, from Gulltown to a merchant cog in White Harbor, then through a trading post in the Stepstones, before finally revealing its origin at a Bravosi counting house. Lisa had long ago tracked him down on her own, her obsession becoming motivation. Clever little mockingbird. You know I can't simply burn down the Titan. Tywin Lannister must be there, too. The faceless men were more than whispers and shadows now. That assassin at Casterly Rock had moved like death itself. And if the tales were true, they'd killed dragons before. During the doom of Valyria, aren't there rumors that the first generation of faceless men killed the dragons and sent the city into chaos? The details were murky in the show, but the threat was real enough. Power is knowing when not to use it. Viserion descended toward King's Landing, the city sprawling beneath us like a festering wound that was slowly healing. The Red Keep's courtyard cleared as we approached, guards scattering before my dragon shadow. As I dismounted, I spotted a familiar figure hurrying toward me. Lord Mace Tyrell, his round face flushed with exertion and relief. Your Grace. He practically bounced despite his girth, reminding me why they called him the Fat Flower. A successful trip, I trust? I have returned from Bravos myself. As you predicted, the Iron Bank was less than accommodating to a king they perceived as a debtor. I allowed a predatory smile to curve my lips. Of course, those fools aren't excited to have their debts delayed. But your efforts were commendable, Lord Mace. Now, send a raven. Inform the Iron Bank that the crown of the Seven Kingdoms has waited enough and wishes to settle its accounts. All of them, in full. I savored the words like fine wine. As your daughter must have informed you by now, we have come into a Lannister inheritance. This time, the Iron Bank will come to us his eyes widened with understanding. At once, your Grace. They'll be falling over themselves to see that they do. I waved him off, already moving toward the throne room. And Mace? Make it clear this is a command, not an invitation. The game changes when you hold all the gold. As Mace scurried away, I reflected on the true nature of power. The Iron Bank was a blade that cut both ways, financing kings and rebels alike. One day, that institution will need to be broken and remade. A central bank loyal only to the crown, issuing a single currency across the realm. Now that would be true power. The Federal Reserve of Westeros. A thought that would have made me laugh back on Earth, where such banks already existed and controlled the known world. In this world, I could do anything. A servant intercepted me with a bow and a stack of correspondence. The first letter bore Casterly Rock's seal, the handwriting neat and feminine. Myrcella's words were dutiful, almost painfully so. Your Grace, I have been missing you terribly. As you commanded, I have begun collecting the outstanding debts owed to House Lannister by the minor houses. The coffers begin to fill. Please come collect it when you have a moment. The lion cub learns to hunt. Before I could read further, a runner burst through the gates, nearly colliding with a guard in his haste. Your Grace. He dropped to one knee, chest heaving. Lady Yara Greyjoy's Black Wind has been sighted on the horizon. She makes for the city now. My smile widened into something that would have made sharks nervous. Perfect timing. Have chambers prepared for the Iron Queen, I commanded, and some of my small council. We have much to discuss. The runner scrambled away as I climbed the steps to the Red Keep proper. With Yara's fleet, I'd have the naval power to project force across the narrow sea. We could intercept trade, blockade cities, and begin the hunt for both Tywin and Littlefinger in earnest. First, my targets are Myr and Pentos, with the goal of completely conquering them and gathering intelligence. Then a visit to Norvos, the sister city of Bravos. I can't conquer it right away, but there are other options. Arianne had mentioned her mother was from there, the divorced wife of Doran, whom ID sent Oberyn to meet. It would be interesting to see what secrets that city held. And then, when we're ready, when we know exactly where the lion and the mockingbird nests, then we deal with Bravos. They'd learn soon enough that the Dragon King's reach extended far beyond Westeros. although that put my life at risk by all the possible threats. The throne room doors loomed before me, and I could hear the whispers of courtiers within as I approached. "Send word to Princess Ariane," I told a passing servant. "Tell her to prepare for a journey. Her mother's homeland awaits." As I entered the throne room, I caught sight of Marjorie near the Iron Throne, her rose-gold gown hugging every curve as she turned to greet me. She looked delicious, and I appreciated her beauty all the more after spending a night with that ugly hag. The way she moved was pure calculation wrapped in silk, her hips swaying just enough to draw the eye, her bodice cut to display the perfect amount of creamy décolletage. "Your Grace returns," she purred, dropping into a curtsy that gave me an excellent view. "King's Landing has been lonely without you. Has it now?" I let my gaze linger appreciatively. "Well then, my rose, you'll be sad to know I intend to leave again soon, though I may require companionship for my upcoming ventures." Her eyes lit with ambition disguised as desire. "I live to serve, my king. You live to be queen, but that's what makes you useful." I smiled as I pulled her close, tasting her lips hungrily. Life was great, but I wasn't satisfied yet. I wanted more, I needed more, and I'd have more. The next stage of the Game of Thrones was accelerating right at me, and I intended to win every incoming match. 146 Ironborn and Ambitions, Chapter 146. Ironborn and Ambitions, the Great Hall of the Red, keep thrummed with barely contained power, like a pot about to boil over. Courtiers in their silks and velvets lined the walls. Few Tyrell knights stood at attention with hands on pommels, and a scattering of local lords watched everything with the wary eyes of wolves among sheep. I lounged on the Iron Throne, one leg draped over an armrest, letting the ancient swords dig into my back just enough to keep me sharp. The great doors groaned open, and the sea walked in. Yara Greyjoy strode through the parted crowd like a ship cutting through waves. Where the court ladies floated in clouds of perfume and silk, she moved with the economy of someone who'd killed before breakfast. Her dark leathers still carried the salt tang of the sunset sea, and her black hair was pulled back in a style that was function over fashion. The court's whispers followed her progress like foam in a wake. She ignored them all, those gray eyes fixed on me with an intensity that made several courtiers step back. The Ironborn don't kneel easily. That's what makes their submission so delicious. At the foot of the throne, she dropped to one knee with a warrior's grace. The gesture was technically correct, but her spine remained straight, her chin high. This wasn't the prostration of a beaten enemy. It was the salute of one predator to another. Although she knew better, "Your Grace," her voice carried across the hall like a war horn. "Casterly Rock's coast is secure. The lions have been declawed." I gestured lazily for her to rise. "And the tribute, Iron Queen?" The grin that split her face would have sent lesser men running. She rose with a fluid motion that drew attention to the sway of her hips, the leather creaking in ways that suggested exactly how it might be removed. My reavers brought what the pretty Tyrell knights couldn't carry. Gold, caches of Myrish lace, Tyroshi dyes, enough arbor gold to drown in. She shifted her weight, the movement deliberately provocative. But the real treasure? Every ledger from Lannisport's harbor master. 40 years of trade routes, tariff records, and smuggling operations. Your Fat Flowers men were too busy counting coppers to see the real gold was written in ink. Clever girl. She knows information wins wars as surely as steel. The Fat Flowers men must be green with envy, I drawled, earning a few nervous titters from Tyrell supporters and a frown from Marjorie, standing nearby. Yara's laugh was rough as rope. "The Roses are good at marching on land. We'll give them that. But we Ironborn prefer to reap our harvest from the sea." Her eyes glinted with mischief. "It's cleaner. I love that. The realm appreciates your efficiency." I stood, descending the steps with measured grace. "Clear the hall. The Queen of the Iron Islands and I have matters of strategy to discuss." The dismissal sent the court scurrying like roaches when a torch is lit. Lords and ladies bowed and curtsied their way out, casting curious glances over their shoulders. Within minutes, we stood alone in the vast hall, our shadows dark in the afternoon light. Strategy, is it? Yara's voice dropped to something more intimate. And here I thought you might want to inspect your tribute more thoroughly. Power recognizes power. Hours later, the small council chamber felt cramped despite its size. Perhaps it was the weight of ambition filling the space. Or maybe just the clash of so many strong personalities around one table. Mace Tyrell sat to my right, looking pleased as a cat in cream despite being thoroughly out of his depth. The man could grow roses and count coins, but ask him to see 3 moves ahead, and his eyes glazed over. Marjorie occupied the seat beside him, a vision in rose-gold silk that clung to her curves like morning dew. Every gesture was calculated, not just her outfit, but down to how her fingers traced the rim of her goblet. She was performing, always performing, and the show was exquisite. Rose had claimed her position as mistress of whispers with authority that was well practiced by now, her transformation from brothel madam to spy master complete. Sansa sat straight-backed in stark gray, her beauty a weapon she hadn't yet learned to wield. Arianne lounged like a cat in heat, her Dornish silks leaving so little to the imagination that Mace kept forgetting his words mid-sentence. Yara had sprawled in her chair with the confidence of someone who had just delivered a fleet's worth of gold. And at the far end, silent as smoke, sat Kinvara in her red robes, the ruby at her throat pulsing like a second heartbeat. The raven flies to bravos as we speak, Your Grace, Mace began, puffing up like a proud pigeon. The Iron Bank will learn that the crown stands ready to settle all accounts. They'll be tripping over themselves to grovel, I finished. Yes, Lord Mace. Gold has that effect. Oohs. My spy master leaned forward, her movement causing the candlelight to play across her features in interesting ways. Your Grace, a matter concerning the Citadel has arisen. Grand Maester Pycelle has sent a flurry of ravens to Old Town, complaining that he has been barred from all royal affairs. The Archmasters have, in turn, sent formal inquiries. You should be grateful I haven't killed him off yet. She paused, letting the implication of a conflict with the ancient order settle in the room. The Maesters are a proud and powerful institution. Your Grace, while their influence is subtle, their knowledge is essential to the realm's health and governance. Offending them so openly might be unwise. She slowly lowered her head. Not that I think you're a better judge than me on that, but dear Spider, you're an advisor here. Don't be so hesitant with your opinions, I said to reassure her. I shared her sentiment. I had no desire to wage war on knowledge itself. The Maester's obsession with stamping out magic was a nuisance, but their value was undeniable. I have no quarrel with the Citadel. Their work in medicine, history, and science is a resource I intend to expand, not extinguish. My gaze hardened as I added. However, the Order of Maesters is only as honorable as its representatives. And Pycelle is a rat who has been nibbling on Lannister cheese for decades. He is Tywin's creature, not the realm's servant. Really? Yara raised an eyebrow in surprise. Damn, it's true. Rose sent a raven to Old Town. Inform the Archmasters that their influential Grand Maester was found to be a spy in service to House Lannister, and that he is lucky to be still breathing. We require a new Maester for the small council. Not some old, doddering sycophant, but a man with a sharp mind and an even sharper understanding of where his loyalties must lie. Tell them I want someone who serves the crown, not the conclave, as per their own rules. Let them choose wisely. Rose gave a single, sharp nod, a flicker of understanding in her eyes. Accusing them directly about the loyalty part will bristle, but they cannot refuse the king's direct command. It will be done, Your Grace. That's good. Now that we're done with the mundane talks, it's time I discuss why I gathered all of you here today, I said, standing up and moving to the great map that dominated one wall. Westeros sprawled before me, but my eyes drifted east, across the narrow sea to the vast expanse of Essos. Peace, I began, tracing the coastline with one finger, is not the absence of war. It's the imposition of a single will, unchallengeable and absolute. Westeros kneels, but across the water, chaos reigns. Slavers and sellswords, merchants and magisters, all playing their petty games while the real threat gathers in the north. I turn to face them, letting them see the dragon behind a man. I intend to conquer Essos. The silence that followed could have choked a giant. Yara broke it first with a bark of laughter, slapping the table hard enough to make goblets jump. Now you're talking. When do we sail? But Marjorie's face had gone carefully neutral, her political mask when she sensed danger. Your Grace, surely we should focus on stabilizing your rule here first? The realm has seen so much upheaval. Perhaps in a few years, when my enemies have had time to gather, when they've built armies and hired assassins. I shook my head. No, my Rose. We don't wait for the storm. We become it. Besides, I need those virgin sacrifices from Essos. But they don't need to know that particular detail. The logistics alone, Sansa began, her voice soft but steady, will be handled by those who understand them. No need for you to worry about that. I turned to Kinvara. Rather, we should talk about our personal roles in this incoming conquest. Staring with my dearest Red Priestess. Tell me, Kinvara, Volantis is the first daughter of Valyria, proud and ancient. Will your city bow, or must it burn? Kinvara had been quiet all this time, perhaps having sensed that today's call wasn't so simple after all. Did the dancing flames already tell her about today? After a short silence as our eyes observed one another's souls, she sighed, letting out a sound somehow both musical and mournful. I'm High Priestess, not Triarch. Those fools will not easily bow. However, there's still the old blood of Valyria, and as such, they value strength above all else. So if you take Mir, Lys, and Tyrosh, first the three daughters' fear alone might open Volantis gates. I can't promise it, though. And you? I challenged. You name me your prophesied hero. Yet I plan conquests that will water the earth with blood. Does your Lord of Light smile on such ambitions? Her smile was slow and dangerous as flame. The great other marshals his armies of the dead beyond your wall, your Grace. To unite the living, by persuasion or by dragon fire, is the holiest of causes. Ralaller's path has always been paved with ash. I'm not so sure about this, your Grace. I'm sorry if I'm stepping my boundaries, but people will die, Sansa said quietly. Poor, naive Sansa. Innocent people who want no part in our wars. What reason is there for such conquest? Marjorie sees the opening like a duelist spotting a weakness. His Grace sees the larger picture, Lady Sansa. A king must make difficult choices for the good of all. Your northern sensibilities are admirable, but perhaps limited in scope. The rose shows her thorns. Even though she too was against him a moment ago. Arianne shifted, amusement flickering in her eyes, seeing my two wives fight. It was clear she didn't like Marjorie, so she opened her mouth to support Sansa. Lady Sansa speaks from compassion, a quality any wise king values in counsel, Lady Marjorie. But her fears are misplaced. But of course she was still by my side. The free cities wage endless wars among themselves. How many die each year in their petty conflicts? The Dragon King offers something greater, an ending. One conquest to prevent 1,000. Well said. I moved behind Sansa's chair, placing a hand on her shoulder. She tensed at the touch. Regardless, I won't condemn you for your worry. It's sweet of you. So we'll try to explain it in simpler terms. Tell me, little dove, if the Seven Kingdoms were independent again, Neck, Reach, Dorne, all separate, would there be more war? Or less? Her voice came barely above a whisper. More. Exactly. I returned to the head of the table, spreading my hands flat on the wood. 100 kings mean 100 wars. One king means one peace. The mathematics of empire are written in blood, but the sum is always less than the parts. When do we begin? Yara asked, eyes bright with anticipation. Soon. Mir and Pinto's first, wealthy, soft, reliant on Sellsword's whole flee at the first sight of dragons. Volantis should bow by then, if we believe our reliable priestess here. Then we visit Norvos. I glanced at Arianne, your mother's homeland. I believe, perhaps she'll appreciate a royal visit. Arianne's laugh was honey poured over steel. Mother always did say ID amount to something, though I doubt she imagined this. After that, I continued, we addressed the true prizes. The grass sea of the Dothraki, Bravos, and the empire of Et. The lands that think themselves beyond the reach of dragons. They'd learn otherwise. Prepare yourselves, I commanded, my voice filling the chamber. The Seven Kingdoms were just the beginning. The game now is for the world itself. I smiled, showing teeth. And the good times are upon us. By the time the Night King would dare step above the wall, I might be the king of the world already. Chapter 146. 146, Ironborn and Ambitions. The Great Hall of the Red keep thrummed with barely contained power, like a pot about to boil over. Courtiers in their silks and velvets lined the walls. Few Tyrell knights stood at attention with hands on pommels, and a scattering of local lords watched everything with the wary eyes of wolves among sheep. I lounged on the Iron Throne, one leg draped over an armrest, letting the ancient swords dig into my back just enough to keep me sharp. The great doors groaned open, and the sea walked in. Yara Greyjoy strode through the parted crowd like a ship cutting through waves. Where the court ladies floated in clouds of perfume and silk, she moved with the economy of someone who'd killed before breakfast. Her dark leathers still carried the salt tang of the sunset sea, and her black hair was pulled back in a style that was function over fashion. The court's whispers followed her progress like foam in a wake. She ignored them all, those gray eyes fixed on me with an intensity that made several courtiers step back. The Ironborn don't kneel easily. That's what makes their submission so delicious. At the foot of the throne, she dropped to one knee with a warrior's grace. The gesture was technically correct, but her spine remained straight, her chin high. This wasn't the prostration of a beaten enemy. It was the salute of one predator to another. Although she knew better, Your Grace, her voice carried across the hall like a war horn. Casterly Rock's coast is secure. The lions have been declawed. I gestured lazily for her to rise. And the tribute, Iron Queen? The grin that split her face would have sent lesser men running. She rose with a fluid motion that drew attention to the sway of her hips, the leather creaking in ways that suggested exactly how it might be removed. My reavers brought what the pretty Tyrell knights couldn't carry. Gold, caches of Myrish lace, Tyroshi dyes, enough arbor gold to drown in. She shifted her weight, the movement deliberately provocative. But the real treasure? Every ledger from Lannisport's harbor master. 40 years of trade routes, tariff records, and smuggling operations. Your Fat Flowers men were too busy counting coppers to see the real gold was written in ink. Clever girl. She knows information wins wars as surely as steel. The Fat Flowers men must be green with envy, I drawled, earning a few nervous titters from Tyrell supporters and a frown from Marjorie, standing nearby. Yara's laugh was rough as rope. The Roses are good at marching on land. We'll give them that. But we Ironborn prefer to reap our harvest from the sea. Her eyes glinted with mischief. It's cleaner. I love that. The realm appreciates your efficiency. I stood, descending the steps with measured grace. Clear the hall. The Queen of the Iron Islands and I have matters of strategy to discuss. The dismissal sent the court scurrying like roaches when a torch is lit. Lords and ladies bowed and curtsied their way out, casting curious glances over their shoulders. Within minutes, we stood alone in the vast hall, our shadows dark in the afternoon light. Strategy, is it? Yara's voice dropped to something more intimate. And here I thought you might want to inspect your tribute more thoroughly. Power recognizes power. Hours later, the small council chamber felt cramped despite its size. Perhaps it was the weight of ambition filling the space. Or maybe just the clash of so many strong personalities around one table. Mace Tyrell sat to my right, looking pleased as a cat in cream despite being thoroughly out of his depth. The man could grow roses and count coins, but ask him to see 3 moves ahead, and his eyes glazed over. Marjorie occupied the seat beside him, a vision in rose-gold silk that clung to her curves like morning dew. Every gesture was calculated, not just her outfit, but down to how her fingers traced the rim of her goblet. She was performing, always performing, and the show was exquisite. Rose had claimed her position as Mistress of Whispers with authority that was well practiced by now. Her transformation from brothel madam to spy master complete. Sansa sat straight-backed in stark gray, her beauty a weapon she hadn't yet learned to wield. Arianne lounged like a cat in heat, her Dornish silks leaving so little to the imagination that Mace kept forgetting his words mid-sentence. Yara had sprawled in her chair with the confidence of someone who had just delivered a fleet's worth of gold. And at the far end, silent as smoke, sat Kinvara in her red robes, the ruby at her throat pulsing like a second heartbeat. The raven flies to bravos as we speak, Your Grace, Mace began, puffing up like a proud pigeon. The Iron Bank will learn that the crown stands ready to settle all accounts. They'll be tripping over themselves to grovel, I finished. Yes, Lord Mace. Gold has that effect. Oohs. My spy master leaned forward, her movement causing the candlelight to play across her features in interesting ways. Your Grace, a matter concerning the Citadel has arisen. Grand Maester Pycelle has sent a flurry of ravens to Old Town, complaining that he has been barred from all royal affairs. The Archmaesters have, in turn, sent formal inquiries. You should be grateful I haven't killed him off yet. She paused, letting the implication of a conflict with the ancient order settle in the room. The Maesters are a proud and powerful institution. Your Grace, while their influence is subtle, their knowledge is essential to the realm's health and governance. Offending them so openly might be unwise. She slowly lowered her head. Not that I think you're a better judge than me on that, but dear Spider, you're an advisor here. Don't be so hesitant with your opinions, I said to reassure her. I shared her sentiment. I had no desire to wage war on knowledge itself. The Maester's obsession with stamping out magic was a nuisance, but their value was undeniable. I have no quarrel with the Citadel. Their work in medicine, history, and science is a resource I intend to expand, not extinguish. My gaze hardened as I added. However, the Order of Maesters is only as honorable as its representatives. And Pycelle is a rat who has been nibbling on Lannister cheese for decades. He is Tywin's creature, not the realm's servant. Really? Yara raised an eyebrow in surprise. Damn, it's true. Rose sent a raven to Old Town. Inform the Archmaesters that their influential Grand Maester was found to be a spy in service to House Lannister, and that he is lucky to be still breathing. We require a new Maester for the small council. Not some old, doddering sycophant, but a man with a sharp mind and an even sharper understanding of where his loyalties must lie. Tell them I want someone who serves the crown, not the conclave, as per their own rules. Let them choose wisely. Rose gave a single, sharp nod, a flicker of understanding in her eyes. Accusing them directly about the loyalty part will bristle, but they cannot refuse the king's direct command. It will be done, Your Grace. That's good. Now that we're done with the mundane talks, it's time I discuss why I gathered all of you here today, I said, standing up and moving to the great map that dominated one wall. Westeros sprawled before me, but my eyes drifted east, across the narrow sea to the vast expanse of Essos. Peace, I began, tracing the coastline with one finger, is not the absence of war. It's the imposition of a single will, unchallengeable and absolute. Westeros kneels, but across the water, chaos reigns. Slavers and sellswords, merchants and magisters, all playing their petty games while the real threat gathers in the north. I turn to face them, letting them see the dragon behind a man. I intend to conquer Essos. The silence that followed could have choked a giant. Yara broke it first with a bark of laughter, slapping the table hard enough to make goblets jump. Now you're talking. When do we sail? But Marjorie's face had gone carefully neutral, her political mask when she sensed danger. Your Grace, surely we should focus on stabilizing your rule here first? The realm has seen so much upheaval. Perhaps in a few years, when will my enemies have had time to gather, when they've built armies and hired assassins? I shook my head. No, my Rose. We don't wait for the storm. We become it. Besides, I need those virgin sacrifices from Essos. But they don't need to know that particular detail. The logistics alone, Sansa began, her voice soft but steady, will be handled by those who understand them. No need for you to worry about that. I turned to Kinvara. Rather, we should talk about our personal roles in this incoming conquest. Staring with my dearest Red Priestess. Tell me, Kinvara, Volantis is the first daughter of Valyria, proud and ancient. Will your city bow, or must it burn? Kinvara had been quiet all this time, perhaps having sensed that today's call wasn't so simple after all. Did the dancing flames already tell her about today? After a short silence as our eyes observed one another's souls, she sighed, letting out a sound somehow both musical and mournful. I'm High Priestess, not Triarch. Those fools will not easily bow. However, they're still the old blood of Valyria, and as such, they value strength above all else. So if you take Mir, Lys, and Tyrosh, first the three daughters' fear alone might open Volantis gates. I can't promise it, though. And you? I challenged. You name me your prophesied hero. Yet I plan conquest that will water the earth with blood. Does your Lord of Light smile on such ambitions? Her smile was slow and dangerous as flame. The great other marshals his armies of the dead beyond your wall, your grace. To unite the living, by persuasion or by dragon fire, is the holiest of causes. R'hllor's path has always been paved with ash. Am not so sure about this, your grace. Am sorry if I'm stepping my boundaries, but people will die, Sansa said quietly. Poor, naive Sansa. Innocent people who want no part in our wars. What reason is there for such conquest? Marjorie sees the opening like a duelist spotting a weakness. His Grace sees the larger picture, Lady Sansa. A king must make difficult choices for the good of all. Your northern sensibilities are admirable, but perhaps limited in scope. The rose shows her thorns. Even though she too was against it a moment ago. Arianne shifted, amusement flickering in her eyes, seeing my two wives fight. It was clear she didn't like Marjorie, so she opened her mouth to support Sansa. Lady Sansa speaks from compassion, a quality any wise king values in counsel, Lady Marjorie. But her fears are misplaced. But of course she was still by my side. The free cities wage endless wars among themselves. How many die each year in their petty conflicts? The Dragon King offers something greater. An ending. One conquest to prevent 1,000. Well said. I moved behind Sansa's chair, placing a hand on her shoulder. She tensed at the touch. Regardless, I won't condemn you for your worry. It's sweet of you. So we'll try to explain it in simpler terms. Tell me, little dove, if the Seven Kingdoms were independent again, Neck, Reach, Dorne, all separate, would there be more war? Or less? Her voice came barely above a whisper. More. Exactly. I returned to the head of the table, spreading my hands flat on the wood. 100 kings mean 100 wars. One king means one peace. The mathematics of empire are written in blood, but the sum is always less than the parts. When do we begin? Yara asked, eyes bright with anticipation. Soon. Mir and Pinto's first, wealthy, soft, reliant on Sel's words whole flee at the first sight of dragons. Volantis should bow by then, if we believe our reliable priestess here. Then we visit Norvos. I glanced at Arianne, your mother's homeland. I believe, perhaps shall appreciate a royal visit. Arianne's laugh was honey poured over steel. Mother always did say I'd amount to something, though I doubt she imagined this. After that, I continued, we addressed the true prizes. The grass sea of the Dothraki, Bravos, and the empire of E.T. The lands that think themselves beyond the reach of dragons. They'd learn otherwise. Prepare yourselves, I commanded, my voice filling the chamber. The Seven Kingdoms were just the beginning. The game now is for the world itself. I smiled, showing teeth. And the good times are upon us. By the time the Night King would dare step above the wall, I might be the king of the world already. Chapter 147. 147. The fleet set sail. The morning sun painted the Blackwater rush in shades of gold and crimson, transforming the harbor into something that belonged in a painter's fever dream. The Iron Fleet stretched before us like a forest of masts and sails, their black banners snapping in the salt wind. Royal and Lannister ships flew the three-headed dragon alongside Greyjoy krakens, a sight that would have been impossible mere months ago. Power is making the impossible inevitable. I stood on the stone pier with Arianne at my right and Rose at my left, watching the organized chaos of departure preparations. Sailors hauled supplies, captains barked orders, and the air thrummed with anticipation thick enough to taste. The people of King's Landing had gathered along the waterfront, drawn by the spectacle of the largest fleet assembled since Aegon's conquest. After all, this was a conquest grander than his. Arianne pressed closer to my side, her bronze skin gleaming in the morning light. Her traveling gown of deep orange silk clung to every curve, cut low enough to display the valley between her breasts, while still maintaining the pretense of propriety. When she moved, the fabric whispered against her thighs in ways that made concentration difficult. "Look at them," she murmured, her voice carrying that musical Dornish accent that always made my blood quicken. "Your people watch like children seeing their first dragon. They know they're witnessing history. History is written by the victorious," I replied, watching Yara stride across the deck of the Black Wind like she owned the very sea itself. "Today, we begin writing a new chapter." Rose shifted beside me, her movement drawing my attention to the way her dark dress hugged her generous curves. She had chosen the garment carefully, modest enough for her role as spymaster, yet cut to remind everyone that Shed once commanded men's desires for a living. Her auburn hair caught the sunlight as she leaned closer. "Your Grace." Her voice dropped to the intimate tone she used for sensitive intelligence. "Before the fleet departs, there are matters requiring your attention. The spider weaves her web, even as we prepare for war. Speak freely. What shadows have you uncovered?" Her green eyes darkened with the weight of secrets. "Our suspicions regarding Bravos have been confirmed. 3 separate sources place both Littlefinger and Tywin Lannister within the city's walls. They've purchased protection from the Iron Bank, and, more troubling still, they've made contact with the Faceless Men." I kept my expression neutral, having guessed most of it already. Arianne's hand found my arm, her fingers tightening in silent support. "How certain are you?" "Certain enough to stake my life on it." Ross' voice carried the confidence of someone who had built her reputation on reading people's deepest truths. A Tyroshi merchant captain reported seeing a man matching Tywin's description boarding a Bravosi galley at Pentos. 2 days later, ravens began flying between King's Landing and a counting house known to serve the Iron Bank's more discreet clients. The Lion and the Mockingbird, hiding behind the world's most dangerous assassins. Clever. Cowardly, but clever. "There's more," Rose continued, her voice dropping further. "I've identified one of Littlefinger's remaining assets in the capital. A whore from his old establishment, goes by the name Chitaya. She's been feeding information to Bravos through a network of seemingly innocent merchants." I turned to study her face, noting the way her lips curved slightly when she spoke of conquest. "Have you approached her?" "I tried. She refuses to turn." Ra's smile held predatory satisfaction. "Claims her loyalty to Lord Baelish runs deeper than gold or fear. Loyalty built on sentiment rather than pragmatism. How quaint." I let my gaze drift back to the fleet. "It's fine. I'll visit her myself later. She'll bend. Everyone bends eventually. It's simply a matter of finding the right pressure point." Arianne's laugh was silk over steel. The Dragon King's personal attention? How fortunate for her. "I'm sure she'll find your arguments compelling." I shook my head, and before I could respond, Yara's voice boomed across the water. "All hands, prepare to make way. The tide waits for no queen." "And neither do I." She stood on the Black Wind's quarterdeck like a figure carved from legend, her dark leathers molded to her athletic frame. The sea breeze whipped her black hair around her face as she surveyed her captains with the confidence of someone born to command. When she spotted me watching, her grin was sharp enough to cut glass. The Ironborn follow strength. She radiates it like heat from forge. I made my way down the pier toward her ship, Arianne and Rose flanking me like beautiful sentinels. The crowd parted before us, their whispers following in our wake. Sailors stopped their work to bow, and I caught more than one looking at my companions with expressions of naked desire. "Your Grace," Yara called out as I approached the gangplank. "Come to see your fleet off properly?" Among other things, I boarded the Black Wind, noting how the crew snapped to attention. These weren't the disciplined soldiers of the mainland. These were reavers, raiders, men who'd chosen to follow Yara because she promised them gold and glory. "Are your captains ready?" "Ready and eager." She gestured toward the other ships, where men worked with purposeful efficiency. 87 vessels, the finest the Iron Islands have ever assembled. We'll take Myers Harbor before they know we've left Westeros. I pulled her aside, away from listening ears. This close, I could smell the salt and leather scent of her, see the predatory gleam in those gray eyes. When I placed my hand on her hip, she leaned into the touch with unconscious hunger. "Remember," I said quietly, "mirror first, but carefully. Test their defenses, gauge their response. If they have sales words worth recruiting, make the offer. If not, burn what won't bend, claim what will." Her voice carried anticipation like a blade's edge. "You've taught me well, my king." That sounded a little sarcastic. "And remember what I told you about the dragons." I let my fingers trace the curve of her waist through the leather. "Viserion, and I will join you once certain matters here are settled. Until then, you are my fist across the narrow sea." She shivered at the contact, grinning. "Your fist will strike true. Power shared is power multiplied." She's using mine well. The horn blast that signaled departure echoed across the harbor like a war cry. Yara stepped back, her expression shifting from intimate to commanding in a heartbeat. "Cast off all lines. Unfurl the sails. The Iron Fleet sails for glory." I disembarked as her ship began to move, watching from the pier as the massive fleet came alive. Sails bloomed like deadly flowers, and the water churned white as dozens of vessels began their journey east. The crowd's cheers rose like thunder, and I felt the weight of their expectations settle on my shoulders like a crown. Arianne moved to stand beside me, her breast pressing against my arm as she watched the ships disappear into the morning haze. "I feel lucky to witness this. They'll sing songs of this day," she said softly. "The day the Dragon King's gaze turned east. Songs are for bards and fools." I turned away from the water, my mind already moving to the next challenge. "Victory is for kings." Rose fell in a step beside us as we walked back toward the Red Keep. "Your Grace, about that other matter." "The poison?" Ich glänzte her, noting how her hips swayed with each step. "Yes. Bring me what you can acquire. If I'm to face the faceless men, I need every advantage." Her expression grew troubled. "Your Grace, surely there are safer ways to safety is an illusion, my dear spider." I smiled, but there was no warmth in it. "The only certainty is preparation. The game grows difficult even for the Dragon King when death wears 1,000 faces." 3 days later, I learned that sentiment dies harder than its adherents. Chitaya had been everything Rose promised: beautiful, defiant, and utterly convinced of Littlefinger's inevitable victory. She had lasted perhaps an hour under my personal attention before revealing that Varys had indeed joined our enemies in Bravos. The spider, the lion, and the mockingbird, all cowering behind the Titan's shadow. A holy trinity of cowardice. Now, in the privacy of my chambers, I faced a different kind of enemy entirely. "This is madness," Rose whispered, her hands trembling as she measured out another drop of the tears of Lys into a goblet of wine. "Your Grace, please reconsider. There has to be another way." I watched her work from my position on the bed, noting how her dark dress had ridden up slightly to reveal the curve of her thighs. Even in distress, she was magnificent, all soft curves and hidden steel like a blade wrapped in silk. All a waist, she was born a whore. "The faceless men have killed dragons before," I said, accepting the goblet from her shaking hands. "During the doom of Valyria, some say they were the ones who brought down the freehold itself. I will not die because I was too proud to prepare." The first sip burned like liquid fire down my throat. Within moments, My vision blurred and sweat beaded on my forehead. The poison was carefully measured. Enough to trigger my boldest defenses, not enough to kill. Probably. Kinvara, or even the three sand girls would have been a better choice than Rose, but I didn't trust them. Well, I trusted Kinvara not to kill me, but I didn't want her to know too many of my secrets. Rose, on the other hand, she knew enough about poison, and I could trust her with a knife to my throat. Your Grace. Rose moved to sit beside me on the bed, her cool hands finding my fevered brow. This is torture. Let me find another way, please. There is no other way. The words came out harsher than intended as another wave of nausea struck. The assassin at Casterly Rock moved like death itself. Next time, they might not rely on blade and poison alone. Her fingers combed through my hair with gentle strokes that contrasted sharply with the fire in my veins. This close, I could smell her perfume. Roses and something unique that made my head spin for reasons that had nothing to do with poison. You're burning up, she murmured, leaning closer. Let me help. I held on to her, feeling the warmth of her dress against me. Her heartbeat was rapid against my cheek, and when she wrapped her arms around me, I felt some of the pain recede. Is this what love looks like? She asked softly, her voice breaking slightly. Watching someone you care about suffer and being powerless to stop it. Love. Such a dangerous word. Not powerless. I managed between ragged breaths. You're here. That's everything. Elite. Her laugh was wet with unshed tears. Sweet words from a king who's slowly poisoning himself. Only you would make this romantic. The hallucinations began an hour later, starting with shadows that moved wrong, whispers and languages I didn't recognize, and the sensation of being watched by unseen eyes. Through it all, Rose held me, her presence the only anchor in a world gone mad. Tell me a story, I gasped during a particularly violent bout of tremors. Anything. I need to hear your voice. She was quiet for a moment, her fingers still stroking my hair. Once upon a time, there was a whore who thought she understood power. She sold her body and called it strength, manipulated men and called it wisdom. Her voice grew soft, almost dreamy. Then she met a dragon who showed her what real power looked like. Not the crude dominance of coin and flesh, but something transcendent, something worth dying for. Did they live happily ever after? I don't know yet. Her lips pressed against my temple in a kiss that tasted of salt and sorrow. The story's still being written. She's a good writer. Maybe you'll see her as a world-renowned author 300 years later, when she roams the world with my shared immortality. Or maybe she was not a good writer. The dragon partner's story might have made it better. Indeed, every fairy tale needs a dragon. It took me a moment to realize such thoughts were foreign to the current me, reflecting the person I had been in that modern world, which seemed like a strange dream by now. Day after day, we repeated the ritual. Wolfsbane one morning, causing convulsions that left me weak as a newborn. Sweet sleep another evening, bringing dreams so vivid I couldn't distinguish them from reality. Each time, Rose measured the doses with the precision of a maester and the reluctance of a lover. You're changing, she observed on the fourth day, studying my face with professional interest. Your pupils don't dilate as much. Your breathing stays steadier. The body adapts. I flex my fingers, noting how the tremors had lessened. It's learning to recognize the threats and counter them. And if it doesn't adapt fast enough, then you'll have the honor of burying a king who died as he lived on his own terms. Her slap came without warning, sharp enough to snap my head to the side. Don't you dare joke about that. Do you have any idea what it would do to me if I caught her wrist before she could strike again, pulling her down until her face was inches from mine? If what? If I lost you? The words came out barely above a whisper. If all of this was for nothing and you died anyway, what will be the point of any of it? The spider shows her web. The point, I said, drawing her closer until I could feel her breath on my lips, is that I refuse to die on anyone's terms but my own. The faceless men think they're death incarnate. Let them come. They'll find a dragon who's learned to breathe poison instead of fire. On the seventh day, as I downed a mixture that should have left me writhing in agony, but instead produced only mild discomfort, The familiar blue text appeared before my eyes. Skill unlocked. Poison resistance. Rank E. Your body has adapted to recognize and neutralize common toxins. Higher ranks will provide immunity to more exotic substances. The system rewards those who dare. It's done, I announced, setting down the empty goblet with steady hands. The training is complete. Rose stared at me in amazement. You're not even sweating. Dragon don't sweat. We smolder. I pulled her into my arms, savoring the way she melted against me. Now, my dear spider, it's time to prepare for war. The faceless men think they know death. I smiled, and for the first time in days, it reached my eyes. They're about to meet someone who's made friends with it. Image here, Chapter 148. 148 fire, coin, and fear the golden inferno consumed me whole. Viserys' dragon fire wasn't merely hot, it was liquid sunlight given malevolent form, a torrent of destruction that could melt castle walls and turn armies to ash. The flames clung to my naked form like an angry girlfriend's desperate embrace after a dozen stabbing, wrapping around muscle and bone with intimate fury. Pain bloomed across every nerve ending, giving me agony that would have driven lesser men mad. I smiled through it all. Fire resistance has reached a rank. The system notification flickered across my vision as Viserys finally cut off her stream of destruction. Steam rose from my skin in lazy spirals. The stone floor beneath my feet cracked and blackened from the heat. My clothes had been reduced to memory and ash, but my flesh remained stubbornly intact, angry red. Yes, but already fading to pink as my regeneration worked its magic. 3 weeks of this, and I barely feel it anymore. What would the Mad King think, seeing his son dance in dragon fire? You're no fun anymore, human. Viserys' deep voice carried the petulance of a child denied her favorite toy. An image flashed through our bond, a mighty flame failing to melt stubborn stone. My fire should melt castles, not just tickle you. I reached up to scratch beneath her massive jaw, feeling the heat still radiating from her scales. Patience, my golden fury. Soon you'll have entire cities to melt. This is merely practice to ensure this king can stand beside you in the inferno. She rumbled with satisfaction at the promise of future destruction, her great head lowering to nuzzle against my chest. In the shadows of the dragon pit's vast expanse, Regal stirred in his sleep, green scales catching what little light filtered through the ancient vents. The air tasted of brimstone and old magic, the kind that had built empires and reduced them to ash. Power demanded sacrifice, even if that sacrifice was feeling your own flesh burn away morning after morning. My dragons couldn't hurt me with their flames usually, but if I commanded them to, it overrode that rule. So my training had progressed effortlessly. Initially, I trained with normal fire, waiting for my regeneration to heal the wound, and continued. The rank rose high, fast, since regeneration worked fine here, allowing me to progress faster. These days, I trained using Dragon Flame during the day, while at night, I drank poison and fell asleep. Poison resistance had reached C rank. Your Grace. I turned to find Rose standing at the entrance, maintaining a respectful distance from my dragons. She moved with practiced confidence while waving at Viserys, who yawned in response. The fur-lined robe in her arms looked wonderfully soft compared to the scorched stone beneath my feet. I hope your morning exercises were productive. She approached with her hips swaying in that particular way that suggested she knew exactly what effect the motion had. The dark dress she wore today hugged her generous curves, the neckline cut just low enough to be interesting without sacrificing the authority of her position. When she helped me into the robe, her fingers lingered on my unburnt skin, tracing patterns that had nothing to do with checking for injuries. Looks like she's lost all her usual awkwardness that had become her second habit since the moment she learned my true identity. After showing my vulnerable side to her for so many days, that was understandable. The guest you were expecting has arrived, she continued, her voice steady despite the oppressive heat. The representative from the Iron Bank is waiting. Excellent. I tied the robe closed, my mind already shifting from physical endurance to political warfare. Have him shown to the small council chamber. We'll be there shortly. As she turned to leave, I caught the way her dress clung to her ass, the fabric shifting with each step in ways that made concentration difficult. How different her life was compared to whatever she led just 2 years ago. Evolution took many forms. The small council chamber felt like a tomb compared to the dragon pit's inferno. I'd chosen my appearance carefully for this meeting. Black silk shot through with red thread. The three-headed dragon of my house embroidered in rubies across the chest. Power dressed in elegance, with just enough flamboyance to remind visitors whose presence they graced. Nero Antrion stood like a statue carved from Bravosi marble, his severe features betraying nothing as he waited. Where Tycho Nestoris, the man whom I'd once met to plead for debt during my beggar days, had been all oily charm and calculated smiles, this one radiated the cold efficiency of a blade. His dark silks were cut with precision, not a thread out of place, not a wrinkle to suggest mortality. I let him stand there, taking my time with a goblet of Dornish red. The silence stretched like a bowstring, each second adding weight to the eventual release. Lady Commander was present outside the door, standing alongside Bravosi guards. Here it was just me, him, and Rose. Rose had positioned herself near the wall, close enough to observe everything while remaining unobtrusive. The way she leaned against the stone made her breast strain against her bodice. Calculated, no doubt, to provide a subtle distraction. Yet, the man never looked at her once. Finally, I acknowledged him. Nero Antarion, I presume. His bow was a masterwork of precision, exactly deep enough to show respect without admitting inferiority. Your Grace, I am here to discuss the Crown's outstanding accounts. Accounts? I savored another sip of wine, letting him see how little his presence concerned me. Ah, yes, let's clear those up. My master of coin has already reported everything that's to be known to my mistress of whispers, who you can consider my personal assistant. She has been kind enough to handle our finances this time around. She has the figures. She moved forward with intentional grace, producing a leather portfolio that she placed on the table with theatrical care. When she leaned over to open it, the motion provided Antarion with an excellent view of her cleavage. His eyes never wavered from my face, professional to the last. We will be settling the entirety of the Iron Throne's debt, I announced, watching for cracks in his marble facade, using Lannister cash, which is now a crown asset, in full. Today, there the slightest widening of his eyes, quickly suppressed. Had come prepared for negotiation, for leverage, for the dance of debtor and creditor that had defined his institution for centuries. He hadn't expected the dragon to have already won. I see. He recovered admirably, though his posture had shifted from predator to something more cautious. The Iron Bank is pleased to hear the Crown's improved circumstances. Improved? I laughed, the sound echoing off stone walls like distant thunder. My dear Antarion, we haven't even begun. Rising from my seat, I moved to the great map of Essos that dominated one wall. My fingers traced the coastline from Pintos to Mir, each city a pearl waiting to be claimed. Now that our past business is concluded, let us discuss a new venture. I didn't turn to look at him, letting him come to me like a supplicant approaching an altar. I am planning a campaign, a rather extensive one. It will require significant capital flow. The game had shifted. No longer was I a king begging for time. I was a conqueror offering opportunity. Opportunity they didn't want to be part of, I was certain. The Iron Bank has a reputation for funding ambitious enterprises. I continued, finally turning to meet his gaze. I trust you'll offer the Dragon King a most favorable line of credit. His throat worked as he swallowed, processing the reversal, from creditor to potential partner in the span of minutes. The Iron Bank would be honored to discuss terms, Your Grace. Might I ask the scope of this campaign? Every city that matters. I'll let the words hang between us like a blade. From the free cities to the Dothraki Sea. Perhaps beyond. Let him chew on that. Let him run back to his masters with tales of dragons and ambition. Let them wonder what the fate of Bravos would be, since I was already targeting the other free cities. Speaking of Bravosi Enterprise, I moved closer, close enough to see the pulse quicken in his throat. I hear your city offers sanctuary to all sorts, even to disgraced lions and flightless mockingbirds. The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. Antarion's professional mask never slipped, but his shoulders tensed like a man preparing for a blow. The Iron Bank is a financial institution, Your Grace. We do not concern ourselves with the residency status of Bravos visitors, so long as their accounts are in good order. A masterfully crafted non-denial. Of course, I smiled, showing just enough teeth to remind him that dragons were predators first, kings second. I simply expect my partners to be discreet. Moving back to my seat, I settled into the chair with casual dominance. If the Iron Bank chooses to fund my campaign, Nero Andrion, the Iron Throne will direct a great deal of the world's future commerce through your institution in return. That wouldn't happen, even if they accepted out of some stupid scheme. I would deny their choice. I just wanted this fool to report to his masters. Some might consider my choice stupid, to let Bravos know about this. But they'd realize the truth anyhow, the moment I spew flames across Mir. I was just making a statement by declaring it myself. I stood again, bringing the meeting to an abrupt end. To quote one of my High Lady Lover's house motto, the Dragon King pays his debts, and he rewards his friends. See that the Iron Bank remembers which side it is on. This time, his bow held genuine respect, the kind born from understanding that the world's axis had shifted and had been standing too close to the fulcrum. The Iron Bank never forgets, Your Grace. Head outside. The Lady Commander will take you to the Master of Coin, who must have prepared the gold by now, I said, watching him nod. As he left, I caught Ra's eye. She moved to stand beside me, her presence warm against my side. You enjoyed that, she murmured, her fingers finding my arm. Power is meant to be enjoyed. I pulled her closer, inhaling the scent of roses and ambition that clung to her skin. Otherwise, what's the point of having it? Through the window, I could see the city sprawling beneath us, unaware that their king had just bragged about the war he planned against his enemies that would reshape the known world. The dragon had learned to breathe more than fire, had learned to breathe fear itself. Not much time left before I have to leave. According to Yara's Raven, she reaches Mir in no less than 2 weeks. I should use this time without wasting. Observe what my wives are up to, understanding what roles they'll fulfill in my absence, and apprehending the state of my city. It was time for some disguised king strolls. Chapter 149. 149, the Dove's Domain, the stench at Sansa, stark like a punch to the gut. Flea Bottom's orphanage squatted between 2 crumbling tenements, its walls weeping with moisture that carried the reek of human misery. Children huddled in corners like frightened animals, their eyes too old for their gaunt faces. The matron, a skeletal woman whose dress had more patches than original fabric, wrung her hands as she approached. "M'lady, we weren't expecting clearly." Sansa's voice cut through the woman's, stammering with unexpected steel. The lessons of survival had taught her many things, but none more valuable than the power of a well-placed word. When did these children last eat a proper meal? The matron's eyes darted away. While the crown stipend, it doesn't always arrive regular like, m'lady. Another lie. Another theft. Nobody would dare to delay such a thing during the reign of the Dragon King. Another child starved while someone grew fat on their suffering. Sansa had spent too many years as a victim to tolerate watching others suffer the same fate. The helpless girl Hood watched her father die. Hood endured Joffrey's cruelties and Cersei's games. That girl had learned to grow clear eyes and sharp claws. Said Wended. She turned to the gold cloak. Captain Hood accompanied her. A grizzled veteran, Hood initially balked at escorting the losing consort into the city's bowels. "Secure this building. No one enters or leaves without my permission." His hesitation lasted exactly as long as it took for her to fix him with the same look she'd seen her mother use on bannermen who forgot their place. "At once, Lady Stark." The title rang with authority she had never claimed before. Not King's consort, not Sansa the bride, but Lady Stark of Winterfell. Lady Commander Brienne smiled from behind her. "You're doing well, my lady," Brynn said. "Thank you." Sansa was learning, and she already knew power wasn't just dragon fire and fear. For dragon fire hadn't existed for 2 centuries before. Sometimes, power was knowing when to be the warm hearth instead of the consuming flame. Today, Sansa was here to make a statement, to leave a mark. Upon discussions with Lady Commander about her role, her wavering position beside the king, who barely allowed her attention, she and Brienne had devised a plan to make her important. By doing good for the city. "You there," she pointed to another guard. "Ride to the Red Keep. Tell them Lady Stark requires 3 carts of grain, fresh water, and whatever medicines his grace can spare. If anyone questions the order, remind them that the king's justice extends to all his subjects." The transformation was immediate. Where moments before she had been just another highborn lady playing a charity, now she commanded with the certainty of someone who had learned that kindness without strength was just another form of weakness. A small boy, perhaps 6 name days old, tugged at her skirts with fingers that trembled from more than cold. "Hey, are you really going to help us, lady?" Sansa knelt, bringing herself to his level. His face was dirty, but his eyes held a spark of hope that nearly broke her heart. "What's your name?" "Willem, m'lady." "Well, Willem." She brushed matted hair from his forehead with gentle fingers. "I'm not just going to help. I'm going to make sure no child in this city goes hungry again. You have my word as a Stark, and as the future queen. Winter is coming, but wolves protect their pack." As she rose, she caught sight of the matron trying to slip toward a back room. "Stop!" The woman froze. "Lady Commander, please search that room," Sansa said. "I suspect we'll find where the crown's gold has truly been going." The behemoth grin was sharp as a blade. "With pleasure, m'lady." Within the hour, the orphanage had transformed. Guards distributed food, while a harried maester tended to the worst cases of malnutrition. The matron sat in chains, her private hoard of gold that should have fed children now gleaming accusingly in the sunlight. Sansa stood in the courtyard, watching children eat their first real meal in God's knew how long. This wasn't the power of dragons or the politics of roses. This was the strength of winter wolves, protecting those who couldn't protect themselves. The disguise was simple rough-spun clothes, dirt beneath my fingernails, and a hood to hide my distinctive silver hair. Walking among my subjects as one of them had become a habit, a way to taste the true flavor of my kingdom without the sweetening of fear. What I found in Flea Bottom stopped me cold. A crowd had gathered around the old Baylor's orphanage. But instead of the usual despair that clung to such places, there was energy, hope even. Gold cloaks maintained order while carts delivered supplies, and at the center of it all stood someone I hardly recognized. Sansa Stark commanded the square like a general marshaling troops. "The grain goes to the kitchens, Marya. You'll oversee the cooking. Nothing fancy, but filling and hot." Her voice carried over the bustle with surprising authority. "Sir Wendell, have your men set up distribution points at every corner. No child walks away hungry." When did the frightened dove learn to soar? A woman approached her, tears streaming down weathered cheeks. "Lady Stark, bless you. My little ones haven't eaten proper in a se'night. They'll eat today and tomorrow and every day after." Sansa's hand found the woman's shoulder. "The crown remembers its duty to all its people. Remember my words. My husband's rule is going to be the greatest in history, not just in conquest, but in seeing poor subjects satisfied." The words were powerful. Here I was, planning to conquer continents, while she conquered hearts with bread and kindness. Marjorie had done this part of the arc somewhere in the past, but ever since our venture to the Westlands, this role fell on Sansa, and from the looks of it, she was thriving on it. I could make them kneel, but she made them love. Different kinds of power, both necessary for an empire that would last. I pushed through the crowd, letting my hood fall back. "That was quite a powerful message, my dear." The reaction was immediate. Gasps, dropped bundles, people falling to their knees. The warmth in the air curdled into fear. Even Lady Commander lowered her head. All except Sansa, who met my gaze steadily, albeit with some surprise of her own. Your Grace. Her curtsy was perfect, but her eyes held something new. Not defiance exactly, but confidence. I wasn't expecting you, which makes your words even more impactful. I gestured for the crowd to rise, though most seemed frozen in place. Don't let me interrupt. Please continue. She studied me for a moment, then turned back to her work as if the Dragon King's presence was merely another detail to manage. The audacity of it made me smile. When the immediate crisis had been handled and the crowd began to disperse, I drew her aside. Walk with me. We moved through streets that grew quieter as word of my presence spread. Fear preceded us like a herald. I've been seeing you less lately, but it seems you've been busy, I observed. The city needed tending. No apology, no justification. Just fact. Marjorie focuses on the highborn meetings ever since her return. Ariane on. Well, she's a guest, so she just relaxes. Someone should remember the small folk exist. And you've appointed yourself their champion? She stopped walking, turning to face me fully. Would you prefer they starve quietly? Or should I return to embroidering and looking pretty while children die in the streets? The wolf shows her fangs at last. No. He left softly ahead, Tone. No, this is exactly what was needed. It had been in my plan book initially, but I grew blind and overlooked it after returning from the Westlands. Her surprise was gratifying. Your Grace, I can burn cities, Sansa. I can make kings kneel and dragons dance. But stabilization is important. And you? I gestured toward the orphanage. You just did something I never could. You made them believe their king actually gives a damn. Don't you? The question was almost a notch more than literal. Sansa Stark, I do care for my people. No, to be clear, I care about what I rule. The lands I own. And since these people belong to my land, I therefore care about them as well. Do not doubt that. She smiled. I know you do. That's why you've done so much to feed the poor. I didn't mean it as an offense. But even so, it's difficult to please the poor because some among the poor are corrupt. Corruption exists everywhere. I've seen it. I've faced the bad traits of humanity. Her voice dropped. I've been powerless. Forgotten. Used. Blue eyes found mine. I swore I'd never let another feel that way if I could prevent it. In the show, she became queen in the north through suffering. Here, she's becoming something more. A queen of hearts. There was a fine level to this, something if crossed, would have made cold Sansa a tyrant. Thankfully, it hadn't been crossed. Then let me make it official. The decision crystallized even as I spoke. The state of well-being of King's Landing City, not just its small folk, is now your responsibility. Full backing of the crown's treasury. Show me what a wolf can build when winter comes for the forgotten. Her intake of breath was sharp. Your Grace, that's necessary. I cut her off. Am leaving soon for Essos. I received Yara's letter not long ago, and they'd land soon. I want to be there when that happens, and he'll be gone for a good while. Could be months, maybe longer. When I return, I want to find a capital worthy of dragons. Can you do that? The smile that bloomed across her face transformed her from pretty to beautiful. Yes. The small council chamber hummed with barely suppressed tension. I lounged in my chair, watching the dance of politics play out before me like a particularly entertaining mummer's show. Sansa stood at the far end of the table, parchment spread before her like battle plans. Gone was any trace of the timid girl who had once flinched at raised voices. In her place stood a woman who had found her purpose. The Lady Commander's guidance had done good for her. The proposal is comprehensive, she began, voice steady despite the weight of every eye upon her. 17 orphanages throughout the city, each staffed with proper matrons, ones who have been thoroughly vetted. Food distribution centers in every district, with priority given to war widows and their children. The cost, Mace Tyrell began, is detailed here. She slid a parchment across the table. Initial investment of 30,000 gold dragons, with an operating cost of 5,000 per moon. Well within our means, given recent acquisitions. She even learned to make robbery sound polite. I'm so proud. Marjorie leaned forward, silk whispering against skin in a calculated display of curves. Lady Sansa, your compassion is admirable, truly. But perhaps we should consider more practical investments? The Iron Queen's navy requires further expansion, and securing loyalty of certain houses requires gold. Yes. Sansa's interruption was smooth as silk. Dead children, however, secure nothing but resentment. Or perhaps Lady Margaery believes hungry subjects make loyal ones. The rose wilts before the winter wind. The rose's eyes flickered to me, but I just sipped my wine. I merely suggest we consider all options. Margaery's smile was twisted. Sentiment is a luxury kingdoms can rarely afford. Sentiment? Sansa's laugh was sharp. This isn't sentiment, Lady Margaery. This is mathematics. Every gold dragon spent feeding a child today saves 10 spent suppressing riots tomorrow. Unless you prefer to explain to His Grace why King's Landing burns while he's away. Arianne watched the exchange with undisguised glee, occasionally making small approving noises that only served to sharpen Margaery's glare. Ladies, I finally intervened, though part of me wanted to let them continue. Both perspectives have merit. Sansa, your proposal? She straightened, steel in her spine. I know you've granted me control of the entire city, and not just these orphans, but I think this is the first step toward long-term stability. And I'm not asking for charity, Your Grace. In proposing an investment in stability, loyal subjects are made in childhood. Feed them, educate them, show them their king values their lives, and in 10 years you'll have a generation that would die for the throne rather than riot against it. She learned from Cersei, after all, just the opposite lesson than intended. And the immediate benefits? Crime reduction, disease prevention, a workforce that's actually capable of work. She met my gaze steadily. And when you return from your conquests, a capital that showcases the Dragon King's benevolence rather than his absence. The silence that followed could have choked a giant. Double it. Margaery's cup hit the table with a sharp crack. Your Grace? 60,000 initial investment. 10,000 per moon operating costs. I rose, moving to stand behind Sansa's chair. Lady Stark has identified a weakness in our kingdom's foundation. Well, address it properly. But the naval expansion can wait. I cut Margaery off with a gesture. The ships defend against external threats. They're used for conquest. Lady Stark defends against internal ones. Both are necessary, but only one is immediate. Plus, our naval strength isn't our ships, it's our dragons. The shift in the room's dynamics was palpable. Sansa was no longer just another consort competing for attention. She was a minister with a mandate and the backing to enforce it. Lord Mace. I turned to the perpetually confused Tyrell patriarch. See that Lady Stark has access to whatever fund she requires. And given your daughter sits on this same table, they'll assume you treat Sansa like a daughter too. Any delays will be poorly received. Of course, Your Grace. He bobbed his head like a nervous pigeon. Additionally, I continued, enjoying the way Margaery's knuckles whitened as she gripped her cup. Lady Stark will have authority to commandeer any crown resources necessary for her work. Guards, builders, even septons or red priests if she needs them. Thank you, Your Grace. Sansa's voice remained steady, but I caught the tremor of emotion beneath. I won't disappoint you. I know. I placed a hand on her shoulder, feeling the tension there. Show them what northern honor looks like when given southern gold. As the council dispersed, everyone walking out, only Arianne and Margaery lingered, her perfect mask finally cracking. You're making a mistake. I've spent time with those orphans and beggars before. They are pitiful, I can't deny that, but Your Grace, throwing gold at beggars won't have any what? I turned on her, letting a bit of the dragon show. Won't buy their love? You're right. It won't buy it. ITLL earn it. Something you might consider trying. She left in a rustle of silk and wounded pride. Arianne approached, mischief dancing in her eyes. That was delicious. Though, she'll make Sansa's life difficult while we're gone. Good. I watched Sansa through the window, already marshaling her forces in the courtyard below. Wolves grow stronger in adversity. And if she fails? I smiled. Then she was never the wolf I thought she was. but something tells me King's Landing is about to learn why winter is coming. The game had a new player, one ID been waiting for long to awaken, and Shed just claimed her territory. Chapter 150. 150 The Eastertide Hack. The Myrish soldier's eyes bulged with disbelief as Yara's axe found the gap between his breastplate and helm. Blood sprayed across the limestone walls of the port fortress, painting them in shades of conquest. She wrenched the blade free with a grunt, spinning to catch his companion's sword on her shield. "The best you got?" She laughed, driving her knee into the second man's groin before opening his throat with a casual backhand swing. A third defender rushed from her blind spot, spear leveled at her exposed back. The soft sound of arrogant steel made her grin. Without looking, she triggered the gift Viserys had bestowed. Dark wings erupted from her shoulders, catching the morning light as she backflipped over the thrust. The soldier's momentum carried him forward into empty air. She landed behind him with predatory grace. Should have stayed in bed. Her axe took his head before he could turn. The wings folded back into nothingness as quickly as they'd appeared, leaving only the memory of shadow and the corpses at her feet. Around her, the sounds of battle faded to sporadic clashes and the moans of the dying. The port was theirs. Captain Yara. Carl the maid jogged toward her, a scar splitting his grin. Blood, not his own, decorated his leather jerkin like badges of honor. The harbor's secure. Lost maybe 20 men, killed 5 times that. And prisoners? Plenty. These Myrish fight like dancers, all flash, no finish. He spat into the blood-soaked sand. "What's your command?" Yara wiped her axe clean on a dead man's silk tunic, her intense gray eyes already moving beyond the carnage to the city proper. Mir sprawled before them like a whore in colored silks, her towers and domes gleaming with wealth that begged to be taken. The morning sun painted everything in shades of gold and blood. "Secure the walls. I want archers on every tower and our ships blocking the harbor mouth." She sheathed her weapon with practiced ease. "No one enters or leaves without my word." The thrill of command sang through her veins, sweeter than any wine. Hours later, Yara stood on the balcony of what had been Magister Orthus' villa, until her men had dragged him out by his perfumed beard. The black wind rode at anchor in the bay below, her black sails furled like a sleeping kraken. 86 more ships crowded the harbor, an iron forest that had sprouted overnight. The villa reeked of incense and fierce sweat, its marble floors now tracked with boot prints and blood. Shed claimed the Magister's own chambers, though she had no intention of sleeping in his silk-sheeted bed. Ironborn didn't grow soft on foreign luxuries. "Carl." She didn't turn from the view as her captain entered. "Report. 700 prisoners, give or take. Mostly household guards and dock workers. The Magister's families are locked in the lower vaults." He paused, clearing his throat. "About that other matter. Speak plainly. The special prisoners, as his grace commanded." Even Carl, Hood split skulls from here to Hardhome, sounded uncomfortable. 100 virgins, untouched as spring snow. 50 boys, 50 girls, kept separate from the rest, as ordered. Yara's jaw tightened. Of all the strange commands Viserys had given before her departure, this one sat like a stone in her gut. She understood conquest, understood the taking of gold and ships and lives. But this stank of sorcery, of the kind of magic that made even iron-born sailors clutch their lucky bones. They're unharmed? Aye, fed and watered, though they're scared as rabbits. The youngest can't be more than 4 and 10 name days. "What game are you playing, Dragon King?" "Double their guard. Any man who touches them loses his life, then his head." She finally turned to face him, her expression carved from stone. "The king's orders were specific. We follow them to the letter." Carl nodded, though she could see the questions in his weathered face. Questions she couldn't answer because she didn't understand them herself. All she knew was that Viserys had pulled her from the mud of the Iron Islands and made her a queen. That earned him her blade, her fleet, and her trust, even when his commands made her skin crawl. The city itself? Right for the taking, but he gestured toward the massive walls visible through the balcony doors. "Those fortifications have stood for 1,000 years. We can starve them, raid their coastal holdings, but breaking those walls? That's dragon work. Yara's lips curved in a smile sharp as her axe. Then it's good we have dragons coming. She moved back to the balcony, her hands gripping the marble railing as she studied the city that would soon burn or bow. The Iron Fleet could make Mir bleed, but only dragon fire could make it kneel. Every hour that passed without Viserys felt like a year. "Hurry up, Targaryen," she muttered to the wind. "The fun is about to begin." The dragon pit loomed around us in the pre-dawn darkness, a cathedral of shadow and ancient stone. Torches flickered in iron sconces, casting dancing shadows across the faces of my two wives. Marjorie stood with perfect poise despite the early hour. Her traveling cloak doing nothing to hide the calculated elegance beneath. Sansa fidgeted with her sleeves, still uncomfortable with farewells that might last moons. Or forever if the game went poorly. "The realm is yours to hold," I told Marjorie, letting my voice carry the weight of command. "The treasury, the lords, the everyday machinery of power. All of it rests in your hands. Let no one mistake my absence for weakness. Any who try to exploit it will learn why roses have thorns." Her smile could have cut glass. "The realm will be waiting for your return, your grace. Intact and profitable. Always thinking in ledgers and alliances. It's what makes her useful." I turned to Sansa, and my tone softened despite myself. "The city's heart beats in your hands now. Every orphan fed, every widow aided, all common folk satisfied. These are the stones upon which dynasties are built. Not just the fear of dragons, but the love of the people. I understand, your grace." Her chin lifted with that stark stubbornness I'd come to appreciate. "King's Landing will know its king cares for more than conquest." "Good." I stepped back, taking in both of them. "You each have your wars to fight. Win them." The contrast between them had never been starker. Marjorie the poisoned rose, beautiful and deadly. Sansa the winter wolf, learning to hunt with kindness instead of claws. Both necessary, both mine. Ariane's laugh echoed off the ancient stones. "If you're quite finished with the tender farewells, some of us are eager to see the world burn." She stood beside Regal like a figure from Dornish legend, her traveling silks the color of flame and shadow. The jade dragon lowered his great head, allowing her to stroke his scales with casual familiarity. Power recognized power, and my dragons had accepted her as surely as they'd accepted me. Kinvara awaited beside Viserion with the patience of stone, her red robes unmarred by the morning dew. The ruby at her throat pulsed with its own inner fire, and her dark eyes held that unsettling certainty of those who had seen their god's plan. "The Lord of Light illuminates our path east," she murmured as I approached. "Fire and blood shall remake the world." Religious fanatics. Useful but exhausting. I helped Ariane mount Regal first, her hands finding the riding straps with practiced ease. The way she moved, all liquid grace and barely contained excitement, reminded me why ID brought her. Diplomacy in Essos required a different touch than Westerosi politics. Less honor, more passion. Of course, that's not the main reason. "Try not to fall off," I called up to her. "Try to keep up," she shot back, grinning like a child given her name day wish. Kinvara settled in front of me on Viserion with surprising grace for someone who had never flown before. Her body pressed back against mine as I took the reins, and I caught the scent of smoke and cinnamon that always clung to her. "Ready to bring your god's light to the heathens? His light burns within you, your grace. I merely tend the flame." Viserion's muscles bunched beneath us. With a roar that shook dust from the dragon pit's ancient rafters, she launched skyward. Regal followed, his cry harmonizing with his sister's until the sound became a promise of apocalypse. King's Landing fell away beneath us, shrinking from a sprawling city to a map and then to a memory. The Blackwater rush gleamed like spilled silver in the dawnlight, and then we were over open water, the narrow sea stretching endlessly before us. The wind tore at my hair, ice-cold and liberating. This was what the Targaryens of old had felt. Not the weight of crowns and kingdoms, but the pure freedom of flight. Behind me on Regal, Ariane's whoops of joy carried on the wind, while Kinvara remained silent as prayer against my chest. Aegon flew to conquer 7 kingdoms. I fly to claim the known world. Hours dissolved into the rhythm of wing beats and wind. The stepstones passed beneath us like scattered bones, then the disputed lands, brown and blood-soaked from centuries of war. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in shades of conquest, Myr appeared on the horizon. The city was more beautiful than I'd imagined, with white stone and colored glass, gardens and fountains, all wrapped in walls that had never known a dragon's kiss. The harbor told a different story. Black sails filled the port like an iron infection, and smoke rose from several waterfront buildings. Yara had been busy. We landed on the broad plaza before the harbor master's palace, our dragon's impact cracking the ornate tile work. Ironborn scrambled to form ranks, their awe at the dragons warring with experienced discipline. At their head, Yara Greyjoy strode forward with that particular swagger of someone who'd just won a significant victory. Your Grace. Her bow was perfunctory, her grin anything but, welcome to Myr, or at least the parts of it that matter. I see you've been making friends, the kind that bleed gold when you squeeze them right. She gestured to the conquered port. Your orders have been followed. All of them. The emphasis on all didn't escape me. Good. The ritual components were as important as the conquest itself. Show me. It was time I raised a maiden. Chapter 151. 151 Maidenhood Ritual. The temple reeked of death and divinity. I stood on the raised dais, watching Kinvara's hands move across Ariane's naked form with the precision of a master painter. The Myrish temple had been beautiful once. All delicate mosaics depicting their god of beauty, marble columns carved with flowering vines. Now crimson banners of R'hllor draped every surface, and the air hung thick with smoke from braziers burning strange herbs that made my eyes water. Now I'm truly stepping into the esoteric side of this strange, dark world. Not just swords and dragons, but sacrifice rituals. Hold still, Kinvara murmured, her fingers tracing patterns with consecrated oil across Ariane's gorgeous bronze skin. The oil gleamed in the torchlight, forming symbols I half recognized from ancient texts. The ritual requires absolute precision. Ariane lay on the obsidian slab at the temple's heart, her body tense as bowstring. I was unsure how she felt knowing this was a sacrificial ritual, but the promise of protection, of growing wings like Yara, of becoming something more than mortal, it had lit a fire in her eyes that rivaled dragon flame. "I'm not moving," she said through gritted teeth. "Just get on with it." The doors groaned open. My ironborn guards led in the tithe, maybe 50 virgins from Myr's conquered districts. Not the full 100 wed captured, but enough for 2 rituals. They stumbled forward in simple white shifts, terror written across faces that ranged from barely 14 to perhaps 20. Boys and girls both, their purity confirmed by Kinvara's flames. In the show, they never showed the true price of magic. They did talk about it, though, like Varys' tragic past. All those resurrections, all that power, someone always pays. "Leave us," I commanded the guards. They fled gratefully, not wanting to witness what came next. Viserion rumbled from her position near the altar, golden eyes reflecting the firelight. Regal coiled opposite her, jade scales seeming to absorb the shadows. My dragons understood what we did here. They've been born of blood and fire too. Kinvara arranged the virgins in a perfect circle around Ariane's slab. Their hands were bound, but honestly, the presence of 2 dragons kept them more still than any rope. One boy, who couldn't be more than 15, met my eyes for a moment. I saw accusation there, betrayal. I didn't look away. "Their purity will be the vessel," Kinvara explained to Ariane, producing an obsidian dagger that seemed to drink in light. "To unwrite what has been written, we must offer what has never been touched." "I understand," Ariane said, though her voice shook slightly. "I made my choice." Kinvara began to chant in High Valyrian, her voice filling the temple with ancient power. The words seemed to make the air itself vibrate, and the flames and the braziers danced higher. From purity comes renewal. From innocence, rebirth. In the name of Lawler, Lord of Light, I call upon the flames that forge and unmake. She moved to the first virgin, a girl with hair like spun gold. The cut was swift and precise, just enough to open the throat without causing immediate death. Blood flowed into the golden basin below, and the girl's eyes went wide with shock more than pain. One by one, Kinvara moved around the circle. Each cut calculated, each drop of blood measured. She filled 2 basins, one for Arianne, one for herself. The virgins wept silently, too terrified to scream before the dragons, their life slowly draining away. "This is wrong," a voice whispered in my head. The voice of the man I'd been on Earth, who'd watched this show for entertainment. "These are innocents. This is necessary," I answered myself. "Power demands sacrifice. It always does." When the basins were full, Kinvara brought the first to Arianne. The blood seemed to glow from within, pulsing with stolen life. She dipped her fingers into the warm liquid and began to paint. The first glyph sizzled against Arianne's skin. She bit down hard on the leather strap ID given her, her body arching off the slab. Each symbol Kinvara painted seemed to burn into her flesh before fading to a faint red mark. "The pain is transformation," Kinvara said, her voice steady despite the horror of what she did. "Your past burns away, so your future can be written anew." Symbol after symbol covered Arianne's body, her arms, her breasts, her stomach, her thighs. Ancient Valyrian glyphs of unmaking, purity, and fire. With each one, she trembled more violently, sweat mixing with the blood patterns. When Arianne was complete, Kinvara shed her own robes. Her body was pale, where Arianne's was bronze, but she moved with the same determined grace. She painted herself with the second basin's blood, working faster, more efficiently. She had done this before, I realized. Maybe many times, although probably not for something as odd as rejuvenating her virginity. "How old are you really, priestess?" The final glyph, Kinvara announced, painting a complex symbol on Arianne's forehead. She drew the same on her own, then pressed their foreheads together. "By fire and blood, be unmade. By innocence stolen, be renewed. In Lawler's name, I speak the word of transformation." She screamed the final word. "Perses! Fire!" The world exploded in red light. The virgins cried out as one, their voices creating a harmony of anguish that made my teeth ache. I watched their life force drain away, pulled into the ritual like water into a whirlpool. They aged decades in seconds, their skin wrinkling, hair whitening, bodies shriveling until they collapsed as desiccated husks. Arianne's scream joined theirs, but hers was different. Pain mixed with something else. Ecstasy, perhaps, or the simple joy of survival. The light pouring from her body was so bright I had to shield my eyes. When it faded, silence fell like a hammer. Arianne and Kinvara lay intertwined on the slab, both shuddering, both slick with blood and sweat. But they looked different. Younger wasn't quite right. Unmarked, perhaps, like swords fresh from the forge before their first battle. Kinvara stood first, swaying slightly. The ruby at her throat pulsed with renewed fire. "It is done," she declared, her voice hoarse but triumphant. "The slate is clean." She is as she was on her name day. As am I. She turned to me, and despite everything, the horror, the blood, the circle of corpses, desire burned in her dark eyes. "Now, your grace," she purred, moving toward me with predatory grace. Show me the power you promised. Make me truly yours." I descended from the dais, stepping carefully around the withered bodies. Arianne was trying to sit up, looking dazed but alive. More than alive. Reborn. "How do you feel?" I asked her. She looked at her hands as if seeing them for the first time. "Empty," she said wonderingly. "Clean. Like I could become anything." "You can," I assured her. "And you will. But first, I had someone else to please." Kinvara pressed against me, her naked body still painted with blood. Behind her, Arianne watched with eyes that held new hunger. The night was far from over. Power had been paid for in blood. Now came the reward. Ariane sank into the steaming bath, letting the perfumed water wash away the blood and sweat that clung to her skin. The Magister's villa offered luxuries that even Sunspear couldn't match: oils from E.T., soaps scented with flowers she couldn't name, and a tub large enough to swim in. But these comforts couldn't cleanse her mind. She closed her eyes, but the images remained. Dozens of young souls, extinguished like candles in a sudden breeze. Their faces as they realized what was happening. The way their bodies had withered, decades passing in heartbeats as their life force drained away. All for me. Also I could be, what? Reborn? Made pure again? Her breathing slowed as she took in the sensation of the ritual's effect settling over her. Everything felt vivid and new, every nerve alive with quiet wonder. The transformation had worked. She felt it in every heartbeat. Her body was her own, yet somehow different. A vessel emptied and waiting to be filled. Was it worth it? She whispered to the steam-filled chamber. She had agreed readily enough when Viserys explained what the ritual would grant her. Protection, power, a place in his inner circle that no one could challenge. The ability to heal from any wound, to potentially live centuries. What princess wouldn't want that? But the price. You're troubled. Ariane didn't startle at Kinvara's voice. The priestess was like a shadow, appearing in the doorway wrapped in nothing but a towel, her wet hair falling in dark waves past her shoulders. The ruby at her throat pulsed with renewed vigor. Wouldn't you be? Ariane countered, watching the priestess approach. So many lives. Children, most of them. Kinvara's smile was serene, almost pitying. In Lawler's eyes, all lives are but candles. Some burn long and slow, others fast and bright. These burn to ignite something greater. She dropped her towel, revealing her newly unmarked body, and slipped into the bath opposite Ariane. Do not diminish their sacrifice by regretting it. Easy for you to say. This wasn't your first time. No, Kinvara admitted, reaching for a vial of oil. And it won't be my last. Power has a price, princess. Always. Before Ariane could respond, the chamber door swung open. Yara Greyjoy strode in with the confidence of a woman who had never questioned her right to be anywhere. Viserys followed, his violet eyes taking in the scene with obvious appreciation. Here I was wondering why his grace wanted to visit the bath so late. So I came along out of curiosity. But Yara's grin was sharp as a blade. What's this? You girls enjoying yourselves without me? Ariane felt heat rise to her cheeks, though whether from embarrassment or anticipation, she couldn't say. The Iron-born queen's boldness both irritated and intrigued her. Yara shed her leather jerkin without ceremony, revealing round, firm breasts and a body honed by combat. The ritual was successful, Viserys said, his voice carrying that particular tone that made Ariane's spine tingle. Both of you have been remade, but the whole ritual isn't complete. He began to undress with eye-catching slowness. Ariane couldn't tear her eyes away. This man had conquered her homeland, her body, and now promised to reshape her very essence. Drew her like the moon pulls the tide. You promised me first, Kinvara reminded him. Rising from the bath, water cascaded down her perfect form, catching the lamplight like liquid gold. So I did. Viserys smiled, and I keep my promises. Ariane watched as he helped Kinvara to the chaise beside the bath. There was no tenderness in their encounter, only raw power and purpose. He bent her over the cushioned arm, positioning her so that Ariane could see everything. The priestess gripped the fabric, her composure cracking as he took her with a single forceful motion. A sharp cry escaped her lips. Oh God! Kinvara gasped, her usual control slipping. Viserys moved at a punishing pace, spanking her, his hands gripping her hard enough to bruise, marks that would heal almost instantly now. The ritual opened new pathways, he explained, his voice remarkably steady despite his exertion. Your body relives what it is to feel for the first time. Ariane couldn't look away. Her own body responded as if his hands were on her instead, arousal pooling between her thighs. Beside her, Yara had slipped into the bath, watching with hungry eyes. He knows how to put on a show, The Ironborn queen murmured, her hand finding Ariane's thigh beneath the water. But just wait until it's your turn. Kinvara's cries grew more desperate, her body trembling as Viserys kept her close. When she let out a moan at a higher pitch, her legs giving in, it seemed to tear through her with such force that she collapsed forward, utterly spent. Viserys followed moments later, his cry punctuated by a growl that was more dragon than man. As he pulled away, Kinvara lay panting, looking indeed like a woman who had been thoroughly overwhelmed. His eyes lit up as he seemed to stare at the air in front of them. It worked. Girls, it worked. He grinned, snapping his fingers. Before their eyes, Kinvara's exhaustion seemed to melt away. The flush of exertion remained, but her breathing steadied, the bruise on her ass vanished, and her limbs regaining their strength with unnatural speed. She sat up, looking at her own body with wonder. Remarkable, she breathed. Viserys produced a dagger from seemingly nowhere, its blade catching the lamplight. "May I?" he asked, and, at Kinvara's nod, drew the blade across her palm. Blood welled, bright as the ruby at her throat, then stopped. The wound closed before their eyes, flesh knitting together until only a faint pink line remained. Even that faded within moments. "That's beautiful," Kinvara said, examining her unmarked palm. "You're a gift to my life from the Lord." "Oh, so that's what all the ritual was about. You had to do so much work just to give this to them?" Yara asked, walking over to Viserys and wrapping her arms around him from behind, her breasts pressing against his back. "You gave it to me quite easily." Both Arianne and Kinvara frowned at him. He merely shrugged. "Believe it or not, she was a virgin," he said simply. Yara's jaw dropped. "You didn't have to tell them that." Arianne couldn't help but laugh at the Ironborn Queen's embarrassment. "The fearsome reaver, purists, no? No wonder you keep it secret. They'll show you fearsome," Yara growled, but there was no real heat in it. Viserys turned to Arianne then, his expression shifting to something more intense. "Your turn, princess." Her heart hammered against her ribs as she rose from the bath. Water streamed down her body, and she made no attempt to hide herself. Let him look. Let him see what he was claiming. "All this power," she said, moving toward him with deliberate grace. "All this death. It better be worth it. He'll make it worth it," he promised, pulling her against him. His kiss was consuming, claiming, and she yielded to it completely. He drew her down onto the fur rug before the hearth, the flames painting their bodies in gold and shadow. Unlike with Kinvara, there was a tenderness here, mixed with the dominance. His hands explored her as if mapping new territory, finding places that made her gasp and arch against him. "My desert rose," he murmured against her throat, "reborn in blood and fire." "Oh yes, yours," she whispered back, the word torn from her like a confession. "Make me yours completely." When he came to her, it was like being swept away by lightning. Her eyes were wide, her lips trembling as she gasped for him alone. Her body, made new, experienced him as if for the first time. The moments between them grew increasingly intense, a blur of closeness and connection. When Yara and Kinvara joined them on the furs, the experience deepened further, their presence adding warmth and complexity to an already powerful bond. For bodies moved in a dance as old as time, led by the dragon who had claimed them all. He leaned over, hand tightening around her throat as tears formed on the corners of her eyes, and she made sounds that pleased him. He whispered sweet nonsense in her ears, and she called him names that shame her family. But she didn't care. When the overwhelming moment finally came, it shattered Arianne completely. She cried out his name like a prayer, her body trembling as new strength flooded into her. With his power, and in that moment, as renewed energy flowed through her veins, she knew 50 lives had been a small price to pay for eternity at his side. Chapter 152. 152. A kingdom forged in fire. The molten metal glowed like the sun's heart, waves of heat distorting the air above what had once been Myre's legendary adamant gate. The proud gate standing for millennia, granting the Myrish magisters their confidence, melted away against dragon flame. Viserys Targaryen didn't pause at the threshold. He walked straight through the liquid fire, his fur-lined cloak disintegrating instantly, while his skin remained untouched by temperatures that could forge steel. Behind him, Ironborn raiders stopped mid-charge, their war cries dying in their throats. Even hardened reavers had seen death in 100 forms couldn't process what they were witnessing. Seven hells, Carl the Maid muttered, lowering his axe. He's not even sweating. The Myrish defenders on the other side fared worse. Seeing their wall crumble, seeing a man walk through the magma, everyone swallowed in fear. A crossbowman, hands trembling, loosed a bolt that struck Viserys square in the shoulder. The king barely flinched, pulling the projectile free with the same casual motion one might use to brush away a fly. Blood welled for a heartbeat before the wound sealed itself, leaving only smooth skin behind. That tickled, Viserys said, tossing the bolt aside. The crossbowman dropped his weapon and ran. Viserion swept down from the sky, picking him by the talons and throwing him inside her mouth. The Myrish people screamed in fear as Viserion spewed flames across their buildings. Viserys enjoyed the heat, staring up at his dragon. As per his order, she was careful not to burn civilians. But she did burn many soldiers, and experience points notifications filled his vision. Fire cannot kill a dragon. Viserys thought, spreading his wings, those magnificent appendages of shadow and scale that marked him as something beyond mortal. But apparently, it can make for one hell of an entrance. He rose into the air, hovering above the cowering defenders like an avenging angel. I'm certain you know me already from stories and nightmares. Otherwise, you'd have fought back harder. For the children unaware, I am Viserys Targaryen, the Dragon King, and I offer you a simple choice. Kneel and live. Fight and burn. Steel clattered on stone as weapons fell from nerveless fingers. We yield. A captain in elaborate armor dropped to his knees. Mercy, Dragon King. We yield. The surrender spread like wildfire through the ranks. Within minutes, the famed defenders of Myre's inner city were prostrate before a man who had walked through the city's molten walls and shrugged off a crossbow bolt like a mosquito bite. From the palace balconies, the magisters watched their world end. They emerged in their finest silks, purple and gold and crimson, looking like exotic birds about to be plucked. Magister Orthes, his perfumed beard trembling, led the procession. Your Radiance, he began, clearly unsure of the proper address for a conquering dragon. We offer unconditional surrender. Please tell your dragon to stop. Genuine fear filled his voice. The wealth of Myr, our ships, our knowledge, all yours, your women too. Viserys asked as a test to see his conviction. To piss off the man, his violet eyes found a particularly beautiful figure among the Magister's retinue. She seems like a family member. She had the olive skin of Myr, with hair dyed in streaks of blue and gold, wearing silks so sheer they might as well have been mist. Orthes swallowed hard at his gaze, no sign of defiance. That was good, if it pleases your grace. My daughter Lysura is considered the jewel of Myr. The girl, no. She was a woman stepped forward with surprising grace. Where her father trembled, she was a little more reserved. She sweated just like the others, but perhaps because of Viserys' reputation with women, she moved with the confidence of someone who had been trained since birth to navigate powerful men. Her eyes, lined with kohl, held hope and calculation. It would be an honor to serve the Dragon King, she said, her voice like honey over steel. They think to control me through their daughters and courtesans, Viserys mused, as if I'm some green boy who thinks only with his lust. I didn't mean you when I asked about women, he said dismissively, enjoying how her perfect composure cracked slightly. He clapped his hands, and Viserion stopped her chaos. First, let's discuss how Myr will serve its new king. The next hours blurred together in a rhythm of conquest and consolidation. Everyone moved with fear around him, and he liked the feeling. Lately, that factor had decreased among the people of Westeros. In the Magister's own throne room, Viserys laid out his new order with the casual certainty of someone rearranging furniture. Yara Greyjoy will govern the port and naval defenses, he announced, gesturing to where the Iron Queen stood, still splattered with blood from the morning's fighting. She grinned like a shark scenting chum. Any ship that enters or leaves Myers waters does so at her pleasure. Your Grace, Magister Orthes ventured. The merchant guilds will adapt or drown. Yara finished, her hand resting on her axe. The Iron Fleet doesn't do negotiations. Viserys continued. The High Priestess Kinvara will oversee the spiritual needs of the city. The largest temple will be converted to serve Lawler. Kinvara stepped forward, her red robes seeming to glow in the afternoon, light streaming through stained glass windows. There's no need for that, Your Grace. There's a temple of Lawler here already, among other false gods' temples. Thankfully, our Lord of Light offers redemption to all who seek his flame. Even those who worship false gods may find salvation. And the nobility? Another magister asked, his voice carefully neutral, will be managed by my dearest princess Arianne Martell. Viserys watched Arianne move into view, noting how every man in the room suddenly paid attention. As always, she looked gorgeous in the Dornish silks, the color of burnt orange, the fabric clinging to her curves like water. The ritual had done more than grant her regeneration. It had restored a vitality that made her devastating to behold. Gentlemen, Arianne said, her accent making the word sound like a caress. We aren't barbarians here, are we? I know our greetings were a little rough, but I have a good feeling about this. I understand you're accustomed to certain privileges. Those who cooperate will find their position secure. Those who resist, she shrugged, the motion doing interesting things to her cleavage. Well, there are always vacancies in any organization. She's learning to weaponize her beauty even more effectively, Viserys noted with approval. Good. As the sun set over Myr, painting the city in shades of conquest, Viserys stood on the palace balcony with his 3 lieutenants. Below, the Iron Fleet filled the harbor like a forest of black masts, while the city's famous glass towers caught the dying light. One down, Yara said, taking a pull from a wine bottle Shed liberated. 2 to go. Viserys wasn't going to attack the other free cities yet. Just burning these cities wasn't the point behind this journey. He needed to conquer them, and a proper conquest needed a few months more than flames. First, the plan was to stabilize Myr and then delve into the other cities. Lys won't fight, Arianne predicted, leaning against the balustrade in a way that displayed her figure to advantage. They're merchants and poisoners, not warriors. The moment they hear what happened here, they'll be tripping over themselves to surrender. Tyrosh might resist, Kinvara added. They have pride, and their Sellsword companies will run the moment they see dragons, Viserys finished. Sellswords fight for gold, not glory. And there's no amount of gold worth facing Dragonfire. He turned to face them. These 3 women had become the pillars of his Eastern Empire. Prepare the ravens. Let every city from here to Karth know that the Dragon King has come to Essos. Let them know that Myr bent the knee in a single day. Of course, Your Grace. And let them know, he added, his smile sharp as Valyrian steel, that I'm just getting started. 3 months later, the chronicles would call it the Summer of Dragons, though for many in Essos, it felt more like the world ending. Lys surrendered without a single sword drawn. Their magisters, famed for their cunning and their poisons, proved equally skilled at reading the wind's direction. A delegation met Yara's fleet before the Ironborn even reached Lysine waters, their ships laden with tribute, gold, slaves they were ordered to free, and casks of their famous wines and poisons. We would be honored to serve the Dragon King, the lead envoy had said, practically prostrating himself on the deck of the Black Wind. Lys has always known when to bend rather than break. Tyrosh tried to resist. For a month, they held out behind their sea walls, their famous Sellsword companies manning the defenses. The Dust Scorpions, the Company of the Cat. Even a detachment of the Golden Company that had survived all took Tyroshi gold to stand against dragons. It was, predictably, a disaster. Yara's fleet strangled their sea trade, while Viserion and Regal turned their knights into hell. Not full assaults, as there was no point in killing civilians. Instead, precision strikes. A warehouse full of grain here, a barracks there, always keeping the city on edge, never knowing where the next blast of dragon fire would fall. They're not sleeping, Carl reported after capturing a fleeing merchant ship. The whole city's on edge, jumping at shadows. The Sellswords are demanding triple pay just to stay. Triple pay they won't get, Viserys had replied, studying maps in his command pavilion outside the city. Tyrosh's wealth comes from trade. No trade, no gold. No gold, no silsborts. He was right. After a month of siege, the Sellsword companies broke their contracts en masse. The Dust Scorpions were the first to leave, their captain sending a polite note explaining that their contract didn't cover acts of gods or dragons. The others followed within days. Tyrosh surrendered on a gray morning, their Archon personally opening the gates. The city that had resisted conquest for centuries fell without a proper battle. Pentos didn't even try. The Magisters, already shaken by Illyrio's death and the loss of their Golden Company connection, threw open their gates the moment Viserys approached. They presented him with keys to the city on a golden cushion, along with chests of gold and promises of eternal loyalty. "We have always been friends to House Targaryen," the new Prince of Pentos claimed, conveniently forgetting that they'd harbored Viserys enemies mere months ago. "We rejoice in your restoration. Politics makes liars of us all," Viserys thought, accepting their surrender with appropriate gravity. By summer's end, the western coast of Essos flew Targaryen banners. From the stepstones to the Bay of Pentos, Yara's iron grip controlled the waters. Her reavers, now bearing royal writs, had transformed from pirates to Coast Guard, crushing actual piracy while enforcing Targaryen tariffs with brutal efficiency. In each conquered city, Kinvara established grand temples to Rulaller. The Red Priests fed the hungry, healed the sick, and preached of the Dragon King who walked through fire. The small folk, long ignored by their merchant princes, flocked to the already prominent faith of Red in droves. "You are building something interesting, darling," Arianne observed one evening in Myr, reviewing reports in what had become their de facto capital. She wore a gown of Myrish lace that left little to imagination, her bronze skin glowing in the candlelight. "Not just conquering like any other king, but converting them to your followers. I think ITLL bear fine results." "Fear is good," Viserys replied, signing orders that would reshape trade routes across half the known world. "But so is love and respect. Love, properly cultivated, grows stronger with time." He looked up, meeting her eyes. "Isn't that how you're managing Dorne nowadays? Through love as much as strength." Every 2 weeks, head leave Viserion in Essos with Yara and leave for Dorne atop Regal with Arianne. Without her being present there every now and then, Trystane might make some stupid choice. And if he did, Viserion would have to take action, which might ruin the development between him and Arianne. So he took Ari there to perform her authority regularly. She smiled, moving to sit on his desk with feline grace, her thigh peeking out from the tailored cut. "Flattery, my king? How unlike you." "Statement of fact," he corrected, pulling her into his lap. "You've done exceptional work both here and in Dorne. The Myrish nobility eat from your hand." "Among other things," she said with a giggle, her fingers tracing patterns on his chest. "They're surprisingly eager to please once they understand the new order. That Lysara woman has been particularly instructive about local customs. I think she wants to be in your bed." "Does she now?" Viserys was amused. The Magister's daughter had indeed proven useful, though not in the way her father had hoped. Instead of seducing the Dragon King, she had become one of Arianne's most effective agents, using her connections to smooth the transition of power. "She's teaching me some interesting things," Arianne continued, her breath warm against his neck. "Did you know the Myrish have texts on lovemaking that would make a Lysine pillow house blush?" "Very educational. Perhaps you'll demonstrate later," Viserys suggested, his hands finding the curves, head memorized but never tired of exploring. "Perhaps I will," she agreed, kissing him deeply before pulling away. "But first, you have a visitor." A raven arrived from Bravos an hour ago. The playful mood evaporated. Viserys took the scroll she offered, breaking the seal to read the coded message within. His expression darkened with each line. "What is it?" Arian asked, all business now. "Our friends in Bravos are getting nervous," he said, setting the message aside. "This comes from one of Ross' agents. Tywin Lannister isn't hiding himself as much as before and can be seen in the streets of Bravos by my spies. Recently, he has been meeting with key holders of the Iron Bank." And worse, he paused, weighing how much to reveal. The faceless men have accepted a contract. The agent couldn't determine the target, but given the client, Arian finished. "They're coming for you." "Of course they are. That's a no-brainer. Let them come." Viserys stood, moving to the window that overlooked Myers Harbor. His fleet filled the water like iron serpents, while overhead, Viserion circled lazily. "I've been preparing for this. I defeated an assassin last time, and I'd do that again." "No," Arian agreed, joining him at the window, hugging his back gently. "You're not. But be careful. Tywin Lannister doesn't make moves without backup plans. He's the only man who's been running from under your nose for so long. Then it's fortunate I have backup plans of my own." He turned to her, his violet eyes hard as gemstones. "Send ravens to Norvos and Cohor, and a separate one to your mother. Tell them the Dragon King comes in peace, seeking trade and alliance. Let's see if they're smarter than their sister cities. You're not going to conquer them from the get-go? No, they're too close to Bravos. Ideally, I'd want to crush Bravos first before wasting time with those two places. And if Norvos and Cohor don't listen," Viserys smiled, and there was nothing warm in it, "then he'll reconsider making them wait. Then they'll burn like all the rest." The game was accelerating now, pieces moving across the board at dragon speed. But Viserys had learned patience in his years of exile, strategy in his months of conquest. Bravos could wait for its turn, nursing its refugees and plots. He had an empire to build first, and empires, true empires, were forged in fire. Chapter 153. 153. The mother of Norvos the Wind bit differently up here. Arianne pulled her fur-lined cloak tighter beside me as Regal descended through the mountain air, his wing beat carrying us closer to a city shed only known through stories. Norvos sprawled across its 3 hills like a stern matron watching the world below, all gray stone and iron discipline. "You're tense," I noted, raising my voice slightly over the wind. "Well, yes. It's my mother's city," she admitted, pressing closer to my side. She used to tell me stories of the bells, how they ruled every moment of life here. When to wake, when to work, when to pray. She hated those bells, and now she's returned to them. By choice this time. She didn't say it, but the irony was obvious. Malario of Norvos had fled Dorne to escape one kind of prison, only to return to another. The great bells began their toll as we approached. It was not the frantic clanging of alarm at seeing dragons, but deep, intentional notes that seemed to shake the mountains themselves. Below, the city moved with eerie calm. No screaming crowds, no fleeing merchants. Just orderly ranks of bearded priests forming up in the high plaza, their long axes held at ceremonial rest. "They've been expecting us." "Down, boy," I muttered, and Regal landed with surprising delicacy for such a massive beast, his jade scales catching the pale northern sun. The receiving party stood in perfect formation, not a man out of place. And there, breaking from the crowd with that familiar swagger, was Uncle. Arianne dismounted quickly, nearly stumbling in her haste. Oberyn Martell looked content. That was the shocking part. The Red Viper, who had spent 20 years nursing vengeance like a lover, actually looked at peace despite how I'd seen him last time. Ilaria Sand stood beside him, her hand on his arm. Both of them dressed in the somber grays favored by Norvashi nobility. "My favorite niece," Oberyn said, catching her in an embrace. "Though I suppose I should say my lady now." "Don't you dare." She pulled back to study him with a laugh. "You look well. Norvos agrees with you?" "It's quiet," he admitted, then turned to me as I approached. There was a silence before he sighed and lowered his head. "Your Grace, It's a pleasure to see both of you doing well. Dorne thrives under Ariane's hand. You gave her what my brother never would, and she's using it well despite not being present all the time. I incline my head slightly. Prince Oberyn, I trust your extended vacation has been enlightening? More than you know. His smile held edges. I felt rage for a good while, but as your story spread, I realized we survived a much worse fate. My brother still lives, after all, and my niece looks happy. Then he gestured at the disciplined ranks, the submissive city. You reshaped the world with fire and will, and my niece stands beside you. It's not a bad thing. I can respect that, even if it costs my family everything. Your family still rules Dorne, I replied smoothly. I'd say it cost you nothing and gained you much. Pretty words. A new voice cut through the reunion like winter wind. Is that how you seduce kingdoms, Dragonlord? With pretty words and prettier threats? Ariane's breath caught beside me. Malario of Norvos stood at the palace entrance like judgment itself. My eyes twinkled in surprise. She's gorgeous. Ariane hadn't gained her beauty from her father's side, it seemed. The long years had refined rather than diminished her beauty. Those sharp cheekbones, that proud nose, the dark hair now streaked with premature silver, rather than Norvashi gray. She was draped in sheer rose veils and golden silk. Her raven curls were adorned with jewels and a red flower, her golden eyes sharp. Mother, Ariane said softly. For a moment, Malario's stern mask cracked. She crossed the distance quickly, pulling Ariane into an embrace that smelled of cedar oil. My sweet baby, it's been so long, she murmured. What has he done to you? Given me everything father wouldn't, Ariane whispered back. Malario pulled away and turned to me, her dark eyes hardening once again. Viserys the Dragon Lord, she said, the title steeped in contempt. Welcome to Norvos. I trust you'll find our hospitality adequate for a conqueror. It's Dragon King, my lady. The negotiations were a disaster from the start. The Norvashi magisters sat like carvings, their long beards braided with copper bells that chimed softly with their movements. Since I wasn't here as a conqueror, but an ally, they spoke of trade agreements and garrison limits, of taxation and religious freedoms. All perfectly reasonable, all completely beside the point. Because Malario sat at the table's heart like a stone in a stream, redirecting every current of conversation back to resistance. The Dragon King offers protection. One magister ventured. From threats he himself creates, Malario countered smoothly. Our trade would flourish under unified rule, another tried. Our trade flourishes now, without dragons burning our neighbors. Each time I spoke, she twisted my words, painting me as either tyrant or fool. I watched her work with a mix of irritation and admiration. This was the woman who had stood up to Doran Martell for 15 years before finally walking away. This was the woman who'd rather live in exile than bend. After 2 hours of circular arguments, I stood abruptly. The talk is going nowhere with our disagreements, Lady Malario. I must request everyone else to clear the room. The magisters exchanged glances. I mean no harm, I clarified, eyes never leaving Malario's face. I require a private audience with Lady Malario to discuss the future of our two houses. Your Grace, Ariane began, but I cut her off. Go, Ariane. I didn't raise my voice, but I let the dragon beneath it show. Your mother and I need to reach an understanding. Oberyn took her arm gently. Come, yes. Some battles are best fought without witnesses. As the great doors closed behind them, I saw Malario straighten in her seat, every inch a Norvashi judge awaiting a plea. She had no idea what kind of fire was about to walk into her storm. The silence stretched between them like a blade. Malario of Norvos sat perfectly still, waiting for the threats to begin. The Dragon King would rage, would promise fire and blood if she didn't cease her opposition. It was what conquerors did when faced with defiance. She had prepared for this, steeled herself against whatever crude intimidation he might employ. Your husband was a fool. The words landed like a slap. Not what Shed expected at all. Viserys moved to the window, gazing out at the city below. Prince Doran Martell. The grass that hides the viper, they called him. Poetic, really. A man so careful, so patient, that he forgot patience without action is just another word for cowardice. How dare you, she began, then stopped. Why was she defending Doran? 20 years, Viserys continued, turning back to her. 20 years he waited after his sister's death, made secret pacts, whispered promises, moved pieces on a board only he could see. And what did it gain him? A cell in his own palace while his daughter rules. Despite herself, Malario felt a twist of satisfaction. He always did prefer shadows to sunlight, while you burned bright enough to blind him. Viserys moved closer, and she caught his scent. He smelled of smoke and steel and something that was indefinably dangerous. A woman of passion and fire, wed to a man made of whispers and waiting. No wonder you left. I left for my children. The defense came automatically. You left because he was killing you slowly. His violet eyes held hers. Not only did he send your children away to serve other lords under that foolish culture of fosterage, but he never listened to you until you refused to harm yourself. I understand why you're so skeptical about me, because you love your daughter, but trust me, I probably love her more. She scoffed at that. Did he know the entire situation? Norvashi did not follow the foster culture. They did not send their children away. Malario felt her sons were far too young. Nevertheless, Doran sent Prince Quinn away, which Malario never forgave him for. But when Doran planned to send their daughter, Arianne, to Tyrosh to serve as the Archon's cupbearer, Malario threatened self-harm. How dare Doran try to take another child from her? This time, Doran yielded and Arianne stayed in Dorne. Their marriage, although born of love, was never meant to work out from the start. The Dragon King added, every day in that palace, watching him plot and plan revenge, and yet do absolutely nothing while the world moved on without him. Your Norvashi nobility, bred for action and decision. He turned you into another of his ornamental pieces. The truth of it stung. You know nothing of my marriage. I know he let you go. Viserys settled into the chair across from her, casual as a cat. The Prince of Dorne, who schemed for decades to place a Targaryen on the throne, couldn't scheme his way into keeping his own wife. What kind of man loses such a woman through sheer neglect? The kind who preferred his plans to his family. The words escaped before she could stop them. Exactly. He leaned forward, a small smile on her lips. Tell me, Lady Malario, when Elia died, what did he do? The question unlocked years of buried rage. He waited, always waiting. While Oberyn raged and I demanded action, Doran sat in his chair and made plans. Her hands clenched. Do you know what it's like? Watching your husband accept his sister-in-law's murder with nothing but patience? Most sister-in-laws in the world weren't close. No, they often hated each other. That was not the case for Elia and her. They were more than blood-born sisters. The rage, the sadness she felt when she heard of Elias' death still stung her. I watched my entire family burn, Viserys said simply. The difference is I did something about it. Yes, and you also conquered cities that had nothing to do with your torment. It wasn't quite an accusation. In 3 months, I achieved more than your husband did in 20 years. No boast, just fact. I hold the Iron Throne. My dragons rule the skies. My enemies hide in bravos, reduced from lords to refugees. What did Doran's patience achieve? A dead son and a kingdom that bent the knee anyway. She wanted to argue, but the words wouldn't come. Because he was right. Damn him, he was right. You must hate me, she said instead, for opposing you. Hate you? Viserys laughed, and the sound sent an unexpected shiver down her spine. Lady Malario, you're the first person in months to challenge me properly. Your daughter seduces. Your former brother-in-law charms, but you fight. It's refreshing. Flattery now, but her voice had lost its edge. Truth. He rose, moving around the table with that fluid grace. You were wasted in Dorne, a falcon caged by a man who preferred sparrows. All that fire, all that passion, locked away in a palace where the greatest excitement was which wine to serve at dinner. He was close now, close enough that she had to tilt her head back to meet his eyes. When had he gotten so close? What do you want from me? The question came out breathier than intended. What I want. His hand rose. fingertips barely grazing her cheek. The touch sparked like lightning. I want to know what kind of woman walks away from a kingdom. What kind of fire burns hot enough to abandon everything rather than be slowly smothered? Don't. But she didn't pull away. Don't what? Don't see you for what you are instead of what Dorian tried to make you. His thumb traced her jawline. Don't recognize that you're worth a dozen patient princes? Despite being with Ari, you're trying to seduce me. It should have sounded like an accusation. It didn't. Am I? That damnable smile. Or am I simply the first man in 20 years to see you clearly? The worst part was, she believed him. In all her years in Dorne, surrounded by courtiers and schemers, no one had ever looked at her like this. Like she was a force of nature instead of an inconvenience. This is manipulation. Even as she said it, her body betrayed her, leaning into his touch. Everything is manipulation, Lady Malario. The question is whether the truth makes it less effective. His other hand found her waist. Tell me you don't feel it. This recognition. Two people who refuse to apologize for what they are. You conquer my daughter. The protest sounded weak even to her. I freed your daughter. Ask for yourself. Ask if she's happier ruling Dorne than she ever was begging for scraps at her father's table. The truth of that hit harder than any threat could have. When she heard of Arianne being with the Dragon King, that she had ordered her father to be sent to the dungeons, she was certain Viserys had manipulated her. But now that she finally saw her lovely daughter after so many years, she looked happier, more alive, more herself. You're dangerous, she breathed. To my enemies, yes. To those who accept me? He leaned closer, his breath warm against her ear. I can be quite generous. And if I don't accept you, then Norvos resists, and I walk away to plan my conquest in a different way. Matter of fact, without heat. But we both know that's not what you want. What I want. She laughed, but it came out shaky. You presume much, Dragon King. Then tell me I'm wrong. His lips were so close now. Tell me you don't want someone who matches your fire instead of try to smother it. Tell me 20 years of cold beds and colder comfort were enough. She should slap him, should call for guards, should do anything but what her body screamed for. Instead, she heard herself whisper, "You're not wrong." The kiss was inevitable as gravity. His mouth claimed hers with the same certainty head claimed kingdoms, and she responded with 10 years of suppressed hunger. He tasted of wine and power, and every forbidden thing shed denied herself in the name of propriety. Oh, she missed this. She missed this so much. When they broke apart, she was breathing hard. This doesn't mean it means whatever we decide it means. His hands were doing wonderful, terrible things to her composure. But right now, it means you're tired of being the dignified lady. It means you want someone who sees the dragon in you, not just the decoration. Arrogant bastard, but she was pulling him closer. Accurate bastard. He lifted her onto the council table, scattering carefully arranged documents. The question is, what are you going to do about it? For 20 years, she had been the perfect image of Norvashi nobility. Controlled, dignified, brupe. But the way he looked at her like she was conquest and conqueror both shattered those careful walls. Make your choice, she heard herself say, the words torn from some deep place, as the last of her careful restraint gave way. Desperate place. If you're such a conqueror, then conquer me. Show me what all your pretty words are worth. His smile was pure predator. With pleasure, the maps of empire crumpled beneath them, but neither cared. Empires, after all, were built on more than just paper. Malario's spine pressed into the cold stone table as his hands caged her. You feel it, he murmured, his voice velvet and steel. The way your pulse jumps when I touch you. Like Norvo's bells, it finally found a rhythm worth following. His thumb dragged across her throat, lingering where her heartbeat thundered. She swallowed, the motion dragging her skin against his calloused grip. Let's not enjoy myself too much, she told herself. He's the enemy. But her body shifted backward as he pressed closer. I don't, she started, but his mouth cut her off, bruising in its hunger. Fire flooded her veins, not the slow burn of wine, but the white-hot flood of dragon's breath. When he pulled away, her lips felt raw, her breath ragged. Your husband made you wait, he said, nosing along her jaw. You don't. I take. His teeth nipped her earlobe. You must want a man who can make decisions. Don't you? One who doesn't hide behind scrolls and silence. She gasped as his hands grabbed the front of her dress in a rough gesture. His smirk was wicked when he saw her shiver. You left Doran because he wouldn't ever please you, neither in passion nor in feeling, he said, his voice low against her skin. I will. The words were a promise, a warning. Then his tongue swept over her, and she clenched his shoulders, torn between arching into him and shoving him away. Dragon King, she managed, the title sour on her tongue. No, say my name, he demanded, biting down. Pain flared, sharp and electric, and she whimpered. Viserys, she said, catching her breath. King Viserys, you, He gave a small nod, his expression approving. Ari learned quickly. You'll learn faster. He gestured toward the table, and in doing so disarranged the maps of trade routes and treaties spread across it. Norvo's future crumpled beneath their weight. His mouth returned to hers, his lips tasting of ash and conquest. She bid him, not out of resistance, but out of lust. Oh, she was loving this. He laughed, the sound low and vicious, and she felt it reverberate in her ribs. The door could burst open. Oberyn could storm in. Arianne could his fingers found the damp heat between her legs, pressing through silk, and the thought evaporated. Let's head to a bedroom, she hissed, but her knees locked around his arm. Oh no, he whispered. You needed this. Someone who doesn't ask, who doesn't wait for your permission. His hand moved harder. Relentless. She bit her lip until it bled, the copper tang sharp on her tongue. Oh gods, she gasped at him, at the man who had taken everything from her husband. 20 years of pretending you felt nothing, and now you show me this reaction, he taunted. Tell me you don't feel it, that you don't want to kneel to me the way Norvos kneels to its gods. She didn't answer, couldn't. Her body arched into his touch, a silent surrender. Good, he said, and pulled her down to meet him. The maps were stained with candle wax. The city outside was still, but malaria burned. By the time he held her, consuming her completely, just as she had always longed to be, she answered all his questions, all his taunts, and they were all yes. Chapter 154, 154 Blood and Reconciliation. The morning sun painted Norvos in shades of gold and gray, but I barely noticed. My attention was fixed on the transformation at the negotiating table. Where yesterday Malario of Norvos had been a stone wall, today she flowed like water. Her fingers traced the rim of her goblet as she spoke, her voice carrying notes of honey that hadn't been there before. When our eyes met across the polished wood, her lips curved in a smile that promised secrets. She's practically purring, I thought, fighting my own smirk. Amazing what a good night together can do for international relations. I was forever grateful to the Dragonmite skill. The terms are most generous, Your Grace. Malario said, leaning forward just enough to display the curve of her breast through her gown. Today she wore deep purple silk that clung to every curve. Norvos would be honored to serve as a vassal state to the Dragon King's empire. The Magisters shifted uncomfortably. Yesterday, their lady had been their fiercest advocate, going against simple alliance. Today, she advocated for becoming a vassal, our autonomy in local matters. One bearded priest ventured. Preserved, I confirmed, my voice carrying the weight of command. I have no interest in micromanaging your bells or your beards. Continue your traditions. All I require is loyalty, taxes, and troops when called. And in return, protection. I let the word hang in the air. My dragons guard my vassals. My fleet secures their trade. My armies ensure their borders. Oberyn watched the exchange with barely concealed amusement. The Red Viper knew exactly what had transpired, the slight stiffness in Malario's movements, the way she unconsciously touched her throat where bruises had been kissed away. His eyes met mine, and his smile said well played without words. Even though that's his brother's wife, I was stunned. To be fair, Dorne was always weird with its love stuff. Arianne sat quieter than usual, her bronze fingers drumming against the table. She had dressed conservatively today for her, anyway. The burnt orange silk still hugged her curves, but the neckline was higher, the slits more modest. Her dark eyes kept darting between her mother and me, reading the new dynamic with growing understanding. She knows, I sighed in my head. If Oberyn noticed, of course she knows too. The garrison numbers? Another magister, trying to salvage something from the negotiations. 500 men. Malario answered before I could. Enough to maintain order, not enough to threaten our sovereignty. The Dragon King has been quite reasonable in his demands. The way she said reasonable made heat pool in my gut. Additionally, she continued, we'll establish a permanent embassy in Mir. Cultural exchange, trade facilitation, diplomatic channels. Norvos has been isolated too long. The magisters exchanged glances. This was more than surrender. This was integration all in favor. The eldest magister's voice creaked like old leather. Like an unpaid actor, Regal's roar came from the skies above. That seemed to crush any rebellious thoughts in this room. One by one, the copper bells chimed as bearded heads nodded. When the vote was unanimous, Malario rose with fluid grace. Then it is decided. Norvos bends the knee to the Dragon King. She moved around the table, her swaying steps drawing the eye. Shall we seal it with the traditional "a signature will suffice"? I interrupted, not trusting myself if she got any closer. Her laugh was low and knowing. The documents were signed, witnessed, sealed. My empire grew by another city, another territory added to the map. It still didn't feel real, nor was it totally so, not as long as Bravos and the faceless men stood, but it was something. As the magisters filed out, muttering about the changes to come, I caught Ariane's arm. You've been far too quiet, my princess, I said, and her eyes flicked to her mother, who looked away. At least that woman had some shame. We need to talk. Ari looked back at me and said, I know, but give me a bit, I said. The council chamber emptied until only my inner circle remained. Oberyn poured wine with the casual efficiency of a man who had spent decades making poison look like hospitality. Malario had shed her formal manner like a cloak, now lounging in her chair with feline satisfaction. So Oberyn began, settling back with his cup. While you've been conquering cities and apparently conquering my former good sister Malario's laugh was entirely unrepentant. I've been listening. Norvos sees much, being so close to Bravos. I leaned forward. What have you heard? Tywin Lannister no longer hides. Oberyn's casual tone belied the weight of his words. He walks openly in Bravos, meeting with keyholders, sea lords, anyone with influence. The gold of Casterly Rock that he fled with now flows like water. Buying friends. Let him buy. Ari snorted. Gold melts before Dragonfire. Does it? Oberyn's smile was sharp. He's not buying Sel's words, my dearest niece. He's buying something far more dangerous. Legitimacy. The Sea Lord of Bravos has been seen dining with him. The Iron Bank extends new lines of credit. The old lion's playing the long game, I thought. Building a coalition of the worried and the wealthy. There's more, Oberyn continued. Littlefinger haunts the moon pool, whispering in ears, spinning stories. They say he's convinced half the Bravosi that you're another Maegor come again. Maegor, I Targaryen. The tyrant. Quite the comparison. Maegor had only one dragon, I said dryly. I have 3, and Maegor died on his own throne. Malario replied, her eyes glittering. But Hayrace the interesting part. The old lion is not just building defenses. They're recruiting. Specifically, they're recruiting from the House of Black and White. The temperature in the room seemed to drop. I heard as much. How many? I kept my voice level, hoping Oberyn knew anything new that Roast report didn't depict. Unknown. But gold has been seen changing hands at the temple. Large amounts. Oberyn swirled his wine. Whatever they're planning, it involves the faceless men. Ariane stood abruptly. You guys can continue talking politics. I need air. She fled before anyone could respond, her silk skirts whisking against stone. Malario watched her go, then turned to me with eyes that had gone hard. Fix this, she said simply. It wasn't a request. The garden was a Norvashi marvel, full of geometric patterns of hardy northern plants. Everything in its proper place. I found Ariane by a fountain carved with bells, her shoulders shaking with suppressed emotion. Gods, even crying she's beautiful, I thought, watching how the sunlight caught in her dark hair, how her curves shifted beneath the silk. Allez donc. She whirled on me, eyes blazing. Just don't. I knew just having me wasn't enough for you, and I knew I have no authority to stop you from getting other lovers. After all, for all what it's worth, I was just your failed fiancé who never became your wife. Our engagement broke, and am now just a girl you fancy. I understand that. But my mother? Really? The pain in her voice cut deeper than any blade. I approached slowly, like approaching a wounded dragon. It wasn't planned. Oh, that makes it so much better. Her laugh was bitter. The great Dragon King just accidentally seduced my mother. Oops. Ariane. No. She backed away as I reached for her. You have me. You have Marjorie, Sansa, Yara, Kinvara, that whore Rose, probably a dozen others I don't know about. Why did you need her too? Because I'm greedy, I thought but didn't say. Because power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. And because Malirio was fucking delicious. Instead, I said, your mother was drowning in her own pride. I offered her a lifeline. A lifeline? Ariane's voice cracked. Is that what you call it? What would you have me do? Let her oppose us? Let Norvos resist and force me to burn it? I moved closer, noting how she didn't retreat this time. Your mother is a proud woman who needed to feel valued. I gave her that. By being with her. By seeing her. My hand found her cheek. My thumb brushing away a tear. The way I saw you in Dorne. Trapped, undervalued, desperate to matter. She trembled at my touch but didn't pull away. It's different. Is it? My other hand found her waist, drawing her closer. You were both caged by the same man's neglect. Both burning with the same need to be more than ornaments. Stop it. But her protest was weak, her body already responding to my proximity. Your mother made a choice. I murmured, my lips brushing her ear. Just as you did. And just as I've given you everything Dorne, power, immortality, I've given her purpose again. I hate you, she whispered, but her arms were wrapping around my neck. No, you don't. I pulled back to meet her eyes. You hate that I'm right. You hate that you understand exactly why she said yes. Ariane's sob broke against my mouth as I kissed her. It tasted of salt and surrender, anger and acceptance. When we parted, she was breathing hard. Promise me, she said. Promise me I still matter. That am not just another conquest. Ariane. I framed her face with both hands, making her look at me. You are the princess of Dorne. You bear my protection, my power. You'll live centuries at my side. Your mother is a pleasant afternoon. You are my eternity. Pretty words, I thought, but true enough. I really fancied Ariane. There was no lie in that. She was just fun to be around, fun to keep around. Piece of shit. You gave me everything, she admitted, voice small. Father would have married me off to some lord. You made me a ruler, so I can't even call you a liar. And I'll make you more. My thumbs traced her cheekbones. Queen of Dorne, when the time comes. Mother of dragons, perhaps. Whatever you want to be. She laughed, watery but sweet. You always know what to say. It's a gift. Arrogant bastard. But she was smiling now, that gorgeous smile that lit up her whole face. I still don't like it. My mother will be happy, I finished. For the first time in 20 years. Can you deny her that? Ariane sighed, melting against me. I hate when you're right. You love when I'm right. I kissed her forehead. You just hate admitting it. She pulled me down for another kiss, this one deeper, hungrier. Her body pressed against mine, with familiar need, curves fitting against me perfectly. When she pulled back, her eyes were dark with want. You're still in trouble, she warned. This is going to cost you. Bill me. She hugged me then, fierce and desperate, burying her face in my chest. I held her close, breathing in the scent of jasmine and spice that always clung to her. Sweet little girl, I laughed to myself. And that's when the air whipped. The needle came from nowhere. One moment, I was holding Ariane. The next, my hand snapped up, catching the projectile inches from her neck. The metal was warm, recently fired, coated with something that made my fingers tingle even through my immunity. Down! I shoved Ariane behind the fountain, wings erupting from my back in a shower of shadow. The assassin was already fleeing. a figure in gray darting across the rooftops. But fleeing from a dragon was like outrunning the wind. I launched myself skyward, fury burning in my veins. The city blurred beneath me as I closed the distance in heartbeats. The assassin looked back, and in that moment, their face began to change, features flowing like water, becoming an old woman, a young man, a child. Faceless men. I slammed into the assassin like a meteor, driving them into the stone roof with enough force to crater it. Bones shattered beneath my hands, but the assassin laughed. One of many, they wheezed, face still shifting. The many-faced god has been paid. The dragon's women will feed him well. Rage, white-hot and pure, flooded through me. My hands found the assassin's skull and squeezed. The laughter cut off as bone gave way, the face finally settling into stillness. A young woman, pretty in a common way, eyes staring at nothing. I stood slowly, gore dripping from my fingers. This one had been weaker than the first, less skilled. It wasn't after me. No, it was after Ari. Which meant, well played, lion, I growled to the wind. Well played. Tywin Lannister had declared war. Not on me, for that would be suicide, but on everyone I cared about, everyone who I loved. Tywin Lannister had changed the game, and he must pay the price. Chapter 155 155 Blood and Miracles. The morning sun was gentle across the construction site as Queen candidate Sansa Stark inspected the foundation of what would become King's Landing's first public bathhouse. Not for nobles or wealthy merchants, but for the small folk who had never known luxury beyond a bucket of cold water. The pipes will run beneath here, Your Grace, Master Builder Harmon explained, his weathered hands tracing invisible lines across the stone. Hot water from the boilers, just like in the Red Keep. Sansa nodded, picturing children who'd only known filth finally clean and laughing. And the separate sections for men and women? As you commanded, with attendants to ensure order. Small steps, she thought, watching workers haul stones with newfound purpose. Even these workers wanted to be done fast, but also making sure the work wasn't hasty so that they could enjoy what they were building. But even small steps can change a kingdom. The orphans from the nearby shelter had gathered to watch, their eyes wide with wonder. Little Willem stood at the front. The same boy had tugged at her skirts months ago. Head filled out since then, no longer the walking skeleton shed first met. Lady Stark, he called out, waving enthusiastically. Will we really get to use it too? Especially you, Sansa promised, crouching to his level. Every child in King's Landing will the world exploded into motion. Brienne's massive form crashed into Sansa, sending them both sprawling across dusty stone. Where Sansa had been standing, a crossbow bolt quivered in the ground, its tip gleaming with something dark and oily. Assassin, Brienne roared, already on her feet, her hand finding her sword's hilt. The workers scattered like startled birds. Children screamed, and from the scaffolding above, a figure in brown leathers dropped within human grace. No, Sansa thought, scrambling backward. This isn't good. There are children watching. The assassin moved like water given form, their face shifting between a young man and an old woman with each heartbeat. In their hand, a blade curved like a scorpion's tail caught the morning light. Brienne stepped between them and Sansa, 7 feet of steel and determination. You'll not touch her. The faceless man tilted their head, considering. When they spoke, their voice was neither male nor female, but something between. The many-faced god cares not for oaths or armor, woman. Stunt aside. No. The dance began. Brienne struck first, her sword singing through the air in an arc that should have split the assassin in two. But they weren't there anymore, flowing around the blade like smoke. Their poisoned dagger scraped across Brienne's breastplate, seeking gaps in the armor. He's too fast, Sansa realized, her heart hammering. Brienne's strong, but this thing moves like wind. The assassin's foot lashed out, catching Brienne's knee. The knight grunted, but didn't fall, bringing her pommel down in a crushing blow. It caught only air. The blade found a gap near Brienne's elbow, drawing blood. First blood to the many-faced god, the assassin murmured. Brienne's response was ahead, but that would have felled an ox. This time, the assassin couldn't dodge entirely. They rolled with the impact, but Sansa heard the crunch of cartilage. When they rose, blood streamed from a nose that kept changing shape. "You fight like a bull," the assassin observed, wiping blood with the back of their hand. "All strength, no grace. I fight like a knight." Brienne's voice was steady despite the wound. "With honor. Honor is heavy. Let me show you." They came together again like a whirlwind of steel and fury. The assassin's blade was everywhere at once. It was slashing, stabbing, and seeking flesh. But every time it found only steel. Brienne's thick and well-made armor turned aside strikes that would have killed an unprotected fighter. The armor, Sansa thought. That's why they hate knights. Can't dance around good steel. Still, the assassin was winning. Death by 1,000 cuts. Blood seeped from a dozen gaps in Brienne's armor. Her movements grew slower, every parry coming a heartbeat later. Then Brienne did something unexpected. She dropped her sword. The assassin's eyes widened, a moment of surprise. They lunged for the killing blow, blade aimed at Brienne's exposed throat. Brienne's gauntlet fist met the creature halfway. The impact was thunderous. The assassin's face caved inward, features flowing like melted wax. They flew backward, slamming into a stone pillar with a wet crack. "Grace is unimportant," Brienne said, picking up her sword again. The assassin tried to rise, limbs moving at wrong angles. Their face couldn't seem to settle on a shape, flickering between a dozen identities. They spat blood and teeth. "The many-faced god is patient," they wheezed. "If not today, then tomorrow. If not me, then another." Brienne's blade took their head before they could finish. "My lady," the knight was at Sansa's side instantly, checking for wounds. "Are you hurt?" Sansa looked down at her arm, where the assassin's first bolt had grazed her. The cut was deep, edges black with poison. She should have been screaming, should have been dying. Instead, she watched in fascination as the wound began to close. The flesh knitted together before her eyes, pushing out the poison in dark droplets. Within moments, only a faint pink line remained. Then nothing at all. "This how?" Brienne breathed. "I don't know," Sansa thought, flexing her fingers. "But I have suspicions. Regardless, I have a feeling who sent this assassin." She said aloud, "The marriage anniversary is nearby, meaning the queen will be chosen soon. So it must be." Understanding dawned in Brienne's eyes. "Lady Margaery." Their expressions steeled, and they headed toward the Red Keep to confront the woman. The Tower of the Hand had never felt so far away. Sansa's legs burned as they raced through corridors, servants jumping aside. Her mind churned with each step. How could Margaery do this? Even if we're rivals, I always treated her with respect. Sansa felt a sense of betrayal and rage as she walked down the hallway fast. "Margaery!" Sansa burst through the door without knocking. The scene that greeted them was a painting of horror. Margaery Tyrell lay sprawled on Myrish carpet, her hands clutched around her throat. Blood seeped between her fingers, staining the rose-gold silk of her gown. Her eyes, those clever eyes that had danced with ambition, now wide with terror. "No!" Sansa dropped beside her, hands hovering uselessly. "Margaery, hold on." The Rose of Highgarden tried to speak. Only gurgling emerged. "More blood, so much blood. She's dying." Sansa realized with crystal clarity. Actually dying. It wasn't Margaery who sent the assassin, no. The assassin had come after her too. And unlike Sansa, Margaery wasn't so lucky. The scene was horrifying. "Where's the assassin?" Brienne demanded, sword drawn. Sansa barely heard her. All she could see was Margaery's face going pale, lips turning blue. Their rivalry, their competition for queenship. It all seemed so petty now. "I'm sorry," Sansa whispered. "I'm so sorry. I thought you sent them after me." Margaery's eyes widened. She shook her head frantically, sending fresh spurts of blood across the carpet. "Not her. Of course not her. We were both targets." A roar split the sky like thunder. The balcony doors exploded inward as their savior came. Viserion landed on the rooftop with enough force to crack stone, while Viserys was off her back before the dragon settled. his face a mask of barely controlled panic. "Shit," he grumbled as he slipped through the window. "Did I come too late?" The smell hit me first. Blood and perfume and death mixing into something that made my stomach clench. Marjorie lay there like a broken doll, her beauty marred by the crimson spreading across expensive carpet. Fuck! Fuck! I dropped beside her, hands already reaching for the wound. The cut was precise, professional. Carotid artery nicked just enough to ensure a slow bleed. The faceless men's signature. To make them suffer, make them know death was coming. "How long?" I demanded. "Minutes," Sansa said, tears streaming. "We just found her." "Minutes." She had minutes, maybe less. She's not a virgin. The thought crashed through my panic like ice water. She doesn't have my regeneration. She can't heal from this. I'd been planning to give her the sacred ritual on our anniversary. 2 months. Just 2 more days. I'd want to keep her humble a bit longer. Didn't want immortality going her head too quickly. Stupid. Stupid. What can we do? "Viserys, you can save her, right?" Sansa's voice cracked. "What do we do?" The ritual needed preparation. Virgins at least one, since Marjorie had only been with that stable boy years ago. Curious about sex before marriage. She's told me about that, and she apologized for it. But apologies didn't complete rituals. We needed sacred oils, proper circles. Chance I barely remembered. We had none of that. We had minutes. And we didn't have Kinvara. Virgins. I spun to Brienne regardless. "I need a virgin now." The Lady Commander's scarred face went red, but she understood immediately. "I'm not you. You saved Sansa. You're too valuable for an experiment." "Lady Commander." I shouted at her face, and her eyes went wide. I knew she saved Sansa because the system had sent me notifications that Sansa was in danger. But here was Sansa, just fine, while Brienne had a trail of blood. Then Ser Garrett. She pointed at a young guard hovering in the doorway. "He took vows of chastity when he joined the King's Guard last month. Bring him. Now." She moved faster than I'd ever seen her, practically throwing the confused boy into the room. "Your Grace?" Ser Garrett was maybe 18, all gangly limbs and honor. "Sorry about this. I truly am. Your family will be compensated in gold," I said, and my blade opened his throat before he could scream. Sansa gasped. Brienne stepped back, but I was already moving, catching the boy's blood in Marjorie's empty wine bowl. My other hand found my dagger, slicing deep across my palm. Dragon's blood and virgin's blood. Life given and life taken. Would it even work? I mixed them in the bowl, the crimson swirling into patterns that hurt to look at. Marjorie's breathing had gone shallow, eyes starting to glaze. "Intention matters in magic," Kinvara had said once. "Will shapes the way." I had no circles, no chance, no sacri flammes. But I had will, and I had need. I poured the mixed blood over Marjorie's face, letting it run into her wounds. "Live," I commanded, pushing every ounce of desire into the word. "You didn't mean it. You don't get to die." "Live?" "Nothing." Her breathing stopped. Of course. What did I expect? I'm no wizard. My head went blank, and I clicked my tongue. I felt helpless. I'm just a guy who knew some lore and got lucky with a system, and light exploded from Marjorie's body. "You perform magic. You've purified and healed a target. Stat mana has been unlocked." She gasped like a drowning woman finding air, eyes flying wide. The wound on her throat sealed itself, flesh knitting together until only smooth skin remained. The blood vanished, burned away by whatever power had just worked through me. "Why, Your Grace?" "Viserys." Her voice was raw but whole. Then she was in my arms, sobbing against my chest, fingers digging into my shirt, like she was afraid I'd disappear. That was so scary. And my string. "My life just flashed, and I've got you," I murmured, holding her tight. "You're safe. I'm here. No one takes what's mine." Over her shoulder, I met Sansa's eyes. She looked shaken but relieved. Her own miraculous healing making more sense now. This had been close. Too close. I'd learned from my mistake last time, and so prepared for my own death by training against poisons and flames. But I was an exception, an anomaly. My women weren't superhumans. Not unless I lent them my power. The faceless men hurt my woman. Never again. The faceless men had made their choice. They'd accepted Tywin's gold and Littlefinger's whispers. They tried to take what was mine. Time to remind them why dragons had ruled the world. Your Grace, Brienne said quietly, gesturing to Ser Garrett's cooling corpse. It was shriveling in real time, growing into a dry corpse. What should we? He died protecting his queen, I said. See that his family is compensated. Gold, lands, whatever they need. It was inadequate. But then, most payments for life were. They'll try again, Marjorie whispered against my chest. No. I pulled back to look at both my queens. They want. Because the House of Black and White was about to learn what happened when you woke the dragon. Chapter 156. 156 dragons do. As much as I wanted to fly to Bravos immediately, there was some work left to do here in King's Landing to ensure protection. After all, the assassin that hurt Marjorie was still around. The morning light painted the royal bedchamber in shades of gold and crimson, finding me already awake between two sleeping forms. Marjorie's rose-scented hair spilled across my chest while Sansa pressed against my side, her auburn locks catching the sun like burnished copper. Sansa stirred first, those tully blue eyes blinking open with the clarity of someone who'd learned to wake instantly. A survival skill from darker days. Good morning, she whispered, careful not to wake Marjorie. My hand traced lazy patterns along her spine, feeling the warmth of her skin. How do you feel? Different. She flexed her fingers, studying them like they belonged to someone else. Yesterday, when that blade cut me, I felt the poison burn for just a moment before everything went numb. Then warmth like summer spreading through my veins, and the wound just closed. My gift to you. I pulled her closer, inhaling the clean scent of her hair. No blade will ever truly harm you again. No poison will find purchase in your blood. She shivered at my words, pressing a kiss to my shoulder. I still can't believe it's real. That magic like this exists. Magic has always existed, little dove. The Maesters just convinced the world to forget. Marjorie chose that moment to wake, her eyes fluttering open with none of Sansa's instant alertness. For a heartbeat, confusion clouded her features. Then memory crashed back, and her hand flew to her throat. It wasn't a dream. She breathed, fingers finding only smooth skin where yesterday a wound had nearly claimed her life. No dream. I caught her searching hand, bringing it to my lips. Though it was a nightmare, I almost lost you too. The mask she always wore, that perfect political smile, crumbled entirely. She pressed herself against me once again, trembling. I felt myself dying, Viserys. Actually dying. The world was going gray at the edges. My strength just leaked away with the blood. Sansa reached across me to take Marjorie's hand, squeezing gently. But you didn't die. He saved you. He did more than save me. Marjorie's voice held wonder and something deeper. Reverence, perhaps. Or ownership acknowledged. I can feel it, like fire in my blood, waiting. What did you do to me? I stayed with both of them last night after the scary incident, not just to comfort them, but to be there for Marjorie as she stepped into her new role. I sat up, drawing both of them with me. The sheet pulled around our waists as I held them close, one on each side. I gave you what I gave Sansa months ago, what I should have given you sooner, though couldn't because of your little curiosity experience before our marriage. Dragon's blood runs in your veins now. You'll heal from any wound, resist any poison. Fire itself will part before you rather than burn. And the wings? Sansa asked quietly. Like Yara? Those two, if you learn to call them. I demonstrated, letting my own wings unfurl from my back in a cascade of shadow and scale. Both women hummed, Marjorie reaching out to touch the leathery membrane with trembling fingers. Beautiful, she whispered. Terrifying, Sansa corrected, but her eyes held the same fascination. I let the wings fade, pulling them back into whatever space they occupied when not needed. You'll learn in time. For now, know that you're protected. Marjorie's tears welled up in her eyes. I played games all my life, Viserys. Smiled and schemed and maneuvered for every scrap of power. But yesterday, none of that mattered. I couldn't smile my way out of a slit throat. Couldn't scheme against death itself. No, I agreed, wiping her tears with my thumb. But I could, and I did, because you're my wife. Marjorie Tyrell is not just some political alliance or a beautiful ornament. Is she? You're mine to protect and mine to keep. She kissed me then, fierce and desperate, pouring all her gratitude and fear and need into the contact. When she pulled back, her eyes held a clarity I'd never seen before. The ambitious rose had been burned away, leaving something harder and more honest in its place. I understand now, she said softly, why the others follow you so completely. It's not fear or ambition. It's this, knowing that you'll literally fight death itself for us. Sansa nodded against my shoulder. She gave a knight's life for yours without hesitation. Just decided you were worth more. Because she is. My voice carried the certainty of mountains. You both are. Any who threaten what's mine will learn that lesson in blood. They exchange a look over my chest, something shifting between them. Where before there'd been rivalry, competition for the throne, and my attention, now there was understanding. They'd both been targets, both been saved. The shared experience had forged something new. Sisters, Marjorie said suddenly, reaching for Sansa's hand again. We're sisters now, aren't we? Bound by his blood, his protection. Sansa's smile was shy but genuine. I'd like that. I'd almost lost all my siblings. I still don't know where Arya is. It would be nice to gain one. I watched them embrace across me, feeling a satisfaction deeper than any conquest. This was better than fear. This was loyalty forged in blood and miracle, unbreakable as Valyrian steel. My queens, I murmured, holding them both. My roses and wolves. We stayed like that as the morning aged, 3 bodies intertwined, until duty finally called. They rose together, helping each other dress with a new familiarity. The rivalry hadn't vanished entirely. I could see it in the way they still preened for my attention. But it had transformed into something healthier. Competition between sisters rather than enemies. As they prepared to leave, I caught Marjorie's wrist. Send for Lady Commander Brienne. I have matters to discuss with her. Of course, Your Grace. She curtsied, but the gesture held warmth now rather than calculation. At the door, she paused. Viserys? Thank you. For my life. For everything. Always, I promised. The door closed behind them, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the sunlight. Time to reward another savior. Brienne of Tarth arrived within the hour, her armor polished to a mirror shine despite the faint bloodstains that no amount of scrubbing could quite remove. She stood at attention, every inch the perfect knight, but I could see the questions burning behind those startling blue eyes. Leave us, I commanded the guards. They filed out, closing the heavy doors behind them. Your Grace. Brienne's voice was carefully neutral. How may I serve? By accepting my thanks. I rose from my chair, noting how she tensed slightly. Even now, even after months of service, she expected mockery rather than praise. You saved Sansa yesterday. Threw yourself between her and death without hesitation. It is my duty, Your Grace. I swore an oath, fuck your oath. The profanity made her eyes widen. You think I care about words spoken in some sept? You save her because that's who you are, Brienne. Because you're the truest knight in the 7 kingdoms, with or without the title. Red crept up her neck. Thank you, Your Grace. Ask your questions. I moved closer, watching her discomfort grow. I know you have them. About the magic. About how Sansa healed. About what you witnessed in that room. She swallowed hard. That remarkable height, meaning she only had to tilt her head slightly to meet my eyes. Is it real? True magic? I saw Lady Sansa's wound close like nothing I've ever seen. It's real. I reached out, touching one of the scars on her face. She flinched but didn't pull away. A gift I can give to those I deem worthy. Dragon's blood, some call it. Protection against blade and poison. Healing beyond mortal ken. And you gave this gift to Lady Sansa? To Lady Marjorie? To all my women. I let my fingers trace the scar, feeling her tremble. It could be yours as well, Brienne of Tarth. She stepped back so quickly she nearly tripped. Your Grace, I am not. I could never be. Be what? Mean it? I followed her retreat, backing her against the wall. Tell me why not. Look at me. The words burst out, years of pain given voice. Am no delicate flower like your queens. Am too tall, too broad, too scarred. They call me Brienne the Beauty as a jest, because am anything but my hand covered her mouth, silencing the self-hatred. They're fools. Every one of them. Blind. Stupid fools who see a woman daring to be strong and can't comprehend it. I removed my hand, letting it rest against her cheek instead. She was trembling now, those blue eyes wide with something between fear and hope. Do you know what I see when I look at you? My voice dropped low, intimate. I see strength that puts most men to shame. Height that means you can look me in the eye as an equal. Scars that speak of battles won, of a life lived with purpose instead of cowering behind castle walls. Your grace. Her voice cracked. They mock you for not being their idea of beauty. Small, simpering things who exist to decorate a man's arm. I leaned closer, close enough to feel her breath quicken. I am not most men. And you, Brienne of Tarth, are magnificent. Brienne almost cried. No one has ever seen you. Not truly. My thumb stroked her cheek. But I do. I see the woman who stands 7 feet tall and makes it look graceful. Who wields a sword like poetry in motion. Who threw herself between death and my queen without a thought for her own life. I'm not like them, she whispered. You're other women. I don't know how to be soft or seductive, or I don't want you to be. The words came out harder than intended, almost angry. I want you exactly as you are. Honorable, strong, and mine to command. She stared at me, breathing heavy, and then closed her eyes. She had made her decision, leaning forward a little. I kissed her then, pouring all my desire and admiration into the contact. For a moment she froze, a lifetime of rejection making her doubt the reality. Then she melted against me with a sound that was half sob, half moan, her arms coming around me with crushing force. When we broke apart, she was gasping. Your Grace, I've never. I know. My hands found the buckles of her armor, working them loose with practiced ease. Another gift you've saved for someone worthy of it. Am I? The vulnerability in her voice nearly broke my heart. Worthy of you? I'm just a man lucky to be born with dragons. The real question, I said, pulling away her breastplate to reveal the padded tunic beneath, is whether I'm worthy of you. The truest knight in Westeros. The woman who saved my queen. She laughed, wet and broken. You're the Dragon King. And you're Brienne, the beautiful. I lifted her chin, forcing her to meet my eyes. My beautiful knight, if you'll have me. The last of her resistance crumbled. She pulled me against her, kissing me with all the passion she had kept locked away for years. I lifted her easily, for even at her size, dragon strength made it simple, and carried her to the bed. The night that followed was one neither of us would soon forget, a deep and enduring union unlike any I had known before. Brienne was Angle's in earnest need. She apologized for her inexperience until I silenced her with kisses, showing her wordlessly how perfect she was. As we became closer in that intimate moment, she bit down on my shoulder hard enough to draw blood, muffling her cry. The intensity of the connection heightened my emotions as we held each other, feeling the intensity of the moment between us. Why do you look down on yourself? You're so gorgeous, I growled against her throat. My knight. She could only gasp my name in response, pulling me closer as the moment deepened. Her strength was intoxicating. She could take everything I gave without breaking, meeting me as an equal in passion as in height. When she reached her peak beneath me, it was with a warrior's cry that probably echoed through half the Red Keep. I followed her over, overwhelmed by the force of the moment. As we lay side by side afterward, her head on my chest, I felt the now familiar tingle of magic. It's done, I murmured against her skin. You're changed now. Protected. This time, unlike the other girls, I lent her swordsmanship, rank S as well. Later, I stood on the highest balcony of the Red Keep, watching the sun descend toward the horizon. Brienne had left to resume her duties, moving with a new confidence that made me smile. Another piece claimed, another protector protected. The roar that split the evening air was familiar, yet a little unusual. Not Viserys' golden cry or Rhaegal's jade shriek. This was deeper, more primal. The sound of death given wings. Drogon appeared from the east like a piece of night torn free, his massive form blotting out stars. On his back, a figure in black and red, silver hair streaming like a war banner. My sister had come home, and from the fury in her bearing, shed come for blood. The landing shook the entire courtyard, stones cracking beneath Drogon's weight. Guards scattered like leaves before a hurricane, and even hardened knights stepped back from the black dragon's baleful glare. Daenerys dismounted with liquid grace, and I saw how the transformation remained. Her nails were claws now, her skin holding a faint shimmer like scales beneath the surface. Her violet eyes burned with inner fire as she strode toward me. Brother. The word was iron-given voice. Sister. I inclined my head slightly. Welcome back to King's Landing. She didn't bother with pleasantries. They sent one for me. In Meereen. A cupbearer I'd trusted for months, face flowing like water as they tried to pour poison down my throat. I know. The system had alerted me the moment the attempt was made. The moment steel was drawn against you, I felt it. Kaith warned me just in time. She paced the balcony like a caged dragon, her steps sharp with barely contained violence. I fed them to Drogon. Slowly. But it's not enough. No, I agreed. It's not. She whirled on me, and for a moment I saw not my little sister, but the mother of dragons, terrible in her wrath. I didn't even join your conquest of Essos. I stayed in Meereen, tending my freedmen, playing at peace. And still they come for me. Still I must pay the price for your ambitions. Our ambitions, I corrected gently. We're Targaryens, Dany, the last of our line. That alone makes us targets. Then let's remind them why targeting dragons is folly, she said, and her smile was sharp as dragonglass. What's your plan? Chapter 157, 157. 157, the serpent's gift the wind over Myr tasted of salt and conquest, but as Viserion descended toward the Magister's palace, something else crept in my nostrils. Fear. Raw, primal fear that had nothing to do with dragons. That's never a good sign. Daenerys landed Drogon beside me with grace, her silver hair whipping around her features. It was still a sight to see, as she looked around, the way her violet eyes held actual fire now instead of just a metaphor. Brother, she said, dismounting with fluid grace. The city seems Viserys. Arianne burst from the palace doors like a woman possessed. Her usual sultry confidence, that weapon she wielded as effectively as any blade, had shattered completely. Her bronze skin was pale, those dark eyes wide with panic. The burnt orange silk dress she wore was disheveled, clinging to her curves in disarray as she ran. It's Rhaegal. Something is wrong. My expression didn't change. I know. The system notification had been burning in my vision for the past hour, flashing like a dagger to my chest. Rhaegal has been afflicted with WRM blight poison. Status, critical. Shared skill poison resistance, B, is slowing the effects. My girls weren't the only subjects to assassination attempts. After I returned to Myr from Norvosh atop Rhaegal, I left him here and flew to King's Landing atop Viserion since she was faster. Some bastard had taken that chance to attack my dragon. You know? Arianne's voice cracked. Then why aren't you? Because knowing and fixing are two different things. I strode past her, my boots clicking against marble with barely contained rage. Show me. The courtyard they'd converted for Rhaegal was a scene from the Seven Hells. My jade dragon, my beautiful boy who had soared over conquered cities with such majesty, writhed in agony. His scales, once gleaming like emeralds in sunlight, had dulled to the color of old copper. Black smoke trickled from his nostrils with labored breath, and the sound he made. He must be in so much pain to be making such sound. It wasn't a roar. It was a whimper magnified 1,000 times, pain given draconic voice. Kinvara knelt nearby with her red robes pooling around her like spilled blood. The high priestess chanted in High Valyrian, her hands weaving patterns of flame that sputtered and died before reaching Rhaegal. Her ruby pulsed weakly at her throat, and I could see the strain in every line of her body. "My magic can't touch it," she said without looking up. "Whatever this is, it's beyond fire and prayer." "Of course it is." I stepped forward, but Regal's head snapped toward me, teeth bared. Even in agony, a dragon was dangerous. "You think simple hedge magic could affect a dragon? This is something older and darker." "Viserion," I commanded. Time for the Alpha to remind everyone why she ruled. My golden queen descended from her perch atop the palace, her wing beats sending tremors through the ground. She landed with earth-shaking force, her neck arching high as she surveyed her suffering sibling. Then she roared. The sound wasn't just loud, it was absolute. Windows shattered. Grown men, even far from here, fell to their knees. Even Drogon, massive and proud as he was, lowered his great head in acknowledgement. Regal whimpered and went still. "Good girl," I murmured to Viserion, then approached the trembling jade dragon. My hand found his snout, and through our bond, I felt it all. The poison wasn't just killing him, it was rewriting him, trying to corrupt the very magic that gave him life. W1 Blight, huh? I'd heard of it in the deep lore, the kind of poison that could only be brewed by someone who truly understood dragons. Someone who wanted not just to kill, but to corrupt. The Faceless Men? He was poisoned, I announced, and the girls fell still. This isn't some random attack. This was targeted, specific. Where's Captain Yara? A few minutes later, Yara Greyjoy arrived, striding through the crowd with her usual swagger. Even in crisis, she moved like she owned the world. Her leather vest was unlaced at the top, revealing the swell of her breasts, and her axes hung at her hips like deadly accessories. "Your Grace," she said, all business despite her appearance. "What do you need?" "Information. What was Regal's last meal?" She didn't hesitate. "Meat. A whole cart of prize cattle arrived from Dorne 2 days ago. Supposed to be the finest stock in the Seven Kingdoms." "Why the fuck did meat have to come from Dorne? Was there not enough in Myr?" I asked, glaring at her, and she began to sweat. "I don't know, don't ask me." Her gray eyes narrowed as she shrugged. "A tribute," the manifest said, "from Prince Trystane Martell. A gift to honor the Dragon King's dragons after some successful hunt in the Red Mountains." I didn't think much of it. The silence that followed could have choked a giant. This wasn't Yara's fault. She didn't have any reason to be suspicious of meat coming from Dorne. I turned my gaze to Arianne. Slowly, like a predator deciding whether prey was worth the effort. She understood immediately. The blood drained from her bronze skin, leaving her looking like a beautiful corpse. The dragon that she was gifted, now poisoned by food that came from her kingdom. Her mouth opened, closed, opened again. No words came. "Viserys," Daenerys said softly, "surely you don't think I don't think." My voice was winter-given sound. "I know." Arianne finally found her voice. No, Trystane wouldn't. He couldn't be that stupid. Couldn't he? I stepped closer to her, noting how she trembled. "Your brother, who loved Myrcella Baratheon. Your brother, whose intended bride I stole and made my cupbearer. Your brother, who watched his father thrown in a dungeon and his sister fly away on the back of his enemy's dragon." My words were a nail in a coffin. "He's young," she whispered. "Young and stupid and angry, but not this." Then explain the timing. Explain why the poison is found in the stuff he sent. Explain why your brother would send tribute at all when he's done nothing but sulk since you left. She had no answer. How could she? "Daenerys," I said, not taking my eyes off Arianne. My sister's face was a manifestation of rage as she watched her baby in pain. I'd simply taken Regal in, but it was Dany who awakened him. "Can you keep Regal calm while I work?" "Of course." My sister moved to the Jade Dragon's side, her own draconic nature calling to his. "But brother, we can't just leave the poison be, can we?" "Then I know we can't." I rolled up my sleeves, revealing arms corded with muscle. "I'm going to relieve some of his pain by drinking his blood." What followed was the longest hour of my life. It was painful beyond belief. Skill poison resistance, B, has evolved to poison resistance, A. The solar was quiet except for the scratch of quill on parchment. I'd been writing the same letter for 20 minutes, My words chosen with the care of a man building a gallows. To Prince Tristane Martell, by the time you read this, you'll know your assassination attempt failed. My dragon lives. Your sister weeps. And I am coming. You have 7 days to present yourself at Sunspear for judgment. By then, Bravos and the faceless men who gave you the poison will be ashes. If you run, I will burn every building in Dorne until I find you. If you hide, I will turn the sands to glass. If you fight, I will make your death last a moon's turn. Choose wisely. Viserys Targaryen, Dragon King, you're not really going to send that. Arianne stood in the doorway, still in the same disheveled dress. She'd been crying. I could tell from the slight puffiness around her eyes, the way her usual perfect makeup had smeared. Even in distress, she was breathtaking. The kind of beauty that made men start wars. Or end them. Why not? I didn't look up from the parchment. It's more warning than he gave Regal. Because you're not a monster. She moved into the room, each step careful, calculated. You're angry, and you have every right to be, but stop. The word cracked like a whip. She froze mid-step. I'm not in the mood for your particular brand of persuasion tonight, Arianne. I finally looked at her, letting her see the fury I'd been containing. Your brother tried to kill my dragon. Do you understand what that means? It's not just an attack on property, or even a pet. Dragons they're part of me. Killing Regal would be like tearing out a piece of my soul. I know. Her voice was small. I know, and I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Sorry doesn't heal Regal. Sorry doesn't undo betrayal. And it is not you who committed the crime, is it? She moved closer despite my warning, close enough that I could smell her perfume, jasmine and something darker, more dangerous. Then tell me what I need to do to fix this. You can't fix this. I stood, towering over her despite her own impressive height. Your brother signed his own death warrant. The only question is whether Dorne burns with him. Please. She reached for me, but I caught her wrist. Please, there has to be another way. The poison could have been intercepted, tampered with by the faceless men. You said yourself they're targeting everyone close to you. Maybe they're just trying to make us fight. You present a good hypothesis. I can't really put that down. After all, this poison was the infamous Iron Blight, brewed from the blood of dead dragons and found only in Old Valyria. My grip on her wrist tightened. However, your brother definitely was involved. I believe so. Someone whispered in his ear and gave him the tools. If he isn't involved, I'll ask him once I reach Dorne. And I have a feeling he'd admit the truth to my face. Then punish the whisperer, not the fool who listened. I released her with a laugh that held no humor. So it seems you two know deep down that your brother is willingly involved in this. And oh yes, I will punish the whisperers too. But fools who listen to whispers of regicide don't get to claim innocence. Viserys, please, you said, maybe they're just trying to make us, Arianne. You're right, they must be. In that case, we don't have to fight. I don't want to fight you, Ari. Be a good girl and leave. The words came out colder than ID intended. I'm not pleased right now. She flinched as if ID slapped her. For a moment, I saw past the gorgeous princess to the woman beneath, scared for her family, ashamed of her brother, terrified of losing my favor. Then the mask slipped back into place, and she straightened her spine. As you command, your grace. She left with as much dignity as she could muster. I listened to her footsteps fade before slumping back in my chair. Fuck, it wasn't that bad of a situation. Nobody really died while Tristane would, but who gives a fuck about his life? But this would have pointless emotional drama with my women that I wasn't too excited to deal with. Whatever, fuck him. The door opened again before I could properly wallow. This time it was Yara, and she didn't bother with permission. She never did. Trouble in paradise? She leaned against the doorframe with that insufferable smirk, all leather and danger and barely contained violence. She must have caught Ari in my last exchange, given the smirk in her lips. Image here, don't be so smug. Why not? She sauntered in, hips swaying with each step. It feels good knowing it's not just Greyjoys who have stupid brothers. Though I have a feeling you won't let this go as easily as you did with Theon. Theon was a boy playing at war with the Starks, not me. The anger bled into my voice despite my control. Tristan tried to kill one of my dragons. He tried to take a piece of my soul. The smirk faded. Yara might play at being heartless, but she understood bonds. This was more than the political implication of losing a dragon. There was emotion, too. The Iron Islands raised hard people, but they knew loyalty. She moved to me without hesitation, sliding onto my lap with practiced ease. Her weight was comfortable, familiar, passionate in a way court ladies never were. When she kissed me, it tasted of salt and iron and home. "So what are you going to do?" She murmured against my lips, her hands tangling in my hair. "I heard even your queens were nearly killed." "Yes." I drew her closer, my hand at her waist. "And for that, I will burn Bravos to its foundations." She leaned into me, a move that would have distracted a lesser man. But I need to do something first. I stood abruptly, lifting her with me before setting her aside. She pouted at the loss of contact, adjusting her vest with deliberate slowness. "Leaving already? Where?" She stretched like a cat, every movement designed to entice. "And more importantly, can I watch?" I turned to face her, feeling the dragon stir beneath my skin. Not the wings or the fire resistance, but something deeper. The part of me that had walked through molten metal and emerged unscathed, at least in metaphor. "No, you can't. I'm going to the Dothraki Sea." Her eyebrows rose. "That's random." "No." I smiled, and she actually took a step back. "It's necessary." Understanding dawned in her gray eyes. "You're going to slaughter them. Every last one. 100,000 screaming horse lords. Experience points made flesh. My very last level up session before I depounce at Bravos." Chapter 158, 158. 158 The Great Ash Sea. The Dothraki Sea stretched before us like an ocean of grass, rippling in waves that had once carried the greatest cavalry force in the known world. Now, 3 dragons cast shadows across those plains, and I couldn't help but taste the irony on my tongue. Hay race where it all began. Where the sniveling worm, I used to be sold his sister for a crown that never came. Viserys' muscles shifted beneath me as we descended toward the only thing that could generously be called a city in this wasteland. These Dothraki sprawled below us. It was a monument to theft and conquest, decorated with the broken gods of 100 defeated peoples. "Brother," Daenerys' voice carried across the wind from Drogon's back. Even after so long, transformed as she was, with those eyes holding violet flame and her silver hair whipping like liquid moonlight, I could see the girlhood once trembled before Khal Drogo. "I can't believe we're here." I guided Viserion to land on a ridge overlooking the city, Regal following with labored wing beats that made me more furious toward Tristan. The poison still worked through him despite my efforts, turning his magnificent jade scales dull as old copper. If you take a step back and look at this situation, yes, neither can I believe this is real. The two of us, riding dragons, about to have some twisted revenge, I said as Dany dismounted, her movements carrying that inhuman grace the ritual had given her. Even in leather riding clothes, she moved like water, given form, deadly and beautiful in equal measure. She stood at the edge, looking down at the sprawling camp. "This is where you sold me. Not an accusation. Just fact. Yes. No point in denying it. You're my baby sister, yet I traded you to a warlord for the promise of 40,000 screamers. Told myself it was for our birthright. Really, I was just a scared boy playing at being king." The wind carried the scent of horse dung and fermented Mares milk from below. Already, riders were gathering, pointing at her dragons with a mixture of awe and aggression. Last time, they had only seen Viserion when I picked up the injured Dany from the Dothraki Sea. They'd never seen 3 at once. They were about to see what 3 could do. "I hated you for it," Dany said quietly. "Not at first. At first, I was just terrified. But later, when I learned to be Khaleesi, when I found my strength, I hated you for making me find it through ravishment and suffering." My jaw clenched. That Viserys, that weak man, is dead. He died the moment I remembered who I really was. She turned to me then, those impossible eyes searching my face. "Is he? Or does he live on in the Dragon King, who takes what he wants without asking?" I take from those who would take from me. I conquer those who would see us weak. I gestured to the city below. These are the people who made you a slave, who would have used you until you broke, then tossed you aside for the next pretty thing. They made you strong, yes. But at what cost? Everything has a cost. She looked back at Viserys Targaryen, with a massive hall of the Dash Colleen dominated the center like a grass-woven mountain. The crones there told me I would bear the stallion who mounts the world. They spoke a prophecy while I bled on my wedding night. The image made my fists clench. In my old life, watching the show, it had been dramatic television. Living it, knowing this was my sister, then let's show them what their prophecies are worth. I pointed to the temple. That place is where they blessed your slavery. You should be the one to burn it. Start the ceremony, Dany. Let them know the Dragon Queen has come home. A smile touched her lips. Not kind, but satisfied. She remounted Drogon with grace. Every movement oozing with the power flowing through her veins. My gift, my protection, making her more than human. We descended together, 3 dragons casting apocalyptic shadows across the sacred city. By the time we reached the outskirts, a small army had gathered. At their head rode what had to be the current call, his bells chiming with each movement, bare chest scarred from 100 victories. Khaleesi, he called out in accented common tongue, his arak held low but ready. I suppose it was common knowledge that their previous Khaleesi was the mother of dragons. You return to the sacred city. Why you bring dragons to this place of peace? Dany hovered above him on Drogon, looking down like a goddess contemplating an insect. I am no Khaleesi, she announced, and I felt satisfaction ripple through my veins. Yes, of course. She was no stupid barbarian queen. She was a Targaryen. I am Daenerys Targaryen, the unburnt, mother of dragons, and the breaker of chains. And I have come to collect a debt. What debt? The Khale's brow furrowed. You were wife to Khal Drogo. He is dead. You owe nothing, or owed nothing. I owe nothing, she agreed. Then her voice hardened to steel. But you owe everything. She turned Drogon toward the temple, that massive structure where the Dash Colleen practiced their blood magic and proclaimed their prophecies, where they declared her child would conquer the world, where they blessed her sail into slavery, where they tried to crown me with molten gold. The word that came from her lips was almost gentle. Dracarys. Black-tinted flames erupted from Drogon's maw, not the golden flame of Viserion or the green of Regal, but something darker, hungrier. The temple didn't burn. It disappeared, consumed so completely that even the smoke seemed to flee. The crones inside didn't have time to scream. The Khal's roar of rage was drowned out by the war cries of 100,000 throats. They came like a tide. Magnificent, I smiled, watching the horde surge toward us. The Dothraki moved as one vast organism, a living sea of horses and steel. Their arrows filled the sky like a plague of locusts, only to turn to ash against dragon scale. Their war cries shook the earth, 100,000 voices united in fury. Time to remind the world why dragons conquered it. Dany, take the western flank, I called out, already guiding Viserion into a dive. Try to stay back if possible, and leave most for me. My magic needs the kills. Regal, stay close. We're going to feed you enough death to burn out that poison. What followed wasn't a battle. It was an execution. Viserion's flames carved through their ranks like a golden scythe through wheat. I watched a young rider, probably no older than 16, raise his arak in defiance. The weapon melted in his hand, the liquid metal fusing with his flesh before the rest of him caught fire. He screamed for his mother in Dothraki as he died. Another rider, this one with gray in his beard, tried to rally his Khalasar. Stand firm. There are only 3. We are Legion. We are B. Regal's green fire caught him mid-speech, and he toppled from his horse, still burning as the mount trampled him in its panic. The notifications came like rain. Your dragon, Regal, has killed a human, Dothraki horse rider. You've received experience points. Again and again, a constant stream of death made digital. I guided Viserion low, her flames washing over a packed formation trying to organize a charge. The front ranks simply ceased to exist vaporized by heat that could melt stone. Those behind them caught fire from proximity, their screams joining the hellish chorus. Horses went mad with terror, throwing riders and trampling them in their panic to flee. But there was nowhere to flee to. "Herd them back," I commanded, slowly standing up atop Viserion. I spread my wings and began to hover above Viserion. The sight of a man with dragon wings broke something in these dirty barbarians. I heard prayers to their horse god, pleas for mercy, curses in a dozen dialects. A woman, for they had women warriors too, stood her ground as others fled. She was magnificent in her defiance, twin rocks spinning as if she could cut the very flames. I admired her for the 3 seconds it took Viserion to reduce her to carbon. To the west, Drogon moved like divine judgment. Dany had abandoned any pretense of mercy, her dragons sizzling fire punching holes through their formations. I watched her strafe a supply line, the wagons exploding into splinters, their contents, food, water, children's toys, scattered across the burning grass. Children's toys. There are children down there. The thought came and went. This was war. This was necessity. This was the price of power. You've leveled up. You've leveled. You've reached level 87. More and more levels showered me as minutes turned into hours. Regal, despite his weakness, fought with desperate fury. Every blast of green flame seemed to strengthen him, as if the death itself was medicine. His targeting was less precise than his siblings, but what he lacked in accuracy, he made up for in enthusiasm. An entire Khalasar simply vanished under his assault. 3,000 riders reduced to ash in memory. "That's it, boy," I murmured. "Feed, grow strong." The grass itself caught fire, creating a wall of flame that trapped thousands. They milled in panic, some trying to ride through the inferno, others dismounting to pray. None of it mattered. Viserion swept over them like the hand of an angry god, and they were no more. An hour in, the organized resistance broke entirely. What had been a coordinated horde became a terrified group of individuals, each barbarian seeking their own salvation. Some rode for the mountains. Others tried to hide among the burning remnants of their city. A few, driven mad by the horror, charged directly at the dragons. Seeking a quick death, we gave them what they sought. "You learn to fly," I called to Dany as she soared past on her own wings, Drogon circling below. Recently, her voice carried a wild edge, drunk on destruction. "The power you gave me, it keeps revealing new gifts." Although to be fair, it was obvious wings would allow me flight. I just didn't have the courage to do it. She was beautiful in her terrible glory, silver hair streaming, violet eyes blazing with inner fire. My sister, my weapon, my creation. The frightened girl sold to Drogo was gone. In her place flew something altogether more dangerous. "You've reached level 95. Iron Blight, Toxin 80 purged from Regal. Since my level was connected to my dragons, it strengthened them too. The great grass sea burned. What had been an ocean of green became a hellscape of black glass and charred bone. The air itself seemed to scream with the voices of the dead. Somewhere in that inferno, the call had challenged us died, his bells melting into his skull. By the time the sun began to set, it was over. 100,000 Dothraki, the greatest cavalry force in the world. The scourge of Essos, gone, defeated, massacred, annihilated, and burnt into a sea of ashes. We landed in what had been the center of Viz Dothrak. The sacred city was now a monument to ash, the stolen gods of conquered peoples standing as silent witnesses to a genocide that dwarfed any their original worshippers had suffered. Regal looked better. Not totally healed, that would take time, but his pain seemed to be gone now, and his scales had regained some luster, his eyes some clarity. The poison fought a losing battle against the sheer life force who had fed him. The final level up of the day flashed before me. Ding! Viserys Targaryen, you've reached level 100. Congratulations! You've reached the first milestone. I dismissed the notifications, as well as the choice of new abilities. Numbers on a screen. ID, choose them later when making my way to Bravo's next. The real count lay around us in carbonized bone and melted bronze. Brother. Dany's voice cracked. She stood among the ashes, looking up at the starry sky. She looked beautiful like that. She slowly looked down, meeting eyes with me, as tears cut through the soot on her face. I need a hug. I pulled her against me without hesitation. She sobbed into my chest, her body shaking with emotions too complex for words. Joy at vengeance achieved. Horror at what we'd done. Relief that the ghosts of her past were finally, truly dead. It's over, I murmured into her hair. They can never hurt you again. I know. Her arms tightened around me. I know. But brother, what have we become? I looked out over the devastation we'd wrought. The Dothraki sea was no more. In its place stretched an ash-covered wasteland that would be barren for generations. We become what we needed to be, I said finally. Creatures of fire and blood, beautiful and terrible, capable of miracles and atrocities in equal measure. We're dragons. Image hero. How odd it felt. How good it felt. The ash clung to Daenerys' skin like a second layer, a dark veil over her pale flesh as she stood amidst the ruins of Viserys Targaryen, hugging her brother. The air was filled with the scent of charred earth and death, a bitter tang that coated her tongue. Her heart thundered in her chest like a chaotic drumbeat of triumph and sorrow, rage and relief. Shed burned it all. Every last memory of her enslavement, every trace of the girl who had been sold here. Yet, as she clung to Viserys, his strong arms a fortress around her trembling frame, something deeper stirred. Something raw and hungry. Viserys, brother, she whispered, her voice ragged from tears and shouting over the roar of dragonfire. She pulled back just enough to look into his eyes, those violet depths mirroring her own, burning with a ferocity that matched the wasteland around them. Kiss me. His gaze sharpened like a predator catching the scent of need. He didn't hesitate. His lips crashed into hers, hard and claiming, tasting of smoke and iron. It wasn't gentle, and she didn't want it to be. Her fingers tangled in his silver hair, pulling him closer, needing to feel him against her, to drown out the screams still echoing in her mind. The kiss deepened into a mess of their tongues, and his hands were everywhere at once. They roamed her curves with a possessive greed, as if she belonged to him, and only him. Then again, did she not? Did she have the freedom to choose another man? Truly, she was his, as she was meant to be, as she was born to be. He held her close, his hands resting at her waist, the scorched leather of her riding gear warm between them. A low sound rumbled in his chest as she leaned into him, a quiet thrill passing between them. Then his hand came down hard on her ass, a sharp spank that made her gasp into his mouth, the sting blending with a dark thrill. Viserys, she breathed, half plea, half demand, as he pushed her backward. Her boots crunched into the still warm ashes, the heat seeping through the soles, but it didn't burn. Fire couldn't touch her, couldn't touch them. They were dragons, born of flame and blood, and the scorched earth beneath them was as much their home as any castle. He shoved her down, and she let him, falling into the ash with a soft thud. It puffed up around her like a gray cloud that settled on her skin as he loomed above, his presence a weight that pinned her more than his body. His hands toward her clothes, ripping away the leather with a ferocity that matched the inferno they'd unleashed. She matched his urgency, clawing at his tunic, yanking it free to reveal the hard muscles of his chest, dusted with ash and sweat. Their garments fell away, discarded into the blackened ruin, leaving them bare to the cooling night air and the last flickering embers. Naked, they collided again, rolling across the ash-strewn ground. The heat of it kissed her skin, an embrace that couldn't harm, only heighten every sensation. She wrestled for control, pushing against his strength until she held the dominant position above him, her legs pressing firmly around his middle. He allowed it, for if he didn't, she could never overpower him in strength. Her brother was much stronger than the creature she'd become. Her silver hair fell in a wild curtain around them as she looked down at him, her breath coming in sharp pants. "I'll take the lead this time," she said. Desire burned in her core, a need so fierce it bordered on pain. She wanted him, needed him. After all the destruction, all the pain of this place, she craved something to fill the void. "You're mine," she hissed, her voice low and guttural, as she reached between them. Her breath quickened as she drew him closer, and she sank down, claiming him in the aftermath of ruin. Pulling her close with a shuddering sound, her body adjusting to his intense presence. His ability wasn't just a boast. It was a force, overwhelming her senses from the start. "God's sister, someone's energetic today," he groaned, his hands gripping her hips, urging her to move. And she did. She moved with a hunger that bordered on feral, her body rocking against his, her motions pressing ash into their skin. The heat of the ground, the last muttering flames crackling around them like popping corn, only fueled her. Each movement was a reclaiming, a way to erase the ghosts of V's Dothrak, to rewrite her story in this sea of ash. It was a welcome release, of course. Gods, why did he feel so overwhelming? Viserys moved with her, his fierce energy driving her higher, his movements rough and yet strangely satisfying. It was as if he sought to atone for every wrong done to her here, every tear shed in this cursed place, by drowning her in ecstasy. She couldn't complain. Her nails raked down his chest, leaving red trails through the soot, marking him as hers as much as she was his. The world narrowed to the heat of their bodies. The sound of bodies colliding, the ragged gasps that mingled with the dying whispers of fire. "Harder! You fool! Give me everything you've got," she demanded, her voice breaking on the word, and he obeyed. His grip tightened, bruising, as he flipped their positions, holding her down beneath him once more. He pulled her close with relentless force, pressing her deeper into the ash, the heat of it cradling her as he held her. She arched toward him, meeting every movement, her body trembling with sensation, coiling tighter and tighter until she broke free. If he wanted, he could grab her hair, push her face into the ash, and break her. He didn't. He allowed her to enjoy whatever she wanted to do this once. And she couldn't be more confused. Maybe she wanted her face to be pushed down? Her cry echoed across the ruined plain, a sound of raw triumph. Waves of intensity surged through her, dragging her into a realm where nothing existed but the feel of him. Viserys followed, a guttural roar tearing from his throat as he reached his peak, his body shuddering with the force of it. They collapsed together, panting, tangled in ash in each other. The last of the flames flickered nearby, casting fleeting shadows over their entwined forms. The heat of the ground lingered like a natural warm bed beneath them, untroubling to their dragon-forged skin. Daenerys rested her head on his chest, listening to the thunder of his heartbeat, feeling the weight of what they'd done. Both the destruction and this act of raw, desperate connection. "Viserys," she murmured, tracing circles on his skin through the soot. She raised her head, looking into his eyes. Her face went red as she confessed, "I think I want you to be intense with me, hard and demanding. Your strength with my back turned and face buried in the ash. Brother, won't you push me harder?" His hand tightened in her hair, pulling her closer. "I had a feeling. This isn't easy for you, sister. Get into position. The night is young." She closed her eyes for a moment, letting the truth of his words settle into her bones, truly realizing where they were compared to their past. They were dragons, and they were happy together, with her ass up, face pushed into the ash, nostrils filling as she found it difficult to breathe. Dany's body moved as her brother held her close, just the way she wanted him to. Today was beautiful for her, and she knew she'd remember this moment for the rest of her life. Chapter 159, 159, The Titan's Gauntlet. The wind tasted different over the narrow sea. Not like the smoke and death that still clung to my nostrils from the Dothraki ash sea, but salt and possibility. I couldn't hate the change. It was refreshing. Below us, the waves caught moonlight like scattered diamonds, and I finally had time to process what 100,000 deaths had bought me. Time to see what genocide gets you in this fucked up world. The notifications have been piling up like corpses, and ID dismissed them all during the slaughter. Now, with Bravo still hours away, I open the floodgates. You've received experience points. You've reached level 75. Congratulations! Your old Valyrian blood has strengthened. Your levels have reached a breakthrough. Your class, the Dragon King, has strengthened. As a Dragon King, you are a dragon yourself. What dragon is limited by a mere mortal human body? You can now choose a draconic trait to evolve yourself. I pulled up my status page, the numbers glowing in my vision like prophecy written in fire. Page Viserys Targaryen, the Dragon King, 23 years old, level 100A milestone. Mana, 3030 108 STR, 111 Yindi, 109 DX, 115 INT, 102 LUC, 350 AUTH page authority at 350. That's quite significant. In the show, they'd never quantified power like this. But here, living it, I could feel what those numbers meant. The weight of command, the gravity that bent lesser wills to mine. Usually, my stats increased with the number of my level, and sometimes a point or two more based on my activities. AUTH was different. It jumped dozens as my influence grew. There was the new mana stat too, something ID discussed with Kinvara, which enlightened me with quite a few ideas on how to use it more importantly. ID crossed a milestone. Two major thresholds crossed. Level 75 and level 100. The system demanded choices. For level 75, the options appeared like offerings from dark gods. Choose your third major dragon trait. Molten Heart, Draconic Majesty, Draconic Perception, Breath of Annihilation, no descriptions. Just names. The system loved its mysteries. But after what the Faceless Men had pulled poison, assassination attempts, striking at my women, the choice was obvious. I needed something that make people tremble in their boots by my name alone. I selected Breath of Annihilation. Power flooded through me. Not the warm rush of previous upgrades, but something colder. Deeper. I felt my throat change, new organs forming, a furnace of destruction nestling beside my lungs. When I exhaled experimentally, the air itself seemed to recoil. "Brother?" Dany called from Drogon's back, her transformed senses picking up the change. "Just becoming more myself," I replied, voice carrying new harmonics that made Viserion rumble approval beneath me. The level 100 choices materialized. Dragon King, milestone trait. Choose one. Dragonheart, Nexus, Eternal Flame, Core, Draconic Apotheosis, Flameborn Authority, the World Eater's Legacy World Eater. The name alone sent shivers through me. In the lore, Balerion had been called the Black Dread, but there were older names. Darker names. Dragons that had eaten cities whole in Valyria's height. I was done playing small. The World Eater's Legacy selected. The change hit like dragon fire injected directly into my veins. My bones groaned as my muscles tore and reknitted stronger. The world sharpened until I could count the scales on Regal flying a mile away. Power, raw and absolute, settled into my core like a sleeping volcano. I suddenly knew what this skill meant. No, it wasn't a complete dragon transformation, but it was majestic enough regardless. Viserys. Dany's voice held alarm now. Your eyes, I caught my reflection in Viserion scales. My pupils had become vertical slits, glowing with inner fire. When I smiled, my teeth looked sharper. Good. We're almost there, I said, pointing to the horizon where mist gathered like a shroud. Bravos. The secret city, where our enemies think stone and water can protect them from dragons. Don't be arrogant. They have the Faceless Men. Dany reminded me, though her voice held more excitement than fear. My gifts had changed her too, made her hunger for the violence ID awakened in her blood. The Iron Bank. Tywin's gold. They have corpses walking, I corrected. They just don't know it yet. The Titan of Bravos emerged from the mist like a bad memory. That massive bronze guardian, legs straddling the channel, sword raised to the sky. In the show, it had been impressive CGI. In person, it was a monument to human arrogance. Time to remind them why dragons ruled and men knelt. Remember, I called to Dany as we approached, Tywin first, then Littlefinger. The faceless men die last. I want them to watch their sponsors burn. She laughed, wild and free. As you command, my king. We dove toward the city of assassins and bankers. 3 dragons and 2 monsters wearing human skin. Unsurprisingly, they were ready for us. The Titan's eyes lit up like funeral pyres. That's not right. Bronze shouldn't glow. Bronze shouldn't move. But as we approached, panels ID never noticed because they never existed in the show, slid open across the Colossus body. The morning sun caught on metal. Lots of metal. Scatter. I roared, but the sky had already become death. Scorpion bolts filled the air, not the crude spears Cersei would later use, but works of art. Each one was thick as my arm, tips gleaming with that oily sheen that screamed magic. The cables that launched them hummed with power, and I realized with crystal clarity what we'd flown into. They knew we were coming. I'm not surprised, but they seem to know a bit too much. Magical divination? I yanked Viserion hard left, my new senses screaming warnings. A bolt passed so close, I felt the wind of its passage. Another grazed Viserion's side, drawing a line of golden blood. Then one hit true. The impact threw me forward as Viserion shrieked. The bolt had punched through her right wing where it met her body, and I could feel her pain through our bond like my own arm being torn off. Viserion. I tried to steady her, but more bolts were coming. So many more. I didn't expect their scorpion bolts to be so strong. To hurt my main dragon, Viserion, who was much tougher than the wyvern type that was Regal and Drogon, there must be impressive magic working behind those bolts. To my right, Regal took one in the shoulder and began spiraling. Drogon reared to avoid a shot aimed at his heart, and I watched in slow motion as Dany was thrown from his back. Well, shit. Her wings erupted, those beautiful shadows ID gifted her, but the Bravosi had planned for that too. Smaller bolts, faster, fired from rooftops and towers. They shredded her wings like paper. My own wings burst free as Viserion's damaged wing gave out entirely. We were falling, all of us, dragons and riders alike. The city rushed up to meet us, and I had just enough control to aim for a terracotta roof instead of the stone streets. The impact drove all breath from my lungs. Tiles shattered, beams cracked, and I went through 2 floors before stopping in what looked like some magister's dining room. My wings were in tatters, bones broken in at least 3 places. Yet, I couldn't be more relaxed. Level 100, and am still meat when I fall from the sky. Fantastic. Dany. I hauled myself up, ignoring the protest from my ribs. H here. Her voice came from nearby, pained but alive. Through a hole in the wall, I could see her pulling herself from a destroyed fountain. Blood ran down her face, and her left arm hung wrong. Above us, our dragons circled helplessly. The narrow canals and packed buildings made them flying fortresses with no room to maneuver. They couldn't even breathe fire amid the shower of bolts they were busy dodging. Grounded, separated from our dragons, in a city full of magical assassins. I thought while my eyes picked up movement in the shadows. On the rooftops, in the windows, they emerged like nightmares given form. Men, women, young, old, faces flowing between identities like water. Every one of them held a blade that seemed to drink in light. Faceless men, Dany said, pressing her back to mine as we were surrounded. I counted. 20, 30, more appearing every second. In the show, Arya had trained with them. They'd seemed mystical but manageable. These were different, similar to the one who had attacked me back in Casterly Rock. These moved like death itself had taken human form and decided to multitask. One spoke, its voice neither male nor female. Viserys Targaryen, we meet again. This time we shan't fail. The many-faced god has been promised her death. The gold has been paid. The covenant is sealed. Yeah, I spat blood, feeling my ribs already beginning to knit thanks to my regeneration. Get in line. These rude folks did not listen and rather attacked as one. The first to reach me got a surprise. My neck flexed strangely as the new organ in my throat contracted. Instead of fire, pure annihilation erupted from my mouth. A beam of concentrated fire, like plasma. The faceless man didn't burn, though. He simply ceased. One moment there, the next, not even ash remained. Breath of Annihilation activated. Cooldown, 60 seconds. 60 seconds? Fuck, that's new, Dany said, her sword where had she gotten a sword? Taking a faceless man's head. The body fell, but the face kept changing even in death. Gift for my magic, I replied, ducking under a blade that would have opened my throat. My fist connected with my attacker's chest, and with my newfound strength, I felt ribs turn to powder. Duck! She dropped, and I spun, catching two more assassins mid-leap. One got my elbow in his temple. The other met my knee, coming up. Unlike last time where I struggled, I was 50 levels higher now. That didn't mean I was twice the strong, it meant much more. Both fell, but more kept coming. This is their city, their trap. They've had who knows how long to prepare. A blade found a gap in my defense, sliding between my ribs. The pain was exquisite, but ID felt worse. I grabbed the assassin's wrist, pulled him close, and bit out his throat. The blood tasted like copper and victory. We need to move, Dany called, her own fighting style a mix of water dancer grace and dragon savagery. Find somewhere defensible. No, I wiped blood from my mouth, feeling the wound in my side already closing. That won't be necessary. We end this here, because I could hear it now. The sound of more bolts being loaded. The creak of scorpions being aimed. Ah shit, I wanted to kill Tywin first. But fine, they wanted us on the ground, fighting their assassins while they prepared the killing shot for my dragons. I laughed, and several faceless men actually stepped back. Of course, this much is expected. I'd have been disappointed if you guys didn't put up this much of an effort. I spoke to the air, the assassins, the city itself. But let me show you. Futility. The World Eater's legacy stirred in my chest, and I let it free. The transformation wasn't painful. It was ecstasy. I grew, muscles expanding, bones lengthening. 10 feet tall and still growing. My wings, shredded moments ago, regenerated and spread wider than the street. Golden scales cover my body, and a massive tail erupted from my tailbone. I roared into the air. My voice, when I spoke, shook the buildings. Kneel. Reality bent. The weaker-willed assassins dropped instantly, blood running from their ears. Others staggered, faces flickering between identities as their magic fought my command. Dany stared up at me with something between awe and hunger. Brother, burn them all. I commanded the dragons above, and for the first time, my voice reached them clearly despite the distance. Viserion, wounded wing and all, unleashed hell. The battle for Bravos had begun. Chapter 160. 160 The price of defiance. The world bent around her brother. She'd seen Viserys command rooms, bend lords to his will, make queens of commoners and corpses of kings. But this was something else entirely. This was divinity wearing flesh, and the flesh was struggling to contain it. He stood 10 feet tall, muscles rippling with power that made the air itself recoil. His eyes, gods, his eyes burned like the heart of Illyria must have burned in its final moments. The faceless men, those legendary dealers of death, looked like children playing with sticks before him. Kneel. The word wasn't spoken. It was imposed on reality. 3 assassins closest to him simply dropped, blood streaming from every orifice as their bodies forgot how to resist. Others staggered, faces flickering between identities like a deck of cards being shuffled by a madman. This is my brother, she thought, feeling her own wounds knitting closed with the power head gifted her. This is what we've become. The survivors regrouped with inhuman speed. They seemed far superior than normal humans, it seemed. 20 of them, moving in perfect synchronization, faces settling into grim masks of determination. They'd accepted death. Now, they sought to make it mutual. They came at him like a wave of knives and shadow. The first to reach him learned why that was a mistake. Viserys didn't even draw steel. His neck flexed forward, and from his throat erupted nothing. Not fire, not lightning. Just pure, absolute nothing. A cone of unbeing that made her eyes water to look at. 5 assassins ceased. Not died nor simply burned, but ceased to exist. The space they'd occupied was simply empty, as if they'd never existed at all. The cobblestones beneath where they'd stood were unmarked. Even their shadows were gone. When the 7 hell, she started to say, but 3 more were already on him. These were smarter. They came from different angles, blades seeking the soft spots that every human had. Throat, armpit, groin. Places where even dragon-strengthened muscle couldn't fully protect. Given the assassin's supernatural strength, these were real weak points. Viserys moved like water. No, like something water aspired to be. His fist caught the first assassin in the chest. The man's woman's? Ribcage simply caved in, organs rupturing from the impact. Before the body hit the ground, Viserys had spun, catching the second blade between his palms. The steel shattered like sugar glass. The third got close. Too close. Her blade actually touched his throat before his hand clamped on her wrist. There was a sound like kindling snapping, and her arm bent in 3 new places. He pulled her close and bit out her throat. Her brother had just torn out someone's throat with his teeth, and he was smiling. Danny. His voice boomed, still carrying those inhuman harmonics. Try to keep up. Keep up. She was already moving, her own transformation singing in her blood. Her nails had become claws, her teeth sharper than any blade. A faceless man tried to flank her, and she introduced his spine to the outside world. But they learned. Gods damn them. They learned fast. The female. One called out, voice shifting between 3 different timbers. She's mortal still. Kill the sister. They swarmed toward her. Mistake. She heard Viserys roar, not a human sound, not even a dragon sound. Something older, angrier. The ground cracked beneath his feet as he moved, and suddenly he was between her and them. A wall of scale and fury. That's my sister you're eyeing? He snarled, and the word carried weight. Divine weight. Possessive, protective weight. What followed wasn't a fight. It was artistry painted in blood and screams. He caught one by the head, fingers sinking into the skull like it was soft cheese. Another tried to backstab him. Viserys simply flexed his wings, and the assassin found himself impaled on bone spurs she hadn't even noticed growing there. A woman with a child's face tried to hamstring him. He stomped down, and her leg became paste from knee to ankle. When she screamed, he filled her mouth with dragon fire, not the annihilation breath, just good old-fashioned burning. Too easy, he growled, grabbing 2 more. He slammed them together with such force that they merged for a moment before falling apart into pieces. I expected more from the servants of death. One tried to run. Danny was surprised these assassins feared life at all. Viserys' hand shot out, that terrible unfire erupting again. The assassin made it 3 steps before the annihilation caught him. He went from sprinting to simply not being there, mid-stride. 60 seconds, she counted in her head. His new power has a cooldown? As if reading her thoughts, more assassins tried to rush him during the gap. They've been counting too. Viserys laughed. Clever, but not clever enough. Had been holding back. His wings spread fully, each one 30 feet of midnight and malice. The membrane between the bones wasn't leather anymore. It was sunlight given form, edges sharp enough to cut light itself. He spun, and 7 assassins discovered what it meant to be bisected by darkness. Brother, she called out, seeing more shapes on the rooftops. Above, crossbow bolts rained down, each one glowing with the same oily sheen as the scorpion bolts. Poison, magic, death distilled into metal. Viserys raised one wing as a shield. The bolts struck and shattered, unable to pierce what was no longer purely physical. That shouldn't be possible to block. It even Barado the dragons. Is that the new magic he was talking about? With his other hand, he grabbed a chunk of rubble, half a wall, and hurled it skyward. The rooftop exploded. Bodies and parts of bodies rained down. How many of you are there? He asked the air, almost conversationally. A faceless man tried to capitalize on his distraction, coming in low with twin daggers. Viserys caught him by the throat without looking. I'm talking. Don't interrupt. The squeeze that followed separated the assassin's head from his shoulders. Literally, the body dropped, still twitching, while Viserys held the head up like a lantern. Well, he asked it. The face was still shifting, cycling through a dozen identities, even in death. How many? When it didn't answer, couldn't answer, He sighed and punted it into the canal. More came. They always came. Wave after wave. Like the city itself was vomiting them up. But something had changed. The fear in their shifting features was growing. These weren't mindless automatons. They were people who'd trained their entire lives to be death incarnate. And they were being butchered by something that made death look tame. 57. Viserys announced suddenly. I've killed 57 of your order in what? 5 minutes? 6? Dany, are you keeping track? Bit busy, she called back, her sword taken from a dead assassin removing another head. The blood that splattered her sizzled against her skin. Another gift from her brother. She was becoming something more than human, too. Fair enough. He caught an assassin mid-leap, holding the man up by his ankle. You know what your problem is? You've forgotten what it means to face dragons. True blood dragons. Not the broken remnants the world was left with, but the blood of old Valyria at its peak. He swung the assassin like a club, using him to beat 3 others to death before the improvised weapon fell apart. We conquered the world, I'm sure you remember. Slaves, he continued, stepping over the corpses. Not through politics, or gold, or even magic. Through being the apex predator. Through being what even death feared. A brave one tried to garrote him from behind. The wire bit into his neck, drawing blood. For a moment, just a moment, she thought Viserys reached back, grabbed the assassin, and pulled him over his shoulder. The wire snapped. So did most of the assassin's bones when he hit the ground. Viserys' neck was already healing, the deep-cut sealing like it had never been. Nice try, he said, then stomped. The wet crunch echoed off the buildings. Anyone else? They came in one final wave. All of them. Every faceless man left in the district. Moving as one organism. 30 bodies flowing like water. Faces a blur of constant change. It was beautiful in a horrifying way. The culmination of centuries of training and mysticism. Viserys' grin was worse than any snarl. Finally, some effort. They hit him from every angle. Blades, poisons, garrots. Even what looked like magical fire. For a moment, he disappeared under the swarm. Then the annihilation breath erupted. Not from his mouth this time. From his eyes, like some sort of deity's glare. His gaze became a nexus of unbeing. He spun on his heels, shooting the eye beam in a circle. And anything it touched simply wasn't alive anymore. 20 assassins became 10. 10 became 5. 5 became memories. When the beam stopped, Viserys stood alone in a perfect circle of untouched ground with a proud smile. Everything else, bodies, blood, even the cobblestones, had been erased in a 30-foot radius. Brother, she said, were you truly? He turned to her, and for a moment she saw something ancient looking out through his eyes. Something that had eaten cities and shit out empires. Then he blinked, and it was just Viserys again. Mostly. I'm exactly what they feared I'd become, he said. Now come. I don't think that was the last batch of assassins. That's only the last batch who thought they could win against me in a head-on battle. We have some architects of stupidity to visit. While Dany processed this fight in her head, relaxing just a little to recover, Viserys took a note of the notifications flashing before his eyes. You've reached level 115, he stared. In 20 minutes of slaughter, had gained what he knew would need years to achieve in the future. These superhuman faceless men were truly a feast. Dany. His voice was gentler now, seeing her expression. You did well. I killed maybe a dozen. You killed hundreds by the end of this day. He looked up at where their dragons circled, unable to help in the narrow streets. But that was just the opening act. Now we remind Bravos why dragons ruled the world. The way he said it, casual as discussing the weather, sent shivers down her spine. Her brother had become something beyond kings or conquerors, had become inevitable. Chapter 161, 161. 161, Unmaking an Empire. I canceled my transformation, returning to human height while the dragons descended like judgment given form. Viserys' golden scales caught the morning light, her wounded wing already healing thanks to whatever impossible vitality we all share now. Drogon landed with enough force to crack the plaza stones, and even Regal, had taken the most damage, managed to look majestic. Up, I commanded Dany, vaulting onto Viserys's back. My body still thrummed with power from the slaughter, notifications pinging in my peripheral vision like a slot machine hitting jackpot. Time to collect some debts. She mounted Drogon with that inhuman grace the ritual had given her, movements flowing like water over steel. Littlefinger first? The snake deserves priority. Although I don't know who I'd find first, I guided Viserys skyward, feeling her joy at being airborne again despite the bolt wound. Dragons were hard to kill. Good thing, too, considering what we'd flown into. Fucking Bravosi and their preparations. In the show, they were mysterious but manageable. Here, they turned their entire city into a dragon trap. Unlike what the view suggested from the sky, the city was not empty. The people were simply hiding in their homes, having been warned about this war. Ideally, that meant Tywin Lannister and his group had a higher chance of survivability if they kept hidden. However, thanks to my reputation for burning cities, fear must have crept into their hearts. So we found Littlefinger exactly where Ross' intelligence network predicted he'd be. Fleeing like the rat he was through the Canal of Heroes. His gondola was painted black, trying to blend with the morning shadows. The two Seleswords rowing looked ready to piss themselves as our shadows fell over them. Lord Baelish, I called down, letting amusement color my voice. Leaving so soon? But the party's just started. He looked up, and I savored the moment his clever little face went white. All those schemes, all those whispered lies and carefully placed daggers, and here he was, just a man in a boat, staring up at dragons. Your Grace, I'm sure we have some misunderstanding between us. I've never done anything to harm you. His voice cracked only slightly. Give him credit. He tried to maintain that oily composure. I was merely Dany. I cut him off. Would you do the honors? I feel like he's more your kill than mine. She smiled, and it was beautiful and terrible. With pleasure. What happened next was poetry. Drogon dove like a falcon, if falcons were the size of houses, and breathed fire. His claws, each as long as a man's forearm, closed around Littlefinger's torso with delicate precision. The Seleswords threw themselves into the canal rather than contest a dragon's claim. Wait! Littlefinger screamed as Drogon lifted him. I have information. Secrets. I know we're boring, Dany said. Drogon climbed. 100 feet. 500. 1,000. The city shrank below us until even the Titan looked like a toy. At 2,000 feet, she gave the command. Drogon let go. For a man who'd spent his life climbing, Peter Baelish's descent was remarkably swift. He screamed the whole way down, right until he hit the water with a splash that wouldn't have been out of place in a bathhouse. There won't be any secret revival, though, because a fall at this height couldn't differentiate between solid ground and water. I saw his body splatter in a mush of flesh, separating into parts. Anticlimactic, Dany observed. Sometimes the simple solutions are best. I turned Viserion toward the Iron Bank. Now for the main course. The Bank of Bravos rose from the city like a prayer to commerce, all marble columns and bronze doors that had never been breached. Until today. Burn the doors, I commanded. Viserion obliged. Golden flames hot enough to melt stone, turning those famous barriers into slag. We landed in the courtyard beyond, scattering guards who suddenly remembered urgent business elsewhere. Smart men. Stupid men die fighting dragons. My enhanced senses tell me that the Lannisters are on the 7th floor, I told Dany, dismounting with predatory grace. Tywin's turned it into a fortress. 40 men minimum. Only 40? She flexed her claws. Disappointing. We entered through the molten remains of the door. The lobby was abandoned, with ledgers still open on desks and tea still steaming in cups. Now this was funny. These bastards must have been enjoying the dragon hunt while enjoying tea. Who could have expected the dragons to win? The entire building had been evacuated in minutes, except for the 7th floor. The stairs were made of marble, and our footsteps echoed like drumbeats. On the 3rd floor, we found the first guards. Lannister men, red cloaks and lion helms, crossbows trained on the stairwell. Halt in the name of I moved. Level 115 meant my DX stat was far above somewhere in the fuck your human reflexes range. I crossed 30 feet before the guard could finish his sentence, caught his crossbow, and fed it to him sideways. The others fired. Bolts sparked off my skin like rain off a roof. Another gift from the levels. My Yindi stat made regular weapons about as dangerous as thrown pillows. I used mana to coat myself earlier to shrug off scorpion bolts. For this, I didn't have to waste that precious stat. My turn, brother, Danny said, flowing past me like smoke. Her sword, where did she keep getting swords? Painted the walls red. Guards fell in pieces, their fancy armor meaning nothing against fine steel moved by inhuman speed. Fourth floor. More guards. These had wildfire bombs. Cute, I said, catching one mid-throw. The glass was warm, the green stuff inside swirling like toxic honey. But we're dragons. I drank it like a shot of whiskey. It burned going down, but in a pleasant way, like expensive liquor. The guards' expressions were almost worth the trip alone. Fifth floor. Sixth floor. Bodies and blood and the occasional scream. By the time we reached the seventh, my count was at 38 dead. 2 unaccounted for. Interesting. The seventh floor was different. Instead of a hallway, the stairs opened into a vast chamber that took up the entire level. Tywin had redecorated. Maps covered every wall. Westeros, Essos, detailed plans of King's Landing. A war room for a shadow war. At its heart stood the man himself. Tywin Lannister looked exactly as I remembered from the show. Austere, commanding, with eyes like chips of frozen emerald. He stood behind a massive oak desk, hand clasped behind his back, looking like he was about to dress down a disappointing son rather than face 2 dragon lords. Beside him, in golden armor that caught the light from the tall windows, stood Jaime. The Kingslayer looked good for a man who had been on the run for months previously. His hair was shorter, face gaunt, but his sword hand was steady. No golden prosthetic here. This Jaime was whole and dangerous. Viserys Targaryen, Tywin said, inclining his head precisely 1 degree. Daenerys Targaryen. I'd offer wine, but I suspect this isn't a social call. The sheer balls on this man. Here I stood, blood still dripping from my hands after massacring my way through his building, and he acted like we were in his solar at Casterly Rock. Lord Tywin, I replied, matching his tone. Said Jaime, fancy meeting you here. Last I heard, you were guests of the Iron Bank. How's the interest rate on harboring fugitives? Manageable. His lips might have twitched. Might have, though I suspect it's about to be renegotiated. I stepped forward, noting how Jaime's hand drifted to his sword. Hey, raise my counteroffer. UD, your son dies. Your legacy becomes a cautionary tale about what happens when you fuck with dragons. Eloquent. Tywin moved to the window, gazing out at the city. Tell me, Targaryen, what did you think of our welcome? The Titan's modifications were expensive, but I felt they were necessary. Thankfully, I wasn't the one who spent the money. Impressive, I admitted. They actually hurt my dragons. That takes doing. And yet here you stand. He turned back, those cold eyes studying me. Which means the modifications were insufficient. A lesson learned, though perhaps too late to apply. What kind of creature are you anyway? Jaime couldn't contain himself anymore. Father, enough. Let me, you'll do nothing. Tywin cut him off. You've done quite enough already, haven't you? Getting captured by Stark women, forcing me to abandon Casterly Rock, reducing us to this. The disappointment in his voice could have curdled milk. Hey, Kingslayer, I called out, smiling at Jaime's flinch. I can't believe your father is insulting you and putting all the blame on you for this. How insulting. Tell you what, you have a good taste in women at least. Cersei was delicious. Huh? And your daughter? They're both quite well, by the way. Cersei makes an excellent servant when properly motivated. And Myrcella, well, she's learning to appreciate a real king's attention. I can't lie, I loved Jaime Lannister when I watched the show. Well, I hated him at first, but he grew on me. The character development was immaculate, and it was perfect till season 7. What man he was. Unfortunately, in this world, he was my enemy, so I had to taunt him a little. And the taunt worked just fine. Jaime's sword cleared its sheath in one perfect motion, and he came at me like the knight had once been. All that famous speed, all that legendary skill compressed into one killing stroke. I caught the blade barehanded. Too slow. My other hand found his throat. Want to know a secret, Kingslayer? I've been holding back. This whole time, through every fight, every conquest, I've been pulling my punches because part of me still thought like a human. I squeezed. His eyes bulged. But you guys try to kill my women. My dragons. So let me show you what the Dragon King can do when he stops pretending to be mortal. My eyes grew bright, glowing with that terrible unlight. But instead of erasing him instantly, I shot it gently, trying to control the intensity and let it caress his armor. The golden plate didn't melt. It simply ceased, leaving his chest bare. Viserys, Dany said quietly. A reminder, not a plea, right? We're on a schedule. I shifted my grip, grabbed his head with both hands, and twisted. The crack echoed through the chamber. There, quick and clean, more than you deserved. Jaime Lannister, the Kingslayer, slayer of the Mad King, felt like a puppet with cut strings. Even if he was a hero, I admit, had killed my father. This was revenge. I looked at Tywin. Throughout his son's death, he hadn't moved, hadn't flinched. Those green eyes remained fixed on mine, calculating even now. No grief. I asked. Your golden son lies dead, and you just watch? Grief is a luxury I've never been able to afford. His voice remained steady as stone. Jaime knew the risks when he drew steel against a dragon. He chose his death. Cold. I respect that. But isn't that the same choice you made? Don't answer that. I stepped over Jaime's corpse, approaching the desk. Any last words? Final schemes? Hidden wildfire caches set to explode? No schemes. For the first time, something like emotion flickered across his face. Not fear. Resignation, perhaps. Or maybe just tiredness. I played the game as well as any man could. But in the end, you changed the rules. Dragons were supposed to be gone. Magic was supposed to be dead. The old powers were supposed to stay buried. You lucked out. Luck. That's why you won. Supposed to. I raised my hand, the annihilation gathering. But here we are. Here we are, he agreed. Then, just before the end, do try not to bankrupt the realm. It's harder to manage than you'd think. Classic Tywin. Condescending to the last. The annihilation took him mid-breath. One moment, the most powerful man in Westeros stood before me. The next, only empty air and the lingering scent of ozone. That's it. Dany sounded almost disappointed. No begging, no final vitral. For all my anger and resentment toward the man, he was Tywin Lannister. I said, feeling an odd respect for the dead man. He knew when the game was over. We found the evidence on his desk. Letters, plans, and financial records. The conspiracy was laid out in Tywin's meticulous hand. But one detail made me curse. Varys left a week ago, Dany read. Bound for E.T. on business for the Iron Throne. Our Iron Throne. I crumpled the letter. The spider had been here in Bravos, too. He must be quite mad after Illyrio and the fake Aegon's death. We have to be careful in the future. Then we burn him the next time we meet. If we can find him. I gathered the most important documents. But first, we have a temple to drown. The House of Black and White squatted on its small island like a cancer on the water. Black stone walls drunk in the morning light, giving nothing back. This was their seat of power, where death was worshipped and sold. Time to foreclose. You sure about this? Dany asked as we circled above. Suddenly, I don't have a good feeling standing before it. It's a god's temple. Maybe destroying it will get us divine wrath. The magical backlash is why we're using water instead of fire. I reached deep, feeling for that well of power the system called mana. I had 25 points to work with now, having spent 5 earlier. Not much, but maybe enough. Besides, I want them to suffer. Fire's too quick. ID never tried to command water before. Well, to be fair, I only learned to breathe fire today, but still. Fire was easy. It wanted to consume, to spread, to devour. Water was different, heavier, more reluctant. But I had 350 authority now. And authority, I was learning, was just another word for reality does what I tell it. As long as I poured mana along with it, of course. This was the strongest form of magic I knew of. Command magic. Rise. The canal shuddered. Gondolas rocked as waves appeared from nowhere. The water level began to climb, slowly at first, then faster. Rise. My mana drained like someone had pulled a plug. 5 points. 15. The water responded, gathering itself into impossible geometries. A wave 40 feet high formed in the narrow canal. Physics be damned. Now, I roared. 3 dragons breathed as one. Fire met water in a collision that shook the city. Steam exploded outward, but the water kept coming, boiling as it came. The wave hit the temple like the fist of an angry god. Stone cracked. Mortar dissolved. The front wall, which had stood for 400 years, crumbled like sand. Boiling water rushed through the breach, flooding corridors that had never known anything but shadow and incense. I could hear screaming from inside. Acolytes caught in the tunnels. Assassins had thought stone walls meant safety. They learned otherwise as superheated water found every passage, every chamber, every secret hollow. The foundations, Danny pointed. Hit the foundations. We dove, dragons breathing in concert. The water around the temple's base didn't just boil, it transformed into something beyond steam, a plasma that ate through stone like acid. The entire structure groaned. Then, with a sound like the world's spine breaking, the house of black and white collapsed. Tons of ancient stone fell into the boiling canal. More screams cut short. The temple that had trained the world's greatest killers, that had served death for millennia, died in minutes. Look, Danny murmured. Where the temple had stood, a whirlpool formed. The boiling water spiraled down into whatever chambers lay beneath, carrying bodies and secrets into the dark. In moments, nothing remained but churning foam and the occasional desperate hand breaking the surface before being pulled under. Think any survived? She asked. Don't care. I was exhausted, mana spent, but satisfied. Let them try to resurrect their order from that. We landed on a nearby roof, dragons panting from the sustained fire. Below us, bravos burned in a dozen places. The Iron Bank, various faceless safe houses, anywhere that had sheltered our enemies. Brother, Danny said quietly, I am having a hard time believing this. We won. We did. We've won this battle. I pulled out the letter about Viserys again. We should be happy, we should celebrate, but at the same time, never let our guards down. The spider's still spinning webs out in the greater world. The empire of E.T. that is supposedly ruled by an immortal ruler. The God Emperor of Gold. Scholars say the Emperor's castle itself is larger than King's Landing. Who knows what Varys is whispering in his ears? Then we crush him too. That was easier said than done. I didn't want to pick a fight with the Empire yet. Not before dealing with the White Walkers. The Emperor, if the rumors weren't exaggerated, wasn't weak. Plus, he wasn't the only danger. The Emperor also had 100 princes, as well as the brigands, priest kings, sorcerers, warlords, and generals. Not that it changed my answer. We will. I looked west toward home. But first, let's spew some fire. We let Bravos burn for a while, although no point in destroying it more than necessary. Let the other free cities see what defying dragons costs. Let them understand that the age of shadows and whispers is over. We did just that. The Sea Lord of Bravos was the ruler of the free city of Bravos, and it was his champion and protector who received the famous title of the First Sword of Bravos. He resided in a mansion called the Sea Lord's Palace. I started the burn with his mansion. 20 minutes later, we stood over a mountain as Danny leaned against me, and I wrapped a wing around her. We sat there, 2 monsters wearing human shapes, watching a city learn the price of defiance and flames. In the distance, the Titan still stood, scorpion bolts spent, eyes dark. But even it seemed to slump, knowing its city's protectors were ash and memory. Home, Danny asked eventually. Home, I agreed. Time to celebrate. Only now can we truly say our dynasty has begun, now that Tywin Lannister is dead. We can ease down on burning everything starting from now on. For a while, anyway. The dragons lifted us from the dying city, 3 shadows against the morning sky. Behind us, Bravos burned and drowned in equal measure. Ahead lay King's Landing. It was unbelievable to say, but the game was over, and the dragons had won. Chapter 162, 162. 162 Conquest and Celebration the sky belonged to dragons once more. Beneath us, the narrow sea stretched endlessly, its waters darkening from teal to navy as we flew farther from the smoking ruins of Bravos. The salt wind tasted of victory and ash, a heady combination that made my blood sing. Viserion rode the currents with renewed vigor, her wounded wing almost completely healed. The occasional golden droplet of blood still fell from her, catching sunlight like molten metal before disappearing into the waves below. "You're quiet," Dany called over the wind, guiding Drogon closer to my side. Her silver hair whipped around her face, those inhuman violet eyes glowing with their own inner fire. "Just savoring the moment," I replied, though my thoughts were darker than my tone suggested. "Not every day you destroy the world's deadliest assassins and kill the most powerful lord in Westeros. And yet something still troubles you." My sister knew me too well now. The bond we had forged through blood and fire transcended mere siblinghood. We were the last dragons, the last true Targaryens, two sides of the same blade. "One betrayal remains unpunished," I said, my voice hardening as I recalled the system notification that had started this bloody crusade. "Regal has been afflicted with WRM blight poison. Status: critical." Later the source was traced. A tribute from Prince Trystane Martell of Dorne. Dany's expression shifted to something primal, a look that reminded me she wasn't entirely human anymore. "We burned Sunspear to the ground. Salt the ashes. Make Dorne example even more terrifying than Bravos." I laughed, the sound carrying strange harmonics after my transformation. "And here I thought I was the bloodthirsty one. They tried to kill our child," she said, reaching out to stroke Regal's scales as he flew between us. The Jade Dragon looked better after our rampage through Bravos, but his movements still lacked their usual grace. "Dragons don't forgive." "No, they don't." I considered my options, weighing vengeance against strategy. "But I'm thinking something more surgical. For Arianne's sake." Dany raised an eyebrow, genuine surprise crossing her face. "I didn't think you actually cared for her beyond pretty words and betting." "Neither did I at first," I admitted, feeling strange warmth at the thought of the Dornish princess. "But I do enjoy her company, her fire, her ambition. She reminds me of what I might have become if I'd been born a woman in this world." "A whore?" She laughed. "You're getting soft, brother. Call it selective mercy. I can afford it now." She studied me for a long moment, then laughed. "The mighty Dragon King, with whatever inhumane strength you've reached, brought low by a pretty face and sharp tone." "Not brought low," I corrected, my pride stinging. "Just considering all variables." "And if she stands with her brother against you?" The question hung in the air between us, weighted with implications. I let my eyes shift to their draconic slits, feeling power pulse beneath my skin. "Then shall learn why even gods fear dragons." Mir greeted us with a mixture of celebration and terror. Word of Bravo's destruction had traveled faster than dragons somehow, perhaps to sorcerers doing divination spells, or merely carried by merchant ships that had fled the burning city a bit earlier. As we descended toward the Magister's palace, now my eastern seat of power, I saw the crowds gathering. Some cheered, some knelt, most simply stared in stunned silence. I suppose some people had dreaded this outcome, feared my victory. Now it was here. Waiting in the courtyard were familiar faces. Yara Greyjoy stood with her characteristic swagger, though even she couldn't hide the shock when she saw me land. My transformation was no longer something I could conceal. I stood nearly 7 feet tall now, my eyes permanently slitted, my presence making even veteran Ironborn step back involuntarily. And beside her, watching with an expression caught between hope and dread, stood Arianne Martell. She looked radiant despite her obvious distress, dressed in burnt orange silks that highlighted the bronze of her skin. Her dark eyes widened as she took me in, noting the changes that Bravos had wrought. "My Dragon King returns victorious," Yara called out, the first to recover her composure. "I hear the faceless men are now faceless corpses." I loved the way she said that. "Indeed, that's history now," I replied, dismounting with inhuman grace. along with Tywin Lannister and Littlefinger. A cheer went up from the Ironborn gathered nearby. Yara grinned fiercely, her gray eyes alight with bloodlust. I wish I could have seen it. Next time I'll take you along, I promised, embracing her briefly. Her body felt oddly fragile against mine now, though I knew she was anything but. I need someone to write the songs. The Day Death Drowned has a nice ring to it. You're in a good mood for someone who just committed genocide, Arianne said, her voice carefully neutral as she approached. I could see the relief and happiness in her eyes, seeing me safe, but there were more emotions. Worry. She was trying to read my face, searching for any softening, any forgiveness regarding her brother. She found none. Mass murder, I corrected, my smile vanishing. Genocide implies I killed all Bravosi. I only killed those who stood against me. A crucial distinction, she murmured, though her eyes said she found it anything but. My king, she began, clearly intending to broach the subject of Tristane. No, the word wasn't spoken loudly, but it carried weight beyond its single syllable. Power rippled through it, and I saw her physically flinch. Not here, my dear. And I'm tired after a day's conquest. She swallowed hard, those proud shoulders slumping just slightly. As you command. I hated seeing her cowed, but this was a discussion that required privacy and care, as well as the will of steel. I couldn't be favorable toward her this much, and I wasn't ready to have it until I'd seen Tristan's face myself. Prepare a feast. Prepare a party. Well, celebrate. On the side, Yara, prepare the fleet, I said, turning back to the Iron Queen. We sail for Sunspear soon afterwards. Sail? She looked confused. Why not fly? I smiled, feeling my teeth sharpen slightly. Because I want them to see us coming. I want them to have time to think about what they've done. And I want them to understand that not even the deserts of Dorne can protect them from my wrath. Kinvara watched the celebrations from her place beside the high table, crimson robes stark against the pale marble of the Magister's palace in Myr. The conquering heroes had returned from Bravos, and the city pulsed with a mixture of relief and terror. Relief that Myr had bent the knee early, terror at the whispers of what happened to those who hadn't. The ruby at her throat pulsed with each beat of her heart. Ralaller's presence grew stronger with each of Viserys' victories. Such a strange feeling it was. The Lord of Light favored him, as he should. Viserys had fulfilled so many prophecies that the ancient texts spoke of, though not quite in the way the temple scholars had interpreted. Perhaps that is why the flames show me only fragments now, she mused, sipping Myrish fire wine. The future reshapes itself around him daily. What a man. Her gaze drifted to where Arianne Martell sat, tension visible in her shoulders despite her practiced smile. The princess had been subdued since learning of her brother's betrayal. Soon, they would sail for Dorne to deliver judgment, but tonight was for celebration. More wine, High Priestess? A servant bowed, pitcher poised. No, her eyes never left Viserys. The night grows interesting enough without it. Across the hall, a commotion stirred. A young woman with olive skin and hair, streaked blue and gold swayed toward the high table. Lysara of Myr, Magister Orthys' daughter, the self-proclaimed Jewel of Myr. The girl wore silks, so sheer they might as well have been mist, clinging to curves generous enough to draw every male eye in the room. And she was spectacularly, dangerously drunk. Your Majesty, Lysara called, louder than decorum allowed. I find myself unfulfilled by my father's hospitality. The open sky fell silent. Guards tensed, hands moving to sword hilts. Yara Greyjoy smirked, clearly anticipating entertainment. Viserys merely smiled. Come closer, little jewel, he beckoned. His violet eyes gleamed with amusement rather than anger at the interruption. Tell me how I might remedy this lack of fulfillment. The girl stumbled forward, emboldened. They say the Dragon King takes what he wants. Her hands trailed along her own body, outlining her curves. Perhaps what I want is to be taken. Whispers erupted across the hall. Such brazenness before the man who had just destroyed the world's most powerful financial institution and Assassin's Guild. Kinvara saw the exact moment Viserys made his decision. The slight tilt of his head, the predatory narrowing of his eyes. She had seen that look before, in her bedchamber, in the throne room. In conquered cities, with one swift motion, he seized Lysara by the arm. The girl gasped as his grip tightened on her silks. "You offer yourself to fire," Viserys said, loud enough for all to hear. "Be careful what you wish for." Little Lysara. What followed shocked even the Irish, no strangers to pleasure houses and intimate arts. The Dragon King claimed the beauty there on his borrowed throne, her body arching as she cried out loudly. Magisters watched, horrified, yet unable to look away as their conqueror demonstrated another form of power. Kinvara felt a stab of jealousy, quickly banished. Such an odd thing at her age. Flesh is fleeting, she reminded herself. My connection to him transcends mere bodies. Besides, she had greater concerns. The flames had shown her darkness growing beyond the wall. An ancient cold that even dragon fire might struggle to melt. The White Walkers gathered their forces while the realm celebrated conquests. The true war approached, the war for Dawn itself. Lawler had not chosen Viserys merely to conquer kingdoms. He would need to save the world first. "Enjoy your flesh, my king," she whispered, unheard amid Lysara's cries. "Your destiny will claim you soon enough." Kinvara smiled, fingers tracing the plans hidden in her robes. Plans the Lord of Light had shown her. Plans even the Dragon King did not yet suspect. Chapter 163. 163. A Prince's Reckoning. Tristan Martell was not having a good day. He paced his chambers like a caged animal. Days had passed since he received word that his gift had been delivered to the Dragon King's beast. He expected news of Rhaegal's death by now, but instead, only unsettling rumors filled the palace, whispers of Braavos burning, of the Iron Bank collapsing, of the faceless men being exterminated. Servants rushed in and out, bringing reports that made his face grow paler with each passing hour. He crumpled another message in his fist. "It can't be true," he muttered. "Braavos is too powerful. The Iron Bank too entrenched. The faceless men are dead," a voice announced from the doorway, along with anyone foolish enough to stand with them. Tristan whirled, his face a mask of terror. Viserys Targaryen stood there, his imposing frame filling the entrance. What? How is he here already?" The young prince backed away until he hit the window, nowhere left to run. "You," he choked out. "Me," Viserys agreed, walking slowly into the room. "The man whose dragon you tried to poison. The king whose mercy you spurned. The Targaryen whose family history should have taught you better than to fuck with dragons." "I don't know what you're talking about," Tristan stammered, his mouth dry with fear. "What poison? What dragon?" Viserys laughed, and the sound made Tristan flinch. "Really? That's your play? Deny everything and hope I'm stupid enough to believe you? I swear by the old gods and new don't bother." Viserys waved a hand dismissively. "I've already seen the evidence. The WIRM blight you obtained from the faceless men. The correspondence with agents and Braavos. Your pathetic little plot to avenge your wounded pride." Tristan's eyes darted to the door, hoping for escape or rescue. He found neither. Only Arianne standing there, her expression a mixture of anger and grief that made his heart sink. "Sister," he pleaded, "you can't believe this madman. He's telling the truth." She finished for him, her voice hard as Dornish granite. "I've seen the evidence myself, Tristan. The poison came from you. You betrayed me," he whispered, feeling the last of his hope crumble. "No, brother. You betrayed Dorne." She stepped into the room, her movements graceful despite her obvious distress. "You risked our people, our kingdom, our family's future for what? Revenge? Because I chose to rule while you sulked in the shadows?" His face contorted with rage. "Because he stole Myrcella from me. Because he made you his whore. Because he humiliated our father," and his words cut off as Viserys' hand closed around his throat, lifting him off his feet with effortless strength. Tristan kicked helplessly, his lungs burning for air. "Careful now," Viserys said softly. "That's no way to speak about your princess." "Let him go," Arianne commanded, surprising Tristan. "He deserves a trial." Justice, not outright murder. Please. Viserys' eyes slowly turned to her. Trystane felt himself lowered to the ground, though Viserys' hand remained on his shoulder, fingers digging in painfully. Through watering eyes, he saw the Dragon King's face not angry, but coldly amused. A trial implies there's any question of guilt. But very well, we'll have a proper audience. Let all of Sunspear witness Prince Tristan's reckoning. The throne room of Sunspear was a marvel of Dornish architecture, with high, vaulted ceilings and intricate mosaic floors depicting the union of Nymeria's Rhoynar with the Undulls of Old Dorne. Spear-wielding guards lined the walls, their faces grim beneath polished helms. I sat heavily on Dorne's throne, face resting on my fist as I relaxed. Trystane stood before me, flanked by guards who had once been loyal to him. Now, they awaited my command, understanding which way the wind blew. 3 dragons flew Dorne's skies. After all, we came sailing ships, but my dragons accompanied me. Kinvara's wind magic sped up the ships enough that it didn't slow us down by much. We also had an army all across Dorne. Despite this, perhaps thanks to his delusions of grandeur, the young prince had managed to compose himself somewhat, though fear still radiated from him in waves I could almost taste. It feels great to return to my kingdom after such a feisty conquest outside. Dorne feels like home. It naturally should, as its ruler is my woman. I began, my voice carrying easily through the hall. So it pains to hold this court with such haste. Prince Trystane Martell, you stand accused of attempted regicide through the poisoning of my dragon, Regal. How do you plead? Not guilty, he declared, though his voice cracked on the second word. These accusations are spare us, boy. Daenerys interrupted from her position at my right, her tail making a dangerous swirl in the air. We have the evidence. The question isn't whether you did it, but why you thought you could get away with it. Murmurs rippled through the assembled Dornish nobles. ID ensured they all attended lords and ladies from across Dorne, all of them needing to witness what happened when someone betrayed the Dragon King. Perhaps He'd like to explain himself? I suggested, leaning forward. Give us your defense, Prince Trystane. Convince me why I shouldn't reduce Sunspear to molten glass right now. He swallowed hard, eyes darting around the room as if seeking support. Finding none, his shoulders slumped. I did it, he admitted finally. I poisoned your beast. And I would do it again, given the chance. A collective gasp went up from the crowd. Even Arianne looked shocked at his admission. Why? I asked simply. Because you took everything from me. He shouted, newfound courage born of desperation. You took Myrcella, the only woman I've ever loved. You took my sister, turned her against her own blood. You humiliated my father and made Dorne kneel when we've never knelt. Not even an Aegon himself. His voice broke on the last word, and for a moment, I saw not a conspirator, but a heartbroken boy trying to play at being a man. I held back a sigh. He was also worth sympathy. Almost. Your father lives in exile because he chose the wrong side, I said, my voice surprisingly gentle. Your sister rules Dorne because she was clever enough to see which way the wind was blowing. And as for Myrcella, I paused, considering my words carefully. She serves as Lady of Casterly Rock because that was her birthright. Her feelings for you were genuine, I believe, but the Game of Thrones makes pawns of us all. You speak of games, he spat, while you burn cities and slaughter thousands. You're no better than your father. You're the mad king reborn. How many innocents died in the cities you burned, you bastard? Someone needed to stop you before enough. Arianne stepped forward, her face tight with anger. You stupid, reckless boy. Do you have any idea what you've done? What he could do to us all for your treachery? Tristan's face crumpled at his sister's rebuke. So you stand with him, then, against your own blood? I stand for Dorne, she replied. For our survival. For our future. Something you risked with your petty revenge plot. I let them argue, watching the dynamics play out. This was why ID wanted a public trial, not just to humiliate Trystane, but to show Dorne that their princess stood with me, even against her brother. Finally, I raised a hand, silencing the room. Prince Trystane Martell, you've admitted your guilt. You've confessed to attempting to murder my dragon, which is no different than attempting to murder me. The penalty for such treason is death. His face went white, but he didn't beg. I had to give him that much credit. And because he didn't look scared, I had to double down on my punishment. Stupid brat. However, I continued, the manner of your death reflects on more than just you. It reflects on House Martell, on Dorne, and on your sister, who has served me loyally. I turned to Arianne, whose face was a careful mask. Princess Arianne, you've yet to formally bend the knee to me, an oversight we've both allowed to continue, perhaps out of mutual respect. But now I must ask, does Dorne recognize me as its king? Do you acknowledge me as your sovereign? The hall fell silent as a tomb. This was the moment, the public declaration that would settle Dorne's status once and for all. Arianne stared at me, a little surprised. Or was it hurt? Regardless, she did not hesitate before sinking to one knee, her orange silks pooling around her like liquid flame. Dorne recognizes Viserys Targaryen as the rightful king of the Seven Kingdoms, she declared, her voice steady. I, Arianne Martell, Princess of Dorne, pledge my fealty and that of my house to the Dragon King. I apologize for delaying this as well. I smiled, almost moved by her submission. Sure, she submitted in the bedroom, but given our dynamic, I had a feeling she might hesitate, might argue. She didn't. For a woman as proud as Arianne, this public kneeling cost more than any other sacrifice. Rise, princess, I said softly. Your loyalty honors me. As she stood, our eyes met, and I saw the silent plea there. Spare him, please. In recognition of Princess Arianne's loyalty and service, I announced, turning back to Trystane, I offer you a choice. Prince Trystane, death by dragon fire, which will be swift but agonizing, or be locked in the dungeons, to be poisoned every day slowly, like how you poison my dragon. Murmurs of surprise rippled through the hall. No one had expected mercy, least of all Trystane himself. This is your one chance at redemption. I continued, choose wisely, for there will not be another. Trystane looked to his sister, who gave him the barest of nods. Then he looked back at me, hatred still burning in his eyes, but tempered now with the instinct for survival. Your Grace, I choose the FL he started, but Ari cut him off. The poison, the slow death. She shouted over him. Trystane. It bothered me that she was still protecting him, still going against me. Family bond was truly a problem in this world. Difficult to overpower with dragon flames. With love of my own. Fine, I'll accept this, but also, I must remind the Martells, as well as Dorne, who the true ruler was here. I had a plan. Trystane would die, but perhaps a month later than planned. I nodded. Your sister wants you to live for a bit more, even in pain. I shall ignore your foolish choice and listen to her. Guards, take him away. But Trystane tried to argue, to choose the flames. But killing him with dragon fire won't accomplish anything. I wouldn't be satisfied. A message wouldn't be sent to the common people. I had to be much more brutal this time. A mix of many things. Dornish people were too stubborn. It wasn't as if they hadn't seen my dragon flames before. And yet Trystane dared act up. Killing him directly won't set an example. I had something much worse planned. As the guards led him away, I caught Arianne's eye. The gratitude there was mixed with something deeper, more complex. Understanding, perhaps. Or recognition that I'd given her brother more mercy than he deserved based on her words. Does she think I'll go back on my poison promise over time and let him live? Foolish girl. Heady sooner. Thank you, she whispered when she approached me later, the crowd dispersing around us. I touched her cheek gently. We'll live for a long time, my dear. Hundreds of years. You might be angry with me for decades, but in the end, you'll remain by my side. Don't be so hurt by this. Her eyes shook at the reminder of her immortality, of the centuries stretching before us. Huh? What do you mean? I smiled, letting my eyes shift to their draconic state. You talked over him, Ari. He wanted to die to dragon flames. Am I deaf? However, I will comply. But you must as well, along with two others. Arianne shivered, but didn't pull away when I drew her close. Her body fit against mine perfectly. She melted, giving into her lover's embrace. I breathed in the scent of her, jasmine and spice, and the desert heat of Dorne itself. Just so we're clear, I murmured against her hair, if you ever betray me like he did, your fate won't be nearly so kind. She looked up at me, those dark eyes fathomless. I know, but I never will. No, I agreed, seeing the truth of it. You're far too clever for that. And so ultimately, I need to teach you to stop talking against me. For your own sake. For Dorne. I think it's time I bring Myrcella and your mother home. We'll perform a show. Ariane's face went pale instantly. The names made her shiver. As someone had spent so much time around me, she could guess what I meant. She had heard the stories from Yara, hadn't she? Oh, I'd fallen in love with that kind of show. This time, ITLL be even more brutal. I smirked and pulled her closer, kissing her deeply even as she trembled in shock. But I held her firm and wondered if this was how Aegon would have felt if had succeeded in conquering Dorne. Not through fire and blood, but through a prince's submission. The sweetest victory of all. Chapter 163.5. A Prince's Reckoning, 2 Note. Please be warned that the humiliation in this chapter is quite pronounced. Might not be everyone's cup of tea at all. You can skip if you want. There's nothing of plot importance here. The guards dragged Trystane through the winding corridors of Sunspear, their grip bruising on his arms. The prince's feet stumbled over familiar stones, now seeming foreign and hostile. These same halls where Head once played as a child now led him to imprisonment. Or worse. Please, he begged the guards, men he recognized, men who had once bowed to him. This is madness. I am your prince. They didn't even look at him. Their loyalty had shifted like desert sand in a storm, leaving him stranded. The dungeons of Sunspear were not as notorious as those of Casterly Rock or the black cells of King's Landing, but they held their own particular brand of horror. Heat rather than cold made them unbearable. The desert sun baking the stones until the air became thick enough to chew. They threw him into a cell barely large enough to lie down in. The door clanged shut with a terrible finality. The maester will be along shortly with your first treatment, one guard said, his voice strangely flat. King's orders. Trystane slumped against the wall, sweat already beading on his brow. How had it come to this? He had been so certain the poison would work. The faceless men had assured him it was infallible, that no dragon could survive the WIRM blight. They had lied, and now he would pay the price. The maester arrived within the hour, flanked by 2 more guards. His chain clinked softly as he approached, a small vial clutched in his wrinkled hands. Prince Trystane, the old man said, his voice heavy with regret. I never thought to see you here. Then help me, Trystane pleaded. Tell my sister this is madness. Tell her your sister gave the order herself. The maester interrupted, uncorking the vial. The liquid inside glowed a sickly green. Open your mouth, my prince. It will be easier if you don't resist. The guards pinned his arms, forcing his head back. The liquid burned going down, like swallowing liquid fire. Trystane screamed, the sound echoing off the stone walls as the poison spread through his veins. His vision blurred, the world spinning around him. The last thing he saw before darkness claimed him was the maester's pitying face, mouthing words that might have been an apology. Trystane awoke to soft sheets beneath him, so different from the hard stone head expected that for a moment he thought it all had been a terrible dream. Perhaps he was in his own chambers, and Myrcella was still his, and the Dragon King had never come to Dorne at all. Then he tried to move and found his wrists and ankles bound. His eyes flew open, panic surging through him. He was in a bedchamber, yes, but not his own. This room was larger, more opulent, with silks and Targaryen colors draped across the walls. He was tied to a chair, positioned directly facing an enormous bed. And on that bed, no, Myrcella Lannister, his Myrcella, his betrothed, his love sat beside Viserys Targaryen, her golden hair tumbling down her back. Her slender form rose and fell in a quiet rhythm that spoke of familiarity, of practice. Her face was flushed with pleasure, her green eyes half-lidded as she bit her lower lip. Oh, you're finally awake. The voice came from beside him. Trystane tried to turn his head, but something was strapped across his mouth, preventing him from speaking. His sister moved into his field of vision, clad in a sheer gown that left little to the imagination. Her bronze skin gleamed in the lamplight, the curves of her body clearly visible through the thin fabric. "This is all your fault, Arianne said, her voice strangely gentle. "If you hadn't been so stubborn, this wouldn't have happened." King Viserys can be quite reasonable when not provoked. Trystane tried to scream through the gag, but only muffled sounds emerged. Arianne sighed, stroking his hair as one might pet a disobedient dog. "You poisoned his dragon. Did you really think there wouldn't be consequences? But our king is merciful. He could have burned you alive. Instead, he's giving you a lesson in power." Movement from the doorway caught his attention. A woman entered, and Trystane felt his heart stop. Mother? Malario of Norvos, whom he hadn't seen in years, stepped into the room. But this wasn't the dignified noblewoman he remembered. This stranger wore some kind of harem outfit, all sheer silks and strategic cutouts that displayed more than they concealed. Her dark hair was loose around her shoulders, her eyes lined with kohl. "Ah, Lady Malario," Viserys called from the bed, not even pausing in his activities with Myrcella. "Your son is finally with us. Come, join the celebration." Malario felt her heart twist as she saw her son bound to the chair. "Oh, Trystane, my foolish, beautiful boy." She had not wanted this for him, had begged Viserys to show mercy, to simply exile him as had done with Doran. But her son's attempt to kill a dragon could not go unanswered, and so she had made her choice. Not between Viserys and Trystane, but between Trystane alive and humiliated or Trystane dead and forgotten. "My king," she said, approaching the bed with a grace that belied her inner turmoil. "You are too kind to include me in your diversions." Viserys laughed, the sound resonating with power that made her skin prickle. Since his return for Bravos, he had changed, grown taller, stronger, more inhuman in subtle ways that both terrified and excited her. His violet eyes seemed to glow in the dimness of the chamber, tracking her movement with cold calculation. "Don't be afraid," he said, reaching out a hand to her while his other rested firmly on Myrcella's shoulder. "I want your son to understand exactly what his actions have cost him. Everything and everyone he loves, now mine to command." On the bed, Myrcella moaned, seemingly oblivious to the new arrival or the bound prince, far too lost in pleasure. Her golden hair cascaded down her back, a sharp contrast to the honey bronze of her skin, darkened by the Dornish sun. She moved nervously before the crowd, her cheeks flushed. "Please, your grace," the Lannister girl whispered. "I need patience," Viserys replied gently. "We have all night, and our audience is just settling in." Malario felt Arianne's hand at her waist, guiding her closer to the bed. Her daughter's touch was gentle but insistent. "Mother," Arianne whispered, her silver eyes dancing with something between apology and anticipation. "It's easier if you don't resist. Trust me." And she did trust her daughter, who had navigated these treacherous waters far longer than she. Arianne had transformed from the rebellious girl Malario, remembered, into a woman who understood power and its uses. If this was the price of keeping their family alive, then so be it. Viserys' eyes locked with hers, and she felt that familiar warmth bloom inside her. Whatever else he might be, conqueror, king, monster, he was magnificent to behold. His silver-white hair spilled across the pillows, his muscled body moving with controlled power beneath Myrcella's smaller form. "Come here," he commanded, and her feet moved of their own accord. What a man! She joined them on the massive bed, the silk sheets cool against her knees. Viserys' free hand tangled in her hair, pulling her down for a kiss that was more claim than affection. She yielded to it, opening her mouth to his tongue as he explored her with leisurely dominance. From the chair, she heard her son's muffled protests. Viserys watched Tristan's eyes bulge as he kissed the prince's mother deeply, his tongue dominating hers while he continued to drive himself into Myrcella. The humiliation in Tristan's gaze was exactly what Head hoped for, the understanding that everything Head held dear now belonged to Viserys. This is what happens when you mess with dragons, boy. Your grace, Myrcella whimpered, her composure faltering as she began to tremble. I can't hold on. Not yet, he commanded, gripping her hip tightly enough to bruise. You yield when I allow it, not before. Understood? Her green eyes widened, but she nodded, biting her lower lip as she struggled to control her bodus response. Sweet, obedient Myrcella. Shed come so far from the frightened girl head taken from Dorne, transformed into an eager participant in his activities. The flush on her cheeks had spread down her neck as she tried to steady her breathing. Arianne had joined them on the bed now, her hands gently removing what little clothing her mother still wore. Malario's body was revealed inch by inch fuller than her daughter's, with the lush curves of maturity, her breasts still high and firm despite having borne 3 children. Her bronze skin gleamed in the candlelight, the silver stretch marks across her belly and thighs only adding to her allure. Guide her into position, Viserys told Arianne, enjoying the way the princess immediately obeyed. She arranged her mother on all fours beside them, facing Trystane directly. The symbolism wasn't subtle, but subtlety wasn't the point. He wanted the message beaten into Trystane with all the finesse of a warhammer. You are nothing. I am everything. Viserys lifted Myrcella off him, her whimper of disappointment music to his ears. He positioned her to face Trystane as well. Tell the prince what you think of his pathetic assassination attempt, he commanded her, running his hand down her spine, fingers trailing over each vertebra like he was playing a musical instrument. Myrcella's green eyes, so like her mother's, yet softer, more innocent despite everything met Tristan's. For a moment, Viserys saw genuine regret there, perhaps even a flicker of the affection they'd once shared. Her golden hair cascaded over her shoulders, partially obscuring her small, perfect breasts. Then she spoke, her voice clear and steady. You are a fool, Trystane. King Viserys is not just our ruler. He's a force of nature, a god among men. Fighting him is like fighting the tide. It only leaves you drowned. A tear slipped down her cheek, but her gaze never wavered from Tristan's. I used to dream of you at night. Did you know that? Even after being taken to Casterly Rock, I would close my eyes and imagine our life together. She laughed, the sound hollow and cruel. Such childish fantasies. I've been awakened to what real pleasure is, what real power feels like. Only real men like my king can give pleasure like this. Not you. Never you. You, who didn't think twice about what Dorne and its people would do if an angry King Viserys attacked it with his dragon. Viserys felt a rush of satisfaction at her words. Myrcella had learned her lessons well. He pulled her close and kissed her deeply, his hand resting on her waist. She gasped, leaning into his touch. And who do you belong to now? He asked, moving slowly. She gasped, leaning back against him. You, your grace. Always you. Her voice wavered as he pressed closer. Only you. Forever. Viserys moved behind Malario, admiring her silhouette as she waited on her hands and knees. She glanced back at him, her eyes heavy with resignation and resolve both. This was a woman who understood compromise, who had left her husband rather than bend to his will, but who now yielded to Viserys to save her son's life. And you, Lady Malario, tell your son who you belong to. His hand came down sharply across her with a crack that echoed through the chamber. She yelped, the mark blooming red almost instantly. She didn't hesitate. I am yours, Dragon King. Completely. Her voice was low and strained, tinged with a mix of shame and quiet anger. Her clenched fists betrayed her true feelings, regardless of what her face might show. Good answer. Viserys moved toward her with slow, deliberate steps, noting her sharp intake of breath. She was rigid but refused to yield. Her body betrayed her true desires despite the complicated emotions in her eyes. He pressed himself against her, the intensity of the moment overwhelming as she struggled to keep herself steady. Malario's increasingly desperate gasps filled the room. Please, she cried out as he pressed her down into the pillow until she gripped the sheets. Arianne, he called, his voice steady. Show your brother how willing you are to obey your king. Tristan's shame wasn't just about seeing his mother and former betrothed submit. It was about witnessing his sister's willingness, no, eagerness to participate. Arianne moved with feline grace, positioning herself between Viserys' legs and Malario's. These Dornish and their casual attitude toward intimacy. Viserys thought with amusement. If I tried this in the north, I'd probably be dealing with a revolt. But here in Dorne, the taboo only added spice to the proceedings. Arianne moved close to him with practiced confidence as he continued, adding a new dimension of pleasure that made him groan. Her silver eyes flicked up to meet his, filled with wicked delight at their shared transgression. There is nothing more satisfying than breaking one man by ruining 3 women from his life. Viserys withdrew from Malario, giving Arianne better access. The princess moved closer to her mother with eager attention, making the older woman cry out in surprised pleasure. She turned to show Trystane her glistening lips. "Do you see, brother?" She called to him, her voice bright with triumph. "This is what winning tastes like. This is the flavor of true power." She licked her lips deliberately, making sure he could see every movement of her tongue. Viserys moved to Myrcella, who had been waiting patiently, her slim body trembling with need. She had been unable to resist the temptation. "Did I give you permission to touch yourself?" he asked, his voice deceptively soft. She froze, eyes widening in alarm. "And no, your grace. I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself. How improper, just like your mother." "Turn around," he commanded her. "Face him while I deal with you. And put those fingers in your mouth. Taste it while he watches." She obeyed immediately, positioning herself on hands and knees and sucking her fingers clean with a soft sound that made him tense with need. He moved closer to her from behind, much gentler than had been before. She was smaller, more delicate, and required a different touch. She held him close, warm and trembling with her desire. "You're so tight, little lioness," he murmured, loud enough for Trystane to hear. "So perfect. I can feel you quivering, desperate for more. You want to surrender to your king?" she pleaded, leaning back toward him. "Please, your grace. Please let me." "Look at him," he told her, gripping her golden hair and pulling her head up. "Let him see how devoted you are. Let him see what he lost by being a weakling." Myrcella's eyes locked with Tristan's. Her face flushed as Viserys held her close. Tears streamed down her cheeks, whether from emotion or from pain. It was impossible to tell. "I'm sorry," she whispered, though whether to Trystane or to herself, Viserys couldn't tell. "But this is where I belong now. Tell him what it means." Viserys commanded, his pace increasing. "Be specific." "You're so rude, Daddy." She swallowed hard. Then she narrated for Trystane. "He satisfies me completely in ways I never knew possible. When he's with me, I feel whole, complete." Her voice grew stronger as she continued, her composure giving way to a moment of pure connection. "The way he moves, the way he reaches me, it's like nothing I could have imagined. I've never felt so present, so devoted. I love belonging to my king." Viserys held her close, each breath drawing a soft sound from her lips. Viserys whispered in her ear, "Show your former betrothed what real pleasure looks like." The permission was all she needed. Myrcella cried out his name, overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment. "Hang!" Her entire body shook with the force of it, her composure breaking as she yielded to the moment. Her voice echoed off the stone walls, sharp and insistent, nothing like the demure princess shed once been. "Come here," Viserys ordered Arianne, releasing Myrcella's hair to beckon the Dornish princess. She approached him, eyes dark with purpose. He pulled her by the waist, giving her a sweet, hot kiss. Arianne's anger, the little she hid behind her eyes until now, melted at his kiss. She couldn't resist this man at all. He added, "Show your brother how a true princess submits to her king." Arianne positioned herself beside Myrcella, their bodies forming a perfect contrast. Myrcella, all golden fairness, Arianne bronze and lush. The princess opened herself up to the king, her body clearly eager for his touch. "Please, my king," she purred. Her voice a seductive melody that made even Malario glance over with renewed interest. Use me as you wish. Use me while my dumb, pathetic brother watches, aching for me. Viserys withdrew from Myrcella, leaving her whimpering with need, and turned his attention fully to Arianne, without preamble. She cried out, overwhelmed despite his size. He set a demanding pace, pushing her up the bed. Each movement made her bounce slightly, her expression intense. "Tell your brother," he growled, his hand fisting in her dark curls. "Tell him who rules Dorne now." Arianne's eyes locked with Tristan's, defiance warring with submission in her gaze. Then she surrendered, as Viserys had known she would. "Viserys Targaryen rules Dorne," she breathed, her voice trembling. "The Dragon King commands us all." Her nails dug into his shoulders, leaving crescent moons that would fade within minutes, thanks to his enhanced healing. "He owns me, Mother, Myrcella, everyone you've ever loved. And all this is your fault." She reached for Trystane, though he was far across the room. "Can you see how much I want him, brother? How completely I belong to him? This is what true power does to a woman. Makes her desperate, willing, hungry." Viserys struck her sharply, the sound making Myrcella jump beside them. Arianne only leaned in closer, refusing to back down. "More," she demanded, her voice firm. "Show me your strength, my king. Show my brother how thoroughly you've conquered his family. Show my brother what a dirty slut his sister is for you." "Ang!" Viserys obliged, his pace becoming punishing. Arianne screamed in pleasure, her body convulsing in ecstasy. Her body tensed intensely. He didn't slow down, holding her close through the overwhelming moment until she was babbling incoherently, tears streaming down her face from the intense sensation. The women took turns attending to each other at his direction while he moved between them, holding each one closely. They spent the night together in various combinations, limited only by imagination and stamina. At one point, all three women were kneeling before him, taking turns showing him affection while the others kissed and caressed his body. The sight was glorious, 3 generations of beauty, all worshiping him as he deserved. "Look at your former fiancé, Trystane," Viserys called out as Myrcella devoted herself to him, her green eyes watering with the effort. He stroked her hair affectionately. Such a good girl, so eager to please her king. Malario and Arianne knelt on either side of Myrcella, remaining close by her side as Myrcella rested. They worked together in perfect harmony, as if they'd been doing this for years instead of hours. "I have to agree. Your mother is incredibly talented at what she does. Man, she's something else." Viserys continued, his eyes never leaving Tristan's tortured face. "She has a very particular technique." "Ah, yes. Just like that." He groaned as Malario demonstrated her skill. "I can see where your sister learned her talents." And through it all, Trystane watched, unable to look away, unable to protest. His humiliation was complete, total. The message was clear. Everything he had ever wanted, ever loved, belonged to Viserys Targaryen now. By the time Viserys finally decided to end his conflict, all 3 women lay resting on the bed, their bodies bearing the marks of the encounter. Bruises, handprints, the sheen of sweat making their skin glow in the lamplight. Myrcella curled against Malario's side, her golden hair stark against the older woman's bronze skin. Arianne lay sprawled on her back, exhausted from her time with Viserys. "Ah, thank you, my king," Arianne murmured, her voice hoarse from exhaustion. "For showing us where we belong," Malario added, her hand stroking Myrcella's hair gently. "For making us yours," Myrcella finished, her green eyes heavy-lidded with contentment. Viserys approached Trystane, still gloriously naked, his body unmarked by fatigue despite hours of exertion. His arousal was unmistakable, declaring his inhuman stamina. "This is power," he told him quietly. "Not poison or schemes or petty revenge. This," he gestured to the women, to the room, to himself, "is why dragons ruled the world. Remember that when you're freezing to your death in the dark dungeons, or when you bite your tongue off to short your suffering. He yanked Arianne by the hair, throwing her on the floor, then seizing her face to force her to the ground. She didn't seem to mind at all, the way she smiled as he watched over her, giggling with her eyes rolled up. She looked drunk in pleasure. Viserys made sure Trystane could see every movement as he guided her through the moment, very slowly and very deliberately. He'll think of this night often when I'm with them in the future. Perhaps he'll tell them to call me by your name occasionally, just for the novelty. His smile was cruel, calculated. Would you like that, Trystane? To know that even in your absence, I'm claiming them as my own, taking everything that was yours? That'll make Arianne call me brother, Malario call me son, and Myrcella call me husband? Trystane cursed him 1,000 names, but his voice remained muffled. King Viserys just grinned at him in response. The guards came to take him away then, his eyes haunted by what had witnessed. He would live, as Viserys had promised Arianne. But Viserys suspected that after tonight, part of him would wish his choice of dragon fire had been accepted instead. Sometimes, living with defeat is a far greater punishment than death. This would be an example. They would make no songs of this night, and the memory would haunt House Martell and Dorne for generations to come. Chapter 164. 164 The Conqueror's throne morning light crept through the ornate windows of Sunspear, painting gold stripes across the carnage of pleasure that was my royal bedchamber. I stretched, feeling the delicious ache of muscles well used, and surveyed my conquests with unhurried satisfaction. Around me lay the utter defeat of House Martell, more complete than any battlefield victory could ever be. Arianne's bronze skin glistened with sweat, her body showing signs of a struggle, purple bruises blooming on her neck and her wrists. Beside her, Malario curled against the younger girl, her more mature curves rising and falling with exhausted breath. And at the foot of the bed, golden hair spilled across the sheets like liquid sunlight. Myrcella slept peacefully. Generations of beauty bonded not by fire or sword, but by pleasure and power. This was a victory Aegon himself might have envied. I slid from the bed, careful not to wake them. Let them sleep. They had earned their rest in service to their king. In the full-length mirror across the room, I studied the body the system had granted me. 7 feet of muscle and sinew, my silver-white hair falling past my shoulders, eyes with vertical pupils that caught the light like a predator's. I flexed my hand, feeling the power humming beneath my skin. Power that had unmade bravos and brought the proudest family in Dorne to their knees. What a fucking journey. From the pathetic beggar King I'd been before my awakening that weak, spoiled creature who had sold his own sister for the promise of power to this, to standing here, having just broken a prince's spirit by claiming everything he loved. Power isn't just about who can burn the most cities. I murmured to my reflection. It's about who owns the most souls. And souls were far more valuable conquests than mere castles. Castles could be rebuilt, armies replenished. But when you own someone's very essence, when they looked at you with the mixture of fear and devotion I'd seen in Arianne's eyes last night, that was true immortality. A soft knock interrupted my thoughts. I didn't bother covering myself as I called. Enter. A servant girl stepped inside, carrying a tray laden with fruits, bread, and wine. Her eyes fixed determinately on the floor, terrified to meet my gaze. Smart girl. Your Grace, she whispered, setting the tray on a side table with trembling hands. The master of ships sends word that your fleet is prepared for departure to King's Landing. The winds are favorable. I plucked a grape from the tray, studying the servant's downcast face. Am I dragon? Viserion hunts in the Red Mountains, your Grace. The small folks say she took 3 cattle and a shepherd's dog at dawn. I smiled, popping the grape into my mouth. Always the overachiever. My golden girl. Good. Tell Ser Adam we sail with the afternoon tide, and have fresh clothing brought for my guests. The servant curtsied so deeply she nearly touched her forehead to the floor. At once, your Grace. As she backed toward the door, I added, and girl? She froze, terror flashing across her features. Yes, your Grace. Have the maester check on Prince Trystane. Make sure he's still breathing. It would be a shame if his education ended prematurely. Why, yes, Your Grace. I wonder how long before Tristan asked for a stronger dose. After she fled, I turned back to the bed, where Ariane was beginning to stir. Her dark eyes fluttered open, widening slightly as she registered my naked form silhouetted against the morning light. Already awake, my king? She murmured, voice hoarse from her screams the night before. I returned to the bed, running my fingers down her spine, noting her shiver. Dragons rise with the sun, princess, and we have a kingdom to rule. She winced as she sat up, the weariness of last night plain on her face. Was last night's confrontation truly necessary? He's still my blood, a blood who tried to kill my dragon. I gripped her chin, forcing her to meet my gaze. Consider it mercy that he still breathes. For a moment, defiance flickered in those silver eyes, the same fire that had first drawn me to her. Cold calculation that made her such a valuable asset. Then it faded into a gaze that knew better, that relaxed into the arms of the man she loved. Of course, my king, she said, leaning into my touch. Forgiveness is indeed the mark of a great ruler. I laughed, the sound waking the other women. Forgiveness? No, this was instruction. I glanced at the still bruised Marcella, who blinked owlishly in the sunlight. Some lessons require a more thorough demonstration than others. King's Landing greeted us with a spectacle worthy of conquest. 3 dragons circled the Red Keep's spires, their shadows sweeping across the city like moving prophecies. Below, small folk lined the streets, equal parts terrified and fascinated as our procession wound its way toward the castle. I rode at the head, resplendent in black armor trimmed with crimson. Daenerys wasn't here. She had flown to Dragonstone to rest. Behind me came my fine acquisitions. Ariane on a silver palfrey, her face a carefully composed mask of dignity. Malario, whose exotic beauty drew whispers from the crowd. Lastly, Marcella, the golden lioness, returning to her former home, but now as its mistress. The throne room doors swung open to reveal the full court assembled. My various queens and consorts stood arranged in careful hierarchy. It hadn't been long since I last saw them, but after the conquest and bravos, it felt like years. Marjorie Tyrell was closest to the throne, her political savvy evident in her gracious smile. Sansa Stark beside her, winter incarnate in blue silks. Yara Greyjoy lounged against a pillar with characteristic irreverence. Brienne of Tarth stood guard in gleaming armor, lowering her head when our eyes met. Their reactions as we entered told stories of their own. Marjorie's smile never faltered, though her eyes catalogued every detail of our new arrivals with shrewd assessment. Sansa's face betrayed momentary concern as she noted Marcella's subdued demeanor. Brienne remained impassive, though her hand tightened slightly on her sword hilt. And Yara merely smirked, a salacious appreciation dancing in her gray eyes. I ascended the steps of the Iron Throne, feeling its barbs press against my armor as I sat. With a gesture, I bade my new acquisition stand before me. Lords and ladies of the court, I began, my voice carrying effortlessly to the farthest corners of the hall. Before you sits I, the living proof of our complete victory over both the free cities of Essos and Westeros. Murmurs rippled through the crowd as I detailed the destruction of the Iron Bank, the annihilation of the Faceless Men, and Tywin Lannister's final moments. Tywin Lannister, a man among men, the lion who thought himself king of the jungle. He learned what happens when he challenges dragons, I said, noting with satisfaction how Cersei flinched from her position among the servants. And the Prince of Dorne, who foolishly attempted to poison my dragon, now contemplates his errors from a cell darker than his ambitions. Soon, my eyes flickered to Ariane, Malario, and Marcella. You'll hear songs about the rest of the stuff he suffered. Merely rumors, of course. I plan to order roasts to spread the songs, for bards to sing them. All of Westeros must know what happened to the women in Tristan's life. Despite my bold words, Ariane maintained her composure admirably, though I caught the slight tremble in her hands. Lady Myrcella Lannister will assume her rightful place as Lady of Casterly Rock, I announced, managing her family's remaining assets for the good of the realm. Princess Arianne will continue to rule Dorne as my loyal vassal, with her mother, Lady Malario, serving as her special advisor. The political implications of these arrangements weren't lost on the court. I was literally placing former rivals into key positions, but under my absolute control. Then there's the queen selection. About a year ago during my marriage, ID said I'll choose the queen after testing them. After seeing their mental fortitude, their potential, I'll announce the results soon. Tonight, we feast to celebrate our victories, I said, rising from the throne, and to welcome these newest members to our... I paused, surveying my collection of women, family. As the court dispersed, Marjorie approached with courtly grace, bowing perfectly. Your grace has been most successful in your campaigns, she said, her voice honey over steel. Though I confess surprise at Lady Malario's presence. I hadn't realized Norvos had so willingly joined your empire to send their lady here. Clever girl, probing for weakness. Lady Malario serves of her own free will, I replied smoothly. Her talents are considerable, and I find value in diverse perspectives. Indeed, Marjorie's smile could have cut glass. We all serve in our own ways, some more enthusiastically than others, Yara added, sauntering over with her characteristic swagger. I like the Dornish girl. She is fire. Fire that now burns for our king alone. Marjorie observed. Sansa joined us, her blue eyes studying the new arrivals with quiet intensity. Myrcella seems unwell, she said softly. Perhaps she should rest before tonight's festivities. Always the compassionate one. Lady Stark, I said, noting how Sansa tensed at the formality. You're right. She had quite the workout last night. Very well. See that Lady Myrcella is comfortable in the Eastern Tower. As Sansa led Myrcella away, I caught her whispered reassurance. You're safe now. No one will hurt you here. If only she knew how thoroughly ID already claimed the little lioness. But Sansa's kindness was precisely why I kept her close. In a court of vipers, sometimes you need a dove. The small council chamber felt oppressively intimate with my transformation. I felt a little too large here. ID need to commission custom chairs. My shoulders nearly brushed the walls as I paced before the great map table, listening to Rose deliver her intelligence reports. Your Grace, our network in ET confirms that Varys has indeed gained audience with the God Emperor, she said, her red hair gleaming in the candlelight. Though his exact purpose remains unclear. How did you manage spies in ET? I asked, genuinely curious. It's half a world away, and so much more secretive. Rose smiled, a flash of her former occupation in the coy curve of her lips. E.T. isn't as disconnected from the world as rumors suggest. You should know that, Your Grace. The E.T. trade delegation that visited last summer included several young men with particular tastes. They found my establishments memorable enough to maintain correspondence. Pillow talk is intelligence gathering, I chuckled. Effective, if unreliable. On the contrary, Your Grace. Men say more truth with their small clothes around their ankles than they ever do at council tables. She glanced pointedly around the room. Present company accepted, of course. Yara barked a laugh. She's got you there, Dragon King. Surely. What the wall? I asked, steering the conversation back to business. Rose consulted her notes. Increased wildling activity, as we expected. Several ranging parties have gone missing. The Lord Commander requests additional men and supplies. And Dragonlass. I added, remembering what awaited beyond the wall. How the Dragonstone mines double their output. You believe these tales of White Walkers, then? Yara asked, her usual mockery absent. I ran my fingers over the map, tracing the wall's length. Haven't we had this conversation before? I believe in being prepared. Old legends often have teeth. The council continued with matters of taxation and trade, but my mind kept returning to the north, to the wall, to the ancient evil stirring beyond it. From my knowledge of the show and books and Reddit posts, half remembered from the world ID left behind, I recalled that dragons were reluctant to cross the wall, something about the magic woven into its ice. Since that was the case, I was in no hurry to hunt them down myself. The White Walkers would have to cross the wall themselves before becoming my immediate concern. Besides, I had a more pressing matter to resolve. My gaze settled on the one kingdom not fully integrated into my empire. The North, still nominally independent under Robb Stark's rule. Let the young wolf handle the immediate northern threats, I thought. Let him exhaust his resources against the wildlings while I consolidate my power here. When the time is right, he'll reclaim what Aegon himself never truly conquered. North had submitted in name, but North, given its size and loyalty to the Starks, had never truly been fully integrated. As the council adjourned, only I and Rose remained. I told her about the song she was to spread about Tristane, and she laughed like a little girl hearing the event. I moved to the balcony overlooking King's Landing. The city sprawled beneath me, teeming with life, all of it mine by right of conquest. Everything I see, I murmured to myself, and so much more. Yes, Your Grace, Rose said, gently walking behind me. She hugged me from behind, resting her face on my back. Reminds me of the first time you told me about your ambitions under the stars. When you showed me Viserion, look how far we've come. I turned to her, kissing her gently. In another life, I'd have made her my queen. Sadly, she was a whore. Speaking of queens, the queen selection would come. First, I needed to formalize my succession. Then I would turn my attention northward, bringing Robb Stark to heel. Then the White Walkers. And after that late eternity stretched before me like an endless feast. Dragons could live for centuries. With my system and newfound powers, who knew how long I might rule? Long enough to reshape the world entirely in my image. Long enough to be remembered not as king or conqueror, but as God. I smiled as Viserion's distant roar echoed across the city, sending flocks of birds scattering from the rooftops. They say the Targaryens answer to neither gods nor men, I whispered to the wind. But that's only because, in the end, we become both. Chapter 165. 165 The Lady of Clegane. Keep the Tower of the Hand stood ready for its new occupant, though not quite in the way I had envisioned when I claimed the Iron Throne. Servants bustled about, carrying linens and furniture, transforming what had once been Tywin Lannister's austere quarters into something more fitting for my newest appointment. I ran my fingers along the freshly polished desk, remembering how Tywin had once sat here, plotting the downfall of my house. Now he existed only as dust and memory, while I ruled the Seven Kingdoms. The irony was not lost on me. Your Grace, a servant said, bowing deeply, is the arrangement to your satisfaction? I surveyed the chamber with its heavy oaken furniture, bookshelves already filled with tomes on Westerosi law, and the large map table positioned near the window to catch the morning light. Add more candles. Lady Clegane values her reading, and I won't have my master of laws straining her eyes. The servant nodded, hurrying to fulfill my command as I moved to the window. From this height, King's Landing sprawled before me. A city of stone and secrets, now firmly under my control. The Red Keep's towers and turrets rose majestically, while Blackwater Bay glittered in the distance, its waters calmer than the day Stannis had attempted his ill-fated assault. Lady Alysanne Clegane as Master of Laws. The appointment would raise eyebrows. No doubt, not merely because she was a woman, though that alone would ruffle traditional feathers, but because of her unique position. House Clegane was notorious for producing brutes like Gregor and Sandor, men who solved problems with steel and blood. Yet Alysanne had carved a different path, her mind as sharp as any sword. I recalled our first meeting at Casterly Rock after the attempt on my life. Where others had panicked or dithered, she had methodically uncovered the traitor. Lord Westerling's betrayal had been laid bare by her careful investigation. His connection to the faceless men exposed with surgical precision. And she had done it all with a calm efficiency that I found increasingly intriguing. Certainly not beautiful in the conventional sense. I mused, remembering her imposing frame, nearly matching my own height. Her face was strong rather than delicate, with high cheekbones and a jaw that spoke of her family's warrior heritage. But her eyes, damn. Her eyes held a fierce intelligence that made conventional beauty seem trivial by comparison. A knock at the door interrupted my thoughts. "Enter," I called. Turning from the window, a young page, one of Marjorie's I noted from the rose embroidered on his doublet, bowed nervously. "Your Grace, Lady Alysanne Clegane has arrived in the capital." "Already?" I smiled, pleased by her promptness. "And how has the court received her?" The boy hesitated, choosing his words carefully. "There was some commotion, Your Grace. Lady Clegane arrived astride a destrier that would make most knights envious, wearing riding leathers rather than a gown. Several lords remarked upon her unusual appearance." "I imagine they did," I laughed. "And did Lady Clegane grace these lords with a response?" "She said." The page swallowed hard. "She said that men who concern themselves with a lattice attire rather than her mind reveal more about their own inadequacies than hers." I couldn't contain my bark of laughter. "Perfect. Have Lady Clegane escorted to her quarters to refresh herself. Then inform her that I will receive her formally in the throne room in 2 hours." After the page departed, I returned to the window, watching as a tall figure dismounted in the courtyard below. Even from this distance, Alysanne Clegane cut an impressive silhouette, broad-shouldered, yet unmistakably feminine, moving with the assurance of someone who had never apologized for the space she occupied in the world. Image here unlike my other women, I thought. Marjorie with her subtle manipulations, Sansa with her quiet resilience, Arianne with her sensual boldness, and even Brienne, whom I didn't even spend much time with her steadfast loyalty. Each of them were beautiful and valuable in their own way, brought into my orbit through circumstance or strategy. But Lady Clegane, she was different. She had earned my attention through pure competence. No games or seduction, nor any political advantage. Just raw intelligence coupled with undeniable strength. The combination was refreshing. The news for Bravos has changed the game, I reflected. My destruction of the Iron Bank and the Faceless Men had sent shockwaves through the Seven Kingdoms. Lords who once hedged their bets now raised to declare their unwavering loyalty. Those who had whispered about the Mad King's son now spoke of the Dragon King's vision. Fear and fascination, the twin pillars upon which all lasting rule was built. And banks. I need to start my own bank. Not under my name, though. It needs to look separate enough from Westeros. I feel like the old coots from back on Earth. I smiled, anticipating the throne room spectacle to come. Lady Clegane would make quite the impression, of that I had no doubt, and I found myself uncharacteristically eager to see her again. The throne room hummed with thinly veiled curiosity as nobles and courtiers gathered for the day's audiences. I sat upon the Iron Throne, its barbs no longer threatening my thickened skin. The hundreds of swords melted by Balerian's fire had long since ceased to be a danger to me. What would Aegon think of his descendant now? I wondered. Would he recognize what I've become? Something beyond even the original conqueror himself. The great doors swung open, and the master of ceremonies struck his staff against the marble floor 3 times. "Lady Alysanne of House Clegane, daughter of Clegane Keep," he announced, his voice carrying to the rafters. She entered alone, requiring no escort or fanfare. The crowd parted before her as water breaks around stone, murmurs rippling through the court as they took in her appearance. Lady Alysanne stood nearly 6.5 feet tall, towering over most men present. She had chosen attire that acknowledged court formality while refusing to diminish her presence, a high-necked gown of deep burgundy. The cut martial rather than demure, with clean lines that emphasized her strong shoulders and proud carriage. Her dark hair was pulled back in a simple style that revealed a face more handsome than pretty, with intelligent eyes that missed nothing. She moved with surprising grace for her size. Her steps collected as she approached the throne. Unlike many who came before me, she betrayed no nervousness, no sycophantic eagerness to please. Just calm confidence and the subtle assessment of a scholar cataloging details. "Your Grace," she said, her voice rich and clear as she bowed, not the curtsy expected of ladies, but a warrior's acknowledgement of respect. "I answer your summons with gratitude for the consideration, Lady Alysanne," I replied, keeping my voice formal for the court's benefit. "Your service at Casterly Rock revealed qualities sorely needed in my small council: intelligence, discernment, dedication to truth regardless of consequence." I gestured toward the assembled courtiers. "The realm requires order after years of chaos. Laws that protect the weak without hampering the strong. Justice administered with wisdom rather than whim." I leaned forward slightly. "I would name you Master of Laws, Lady Clegane, to bring your unique perspective to my council." A hush fell over the court, followed by the inevitable whispers. No woman had ever held such a position, though my own appointments had already broken precedent with Rose as Mistress of Whispers. Lady Alysanne's expression remained composed, though I caught the momentary glitter of her eyes, the only indication of surprise she allowed herself. She was surprised that I hadn't been joking when I offered her this position. "Your Grace honors me with this offer," she said after a moment's consideration. "And after recent events, only a fool would decline the favor of the Dragon King." A ripple of nervous laughter swept through the court. Everyone present understood the reference to bravos and the fates of those who had opposed me. "However," she continued, "I accept not out of fear but conviction. The laws of this realm have too long served the powerful at the expense of the common folk. If your Grace truly wishes reform rather than mere continuation of past injustices, only then I would be honored to serve." Clever, I thought. Accepting while establishing her principles. Setting terms without seeming insubordinate. "Reform is precisely what I seek," I replied. It wasn't a lie. I wanted to create a lawful place, where the only unlawful being would be me. The old order died with Tywin Lannister. We built something new upon its ashes. I rose from the throne, a move that always commanded attention due to my transformed height. "Lady Alysanne Clegane, kneel and receive your appointment." She knelt with surprising grace, her head bowed as I descended the throne steps. "By my authority as King of the Seven Kingdoms, I name you Master of Laws and Advisor to the Crown. Rise, Lady Clegane, and take your place among my council." As she stood, our eyes met, and I saw the same keen assessment I had first noted at Casterly Rock. Not the worship of Kinvara or the calculated affection of Marjorie. Not even the genuine but deferential respect of Brienne. This was the gaze of someone who saw me clearly and evaluated without fear. To be logical, she was stupid not to fear me. But stupidity in this manner was often an attractive trait. Across the throne room, I noticed my queens and lovers watching with various expressions. Marjorie's perfect smile revealed nothing of her thoughts. Sansa studied Lady Clegane with open curiosity. Yara looked grudgingly impressed. "The small council shall convene tomorrow morning," I announced. "For now, Lady Clegane will require time to settle into her new chambers." As the formal ceremony concluded and the court began to disperse, I added, "Lady Clegane, attend me in my solar this evening. There are matters requiring immediate discussion." She bowed again. "As your Grace commands." Chapter 166. 166. Mistress of Law. My solar offered a more intimate setting than the Tower of the Hand-rich artwork depicting dragon hunts. Comfortable chairs positioned before a hearth where flames danced despite the mild evening, and a table laid with wine and delicacies from throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Lady Alysanne entered precisely at the appointed hour, still dressed in her burgundy gown, though she had added a scholar's chain around her neck, not the maester's chain of the Citadel, but something similar, with links of various metals suggesting areas of expertise. "I don't think it's anything official. Is it? She just wears it on her own?" "An impressive display in the throne room," she said without preamble as she took the seat I indicated. "The lords of Westeros won't soon forget the image of their king conferring such authority on a woman." I poured wine into 2 goblets, offering her one. "Does that trouble you? Being the symbol that challenges their preconceptions?" "I've been challenging preconceptions since I chose books over swords at the age of 8, despite my insane size," she replied, accepting the wine. in a house known for producing brutes like my brothers Gregor and Sandor. A girl who preferred reading to fighting was already an aberration. She sipped the wine, eyes appreciative. Arbor Gold, for before the war. Your Grace has excellent taste. Please, in private, call me Viserys. I settled into my chair, studying her. Tell me about this choice you made. Most noble girls are encouraged toward feminine arts rather than martial ones. For you to have the option seems unusual. A smile touched her lips, transforming her severe features into something unexpectedly appealing. My father was unconventional. He believed minds were as valuable as muscle, regardless of the body that housed them. When my brothers trained with swords, I was given the option to join them or pursue other interests. And you chose knowledge. I chose both, she corrected. I learned swordplay alongside my studies. A mind needs a strong body to house it, after all. But I found greater satisfaction in solving problems through intellect rather than force. She set her wine down, leaning forward slightly. Now I've answered your question. Allow me one of my own. Why appoint me? There are dozens of learned men who would eagerly fill this position. Men with connections to great houses or the citadel itself. I appreciated her directness, because those men would merely perpetuate the system that has failed the realm for generations. You see differently. Think differently. I gestured to her scholar's chain. Those links, they represent your areas of study? She nodded, fingers touching the various metals. Law, history, mathematics, alchemy, architecture, and several others. Self-taught, as the Citadel refuses to train women. Their loss is my gain, I said, rising to pour more wine. I moved closer than necessary, noting how she neither shrank from my proximity nor displayed the calculated invitation I'd grown accustomed to from courtly women. And you're correct. Your difference is precisely why I want you. Fresh perspectives break stagnation. Is it the only reason? She asked, her gaze direct and unblinking. The question hung between us. It had a meaning that both of us were aware of. I set down the wine decanter, my hand deliberately brushing hers. No, I admitted. I find your combination of intellect and strength compelling. Most women I encounter are playing elaborate games. Seduction, politics, power. You simply are who you are, without apology or artifice. And you find that attractive? She smirked, and a note of genuine curiosity colored her voice. Intensely. I held her gaze. Don't misunderstand. Your appointment is based solely on merit. But my interest in you extends beyond your qualifications for the council. Lady Alysanne considered this, her expression thoughtful rather than offended or coy. You're not what I expected, she said finally. The stories paint you as another conqueror. Fire and blood, taking what you want through force. Do you disapprove? On the contrary. She stood, bringing our faces level with each other. Power recognizes power, Viserys. You've remade the world through will and flame. And you? I merely create on a smaller scale, through law and reason. I'm glad you're allowing me to extend that to a national scale. This is an honor, and a man who honors me. Yes, he is attractive. She was close enough now that I could detect the subtle scent of ink and parchment beneath the customary perfumes of court. Her eyes, I noticed, were a striking gray, like storm clouds gathering on the horizon. I'm aware of your preferences regarding the women in your circle, she continued, her directness refreshing after months of courtly subterfuge. I'm also aware I'm not like your queens or consorts. I lack Marjorie's political connections, Sansa's ancient lineage, and Ariane's exotic beauty. You undersell yourself, I interrupted, reaching up to touch her face, a gesture that would have seemed presumptuous with anyone else, but somehow felt natural between us. What you possess is far rarer than beauty or bloodlines. A mind capable of thinking different. Is that what you desire? An intellectual equal? Equal? I had to hold back a scoff. Only one person was equal to me in this realm, and even she would deny that if asked on her face. Among other things, I admitted, my thumb tracing the line of her jaw. I've conquered 7 kingdoms and bent the most powerful institutions to my will. Yet here you stand, unafraid and unimpressed. She laughed then, a rich sound that transformed her face. Not unimpressed, Your Grace. Merely resistant to blind worship. Dragon fire may compel obedience, but cannot command genuine respect. And do I have yours? This genuine respect? You're earning it, she replied, her hand rising to cover mine. Though I expect you know this isn't the path to queenship. I have no illusions about competing with your current arrangements. Don't say that, I replied, moving closer until our bodies nearly touched. I'm considering this queen thing in a different way. Her eyebrow arched skeptically. Different how? Perhaps the realm needs more than one type of queen, I suggested. Marjorie for politics, Sansa for compassion, and you for justice. Well, given I like you enough. A novel approach to governance, she murmured, her hand now resting on my chest. Though I suspect the faith might have opinions on such arrangements. The faith serves at my pleasure, I reminded her. As do the laws you'll soon oversee. Her lips quirked. Creating legal precedent for your personal desires? How tyrannical. Only if it lacks consent, I countered, my hands finding her waist. Does it? Instead of answering, she closed the remaining distance between us, her mouth meeting mine with surprising gentleness. The kiss deepened as she responded to my touch, her strength matching mine in a way none of my other women could. It was not anywhere equal, of course, but the difference was drastic. When we finally broke apart, her eyes had darkened to the color of thunderclouds. For a man who commands dragons, she said, voice slightly breathless, you kiss with unexpected restraint. Would you prefer fire? I asked, pulling her closer. I would prefer authenticity, she replied. The man, not the myth. Then you shall have him, I promised, claiming her mouth once more as candles guttered in the evening breeze, casting swaying shadows across the solar floor. Power called to power, strength to strength. The night grew fun. I was really enjoying my kingship. Lady Alysanne's lips met mine with unexpected fervor, her height allowing her to kiss me without the awkward angle most women required. I pushed her against the bookshelf, volumes trembling on their perches as our bodies collided with unrestrained force. Unlike the delicate frames of my other consorts, Alysanne's sturdy form was enough to hold steady under my newly discovered strength, her broad shoulders and powerful frame keeping her grounded through the intensity of the moment. I had a feeling you'd be a little rough, she murmured against my mouth, her voice low, though I didn't expect quite so much of it. My hands found purchase at her waist, fingers digging into the firm muscle beneath her gown. Disappointed? On? Intrigued, she corrected, arching an eyebrow as she reached for the laces of my doublet. Her fingers worked with surprising dexterity for their size, making quick work of the knots. I tore at her gown in return, the expensive fabric yielding beneath my grip. She didn't protest the destruction, only laughed, a deep, throaty sound that stirred something primal within me. These scholars' robes have seen worse treatment, she said, shrugging as the torn burgundy silk pooled at her feet. Standing bare before me, Lady Alysanne was magnificent, tall, and powerful, with none of the willowy fragility I'd grown accustomed to. Her body was a declaration of both strength and femininity, broad shoulders tapering to a defined waist, generous hips marked with scars that spoke of a life fully lived. Sweat gleamed on her skin in the firelight as I backed her toward the massive desk, sweeping aside maps and documents with a careless arm. She sat on its edge, pulling me close by the collar, her breath warm against my ear. There, I don't plan on being gentle, she whispered, her eyes catching the flicker of the flames, biting the lobe hard enough to draw blood. Don't insult me with restraint. I growled in response, one hand tangling in her dark hair while the other pulled her closer. She pressed against me, her body honest in its desires. For a woman of law, I said, voice rough with need, you have remarkably few inhibitions. HNNGH. Well, logic and passion aren't mutually exclusive, she countered, helping me out of my remaining layers. I simply reserve my enthusiasm for worthy causes. When my hands met hers, she smiled warmly and leaned closer. Her head fell back, exposing the column of her throat an invitation I gladly accepted, marking her pale skin with teeth and tongue. Papers crumpled beneath her as I laid her back across the desk, her imposing frame displayed before me like a conquest almost more satisfying than any kingdom. Beads of sweat gathered between her breasts, tracing paths down her stomach as her chest heaved with anticipation. She truly was gorgeous. "Take what you want, Dragon King," she challenged, her storm-gray eyes holding mine without submission or artifice. "This body can handle your fire." The moment stretched between us, heavy with heat and daring, as our gazes locked and neither of us backed down. Watching her gasp as we pressed close together, the desk groaned beneath our combined weight as we moved in shared rhythm, two titans finding balance, neither yielding nor breaking. I wondered how long before she'd cry out in surrender, before she'd call me names she'd be ashamed the next day of. The night had only just begun. Chapter 167. 167 The Weight of Eternity. A few days after that, the sun hadn't yet kissed the horizon when I found myself on the highest tower of the Red Keep, watching my dragons paint shadows across the sleeping city. Viserys circled lazily, her golden scales catching the pre-dawn light like scattered coins. Regal cut through morning mist with jade precision, while Drogon perched on a distant spire, surveying his domain with the arrogance only a dragon could possess. 300 years, I thought with a strange feeling, flexing my transformed hands. The claws that could emerge will remain sheathed beneath human-seeming skin. That's how long Balerion lived. My regeneration tells me, subconsciously, that I have the lifespan of a dragon now. So is that how long I'd live? Or maybe longer? Since I was never an ordinary Dragon Lord, I had the system. The system had changed everything. Level 115 now, with regeneration that could heal mortal wounds in minutes, strength that could shatter stone, and who knew what other transformations awaited at higher levels. Would I live 500 years? 1,000? Forever? The thought should have thrilled me. Instead, it settled in my chest like winter frost. I closed my eyes, and for a moment I was back on Earth. I'd been nobody special then. Just another Game of Thrones fan arguing about prophecies on Reddit, writing elaborate theories about Jon Snow's parentage that turn out to be obvious all along. With my nerd of a friend who'd read the books, spoiling all the fun. Surprisingly, I recalled a very personal memory from my previous life. "You'll never amount to anything," my father had said once, drunk and bitter after another failed business venture. "Dreamers don't survive in this world." Well, Dad, ID survived in a much harsher world. ID thrived. ID conquered. Dreams may not survive, but dreams do. People's dreams never die. But sitting here, watching my kingdom wake beneath dragon shadows, I wondered if surviving was enough when you might survive forever. What was the point of an eternal throne if you sat on it alone? Well, not totally alone, I reminded myself. ID, given my women regeneration, the closest thing to immortality I could grant. Marjorie, Sansa, Arianne, Yara, Kinvara, Brienne, even Lady Clegane now. Unsurprisingly, it turned out she had been a virgin as no man dared approach her. They could walk the centuries with me, theoretically, but could they really? Would Marjorie's ambition burn as bright after 200 years? Would Sansa's compassion survive, watching generation after generation of orphans grow old and die while she remained young? Would any of them still look at me with desire instead of resentment after 5 centuries of my dominance? Despite not having quite won against the world, as the White Walkers still awaited my challenge, I was planning like a victor. Some might call it arrogance, but the timing wasn't on my side. I do have to consider all this. After all, the Queen's selection loomed before me like a dragon's maw. Not just a political decision, but an existential one. Who could truly share eternity? Who would I want beside me when the last person who remembered the old world turned to dust? I already know the answer, I admitted to myself, though the knowledge brought no comfort. Some choices were inevitable like gravity. Your Grace? I turned to find Ser Radam, a Kingsguard, one of the few guards brave enough to approach me in my contemplative moods. The small council awaits your pleasure. Tell them it'll be delayed." My voice carried harmonics that made him step back. "I have business in the city first." He bowed and retreated, leaving me with my thoughts and the growing light of dawn. Time to see what my queens are truly made of. Sansa Stark moved through the newest orphanage like a force of nature wrapped in courtesy. The building had been a brothel 2 months ago, its previous owner fleeing after word spread of what the Dragon King did to those who exploited children. Now fresh paint covered old sins, and the sounds of children's laughter replaced darker noises. Lady Stark, a girl no older than 7, ran up, clutching a wooden doll. "Look, Septa Moel taught me to sew a dress for her." Sansa knelt, her blue gown pooling around her as she examined the crude stitching with the seriousness of a master craftsman appraising fine work. "Beautiful work, Alia. See how straight your stitches are becoming? Soon you'll be teaching others." The girl beamed and scampered off, leaving Sansa to continue her rounds. She checked food stores, reviewed lesson plans with the Septas, and ensured the older children were learning trades alongside their letters. This was her kingdom, she realized. Not the throne or the crown, but these forgotten children who would grow up knowing someone cared whether they lived or died. "My lady," her steward approached, wringing his hands. "I've received word from the Red Keep. The Queen's selection will be announced at tonight's feast." Ice formed in Sansa's stomach, though she kept her expression neutral. "I see. Thank you, Terence." She had known this day would come. Marjorie had been preparing for months, gathering allies and perfecting her political machinery. Even Arianne, despite being from Dorne, had been making moves to position herself as the exotic but acceptable choice. And Sansa? She had been teaching orphans to read. Do I even want it? The question that had haunted her for months surfaced again. The crown meant power, certainly, resources to expand her work throughout the 7 kingdoms. But it also meant, your method is inefficient. The voice made her freeze. Viserys stood in the doorway, having appeared with that unnatural silence had developed since his transformation. He wore simple black today, though nothing could make him look ordinary anymore. Not with those eyes that held dragon fire. Not with that presence that made the air itself grow heavy. "Your Grace," she managed, dropping into a curtsy. He walked past her to the main hall, where children were eating their morning meal. They fell silent at his entrance, some trembling, others gaping in awe. He was, after all, the Dragon King who flew above their city on golden wings. "You feed them," he observed. "Clothe them. Teach them. But what then? They grow up and return to the same streets that orphaned them in the first place." Defensiveness flared in her chest. "Would you have me do nothing then? Let them starve because I cannot solve every problem?" He turned to her, and she saw something unexpected in his expression. Approval? "No, but you could do more." He gestured to the older children. "The boys could join my new civilian militia in planning. Disciplined, trained, given purpose beyond mere survival. The girls could enter service in noble houses with guaranteed contracts and protection under the new laws Lady Clegane is drafting." "Oh, you've been thinking about this," she said, surprised. "I might look like a mountain of muscles, but I think a lot. I think about everything in my kingdom." His gaze softened fractionally, including what my potential queens truly value. Heat crept up her neck. I don't do this for your approval." "I know." He moved closer, and she caught his scent. Smoke and steel and something indefinably dragon. "That's why you have it." Her breath caught. "Your Grace? You survived Joffrey, Cersei, all of them." His finger traced the line of her jaw, gentle despite the strength that could shatter stone. "Yet you didn't let it make you cruel. That's rarer than you know." "Well, you were on the verge of it, but that's a future we've averted." What does he mean by that last line? Sometimes she didn't understand his words. She just nodded. "I had to become strong," she heard herself say, "but I refused to become them." "And if you were queen, would you maintain that balance? Or would power corrupt even you?" The question was heavy with implication. "I don't know," she admitted, surprising herself with the honesty. "I've seen what power does to people. What it did to my father, trying to navigate the game honorably. What it did to you?" His hand dropped. What did it do to me?" "You weren't always..." She gestured at him this. Rob told me about the boy you were. Weak, frightened, desperate. Now you're something beyond kings. But are you happy? For a moment, his mask slipped. She saw something raw in his eyes. A loneliness that made her heart ache despite everything. Happy? After conquering 7 kingdoms, regaining my ancestral throne, and also defeating my most dangerous enemies? My wife, just because I'm a little busy in my mind lately doesn't mean I'm not happy, if that's what you thought of me. In this world, among all kings and emperors, perhaps happiness is a luxury that only I can afford, he said finally. I'm glad to hear that. You don't often show it, but you are happy. I'm glad to know. Then perhaps, she said carefully, you need a queen who remembers what happiness looks like. He studied her for a long moment, then turned to leave. At the door, he paused. The feast tonight. Wear the blue dress with the winter roses. It suits you. Then he was gone, leaving her standing among the orphans, wondering if she had just passed or failed some incomprehensible test. Marjorie Tyrell stood before her mirror, but her mind was elsewhere. The Queen's selection. Tonight. Everything House Tyrell had worked for, schemed for, bled for, came down to this moment. Around her, seamstresses made final adjustments to a gown that cost more than most houses saw in a year. Gold thread formed roses that seemed to bloom across emerald silk, while pearls from the summer islands traced delicate vines. You'll be radiant, her grandmother would have said. But Olenna was dead, killed by an assassin who might have been Viserys himself. Stop, she commanded herself. That's past. Focus on the future. Plus, I don't know if it's him. That is no confirmation. So I'd rather believe it's someone else. Tywin's people. My lady. Her cousin Eleanor entered, carrying correspondence. Lord Tarley sends his assurance of support. Lords Redwine and Hightower as well. Good. Marjorie dismissed the seamstresses with a gesture. And the other bitches? That was a word she'd never used outside the confines of her room, but her cousin was used to it. Lady Sansa spent the morning at her orphanages. Princess Arianne has been spending time with her mother and Lady Myrcella. The slave, Cersei, was seen spending time with them as well. Eleanor's tone made clear that she wasn't pleased with that part. As the previous queen, Cersei was a snake smart enough to perhaps influence this game. The others seemed to have accepted their positions as consorts rather than contenders. As they should, Marjorie thought, though immediately felt guilty. When had she become so cold? Sansa was the same girl who came running to save her right after assassins had tried to kill her too. She ought to be kinder. Was this what grandmother had wanted? To forge her into a perfect political weapon? Leave me, she commanded. When alone, she moved to her window, looking out at the city where Viserys dragons circled eternally. She had been so certain once. Marry the king, become the queen, secure House Tyrell's position for generations. Simple, clean, everything she had been raised for. But then Viserys was different from Renly. Not just the physical transformation, though that was remarkable enough. The boy had conquered through dragon fire had become something else. Something that made her careful plans seem like children's games. And worse, far worse, she had begun to feel things she hadn't planned for. The way Head saved her from the faceless men, pouring his own blood into her wounds. The fierce protectiveness in his eyes when Head declared her under his protection. The moments when his mask slipped and she glimpsed the man beneath the monster. You're being foolish, she told herself. He's collected women like tokens. You're just another pretty thing in his hoard. But was she? He could have had any woman in the 7 kingdoms or beyond. Yet had chosen specific ones, each serving a purpose, yes, but also, sometimes, you think too loudly. She spun to find him standing in her chambers, having entered through methods she didn't want to contemplate. He looked magnificent and terrible, black leather and dragon scales, every inch the conqueror. Your Grace, she said, dropping into a perfect curtsy. I wasn't expecting spare me the performance, Marjorie. He moved to her wine cabinet, pouring 2 glasses with casual familiarity. We're past that, aren't we? She accepted the wine, noting how his fingers lingered on hers. Are we? I never know with you. No. That's pretty cold. He settled into a chair like a cat, all controlled power and languid grace. Then let me be clear. Tonight, one of you becomes queen. The true queen, not just in name, but in authority. Her heart raced. And you want to know if I'm ready? I know you're ready. You've been ready since you were 6 years old, and your grandmother first explained the game. He sipped his wine. What I want to know is why. Why? She echoed, confused. Why do you want it? And don't give me the rehearsed answer about House Tyrell's glory. Even if you don't become queen, you'll live for hundreds of years, till your current family becomes ash. So don't think about them. Think about yourself. His eyes pinned her. What does Marjorie want? Not the Rose of Highgarden, not the perfect lady. You, the frightened woman who was bloody on death's door. It was a simple question, but it shattered her composure. No one had ever asked her that. Not grandmother, not father, not even her brothers. She was House Tyrell's future, and that was supposed to be enough. She started, then stopped. Started again. I want to matter. A simple answer. You already matter, he argued. No. The word came out sharper than intended. And beautiful, yes. Clever, certainly. But what have I built? What have I created? Sansa has her orphanages. Arianne has Dorne. Even Yara has her fleet. What do I have except ambition and fat middle-aged lords who'd lick my feet in exchange for favors? He rose, approaching her with that predator's grace. And if I told you ambition was enough, then you'd be lying. The words tumbled out, surprising them both. You didn't conquer the 7 kingdoms through ambition alone. You had power, yes, but also purpose. A vision of what the world should be. And what should it be, Marjorie? She met his gaze, abandoning all pretense. Magnificent, not just strong, but glorious. Art and culture flourishing alongside military might. A kingdom that makes even the old Valyrian Empire look primitive. Her voice gained strength. I want to build something that lasts, not just through fear, but through wonder. I want bards to sing of our reign, not as conquerors, but as creators. Our reign. He was very close now. I may be ambitious, Viserys, but am not delusional. No one rules alone, not even dragons. She reached up, touching his transformed face with surprising tenderness. You need someone who sees beyond the next battle. Someone who can make your empire not just feared but loved. And you love me? The question held an edge. She considered lying. It would be safer, but something in his eyes demanded truth. I think I could, she admitted. If you let me. If you stopped seeing me as just another acquisition and started seeing me, as he kissed her then, not with the possessive hunger she expected, but with something almost gentle. When they parted, his expression was unreadable. Tonight, he said, already moving toward the door, we're something that makes you feel powerful, not just beautiful. Viserys? She called after him. Did I give the right answer? He paused at the door, glancing back with those impossible eyes. You gave your answer. That's what matters. Then he was gone, leaving her standing in golden afternoon light, wondering if she had just won or lost the most important game of her life. Chapter 168 168 168 The crown divided the great hall of the Red Keep glittered with a splendor unseen since the Age of Dragons. Gold and silver dripped from every surface, originating from the wealth reclaimed from the Iron Bank's vaults. Thousands of candles in tiered chandeliers cast their glow on the assembled nobility of the 7 kingdoms, lords and ladies arrayed in their finest. A kaleidoscope of house colors forming a living artwork beneath Targaryen banners. Not merely Westerosi lords filled the hall. Magisters from the conquered free cities stood in knots of exotic silks and cautious smiles. Foreign merchants famous enough to travel between Westeros and E.T., their golden masks gleaming, carried chests of spices worth small fortunes. Even an emissary from the Summer Isles had come, his feathered cloak a riot of colors against the stone walls. The air tasted of power. It crackled between breaths, sharp like lightning yet to strike. At the high table, carefully arranged like pieces on a Sivas board, sat the many women of the Dragon King. Marjorie Tyrell claimed the position of highest honor with Sansa, her emerald gown catching light with each breath. The fabric had been specially woven in Myr, infused with real gold thread that seemed to liquefy when she moved. Her chestnut hair was arranged in an elaborate style that recalled ancient Valyrian sculptures, a deliberate choice that few would miss. Such a remarkable turnout, she observed to Sansa beside her, voice soft and honeyed with practiced charm. I don't believe the realm has seen such universal attendance since our king's wedding. No, this is bigger than that. Sansa, draped in the blue and silver of winter roses, offered a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Let us hope this feast ends more decisively than that one did. Yes, this one will end more fortunately. For some of us, at least, Marjorie returned, sipping her wine. Further down sat Arian Martell, burnt orange silks clinging to her curves in a style that would have scandalized northern ladies. Yet even her legendary confidence seemed subdued tonight, her gaze occasionally drifting to the empty space where Dorne's banners hung alongside those of houses that had bent the knee. Yara Greyjoy lounged with the casual disregard of someone who found court politics amusing rather than vital, yawning from time to time. Her modified leather vest and breeches marked her as deliberately separate from the silk-draped ladies. A woman of salt and iron rather than perfume and intrigue. Lady Alysanne Clegane observed the proceedings with scholarly detachment, her formidable presence drawing occasional stares from lords unused to seeing a woman of her stature in such high position. Kinvara observed them all. She, draped in crimson robes that matched the ruby pulsing at her throat, watched everything with eyes that seemed to see beyond the present moment. The flames had shown her this night, though even she could not claim to know its outcome with certainty. They're all terrified for some reason, Yara noted, tearing a chunk of bread with her teeth. Look at Lord Redwine. He's sweating through his doublet. Fear is appropriate, Kinvara replied, her voice soft as smoke. Our king's stories have reached far. They stand in the presence of living gods. Gods? Plural? Yara raised an eyebrow. I only see. The calculated atmosphere shattered when Drogon's roar tore through the night sky. The sound vibrated through stone, through flesh, through bone, silencing all conversation as effectively as a blade to the throat. Even the most composed lords flinched. The massive doors to the great hall swung open without human hands touching them. She entered alone, silver hair flowing loose around her shoulders, catching the light in ways that made it seem to hold its own luminescence. Daenerys Targaryen moved with a fluid grace that no longer resembled anything human. What a strange sight it was. Her graceful steps were like poetry, her subtle gestures carrying echoes of the ancient magic that had transformed her. Her gown, if it could be called such, seemed woven from moonlight and shadow. It shimmered with scales finer than any smith could craft, shifting colors from midnight blue to deep purple with every movement. Her violet eyes burned with inner fire, too bright to be natural, too mesmerizing to look away from. The reactions rippled through the hall like waves from a stone cast in still water. Well, that is troublesome. Marjorie's perfect composure cracked for a heartbeat. Among all, that woman right there was her greatest challenge. This was competition beyond anything she had prepared for, beyond political maneuvering or courtly alliances. The bond of siblings, now tied in draconic power. Sansa studied the transformed Targaryen with fascination tinged with dread. The wolf recognized another apex predator. Yara's lips curved into an appreciative grin, her eyes roaming over Daenerys with undisguised hunger. Only Arianne shrugged. This wasn't her game, anyway. She didn't expect to be chosen as his queen. She was just happy to share this table with these girls, while Myrcella was made to sit somewhere else. Today, she was here to see the others shine. She had no reason to play for scraps while a goddess walked the earth. Kinvara nodded with satisfaction, her ruby glowing brighter as if in response to Daenerys' presence. And there's the other candidate of light. And from the Iron Throne, Viserys Targaryen rose. His own transformation became more pronounced in his sister's presence. The vertical slits of his pupils expanded in the torchlight, his silver-white hair seeming to float as if underwater. Power rolled from him in invisible waves, making the air thick and charged. He descended the throne's steps with inhuman grace, crossing the distance to his sister. He took her hand and pressed his lips to it. The gesture carried weight beyond mere courtesy. "Beloved sister," he said, his voice carrying harmonics that made the candle flames dance. "Queen of Essos, your presence honors us all." "Brother," she replied, equally musical, equally otherworldly. "Your invitation was compelling and hard to ignore. I had to leave Dragonstone for it." Their eyes met, violet to violet, dragon to dragon, and something passed between them. A silent communication beyond the understanding of those watching. Words that only Targaryen siblings could understand. The court held its collective breath as Viserys led Daenerys toward the high table, placing her at his right hand. That was the position of highest honor that set whispers racing through the hall. The terrain changed with her presence here. The Targaryen family tradition wasn't a secret, and nobody judged them for it. Therefore, all of a sudden, nobody was certain what his choice would be. The walk back to the throne felt like crossing a battlefield. Every step carried weight. Every gesture would be dissected by historians, assuming we didn't burn all the histories first. Standing before the Iron Throne, I didn't sit. Height mattered now, the ability to look down on everyone while pretending to look up to ideals. "My lords and ladies," I began, letting my voice carry the particular resonance that ID noticed made spines straighten involuntarily. "We gather tonight not to celebrate what was, but to forge what will be." Wine stopped halfway to lips. Even breathing seemed to pause. The old world died with Tywin Lannister. I let his name hang in the air like a curse made manifest. The ancient powers that skulked in shadow, the iron bank that held nations hostage to gold, the faceless men who sold death like fishmongers sell cod. Indeed, all of them are ash in memory. Lord Mace actually applauded before Marjorie's glare could have stripped paint. But destruction, however necessary, is only half of transformation. I gestured to the assembled nobility. Each of you represents not just your houses, but the future we build on those ashes. A future that spans not just 7 kingdoms, but continents. Not just one lifetime, but centuries. I saw understanding dawn on clever faces. Not everyone was an idiot. If a man could fly the skies like a dragon, couldn't he live as long as a dragon, too? Marjorie's eyes widened fractionally. Sansa's hand found her throat. They were beginning to grasp the scope of what I intended. "First of all, allow me to properly introduce the dragon, Queen Daenerys Stormborn, my dearest younger sister." I gestured to my other half. "You've all heard her tales. She has liberated Slaver's Bay, transformed ancient cities, and now rules millions who call her mother." Cheers and claps came. The pride of my voice wasn't entirely manufactured. I added, "She accomplished this without the 7 kingdoms' resources, without Westerosi armies, through will and fire alone. She's a powerhouse in her own right." Daenerys inclined her head, playing modest while radiating power like a forge radiates heat. "Lady Marjorie Tyrell," I continued, finding her in the crowd, "has brought stability to a realm torn by war. The Reach's harvest feeds our people. A lot you might not realize. But her political acumen has prevented 3 potential rebellions through words alone. Well, 2 rebellions. The third I prevented by burning Lord Roxton alive, but she gets partial credit for suggesting it. The Lady Sansa Stark has given King's Landing something it never had. Hope. That earned some reactions. Lords had never considered the small folk as anything but numbers on tax ledgers shifted uncomfortably. Every orphan fed, every disease prevented, every life saved strengthens the realm with more than a dozen military victories. You may call me a foolish dreamer, but I'm building a utopia, not merely ruling a kingdom. So what Sansa does is in no way inferior to the others' achievements. Sansa's blush was genuine. She still didn't understand that kindness could be a weapon. Princess Arianne Martell has achieved the impossible, bringing Dorne fully into the realm after 300 years of resistance. By spreading her legs, some lord whispered too loudly. That was funny. However, I memorized his face for later attention. Nobody insulted my women, and lived as if nothing had happened. And so I said, voice dropping to make them lean forward, we face a dilemma. The realm has grown beyond what one crown can encompass. The old solutions would have us choose, would have us diminish some to elevate others. But we are not bound by old solutions. The tension could have been bottled and sold as poison. However, I am the king. I am the ruler who changes the rules. So solutions always exist in my book. Therefore, I make this proclamation. I paused, savoring the moment like fine wine. The empire shall be divided into 3 crowns, all under my rule, all bound to the Iron Throne. The explosion of whispers sounded like dragon fire crackling. This was the solution. As the king, I couldn't be present everywhere. But by having many with the title of queen, I could rule the entire planet over time. Isn't that what Dany did for me? She ruled Essos for me because I was too busy to be present there. I'd already seen the results. This could work. Margaery of House Tyrell shall be queen of the 5 kingdoms, ruling Westeros from the end of the north to Dorne's borders. Margaery's triumph lasted exactly as long as it took her to process the word divided. Her political mind was already calculating what this meant, what she'd gained and lost in the same breath. Daenerys of House Targaryen shall be queen of the Eastern Empire, sovereign over Slaver's Bay, the Dothraki Sea, and all lands east of the narrow sea that accept our dominion. My sister's smile held edges. She understood the game, probably better than anyone else in the room. I'd given her a crown, but kept her distant, honored her, but contained her. Then I added one surprising contestant. Arianne of House Martell shall be queen of the Southern Crown, ruling Dorne as well as the free cities, bridging east and west. The silence that followed was deafening. Arianne sat up straight, and she looked like someone had hit her with a hammer made of gold. From paramour to queen, from dangerous liaison to legitimate power. Her eyes found mine, and I saw tears she'd never let fall. Not here, not in front of them. Arianne Martell. Perhaps my recent actions had clouded her mind about her position. She didn't realize that I truly did enjoy her company. I had fun whenever I spent time with her, and considering everything she'd sacrificed to my name, it'd be a crime not to honor her as my queen. Then, because I was feeling particularly dramatic and the wine was excellent, I stood. 3 queens for 3 realms, all bound by blood and dragon to the Iron Throne. Perhaps more when my influence grows, when land grows too large to be contained. Yes, this is the future, a Targaryen empire that spans the known world. Lord Tarly, ever practical, asked the question everyone was thinking. But your grace, who inherits? 3 queens means 3 bloodlines, I finished. My children will rule after me, regardless of their mother. The strongest will rise, as dragons always have. Will that cause a civil war? Sure, guess I'd be living my namesake, Viserys Targaryen, to its fullest. Destiny. Let them fight it out when I'm dead in 3 centuries. If I die at all. The feast that followed was fascinating to watch. Alliances shifted like tides. Lords had spent months courting Margaery, suddenly wondered if Arianne might be more accessible. The Free City representatives huddled together, trying to understand what having a queen specifically for them meant. The foreign merchants smiled and laughed among themselves. My queen sat at the high table, a study in contrasts and barely controlled emotions. Margaery had recovered her poise, already working the room with glances and subtle gestures. When she caught me watching, she raised her goblet in a toast that looked grateful but felt like a declaration of war. To my surprise, Sansa seemed relieved. Genuinely, not as an act. She wasn't the jaded Sansa from Season 8. She wasn't meant to be queen. She was still my wife, of course, my consort, which gave her more power than most. She came to me during the 3rd course, while everyone was distracted by a Lysine contortionist who was doing things that made even Yara blush. You knew I didn't want it, she said simply. I knew you wanted to matter to the people more than you wanted to rule. I corrected. There's a difference. She kissed my cheek, a gesture so simple and genuine it caught me off guard. That caught the eyes of many, and I laughed to show I enjoyed it. Thank you for seeing it. That should be enough to let people know that they couldn't just mistreat Sansa because of tonight's events. Arianne hadn't moved from her seat, still processing, even as her mother had come to hug her. When I approached them, Ari grabbed my hand hard enough that a normal man's bones would have protested. "Is this real?" she whispered. "As real as the poison your brother drinks daily," I replied, which was probably not the romantic response she wanted, but accuracy mattered. She laughed wildly and hysterically. "Queen, you made me a queen." "Really, you made yourself a queen, Arianne Martell," I corrected. I just acknowledged it. The night aged like wine, growing richer and stranger. Daenerys held court at her chair, Free City representatives approaching like supplicants to a goddess. She had learned to play power like a harp in Essos, each word calculated to bind them closer. Near midnight, she found me on a balcony, watching our dragons circle the city. "Three queens," she said, joining me at the rail. "Clever. Keep us all balanced against each other while you remain supreme. Would you prefer to fight for supremacy? We could arrange some kind of tournament. Trial by combat, perhaps?" She laughed, and for a moment she was just my little sister again. "Brother, I love this new humor you've grown since you fled. I love this new you. The brave Viserys, but no, I've had enough of fighting. Ruling is harder and more interesting." She studied me with those impossible eyes. "You've changed more than just physically. Power does that." "No," she disagreed. "Power reveals. You were always this calculating, this careful. You just hide it better now behind the monster." Monster. The word should have stung. Instead, it felt like coming home. "Monsters get things done," I said. "Yes," she agreed, leaning against me in a rare moment of genuine affection. "They do." We stood there watching our dragons paint shadows across the city, two monsters pretending to be human, ruling an empire built on fire and blood and careful mathematics. Inside the castle, three queens were learning to share a world. Outside this place, that world held its breath, waiting to see what we'd become. Let them wait, I thought. We have centuries to surprise them. The night was young, and somewhere in the Dornish dungeons, Trystane Martell counted his remaining breaths while his sister wore a crown. Somewhere even further, that bald eunuch planned my funeral while I prepared to destroy them all. Everything was exactly as terrible and perfect as I planned. Since the very first day I awakened in this world, Viserys Targaryen was on a winning streak. Chapter 169. 169, the longest night approaches few years later. Year 304 AC. The dragon has been reigning for a couple of years now. The realm had stabilized. And yet, in the distant north, snow fell like ash across the land, the flakes a memory of a dead summer. Robb Stark stood atop Winterfell's ancient battlements, his breath misting in the frigid air as he watched the horizon birth an army. They came through the white curtain of winter like wraiths given substance. Thousands upon thousands of fur-clad figures moving in loose formation across the frozen fields. The wildlings, the free folk, the terror beyond the wall made flesh and given purpose. His bannermen shifted nervously behind him. Lord Umber's hand hadn't left his sword hilt in the past hour, knuckles white beneath worn leather gloves. Even the Grey John, who'd laugh in the face of southern knights and their pretty armor, looked uneasy at the sight of so many savages approaching their gates. "Should we sound the horns, Your Grace?" Maester Luwin asked, his chain clinking softly in the wind. Luwin seemed to have lost his usual warmth in the last few years. Then again, warmth seemed a distant memory these days, both literal and figurative. "No." Robb's voice carried the weight of kingship, a burden head never wanted but couldn't escape. "Look closer." At their head, through the swirling snow, a figure in black emerged from the mass of wildlings. He rode tall in his saddle. The dark wool of the nights watched stark against the white landscape. Even from this distance, even after years apart, Robb knew those shoulders. That particular way of sitting a horse that spoke of someone who had learned to ride before he could properly walk. "John," he muttered, and the name carried on the wind like a prayer answered. The tension among his men shifted, but didn't dissipate. A bastard brother was one thing. A bastard brother leading an army of wildlings to their gates was quite another. Your Grace, Lord Glover stepped forward, his scarred face grim beneath his steel cap. That's 10,000 savages at least. Maybe more. We should go meet my brother. Robb cut him off, already moving toward the stairs. Bring 20 of our best riders. And Glover? They're not savages anymore. There. Well, let's see what they are. Robb would have never uttered those words if it weren't for Jon. His followers, however, doubted that wisdom. The ride out from Winterfell's gates felt like swimming against the tide of history. Northern knights in steel and mail, facing down warriors dressed in bones and hide, two worlds that had been enemies since the first men raised the wall. The snow crunched beneath their horses' hooves, their steps like small thunders in the full silence. When they were close enough to see faces clearly, both parties stopped. Jon Snow sat his black destrier like a man had seen the end of the world and lived to warn of it. His face, always serious even as a boy, now carried lines that spoke of impossible choices and Pyrrhic victories. The wildlings behind him weren't the rabble Robb had expected. They stood in something approaching formation, their eyes hard but disciplined. Then Jon's mouth quirked, that ghost of a smile Robb remembered from childhood snowball fights and stolen lemon cakes. You got fat, Jon called out, and the absurdity of it, the sheer normalcy of brotherly insult in this moment of tension, shattered something in Robb's chest. He barked out a laugh that turned into something almost like a sob. You got uglier, bastard. They spurred their horses forward simultaneously, meeting in the space between armies. The embrace was fierce, desperate. Two boys had become kings clutching at the last piece of their childhood. Robb could feel Jon trembling, though whether from cold or emotion he couldn't tell. I thought you were dead, Robb whispered into his brother's shoulder. When we heard about the mutiny, about what happened at Craster's. Takes more than a few knives to kill a Snow, Jon replied, pulling back to look at him properly. Though it was close. Too close. Around them, the tension began to ease. Wildlings and Northmen still eyed each other with centuries of suspicion. But their leaders' reunion had given them permission to lower hands from weapons, to see enemies as potential allies. Your Grace, Jon said louder, formal now for the sake of their audiences. I bring dire news from the wall. News that cannot wait. Robb nodded, slipping back into his king's mask. Then let's get you inside. All of you. He raised his voice to Carrie. The free folk are guests of Winterfell. Any man who breaks the guest right will answer to me personally. The march back to the castle was surreal. Wildlings entering Winterfell, not as invaders, but as refugees. Some of his bannermen would rage. Robb knew, but they hadn't seen what Jon's eyes held, that terrible certainty that made every other concern seem petty. The Great Hall of Winterfell had seen many historic moments, but few as strange as this. Jon Snow sat at the high table where once only true-born Starks had claim, a cup of ale steaming between his hands. They'd cleared the hall of all but the most trusted, leaving just the two brothers and the weight of unspoken catastrophe. You look older, Robb said, studying his brother's face in the firelight, like father did after Robert's rebellion. Jon's laugh held no humor. I've seen things that would make Robert's rebellion look like a harvest festival. He took a long pull of ale, gathering himself. The wall is going to fall, Robb. The words hung in the air like a blade waiting to drop. Fall how? If you're leading the wildlings. Then Mance Rayder can't possibly not fall to the wildlings. Fall to magic. To them. Jon's knuckles whitened around his cup. The Night King brought it down with power older than the wall itself. The entire structure, 700 feet of ice and ancient spells, will crumble like sand. Soon, Robb felt his world tilt. The wall was eternal, as much a part of the world as the sun rising in the east. The dead, the White Walkers, they're real and marching south. Jon's voice carried the weight of witnessed horror. Every wildling village they passed through joined their ranks. The same will happen to North soon. Every man, woman, and child who falls will rise again with blue eyes and no mercy. I've watched them tear apart seasoned rangers like they were made of parchment. How many? More than we can count. More than we can fight. John met his eyes directly. Hundreds of thousands. Maybe more by now. They took most of the gift before we could evacuate. They don't tire, don't eat, don't feel cold. They just march and march. And march. Rob's mind raced through defensive positions, troop movements, supply lines, all the mathematics of warhead learned through blood and failure. But every equation came up the same, insufficient. How we fight them? Fire works if you have enough of it. Dragon glass shatters them like they're made of ice. Valyrian steel, if you can get close enough without being overwhelmed. John pulled something from his cloak, setting it on the table. An obsidian dagger. Its edge sharp enough to split shadow. I brought what we could carry, but it's not enough. Not nearly enough. The Dragon King, Rob said, the name tasting like salvation and damnation both. He knew. That's why he sent the obsidian daggers to the Night's Watch. Yet it wasn't enough to stop them. In that case, his dragons, his fire? Yes, that's our only real hope. Jon's expression was grim. I've never met Viserys Targaryen, but the stories that reach even beyond the wall paint him as something between a god and a monster. If anyone can face the Night King, the Dragon King and the Night King, he's both. Rob said quietly, God and monster. I've seen him transform a frightened girl into a queen with a few words and burn a man alive for speaking out of turn. He rules through fear and fascination in equal measure. Then let's hope his fascination with power extends to saving the realm that feeds it. Jon stood, moving to the window where snow continued to fall. We have a week, maybe less. The dead don't stop for storms or darkness. How fast can you get word to King's Landing? Ravens fly within the hour. But Jon, Rob joined him at the window, looking out at the courtyard where wildlings and Northmen uneasily shared space. Are you certain about all of this? Jon turned to him, and in his dark eyes Rob saw the truth of it. The end of everything, marching south on frozen feet. I held the wall for as long as I could. Fought them at every turn. Lost more good men than I can count. His voice broke slightly. I wouldn't have abandoned my post for anything less than the actual end of the world. Rob gripped his brother's shoulder, feeling the tremor there. Then we face it together. The pack survives. The pack survives, Jon echoed. But his eyes said what his mouth wouldn't. If any of us survive at all. Morning light crept through silk curtains like a thief, painting gold across a tangle of limbs and scattered clothing that told stories of the night's excesses. I stretched, feeling the pleasant ache of well-used muscles and the particular satisfaction that came from a night spent in the company of beautiful women. The bed, a monstrosity that could comfortably hold 8, currently held 5. Marjorie's rose-scented hair spilled across my chest. Arianne curved against my side like a cat, her breath warm on my shoulder. Yara sprawled with characteristic abandon, one leg thrown over Kinvara, who somehow managed to look serene even in sleep. And at the foot of the bed, because she insisted she didn't deserve the honor of sleeping beside me directly, Lady Clegane dozed with her head on my calf. Life, I thought with deep satisfaction, is good when you're the Dragon King. The scent hit me then, cutting through perfume and sex and morning air. Wrong. Ancient. Cold in a way that had nothing to do with temperature. I slowly turned my head toward the window. My mana-infused senses, sharper than any bloodhound's, detected something that shouldn't be in the direction of the wall. Death. But not the ordinary death of battle or age. This was death with intent, with hunger, with purpose. I sat up carefully, not wanting to wake my queens and lovers. Marjorie murmured something about trade agreements in her sleep. Arianne's hand sought the warmth ID left behind. But my attention focused entirely on that impossible scent carried on the wind. So, I thought, a smile playing on my lips that would have terrified anyone who saw it. The final game now begins. The Night King was coming, and despite the horror of it, despite the death that would follow, I felt something I hadn't experienced in the last few years. Anticipation. Chapter 17170. 170 The Price of Pride Note. This is the last week of reign of the Dragon King. Throw your stones at Viserion, The morning sun cast long shadows across Winterfell's courtyard, where Catelyn Stark knelt in fresh snow, her hands steadying little Eddard as he took wobbling steps toward his sister. The boy, barely 2 name days old, giggled with each uncertain movement, his chubby fingers gripping hers with surprising strength. "Look at you, my brave wolf," she cooed. Her voice warmed despite the chill that seemed to seep deeper into her bones with each passing winter. "Just like your father at that age." Lyanna, for years old and already showing her mother's Volantine features mixed with stark solemnity, clapped her hands. "Grandmother, he's doing it. Eddie's walking." Such simple joys, Catelyn thought, watching her grandchildren play. In times like these, we must treasure them. The last few years had aged her in ways that had nothing to do with time. The knowledge of what approached from beyond the wall sat in her chest like a stone. Jon's arrival with the wildlings had only confirmed what the ravens whispered. Winter was here. It brought death itself. Little Eddard tumbled into the snow with a delighted squeal, and Catelyn scooped him up, pressing kisses to his cold, reddened cheeks. The boy smelled of milk and innocence, of everything worth protecting in this world. Then the shadow fell. It swept across the courtyard like nightfall compressed into a heartbeat. Lyanna screamed, not in fear, but in wonder, pointing skyward with the uninhibited excitement only children possessed. "Dragon! Grandmother! Dragon!" Catelyn's blood turned to ice water. She clutched Eddard tighter, her body moving instinctively to shield both children as the impossible beast descended. Regal had grown. When she had last seen the Jade Dragon, had been large as a house. Now he dwarfed the great hall itself, each wing capable of sheltering 100 men from rain. Scales that once gleamed like emeralds now held depths of color that shifted between jade and shadow, each one the size of a shield. His eyes burned with intelligence that made her skin crawl, not the cunning of an animal, but something far older, far more terrible. The dragon landed with surprising delicacy for something so massive, his claws finding purchase in the ancient stones without destroying them. Steam rose from his nostrils in the cold air, creating writhing phantoms that danced and died in the morning light. And sliding down from that monstrous back, moving with the liquid grace of a predator perfectly at ease, came the Dragon King. Viserys Targaryen looked exactly as he had years ago, yet completely different. The same silver-white hair, now worn longer, braided in a style that recalled old Valyria. The same violet eyes with their vertical pupils that marked him as something beyond human. But he was larger now for one, taller and bulkier, where before head carried himself with the arrogance of new power. Now he moved with the casual confidence of someone who had grown so far beyond his enemies that even considering them took effort. He wore black leather that seemed to drink light, scaled in patterns that matched his dragon's hide. No crown adorned his head. He didn't need one. Power radiated from him like heat from a forge. His eyes found hers across the courtyard, and his lips curved in that smirk that haunted her dreams. The same expression Head worn that night, when Head, Lady Catelyn, his voice carried despite the distance, those strange harmonics making her teeth ache. "Has it been 2 years already since Sansa and I last visited? You're still as lovely as I remember. Motherhood and grandmotherhood suit you well." She found her voice, though it came out steadier than she felt. "Your Grace, we weren't expecting you." "No." He strode toward her with that inhuman grace, and she fought the urge to step back. "Your son sent a rather urgent raven. Something about the end of the world. I do apologize for not bringing Sansa. I came in rather a rush, and she's busy with her latest project. Something about establishing a dozen schools for small folk children. You be proud." The casual mention of her daughter, delivered with that knowing smile, made her jaw clench. He knew exactly what memories he was evoking. At least, the way Sansa had looked at him during that last visit meant that the girl was happy with her marriage. Uncle Dragon. Before Catelyn could stop her, Lyanna had broken free and run toward Viserys with the fearlessness of a child who had only heard stories of dragons, never seen their terrible reality. The king's expression shifted, something almost human flickering across his features as the little girl attached herself to his leg. Hasn't it been a while? Little wolf? He crouched down, bringing himself to the child's level. You remember Lyanna? The little girl chimed. She was named after her aunt who had involuntarily brought down the previous Targaryen regime. The girl's honesty was devastating in its innocence. Is that really your dragon? Can I touch him? Last time they had come on Viserys' back, so Lyanna didn't remember. Plus, she was just 2 back then. It wasn't unusual for her to forget. Perhaps later, if your father agrees. Viserys glanced up at Catelyn, and she saw amusement dancing in those impossible purple eyes. Your grandmother looks ready to snatch you away from the big bad dragon. You're not bad, Lyanna declared with the certainty of childhood. Bad people don't smile like that. Oh, sweet child, Catelyn thought. If only you knew what that smile hides. The doors to the great hall burst open, saving them from further conversation. Robb emerged with Jon at his side, both still adjusting sword belts, clearly having armed themselves the moment the dragon was spotted. Behind them came the Lord's Hood remained after hearing Jon's testimony. Great Jon Umber, Meej Mormont, Galbart Glover, and others whose faces bore the grim determination of men preparing for war. Your Grace, Robb said, offering a bow precisely calibrated to show respect without subservience. The king in the north to the Dragon King. Acknowledgement between equals that fooled no one. Thank you for answering our call so quickly. How could I not? Viserys rose from his crouch, gently disentangling himself from Lyanna's grip. Though I confess your letter was somewhat dramatic, brother-in-law. Was it? The dead rising, walls of ice falling, armies of winter marching south. One might think you've been drinking too much of that swill you northerners call ale. Jon stepped forward, and Catelyn saw her late husband's brooding intensity in his dark eyes. You know it's true. You've known for years. Why else send the dragonglass? Ah, the famous Jon Snow. Viserys studied him with the interest of a maester examining a particularly fascinating specimen. The bastard who became Lord Commander, and now the king of the wildlings. You interest me somewhat. Your Grace, Jon's voice carried barely controlled anger. With respect, this isn't a jest. The Night King's army numbers in the hundreds of thousands. Every person who falls rises to fight for them. If we don't stand together, then the North falls, Viserys finished, his tone shifting to something almost bored. Yes, I've heard this song before. Fire and ice, living and dead. Called the Great War for the Dawn. The Red Priestess was moaning last night about it, too. Very poetic. Then you'll help us? Robb asked, hope creeping into his voice. Viserys laughed, and the sound made several men reach for their swords before remembering who they faced. Help? Oh, your Grace, you misunderstand. I'm here to tell you to fight your best. Give them everything you have. Every sword, every spear, every drop of northern blood you can muster. The silence that followed could have choked a giant. Catelyn saw the confusion on Robb's face morph into something darker. You're not going to fight? Jon's voice cracked like ice breaking. You have 3 dragons. You have the power to what? Risk my children against an enemy I've never properly studied? Viserys examined his nails with theatrical casualness. My dragons aren't immortal, Lord Snow. Neither am I, despite what the stories say. I'd much rather observe how this enemy fights, learn their weaknesses before I commit my forces. Observe? Great Jon Umber couldn't contain himself. You'd watch us die for your education? Watch your tone, Lord Umber. Recall who you speak to, he said, and those vertical pupils contracted to slits. Men paused at his gaze. Would you charge blindly into battle without scouting the enemy first? Or has northern strategy devolved to hit it with an axe and hope for the best? I'm a king, not of the north, but of the rest of the kingdoms. Is it wrong to put my kingdom's interest before you guys? People will die, Robb said quietly, his king's voice carrying the weight of responsibility. Thousands. Tens of thousands. Exactly. That's not a great number, is it? The north is barren compared to the other lands. Viserys waved a dismissive hand. What? Perhaps 1 million souls in total? The losses will be manageable. Manageable? The word hung in the air like a curse. Caitlin felt rage building in her chest, hot and pure. This creature who'd taken everything, who'd used her in ways that still made her wake gasping in the night, now spoke of northern lives like counting coins. Unless, Viserys continued, his voice carrying a different note now. Silk over steel, the North returns to the fold. Bend the knee, Lord Stark becomes Lord Stark again instead of playing at king, and my dragons fight from day one. The trap revealed itself with elegant simplicity. Submit or die. The choice every Targaryen had offered since Aegon first landed. You bastard, Jon growled, hand moving to Longclaw's hilt. Technically legitimate. Actually, my parents were married. Viserys grinned, showing teeth that seemed sharper than they should be. But I understand the sentiment. He moved then, faster than human eyes could properly follow, and suddenly he stood before Robb's children. His hands settled on little Eddard's head, still in Catelyn's arms, gentle as a father's touch. Such beautiful children, he murmured, and Catelyn's heart stopped. The future of House Stark would be a shame if that future ended in ice and darkness. Don't you dare threaten. Threaten? He looked genuinely puzzled. Lady Catelyn, am offering salvation. Your people's pride or your family's survival. Seems a simple choice to me. His fingers ruffled Eddard's dark hair, and the boy laughed, reaching for the strange man with silver hair. The innocence of it made Catelyn want to scream. Think about it, Viserys said, stepping back. You have, let's say 3 days before the dead reach Winterfell's gates. Should be enough time to decide whether northern independence is worth northern extinction. He turned, his cloak swirling like liquid night, and walked back toward Regal. The dragon lowered his massive head, and Viserys mounted with that boneless grace that marked him as something other than human. Oh, and Catelyn? He looked back, and his smile held memories Shed tried so hard to bury. You look tired. You should rest more. Sansa and I both will be saddened to see you growing old. The implications in those words, the promise and threat intertwined, made her skin crawl. He knew she still dreamed of that night, that she hoped to live it again. He knew and enjoyed the knowledge. Regal's wings unfurled, casting the courtyard into shadow once more. With a sound like thunder, the dragon launched skyward, taking the Dragon King away as suddenly as had come. The silence he left behind felt heavier than mountains. 7 hells, Grey Jon finally muttered. That's our salvation? That's our damnation, Jon corrected, his face grim. Either way, we pay his price. Catelyn looked down at her grandchildren, at little Eddard still reaching toward the sky where the dragon had vanished, at Lyanna asking excitedly when the uncle dragon would come back. What choice do we have? She thought, remembering those violet eyes, that cruel smile, the casual way Head weighed their lives against Robb's crown. What choice did we ever have against dragons? The familiar scent of King's Landing hit me before Regal's claws touched stone. It was fine flowers, smoke, and the peculiar sweetness of too many bodies pressed too close together. Home sweet home. The dragon settled onto the courtyard with surprising delicacy, probably sensing my mood. Even monsters knew when to tread carefully. ID barely dismounted when a flash of auburn caught my eye. Sansa rushed across the stones, her blue skirts hiked up in a way that would have scandalized her old septa. The panic in her tully blue eyes told me everything I needed to know about what Shed heard. Did you see Robb's letter? The words tumbled out before Shed even reached me, breathless from running. I heard you went to Winterfell. What did you talk about? I kept walking toward the keep's entrance, letting my longer stride force her to half-jog beside me. I asked him to kneel. The sharp intake of breath beside me was almost musical. Sansa stopped dead for exactly 3 heartbeats before her footsteps resumed. Faster now, angrier. You asked them to Viserys. Really? Come on. That's my brother. My family. How could you use the White Walkers as leverage against what you prefer? I let them die nobly. I didn't slow my pace, guards scrambling to open doors ahead of us. Very Stark-like, dying for honor. Your father would approve. Viserys. That's not fair. Fair? I let amusement color my voice. Your brother crowns himself, breaks from my protection, then expects me to rush north with dragons the moment things get difficult? That's her definition of fair? Her hand caught my arm, surprisingly strong for such delicate fingers. They're facing the apocalypse. We are too. So dramatic. It's an army of corpses, not the void itself. I finally stopped, turning to face her properly. The corridor stretched empty around us, servants having mysteriously vanished at our approach. Smart of them. Besides, they have 3 days to decide. Plenty of time for northern stubbornness to wrestle with northern survival instincts. 3 days? Horror painted itself across her features. The dead will reach Winterfell in 3 days? Give or take. Depends on whether they stop to recruit more villages along the way. I resumed walking, enjoying how her moral outrage battled with practical concern. Don't look so stricken. Your brother's not stupid, just proud. Hell, Neil, how can you be so certain? Because he has children now. Amazing how tiny humans make even kings reconsider their priorities. A couple hours later, I was in the chair of my solar and let out a sigh. The papers in my hand weren't important. I was rather busy thinking about the game's next moves. I relaxed into my chair, putting the accumulated paperwork across the mahogany surface while trying to focus on trade agreements that suddenly seemed pointless when ice zombies marched south. A sudden tug at my belt dragged my attention downward. It reminded me that I wasn't the only one working here. Comfortable down there? I asked the space beneath my desk. Rose pulled back just enough to speak, catching her breath. You've been busy with others these days. Girl gets lonely. She smiled up at me. Careful now. That almost sounds like sentiment. Wouldn't it be scandalous to fall for your king? Oh, please, I'm not in the mood for silly banners. We should focus on the task ahead. She continued her work with practiced skill, the kind that could have made her fortune in any trade from here to ET. Not that she needed to work brothels anymore. My mistress of whispers had found far more interesting uses for her talents. I tried to focus on the parchment before me. Something about grain shipments from the Reach. But the word swam as Rose demonstrated why she'd been worth elevating from whore to spymaster. Her technique had only improved with years of exclusive practice. A soft hum escaped me as she did something especially creative with her tongue. She withdrew slightly, green eyes studying me with unusual intensity. You're bothered. The documents shouldn't be that complicated. The laugh that bubbled up held genuine mirth. Haven't read a single line yet. A frown creased her brow, an oddly endearing expression while my face rested against her cheek. Are you nervous? Maybe? The White Walkers do sound crazy. Nervous about corpses? I threaded fingers through her red hair. Copper bright in the afternoon sun. Sweet girl. Am not. Just considering how to handle Sansa's inevitable tantrum about the North. She gave me a look that said volumes about what she thought of my family management skills, then returned to her task with renewed vigor. Despite her previous profession, this woman had always been competitive, even if she hit it well. As if to say, you're thinking about another while I'm doing my best to please you? In hindsight, it was a rude thing to do indeed. 3 knocks echoed through the door. Formal, precise, maester-like. Enter, I called, not bothering to adjust my position. It wasn't someone important anyway. Even if they were, they'd learned that the Dragon King's schedule bent for no one. Samwell Tarly shuffled in, chains clinking with each movement. The Citadel's little joke, sending me their disappointment when ID demanded youth over tradition after firing that old fucker. They had no idea they'd handed me one of the few genuinely brilliant minds in their entire organization. Your Grace. He kept his eyes carefully averted from my desk, though the flush creeping up his neck said he knew exactly what was happening below it. Another raven arrived from Winterfell. His fingers trembled slightly as he extended the small scroll. Interesting. That hesitation spoke a lot. Had not only come here to hand over that parchment, but also say something. Before he could make such a mistake, I should at least warn him. Going to advocate for your friend Jon Snow. Samwell, the mana flowed through me like warm honey, invisible threads wrapping around the parchment and pulling it from his grip without my hand moving an inch. His eyes widened. had never seen me do that before. Don't. I'm aware of your friendship, but don't try to manipulate me, Maester. Sam swallowed hard. I wouldn't presume good. The seal broke with a thought. Another little man a trick I'd been perfecting. The words inside made my lips curve into something predatory. I, Robb of House Stark, do hereby acknowledge Viserys of House Targaryen as my rightful king, and I didn't bother reading more. My free hand tightened on the parchment as satisfaction rolled through me in waves. The sound that escaped held layers. Pleasure, triumph, and something darker that made Sam step backward. Roast responded to me as if sharing my feelings. Perfect, I muttered, watching Roast yield to me with practiced ease. Victory tasted sweeter when seasoned with control. My sister, I said to Sam, who looked ready to flee. Have you summoned her from Essos? As I asked. The ravens were sent, Your Grace. Queen Daenerys should receive them within days. Good. The board was almost set. The North had bent rather than broken, choosing survival over pride. Now came the interesting part. The Targaryens and their dragons, against the White Walkers and their whites. That will be all, Maester. Sam fled with admirable speed for someone his size. The door clicked shut, leaving me alone with Rose, who emerged from beneath the desk looking entirely too pleased with herself. The North submitted? She asked, reading my expression with the skill that made her invaluable. They always do, eventually. I tucked myself away, already considering the next dozen moves. Pride makes for beautiful last words, but poor shield walls against the undead. You could have helped them without the ultimatum. Could have. I stood, moving to the window where King's Landing sprawled in all its filthy glory. But where's the lesson in that? This is the best and easiest time to get the North return under the fold without them getting prideful and resisting. You grew up there, so you'd agree. No, the North needs to remember they're part of something larger. This reminder will last generations. Rose hopped on my lap, resting her head against my chest, her warmth pressing against me. Yeah, you were going to save them anyway. Obviously. Can't rule ashes and ice. I wrapped an arm around her waist, pulling her closer, but they'll remember who saved them. And more importantly, they'll remember the price of defiance. Sometimes mercy required cruelty first. The North would survive because I allowed it, not because they deserved it. And that, more than any crown or title, was what made me king. Chapter 171, 171. 171 Ice and Fire, 8,000 years of magic unraveled like a domino rattled by invisible hands, each block snapping with a sound that existed beyond hearing. The wall didn't merely fall. It died. The Night King stood before the ancient barrier, arms raised not in triumph, but in something closer to reverence. This wasn't destruction. This was surgery, performed by a being who understood the wall's construction better than any maesterhood ever studied it. Because he was there when it was built. He could recall it even now, even though his consciousness had become crystalline, alien, and focused. He remembers the pact, the price, the betrayal. Ice called to ice across miles of frozen stone. The wall's foundations, laid with spells older than the Undulls, older than writing itself, began to resonate with a frequency that made birds fall dead from the sky 20 miles south. The magic wasn't breaking. It was being unmade, reversed like a song played backward until only silence remained. When the first crack appeared, it glowed blue-white, beautiful as a lightning strike frozen in time. Then came the second, the third, a spider web of light racing up 700 feet of ice until the entire structure looked like stained glass moments before shattering. The sound, when it came, drove men mad. Not a crash or boom, but a note. A single, pure note that contained within it the death of an age. The wall collapsed inward first, imploding as if reality itself rejected its absence, then exploded outward in chunks the size of castle towers. Every fragment carried traces of that ancient magic, glowing like fallen stars as they crashed to earth. Through the gap they poured. They did not rush. They were not desperate. They moved with the patience of winter itself, inevitable as nightfall. Whites in their hundreds of thousands, some so old their flesh had long since frozen to their bones, others fresh enough that you could still recognize the wildling furs they died in. Their eyes burned with that terrible blue light, not individually, but as a collective, like looking at the ocean through 1,000 broken mirrors. Behind them walked the others, the White Walkers, beautiful in the way avalanches are beautiful, terrible in the way extinction is terrible. They rode dead horses whose breath didn't mist because they had no breath to give. Their armor seemed grown rather than forged, ice that had learned to hold an edge sharper than any steel. The night King himself moved at the army's heart, and where he walked, the temperature dropped so severely that moisture in the air froze mid-fall. His presence created a perpetual snowfall that followed him like a personal storm. Miles south, at Castle Black's ruins, a single raven watched with eyes too intelligent for any natural bird. It cocked its head, observing the tide of death, then took wing toward Winterfell with a message no one would believe until too late. Mota, I'm scared. Little Lyanna Stark pressed against Talisa's skirts, and for once, neither her mother nor her grandmother had a comfortable lie to offer. The air itself felt wrong. Children could feel it. Even in the depths of Winterfell's halls, protected by stone and tradition, the cold seeped in like water through cracks. "Hush, sweetling," Catelyn murmured, though her own heart hammered against her ribs. "Your father and uncle will protect us." Above them, boots thundered across stone as soldiers took positions. The sound should have been reassuring. Instead, it reminded her of drums. War drums or funeral drums. Sometimes there wasn't much difference. The Great Hall had been transformed into a command center. Maps covered every surface, marked with defensive positions that looked increasingly meaningless. How did you plan tactics against an enemy that didn't tire, didn't eat, didn't fear, and most importantly, didn't die? Just got report from the warg. "They're 2 hours out," Jon Snow announced, entering with Frost still clinging to his black cloak. His face, always serious, had taken on a quality that made him look decades older. Maybe less. They're not stopping for anything. Not rivers, not forests. They just walked through it all. Robb studied the map with the intensity of a man trying to solve an impossible equation. The dragons? Nothing since this morning. Jon's jaw tightened. "Your Grace, we need to consider evacuation. We're not abandoning Winterfell." The words came out harder than Robb intended. Softer, he added, "Where would we even go? Winterfell is our sanctuary. If Winterfell falls, then the North falls. There's nowhere that's safe." A commotion outside made everyone freeze. Then came a sound that loosened shoulders and brought tentative smiles. The distinctive roar of a dragon, though different somehow. Deeper, more resonant. They rushed to the courtyard just as Rhaegal passed overhead, his jade scales catching the dying light like emeralds the size of shields. Beautiful, terrible, and somehow still not the most impressive sight in the sky. Because behind him came Drogon, and riding him, Seven Hells. Someone whispered, "Is that a woman or a goddess?" Daenerys Targaryen no longer looked human. Her silver hair didn't just catch the light, it seemed to generate its own subtle luminescence. When she moved, it was with a fluidity that suggested her bones had been replaced with something more elegant. Even from the ground, they could see her violet eyes glowing with their own inner fire. But then the sun disappeared entirely. Not set, disappeared, blocked out by something impossible. Viserion descended from above the clouds, and Catelyn's knees nearly buckled. The golden dragon had grown beyond all reason. Each wing could have sheltered the entire courtyard. Her scales, once merely golden, now held depths of color that shifted and moved like living metal. When she landed, carefully, delicately, the earth still shook. The dragon lowered her massive, massive head, and Viserys Targaryen slid down her neck with movements that belonged more to smoke than flesh. Head changed again compared to a few days ago. Not just taller or stronger, but more. He now wore a crown as if to make a final statement, and horns grew from his head to wrap around that crown. His presence hit the courtyard like a physical force, making lesser men step back involuntarily. When he smiled at the assembled lords, His teeth were definitely sharper than they'd been before. "Lord Stark," he said to Robb, and there was amusement in those impossible violet eyes. "I hear you've been having pest problems." "Your Grace," Robb replied, and the relief in his voice was palpable. "The dead are about 73 minutes away, actually." Viserys tilted his head as if listening to something only he could hear. Walking in the stupid straight line, as corpses tend to do. No tactical thought, no flanking maneuvers. Just forward momentum and overwhelming numbers. Relax your preparations. If we fail, all your struggles will be meaningless anyway. Just watch. Daenerys landed Drogon nearby. The black dragon still massive despite being dwarfed by Viserion. She moved across the courtyard with steps that didn't quite touch the ground, joining her brother with casual grace. "Sister," Viserys greeted her warmly. "How was Essos?" That suggested they hadn't met up before coming here, and rather encountered each other in the air. Jon and Robb exchanged glances. "Boring without you burning things," she replied. Then her expression grew serious. "I felt it when the wall fell, like something fundamental breaking. The magic there is older than anything else in this world," Viserys finished. "Well, almost anything." His eyes found Jon Snow in the crowd. "Lord Commander, or is it King beyond the wall now? Your titles multiply faster than rabbits." Jon stepped forward, jaw set. "Your Grace, as I said a few days ago, as well with respect, this isn't the time for your right." Viserys' expression shifted, all amusement vanishing. "Dany, remember what I told you about the Night King? That he's not actually evil, just following a purpose we don't understand?" Every northerner in earshot turned to stare. Viserys laughed at their expressions. "What? You thought this was good versus evil? How disappointingly simple that would be." He stretched, joints popping with sounds like breaking ice. "The Night King is older than your histories, older than your religions. He has a purpose, a mission, and from his perspective, we're the invaders. With a cancer that needs to be cut out." "That's insane," Greyjohn Umber growled. "Is it? He was created to defeat humanity's enemies, I recall. The only problem is his creators never gave him an off switch. Now he sees humanity itself as the enemy." Viserys smiled, and held too many teeth. "Fortunately, I don't particularly care about his perspective. I care about winning, and you're lucky I'm on your side." He turned to Catelyn, and his expression softened fractionally. "Lady Stark, why did you climb up? You should take the children below. What comes next won't be suitable for young eyes." "What comes next?" she asked, though she wasn't sure she wanted to know. Viserys looked north, where the horizon had grown dark with unnatural storm clouds. "The largest barbecue in recorded history, though I doubt anyone will want to eat what we're cooking." A horn blow shattered the evening air. Then another, then a third, long and mournful. 3 blasts, the signal that hadn't been used in thousands of years. The dead had arrived. They weren't close, but Viserys' eyes could see far, far from here. He brought out his wings and flapped upwards. From the air, he could see. They crested a hill far north of Winterfell like a wave of bone and frozen flesh, flowing down toward the castle with terrible purpose. It might take days or hours for them to come here. Nobody could tell, given their numbers. To his eyes, individual forms were visible. Some walked, some crawled. Some dragged themselves forward on shattered limbs. All shared those burning blue eyes. "I see them," he landed back. "How many?" Robb asked, voice hollow. "Currently? About 300,000, Viserys replied casually. "Though that number will grow if we let them reach populated areas." 300. Robb couldn't finish. "Brother," Daenerys said softly. "Should we?" 3 dragons occupied the sky, flapping toward the direction of the wall. As if in response to their presence, the temperature plummeted. Not gradually, but instantly. It was like stepping from summer into deepest winter. Ice began forming on stone, on steel, on skin. Men's breath came out in clouds so thick they could barely see. Then, through the army of the dead, he came. The Night King rode a dead horse that moved with impossible grace, its bones visible through patches of frozen flesh. His armor caught what little light remained and threw it back twisted. Wrong. When he raised his hand, the entire army stopped as one. His eyes traveled up to the dragons. The silence that followed was worse than any scream. Magnificent, Viserys murmured from above Viserion, and everyone turned to stare at him, including Viserion. What? He is. The level of control. The perfect synchronization. It's artistry. They're gross monsters, Viserion snarled, sounding far comprehensible compared to her younger days. She's right, Dany agreed, always taking her niece's side. Well, celebrate. I'm a monster as well. Viserys' grin held nothing human. The difference is, I'm your monster. The Night King tilted his head as if he could hear him from that distance, those alien blue eyes finding Viserys across the distance. For a moment, two immortal wills tested each other, pressing against the boundaries of reality itself. One young, one old. Then the Night King smiled. It was the most terrifying thing anyone had ever seen, because it was recognition, not of an enemy, but of an equal. Oh wow, Viserys muttered, and for the first time since arriving, he sounded genuinely surprised. He's aware, not just following programming, but actually thinking. I thought I'd be fighting against a robot. What's a robot? Viserion asked. He laughed in an odd tone, the sound carrying across the frozen air. Doesn't matter. This might actually get serious, sister. I think there's a slim chance I'm too arrogant and we die here. What? Daenerys looked stunned. Her brother was saying that? Well, too late to regret. He patted Viserion. My dear Viserion, don't call me that. What is it? Burn them all. Flames spilled from the heavens, as if the sun itself had bravado the winter sky. Chapter 172. 172, the Dragon King and the Night King. Golden fire erupted from three throats simultaneously, painting the frozen wasteland in hues of destruction that had not been seen since the fall of old Valyria. Viserion's flame struck first, a torrent of molten gold that turned snow to steam in microseconds. Where her fire touched the whites, they didn't simply burn. They liquefied, ancient bones becoming ash, frozen flesh vaporizing so completely that not even smoke remained. The sheer heat created a pressure wave that flattened hundreds more, their brittle forms shattering like glass dropped on stone. It was a sight to see. How many thousand whites were eliminated just from a single breath? Drogon's black fire followed, darker than midnight, yet somehow more terrible in its beauty. His flames carved through their ranks with surgical precision. Every burst of flame was calculated to maximize devastation. Rhaegal's jade fire completed the trinity, his flames dancing between his siblings' destruction like some cosmic orchestra playing a symphony of annihilation. Look at that. 300,000, I thought, watching the tide of undead evaporate before our combined assault. They don't look scary, though. In the show, they seem so threatening. But then again, the show's dragons were barely the size of passenger jets. These are flying fortresses, system enhanced. I was level 153 now, so my dragons were much stronger as well. The numbers fell like autumn leaves. In just a few minutes, it fell to 250,000. The mindless creatures ran and threw stones at my dragons, but they had no effect. My eyes remained locked on the one real threat amid this crowd. The single entity who could change the battlefield. He didn't make any moves. So the first few minutes were a lovely slaughter fest. The undeads fell to 200,000. Even as tens of thousands died with each breath, my eyes never left the Night King. He sat motionless on his pale horse, those alien blue eyes tracking our movements with calculating intelligence. Around him, his White Walker lieutenants remained equally still with their eyes all trailing my form in the sky, their ice armor catching dragon fire and throwing it back in crystalline refractions. He's waiting for something, but what? The answer came with terrifying swiftness. The Night King's hand moved almost casually to the spear carried by one of his subordinates. The weapon was beautiful in its lethality, ice that seemed to drink in light, its point sharp enough to cut reality itself. He hefted it with the practiced ease of a being who had been perfecting the art of death for 8,000 years. Fuck, I know this scene. Time slowed as my enhanced perception kicked in. The Night King's arm drew back. Muscles that no longer needed blood still remembering perfect form. His target became clear as his alien gaze fixed on Drogon. Of course, in the TV show, he managed to take down Viserion because he was the smallest. Here, Drogon's the weakest of the three. Still massive, but not system-enhanced like the others. The spear left his hand with impossible force, whistling through the air like a falling star made of winter itself. Its trajectory was fast and perfect, aimed not where Drogon was, but where he would be in the next heartbeat. "Dany," I roared, my voice carrying harmonics that made the air itself vibrate. But shouting warnings wouldn't be enough. The spear moved too fast, carried too much force. Even if Daenerys heard me, even if she reacted instantly, Drogon couldn't dodge something moving at that velocity. Can't affect the spear directly. Too much magical energy, too much intent behind it. But I can affect other things. My hand shot out, mana flowing from me like a river bursting its banks. Mana transformed into kinetic force as I used a spell. Telekinesis, the invisible force struck, not the spear, but Drogon himself. A massive telekinetic shove that sent the black dragon tumbling sideways through the air. What? Daenerys screamed as they spun, her enhanced reflexes the only thing keeping her mounted as Drogon fought to regain control of his flight. The ice spear passed so close to his wing that frost formed on the membrane, a line of white that marked how close death had come calling. The spear continued its arc, burying itself in the ground with enough force to crack bedrock. Ice spread outward from the impact site like a spider's web, killing anything it touched. That would have gone straight through Drogon's heart, I realized, cold sweat beating despite my fire immunity. This was what I was cautious of. This was not some poorly written show. The Night King was not an easy opponent. He's not just throwing blind. He's calculating trajectory, wind resistance, target movement. This isn't some mindless undead. This is a general. From below, the Night King's head turned toward me. Even across the distance, I could feel his attention like a physical weight. When he smiled, it was with the satisfaction of a chess master who'd just forced his opponent to reveal their hand. I smirked back. Smart bastard. He knows I can't keep doing that. Mana is far more useful than this world's magic, but my reserves aren't endless. The remaining whites, perhaps 150,000 now, stopped their advance. They turned as one to stare up at us, blue eyes reflecting our dragon fire like a galaxy of malevolent stars. The Night King raised his hand, and the temperature plummeted another 10 degrees. Then, with movements that spoke of perfect coordination, the White Walkers began to spread out, no longer clustered for protection, but positioning themselves strategically across the battlefield. Conventional warfare just became impossible, I thought, watching them deploy with military precision. He's adapted. One exchange, and he's already changing tactics. The Night King reached for another spear. "Keep burning," I commanded, my voice carrying across the frozen air. "Don't let them regroup." But even as my dragons continued their aerial bombardment, I knew the game had changed. The Night King wasn't just some mindless force of destruction. He was a tactician, a strategist who had had 8 millennia to study warfare. Every move we made, he was learning from. Time for a different approach. "Dany," I called out, guiding Viserion closer to her position. "The small fries aren't the real threat." She nodded, understanding immediately. "I know that, brother, but what do we do?" The whites were just fodder, meant to exhaust us while the real killers position themselves. Her eyes, now glowing with their own inner fire, tracked the White Walkers as they spread across the battlefield like pieces on a Cyvass board. 13 of them plus their king. 14 total. How troublesome. I felt the familiar tingle of transformation beginning, my human-seeming form starting to shift. But not here. Not in the air, where one well-placed ice spear could send me tumbling to the ground. "Stay airborne," I told Viserion. "Keep them honest. Use your claws to take out those White Walkers." Dragon Flame was useless against the White Walkers, but Viserion's claws were adorned with black crystals, like artificial nails. Obsidian shards. The same went for the other 2 dragons, But Viserion was the strongest and therefore could take risk. Then I did something that, in hindsight, was probably stupid as fuck. I let go. The fall toward the battlefield was exhilarating, wind tearing at my clothes as the frozen ground rushed up to meet me. Around me, the sound of dragon fire continued, Viserion's roars mixing with Drogons and Regals as they kept up their bombardment. At 50 feet, I spread my wings. The membrane caught air like black silk, slowing my descent but not stopping it. I hit the ground with enough force to crater the earth. Ice and stone exploding outward in a perfect circle. Steam rose from my impact site as my body heat turned snow to mist. I was 2 heads taller and thicker now. Now for the real show. Mana flowed through me. Not the crude telekinetic burst ID used to save Drogon, but something far more refined. Fire magic, shaped and focused through months of experimentation. My eyes began to glow, not with the orange red of normal flame, but with something closer to the heart of a star. White-hot, blue-white, temperatures that existed in the cores of dragons. Let's see how they like conventional warfare when the conventions include plasma. The nearest White Walker approached with that inhuman grace they all possessed, its crystalline sword catching the light from above. Beautiful and terrible, like everything else in this damned world. I turned my burning eyes and spoke a single word in High Valyrian. Dracarys, the beam of concentrated fire that erupted from my eyes, was nothing like dragon breath. This was focused, control, precise. The reason dragon glass hurt the White Walkers, but dragon flame couldn't, was simple. Dragon glass was condensed. If that was the case, couldn't I achieve the same effect by concentrating my plasma mouth beam through my eyes instead? The heat vision punched through the White Walker's ice armor like it was made of paper, boring a hole straight through its chest and continuing for another 100 yards, melting everything in its path. The White Walker looked down at the smoking crater where its heart should be, then back at me with what might have been surprise. Then it crumbled, ice armor cascading to the ground like broken glass. 1 down, 13 to go. The others had taken notice. They moved now with purpose, no longer testing or probing, but committed to ending this threat. Ice spears formed in their hands, weapons that sang with deadly intent. But I was done playing defense. Let's show them what 8,000 years of combat evolution looks like. Power flowed through me like molten metal through my veins, rewriting the very essence of what I was. My skin took on a bronze hue, then deeper, darker, until veins of actual lava began tracing patterns across my arms and chest. Not metaphorical fire, literal molten rock, heated to temperatures that should have been impossible for any living thing to contain. World Eater's legacy, I felt the transformation settle into my bones. Time to show them why dragons ruled the world. In my right hand, I withdrew something from the inventory. An obsidian spear. Not the crude volcanic glass that most call dragon glass, but something refined, shaped by will and fire into perfection. A spear longer than I was tall, its edges sharp enough to cut through the fabric of reality itself. The weapon hummed with power, eager to taste the ice blood of my enemies. In my left, black fire materialized from my inventory. The ancestral blade of my house, Valyrian steel that had tasted the blood of kings. The sword felt light as air in my transformed grip, its dark metal drinking in the light from my molten veins. 12 White Walkers arranged in perfect formation, their king watching from the center. This is what I've been preparing for. This was an uneven fight, but if I got caught off guard and lost, everything I fought for, everyone I conquered, they'd vanish into thin air. Including me. GRHHH. The first White Walker came at me like an avalanche given form, its ice blade trailing frost as it moved. Fast. Impossibly fast for something that looked so bulky. I was faster. The obsidian spear took it through the chest, punching through ice armor and whatever passed for flesh beneath. The White Walker's scream was like winter wine through broken glass, beautiful and horrible in equal measure. As it died, its form began to crack, ice flaking away to reveal nothing. just cold and ancient malice given shape. 2 down, but they were learning. The others approached in coordinated waves, no longer relying on individual skill, but moving like parts of a greater organism. Ice spears flew at me from 3 directions simultaneously, while sword wielders closed from the flanks. This is why I needed both weapons. Black fire sang through the air, its Valyrian steel edge meeting ice weapons with sounds like church bells breaking. Each impact sent shockwaves through the frozen ground, cracks spreading outward in geometric patterns. My obsidian spear wove between the strikes, finding gaps in armor, exploiting moments of overextension. The molten veins across my body pulsed brighter with each kill. 3 down, 4, 5. I was cautious and unstoppable. They're not just fighting me, I realized as I ducked under a horizontal slash that would have taken my head off. They're studying me, learning my patterns. They were also growing stronger somehow. I soon realized why. Interesting, I noted as the remaining White Walkers grew visibly stronger, their fallen brother's power flowing into them. So death empowers the survivors. What a useful trick. I filled away that observation, wondering if dragons shared similar bonds. Indeed, the remaining White Walkers had begun to adapt. Where before they'd attacked with individual techniques, now they moved in perfect synchronization. One would feint high while another struck low. A third would position to exploit whichever way I dodged. 8,000 years of existence, I thought, parrying desperately as they pressed their advantage. They've fought armies, heroes, legends. They know every combat technique ever developed. 6 down, 7. I realized something as I kept killing them. By killing one, I was making the others more powerful. The powers of a dead brother enhanced the others. Damn it. The remaining 5 were already strong. The ones who'd lasted long enough to truly coordinate. Now they were stronger as the dead 7's powers enhanced them. They surrounded me now, ice weapons creating a cage of deadly sharp edges. No matter which way I moved, 2 or 3 blades would find me. Time for something they haven't seen before. I planted the obsidian spear in the ground and raised both hands skyward. The mana cost for this would be enormous, but I still had reserves for my level-ups during the battle. Dracary's maximum fire erupted from every pore of my body. Not the controlled beams I'd been using, but raw dragon fire, given form and fury. The flames spiraled outward in swirling threads of lava, and then in a perfect sphere, temperature climbing beyond anything this world had ever witnessed. The very air ignited, nitrogen and oxygen burning in chemical reactions that painted the sky in impossible colors. When the inferno cleared, the 5 White Walkers were gone. Not dead, not shattered. Gone vaporized so completely that not even their weapons remained. My eyes sharpened. 12 down. 1 to go. I turned to face the Night King, steam rising from my superheated form. He sat his pale horse, perhaps 50 yards away, watching me with those alien eyes that held the wisdom of ages and the patience of winter itself. When he dismounted, it was with fluid grace that belonged more to dancers than warriors. His feet touched the ground, and ice spread outward in perfect circles, creating patterns of deadly beauty across the battlefield. Finally, he spoke, and his voice was like the sound of glaciers calving, deep and resonant and utterly inhuman. A worthy opponent, he can talk. Of course he can talk. The Night King drew no weapon. Instead, he raised his hands, and winter answered his call. It didn't matter what Dany and the 3 dragons were doing. It didn't matter that they were still clearing the hundreds of thousands of undeads. What mattered was this single man right here. If he remained, if he won, he could raise a larger army in a week's time. I had to make sure that didn't happen. I had to win. Yes, the final battle was here. Chapter 173, 173. 173, the last standing king the world held its breath. Not metaphorically, but literally. The air itself seemed to pause. Molecules slowing as temperature plummeted beyond anything nature had ever intended. Even with dragon flames flowing through my veins, my breath came out in clouds so thick they immediately froze solid and fell to the ground like snow made of glass. So this is what 8,000-year-old magic looks like. The Night King's power wasn't flashy. There were no grand gestures, no dramatic incantations. He simply was, and reality bent itself around his existence like light bending around a black hole. Ice began forming on my molten veins. Not quickly, but inexorably, heat battling cold in a war that shook the very foundations of the physical world. Where our opposing magics met, the air itself began to crack, space literally fragmenting under the strain of contradictory forces. "You are young," he said, taking a step forward. "Powerful but young. I have walked this world since before your ancestors learned to make fire." That's not true. He wasn't a monkey when he was turned. After all, he's trying to intimidate me. Good. That means he's not certain of victory. I raised black fire. The Valyrian steel blade wreathed in flames hot enough to melt stone. Youth has its advantages, old-timer. Like knowing when old ideas need to die. He laughed, and the sound was like icebergs grinding against each other in the deep ocean. Death? I am death, child of fire. I am the long night that swallows all warmth, the winter that ends all summers. Dramatic, but drama doesn't win fights. I lunged forward, my obsidian spear leading the way. The weapon moved faster than human eyes could follow, aimed directly at his chest where a heart should beat. He caught the spear barehanded. Ice spread up the obsidian shaft like a living thing. Frost racing toward my grip with intent to freeze flesh and bone solid. I released the weapon and spun away, black fire coming around in a horizontal slash that should have taken his head clean off. He ducked without looking, his free hand coming up to grasp the sword blade. Impossible. Valyrian steel cuts through anything. But his grip held, ice crystallizing around the dark metal until it looked like a blade made of frozen starlight. When he twisted, I had a choice. To either let go of the sword or have my wrist snapped. I let go. Both weapons. He disarmed me in 2 moves. "This is concerning?" he asked, reading my expression with amusement that somehow made his inhuman features even more terrifying. "You thought fire would be enough. You thought youth and power would overcome age and patience. Young Dragonblood, let me enlighten you on something shocking. Even dragons historically have a predator. They're not quite the apex you claim to be. To be fair, every predator has a counter. Humans can surely hunt a lion, but do we call humans the king of the jungle?" I presented a counter-argument. He gestured, and my own weapons rose from the ground, now encased in ice, so complete they looked like art pieces. Beautiful, deadly, and completely beyond my reach. "But you misunderstand the nature of our conflict," he continued. "This was never about fire against ice, young dragon. This was about order against chaos." Order against chaos? Indeed, he was a force whose eyes were locked at something beyond me. However, I was a variable that did not care. "I don't give a fuck." "Yes, you burn," he said, taking another step closer. "You destroy. You remake the world according to your whims. Never considering the consequences, but I preserve. I maintain. I ensure that the natural order continues as it should." Natural order? He's leading an army of corpses. I laughed to myself. Natural? I spat, flames wreathing my form as I prepared for whatever came next. "There's nothing natural about raising the dead. Is there? Death is the most natural thing of all," he replied. "What is unnatural is defying it. You are right. What is unnatural is a mortal claiming the powers of gods, living for centuries when he should have died decades ago." For a moment, I wondered if he was talking about himself or me. I wondered if he knew about the system or not. I considered it. I pondered over it. In the end, I decided it didn't matter. I wasn't here to question his knowledge. I was here to melt him to the ground. "You are an aberration," he continued, ice beginning to form around his own body like armor. "A mistake in the pattern of existence. And mistakes must be corrected." He's using his fallen general's power, I realized, seeing how the Night King had grown more formidable, drawing strength from every White Walker I killed. But if death can empower, what about life? Can I call power from Viserion? Maybe? The attack. When it came, wasn't physical. It was conceptual. Reality twisted around us, and suddenly I wasn't standing on a battlefield anymore. I was floating in space, surrounded by stars that burned with cold fire. Below us, a world turned slowly, covered in ice and snow and beautiful, deadly silence. This is how it ends. The Night King's voice echoed from everywhere at once. Perfect stillness. Perfect order. No more chaos. No more change. No more pain. A world of the dead. That's his endgame. Not conquest. Perfection. The cold pressed in on all sides, seeping through my fire immunity, through my regeneration, through every protection ID built or been granted. This was a normal cold. This was the cold between stars, the absolute zero that existed at the heat death of the universe. Enduring. I could feel that down in my bones. Yet, somehow my draconic pride did not accept that. This ability of the Night King, which might have killed Dany instantly, I did not succumb to. How could I? I was a dragon. Dragons did not fall. I had to do something about this. That power-sharing thing, I wasn't alone here. I could feel them. Viserion above, Regal, Drogon. Their power, their life force. If White Walkers can share power through death, why can't dragons share power through life? I reached out with my mana-infused will, trying to pull strength from my children. It did not work. I tried to communicate with the universe, with reality, using my mana as a landline, but there was no response. No, there was, except it wasn't any of my children who responded. Something else answered the call. Something vast and ancient and dead for centuries. Hatchling. The voice was deeper than mountains, older than kingdoms. I knew it instantly from every story, every legend. Somehow I recognized it. Balerion. That is Balerion the Black Dread. What the hell? Not just him. Others stirred in whatever realm dead dragons go to. Meraxes. Vagr. Every dragon that had ever lived, ever died, ever burned with Targaryen fire. You call for strength, young king? Then take ours. Take it all. The power that flooded through me wasn't mine. It was theirs. Every dragon who had ever served House Targaryen, their combined might crystallizing into something visible, something real. Responding to this, a sound cut through the impossible space. Not a roar, not a voice. A song, ancient beyond measure, carrying notes that predated language, predated thought, predated existence itself. The dead dragon's collective power took shape, not appearing from nowhere, but condensing from the accumulated might of dragonkind itself. A hexagonal icon, dragon-faced and burning with fires older than civilization. Above my head, reality cracked. The pride of dragon. What a stupidly cheating thing. The system announced, and for the first time in ever, it felt like someone was talking to me rather than a machine. Although the feeling vanished the next moment. The greater reality, the omniverse beyond, reacts to the will of a dragon. A dragon cannot be one-shot. Your willpower is resonating with reality and dreams. Not metaphorically, literally. Space-time fractured like broken glass, and through the cracks blazed a light that made stars look dim. The hexagonal shape fully materialized, burning with golden fire that didn't just illuminate. It created. Somehow I felt what it was. You've touched the dragon icon. The dragon icon. It hung above me like a crown forged from the concept of dominance itself. Six-sided perfection, with the head of a dragon carved in its center, eyes that held the fury of 1,000 suns. Power radiated from it in waves that made the Night King's conceptual space crack and buckle. Impossible, the Night King whispered. I laughed, and the sound shattered his frozen realm like hammer on glass. Impossible? I'm a man with video game powers who conquered 7 kingdoms. I'm impossible. I didn't really fucking know what that thing in the sky was, but he seemed to recognize it. So it was all good as long as he was scared. If I had to take a guess, it was the personification of powers, like a sea connected to all the dragons in all of existence, and pouring power to any single one when they called for it. That was the impression I got anyway. We crashed back into reality with the force of colliding meteors. The frozen battlefield exploded around us as my feet touched ground, the impact creating a crater that stretched for miles. The Night King materialized across from me, his alien features twisted with something I'd never seen there before. Fear. You want to see an aberration? I asked, power flowing through me like molten gold. The dragon icon pulsed above my head, each beat sending shockwaves through the earth. Let me show you what a real god looks like. I moved, not run or charged. Moved. Space folded around me as I crossed the distance between us in a heartbeat, my fist connecting with his chest hard enough to split mountains. The Night King flew backward, his body carving a trench through the landscape before slamming into a distant hill. The hills ceased to exist, but he was already moving, ice magic spiraling around him as he launched himself at me with inhuman speed. His fist met mine in the space between heartbeats, and the collision sent shockwaves that leveled forests for miles around. Now, this is more like it. We traded blows that reshaped geography. Each punch created new valleys. Each kick carved rivers. When he grabbed my throat and slammed me into the ground, the impact created a lake where none had existed before. I wrapped my hands around his head and introduced his face to my knee. The sound barrier didn't just break, it shattered into component pieces that reformed as thunder. We fought across continents of frozen wasteland, our battles scarring the earth with evidence of powers that shouldn't exist. The Night King's ice magic clashed with the dragon icon's fire, creating weather patterns that would be studied for millennia. He caught my next punch, ice spreading up my arm in crystalline patterns. You cannot defeat winter itself. Watch me, I snarled, the dragon icon blazing brighter. Heat poured from me in waves that turned his ice to steam before it could fully form. My headbutt sent him spinning through the air like a broken doll. I followed, wings erupting from my back as I closed the distance. We collided again 1,000 feet above the ground, our momentum carrying us into a mountain face. The mountain lost. Rock and stone exploded around us as we punched through solid granite like it was mist. The Night King grabbed a boulder the size of a castle and swung it at my head. I caught it one-handed and crushed it to dust, then drove my elbow into his solar plexus. He doubled over, ice blood spraying from his mouth before retaliating with an uppercut that launched me through 3 mountain peaks. He's strong, I admitted, reorienting myself in the air. Stronger than I expected, but not strong enough. The dragon icon sang louder, its hexagonal form spinning as power built within its crystalline structure. I pulled more power from it, even as I felt a strain on my soul. It wasn't a pleasant feeling, but I felt my strength multiply, my speed increase, my very existence becoming more real than the reality around me. When I descended, it was like a meteor given malicious intent. The Night King raised his arms to block, ice armor forming around him in layers thick as castle walls. I punched through it all like tissue paper, my fist finding his chest, lifting him off his feet, and sending him flying so far that he disappeared beyond the horizon. I followed, seemingly teleporting through space itself, arriving just as he crashed through what had once been a forest and was now a crater filled with splinters. How is this possible? He gasped, struggling to his feet. Ice blood leaked from dozens of wounds, his perfect alien features now marred and broken. What are you? I call me the Dragon King, I said simply, walking toward him as the icon's light made the air itself burn. Am fire made flesh, in the end of your eternal winter. It felt good to say those otherwise corny lines. The context made me feel confident instead. He roared, summoning every ounce of power he possessed. The temperature plummeted beyond anything this world had ever experienced. Ice magic erupted from him in waves that froze the very air, creating a storm of absolute zero that should have killed everything for miles. The dragon icon's flames simply consumed it all. I reached out and grabbed him by the throat. His ice magic battered against my grip, trying to freeze my hand, my arm, my soul. But fire doesn't freeze. Fire consumes. Any last words? I asked. He tried to speak, but only ice blood bubbled from his lips. I didn't think so. I squeezed. The Night King didn't just die. He ended. the ancient magic sustaining him unraveled like a rope cut with a blade. His perfect features crumbled, his ice armor melted, and the alien intelligence in his eyes flickered out like a candle in a hurricane. You've done the impossible. You've slain the Night King. Explosive amount of experience points gained. You have completed the main quest. Main quest. Stop the long night experience gained. 100 million. A lot more notifications fill my vision. More abilities I could choose from, a lot of new ones, but I didn't care to read them all. Across the battlefield, across the continent, across the world, every white collapsed. Every white walker shattered. 8,000 years of accumulated winter died in a single moment. The dragon icon pulsed once more, and I felt their approval wash over me. Well done, Dragon King, Balerian's voice faded. The family lives on. Then they were gone, leaving only the memory of absolute power and the knowledge that ID never truly fought alone. I stood alone in the crater, the Night King's remains turning to ash between my fingers. Above, clouds parted for the first time in months, and warm sunlight touched the frozen earth. Above me, Danny circled the sky, wide-eyed in shock. You have leveled up. You have leveled. You have reached level 207. New abilities unlocked achievement. Reality breaker. You have manifested powers beyond this world's comprehension. The dragon icon has acknowledged your supremacy. I dismissed the notifications with a thought, more interested in the silence around me. Not the silence of death, but the silence of absolute victory. The game wasn't over. It never would be, as long as dragons ruled the world. But today, fire had triumphed over ice. Ha ha, a laugh bubbled up my chest. A sound broke through my throat as I cackled like lightning. Today, the Dragon King had proven what everyone already knew. Brother, Danny shouted, Drogon rushing across the sky as the girl leaped at me. Her arms locked around my neck as I held and twirled her around. Nothing could stand against the flames of the last Targaryen. I did it. I won. I made it. I took the throne, and I saved the world. Chapter 174, 174. 174 The Conqueror's Throne. The silence hit them first. It wasn't just the absence of sound. It was the absence of wrongness, of the fundamental violation of nature that had filled every breath for days. The unnatural cold that had seeped into bones and souls alike simply stopped. Not gradually, but like a candle being snuffed. On Winterfell's walls, a young recruit named Tommen, no, not that Tommen, just a farm boy from White Harbor who had never held a sword before last week, watched the impossible unfold before his eyes. The whites didn't fall. They dissolved, like morning frost under the first touch of spring sun. The hundreds of thousands of corpses that had been clawing their way toward the castle simply came apart. Ancient bones crumbled to powder. Frozen flesh sublimated into mist. The terrible blue light in their eyes flickered once, twice, then vanished as if it had never existed. The entire army of the dead, the force that had broken the ancient wall itself, reduced to dust and memory in the span of a heartbeat. 7 fucking hells, Tommen whispered, then immediately apologized to the gods out of habit. Lord Umber stood frozen at the battlements, his massive frame trembling. Not from fear now, but from something closer to religious awe. His hand found the hilt of his sword, then released it, as if realizing how utterly pointless steel had become. The dragons, someone muttered. The dragons have won, as if summoned by the words. A single beam of sunlight pierced the perpetual gray that had choked the sky for days. It fell on Winterfell like a spotlight. Far from there, it also struck the battlefield too, illuminating the field of ash and ancient dust where an army of the dead had stood moments before. The light hurt, not physically, but in the way seeing something impossibly beautiful can hurt. Men who'd spent days certain they would die, who'd made peace with becoming blue-eyed corpses themselves, fell to their knees. Some wept. Others laughed with the hysteria of those who had glimpsed the abyss and somehow survived. Catelyn Stark gripped the battlements so hard her knuckles turned white. Little Eddard squirmed in her arms, pointing at the sky with childish delight at the pretty lights. She held him tighter, unable to look away from the miracle unfolding. We're alive. By all the gods, we're really alive. The thought felt impossible, fragile, like if she acknowledged it too loudly, reality would correct itself and the dead would rise again. A roar split the sky, then another, then a third, harmonizing in a chord that made the castle's foundations tremble. 3 shapes emerged from the parting clouds, blotting out the new sun. Regal and Drogon flew in perfect formation, their jade and obsidian scales catching the light like gemstones the size of towers. But it was the figure between them that stole every breath, every thought, every prayer. Viserion had grown once again, not just larger, but more. Her wingspan was so vast it seemed to eclipse the entire sky above Winterfell. Each beat of her wings created pressure waves that flattened grass and sent loose snow spiraling. Her golden scales didn't just reflect light, they seemed to generate their own radiance, turning her into a second sun descending to earth. "Mother, have mercy," Jon Snow whispered beside Robb. His hand found Longclaw's hilt instinctively, then fell away. What good was Valyrian steel against something that had just ended winter itself? But even Viserion wasn't the most impossible sight. 2 figures flew ahead of the dragons. Not riding, flying, moving under their own power with the ease of birds on the wing. What a spectacle it was as Daenerys Targaryen descended first. She looked like something from the age of legends given flesh. A goddess who birthed dragons. Her silver hair seemed to float independent of wind or gravity, and every strand glowed with subtle inner light. Her eyes burned violet bright even from this distance, and when she moved, it was with a fluid grace that suggested her bones had been replaced with something more elegant than mere mortal calcium. She landed softly, barely disturbing the ash-covered ground. A crater didn't form. The earth simply accepted her presence, as if reality itself had decided she belonged there. Then her brother touched down. The impact cracked stone, sent shockwaves rippling outward through the frozen earth, created a perfect circle of melted snow that steamed in the new sunlight. Viserys Targaryen stood at the battlefield's heart, and he was changed again. Had been tall before. Now he was immense, easily 7.5 feet of muscle and coiled power. Horns curved from his temples, wrapping around a crown that seemed forged from obsidian and captured flame. His eyes blazed with vertical pupils that held the fury of colliding stars. When he breathed, small flames escaped his nostrils. But it was his presence that truly overwhelmed. Standing near him felt like standing too close to a forge. Not just hot, but fundamentally transformative. The air itself seemed to bend around him, as if reality recognized something more real than itself. On the battlements, hardened northern warriors took involuntary steps backward. They couldn't be blamed. It was natural to fear the king of the dragons. Wildlings who had fought bears and giants with their bare hands found themselves kneeling without conscious thought. Robb Stark stood frozen, watching this transformed creature who wore his good sister's husband's face. This is what saved us, he thought. This is what stands between humanity and extinction. Unbelievable. The Dragon King surveyed the assembled armies of the living. His gaze swept across Winterfell's walls, across the ranks of exhausted soldiers, across the wildlings and Northmen who'd somehow survived the unsurvivable. He raised one hand. Flames danced between his fingers, casual as breathing. When he spoke, his voice carried across the entire battlefield without shouting. Not loud, but absolute, as if the universe itself had decided his words deserved to be heard. Rejoice. The word felt physical, not a suggestion or request, but a command backed by the power to unmake reality itself. He let it settle. Let every soul present feel the weight of it. Then continued, "Your king has won." For a heartbeat, only stunned silence answered. The armies of men and wildlings stared at this transformed dragon nearing godhood, trying to process what their eyes insisted was real, but their minds refused to accept. Then a single wildling, Tormund Giantsbane, Never one for silence threw his axe into the air and screamed. A wordless roar of triumph, relief, and life itself refusing to be extinguished. The dam broke. A northern night joined him, then another, until thousands of voices erupted in a wave of sound that shook Winterfell's ancient stones. Not words or songs, but raw emotion given voice, the primal scream of those that stared death in its blue eyes and somehow, impossibly, lived to mock it. Catelyn found herself weeping, though whether from joy or terror, she couldn't say. Lyanna tugged at her grandmother's skirts, asking why everyone was shouting, her child's mind unable to grasp the miracle they'd witnessed. On the battlefield, Viserys allowed himself a small smile. Not the cruel smirk he often wore, but something genuine. Something that suggested beneath the god and the monster, a man still existed who'd just saved the world and found it good. In the end, he was a fan of the show. And for a man like that, this was the season in that made him feel relaxed. He loved this. Daenerys moved to his side, busy looking like a goddess of moonlight and shadow. She didn't speak, but her violet eyes held questions. What now? What comes after saving the world? He answered without words, his gaze turning south, not to King's Landing or even Westeros, but beyond, to continents unconquered, to empires that had never known the weight of dragon wings. The game isn't over, his expression said. It's barely begun. Halfway across the world, in a hall where the very air tasted of centuries, something ancient stirred. The Hall of Celestial Tranquility lived up to its name in the worst possible way. Silence wasn't just encouraged here, it was enforced by magics older than the wall had been. Courtiers remained in flawless formation, their silk robes forming a kaleidoscope of colors that was almost painful to gaze at directly. Not because the colors were bright, but because they appeared to span more dimensions than human eyes could perceive. Jade pillars carved with entwined dragons held up a ceiling painted with star charts that showed constellations from skies no living astronomer had ever witnessed. The air hung thick with lotus blossom incense. Imported spices worth more than small kingdoms, and something else. Something that pressed against the skin like invisible water. Power. Near the base of the dais, barely visible in shadows that seemed deeper than they should be, a bald man in simple gray robes observed everything with eyes that had watched empires rise and fall. Varys had fled from one dragon only to find himself in the coils of something far older, far stranger. But perhaps, he thought, this serpent can swallow the lizard I fled. The God Emperor sat motionless on the jade throne, not sitting so much as being, as if head grown there like a crystal formation over millennia. His face hid behind a veil of green pearls, each one worth a fleet of ships, arranged in patterns that hurt to study too long. His robes were cloth of gold, but they seemed to ripple and flow independent of any breeze. For 300 years, the God Emperor had ruled in name while 100 princes squabbled over actual power. His authority rarely extended beyond the palace walls. But his personal might? That was legend made manifest. Stories spoke of him reducing armies to ash with a gesture, of calling down stars to obliterate cities that displeased him. Varys had dismissed such tales as exaggeration. Now, standing in this hall, where time itself seemed to slow, he wondered if the stories had been understating things. A gong sounded, deep and resonant enough to rattle teeth. A sorcerer at the throne's base bowed, so low his forehead nearly touched marble. That was a strange man, even to Varys. The man's fingernails extended a foot beyond his fingers, and were painted in patterns that seemed to waver when not directly observed. How odd. Divine One. His voice echoed strangely, as if the hall itself was speaking. The Eye of the West has witnessed a great disturbance. The court, disciplined beyond anything Westeros could imagine, allowed not a whisper. But Varys saw shoulders tense, saw hands that had been relaxed, now gripped sword hilts hidden beneath silk. The sorcerer continued, and despite his training, his voice trembled slightly. The long night has ended. The great other has fallen. They got reactions. tiny ones a widening of eyes here, a sharp intake of breath there, but in this place, such displays were equivalent to screaming in terror. The one they call the Dragon King, Viserys Targaryen, has slain winter itself. The sorcerer paused, clearly struggling with what came next. He commands 3 dragons of immense size. Witnesses report the largest could darken the sky above Karth. His power. Another pause. Divine One, it bends reality. The Iron Bank is ash. Bravo's burned. The faceless men are extinct. All of Westeros and part of Essos bend the knee. Varys allowed himself the smallest of smiles, hidden in shadow. Isn't this so interesting? Head gambled everything on finding a power to counter the dragon Head helped create. The spider had spun his final web, and if the God Emperor was what the legends claimed, perhaps dragons can be caught in jade. The God Emperor did not move. The pearl veil didn't stir. But the temperature in the hall dropped by exactly 1 degree. Not enough to cause discomfort, but enough to be noticed. Enough to send a message. He was listening. The silence stretched. Seconds became minutes. Several courtiers swayed slightly, the strain of maintaining perfect stillness taking its toll. But none moved. To move without permission in the God Emperor's presence was to invite correction. And correction usually involved several family members mysteriously vanishing. Finally, the God Emperor made a single gesture. One jade-ringed finger lifted perhaps an inch, then lowered. The entire court, generals in golden lacquered armor, sorcerers with staffs of dragon bone, 100 princes in their house colors, tax collectors with abacuses carved from pearl bowed as one perfect unit and filed out. Their exit was absolutely silent. 300 people leaving without a single footstep, rustle of silk, or cleared throat. Within moments, only Varys remained, the spider and the god. For the first time in 3 centuries, the God Emperor spoke. His voice was not a voice. It was a chorus. 100 throats speaking in perfect unison, creating sounds that shouldn't exist in mortal air. Ancient beyond measure, utterly devoid of anything resembling human emotion. Another dragon claims the sun. The chorus said, "We have seen this before." They burn brightly. Then they fall. Varys stepped forward carefully, aware he was likely the first person to speak directly to the God Emperor in decades. This one is different, Divine One. His voice, usually so controlled, barely rose above a whisper in the cavernous hall. He broke the world's rules, manifested powers that should not exist. He is an aberration. The pearl veil shifted slightly. For a moment, Varys thought he glimpsed something behind it. Perhaps eyes that held depths stranger than any ocean. The God Emperor raised a hand. The movement was glacially slow, as if he was pushing through invisible water. When his fingers spread, the air shimmered. A map materialized from nothing, not drawn or projected, but woven from light and shadow, and something that Varys had no idea about. It showed the entire known world in perfect detail. Every mountain range, every river, every city down to individual buildings. The God Emperor's finger, impossibly long and pale as moonlight, traced a path. From the ruins of the wall, down through Westeros, across the narrow sea, through the free cities, over the Dothraki Sea. It stopped, hovering over the golden empire of Et. The world, the 100 voices said, and for the first time something like curiosity entered their tone, is not large enough for 2 heavens. The map vanished as suddenly as it had appeared. The God Emperor fell silent once more, becoming a statue of flesh and jade and ageless will. Varys stood in the silence, contemplating the collision of men so strong they claimed to be gods that was now inevitable. Had played the Game of Thrones for decades, manipulating kings and kingdoms with whispers and coin. Now he stood between 2 forces that made such games look like children playing with toys. Fire and jade, he thought. Dragon King and God Emperor. The world will shake when they meet. He bowed deeply and backed away, leaving the God Emperor alone on his throne. A timeless monument to power that had forgotten how to be human. Outside the hall, Varys allowed himself a moment of genuine uncertainty. Had set pieces in motion that he couldn't fully control. created a conflict between powers that dwarfed anything had witnessed. But perhaps, he thought as jade doors closed behind him with soundless finality, that's what the world needs. Not peace, but a reckoning. The spider smiled in the shadows, already beginning to spin new webs. After all, as his bitter rival once said, chaos wasn't a pit. It was a ladder. Chapter 175, 175. 175, a Dragon King's reign. They called it the Dragon's Peace. A decade of prosperity built on the ashes of my enemies. Peace, I learned, was not the absence of conflict, but the absolute certainty of its outcome. My outcome. The world had learned the price of defiance and bravos. And in the frozen wasteland where the Night King's memory was now buried under green grass. The lesson was simple. The dragon had won. Now, the world learned to live with its new ruler. 10 years have passed. A heartbeat to one hood touched the dragon icon, but enough time for kingdoms to transform under my rule. My empire sprawled across continents, my domains overseen by queens who had proven themselves worthy of my trust and power. Marjorie ruled the West with a merchant's cunning and a politician's smile. Shed turned the Six Kingdoms, for only Dorne retained its sovereignty, had been transformed into an economic engine that rivaled the glory of old Valyria. Under her stewardship, gold flowed like rivers, and with it came influence that even Dragonfire couldn't match. Where I conquered with flame, she conquered with ledgers and trade agreements. Arianne claimed the South sitting at Dorne. Her court was interesting, a fusion of Dornish fire and Essosi intrigue. From her glittering new capital in the Stepstones, she controlled the sea lanes that connected east and west. Pirates who once plagued those waters now sailed under her banner, taxing trade rather than plundering it. She had also picked up a hobby from Rose. Arianne's spies reached every corner of the known world, their whispers flowing back to her like tributaries to a mighty river. I appreciated having two different sources. Daenerys remained in the east. By now, she had become something between goddess and queen to the people of Slaver's Bay, now called Dragon's Bay. Very fittingly, the tales of her exploits grew with each telling, until even I wasn't certain where truth ended and myth began. They said she could transform into a dragon at will, that her gaze could turn men to ash. Not entirely false, but the reality was far more terrifying than the stories. And Sansa, who might not seem impressive in many eyes, had turned the misery of King's Landing into something approaching paradise. I was happy. The small folk whispered her name like a prayer. While the others were queens who wielded authority and influence, Sansa was like a goddess of mercy who walked among the common folk in simple clothes, her red hair blazing a beacon of hope in the squalid streets. Be it orphanages, hospitals, and schools, Sansa Stark built them all, cementing my dynasty's foundation in love as much as fear. It made me happy, for conquest could only claim, not control. But conquest is a dragon's nature. Peace, even the peace ID imposed through fire and blood, felt like a cage for a creature born to burn and claim. And in the Far East, another ancient power sat on a throne of jade, watching, waiting. The God Emperor of E.T., the last piece on the board. So here we are. ID known this day would come from the moment I took the Iron Throne. Two great powers cannot share the world forever. One must inevitably consume the other. The wind tore at my hair as I soared through the skies above Een, capital of the Golden Empire. Below, the most ancient and sophisticated city in the known world burned. The war had been raging for months, a blink in the eye of these immortal opponents that was I and the God Emperor. E.T. had been preparing for my coming since the day the Night King fell. 10 years they'd spent gathering power, honing ancient magics, and building defenses against Dragonfire. Their golden armies, 1,000,000 strong, had stood firm against my forces. Until I arrived. My Viserion, along with the other two dragons led by Dany, turned the tide of the battle. Flames and roars sounded all around me. But after a while, I left the mundane battle to rise into the sky. From this height, the city of Een resembled nothing so much as a colossal jade mandala laid upon the earth. Concentric rings of white stone walls divided the city into perfect circles. Every one of them represented a different level of access to the God Emperor himself. The innermost ring, a fortress of pale jade, so perfectly fitted that not even water could seep between its stones, housed the Jade Throne. And upon that throne sat the being who had challenged my right to rule. The air fractured around me as a blast of emerald energy tore through reality itself. I twisted, barely avoiding the attack as it punched through clouds behind me, creating a perfect circle of empty sky. No, it's just me. Your reign ends today. Dragon King, a voice like grinding mountains, spoke directly into my mind. You are but a passing storm. I am eternity. The God Emperor floated before me, his form both impossibly ancient and eternally young. His body, clad in jade-scaled armor, rippled with power that bent light around him. The veil of green pearls that obscured his face shifted with his movement, creating odd patterns. I laughed, the sound echoing across the heavens. If you truly were eternal, you wouldn't fear me for 10 years. With a thought, I called forth power from the dragon icon that pulsed above my head. Spectral dragon heads materialized behind me, covering the entire sky. Dozens of ghostly WIRMs, all bearing names from legends, materialized around me. Valyrian, Meraxes, and Vhagar were among them. The mounts of my ancestors answered my call, their transparent forms gleaming with golden fire. I do not fear you, the God Emperor replied. I simply recognized that two suns cannot share the same sky. He raised his hands, jade rings glowing on each finger, and tore open the fabric of reality. From the rifts emerged warriors formed of pure jade, their faces masks of perfect serenity as they charged toward my spectral dragons. The collision sent shockwaves across the sky, shattering clouds and creating ripples in the air itself. I didn't waste time watching the battle of our summoned forces. Instead, I launched myself directly at the God Emperor, my fist wreathed in dragon fire, so hot it burned blue. He caught my punch with one jade-covered palm, the impact creating a thunderclap that shattered windows throughout the city below. For a moment, we hovered there, locked in a contest of raw strength that threatened to tear apart the sky itself. You've come far, little dragon, he said, his voice now audible rather than telepathic. I recall your story. Such a fun tale. From the beggar prince to the conqueror of the West. But E.T. was ancient when Valyria was young. Our magics were old when your ancestors were still shepherds. And yet, I grinned through the strain, here I am, making you fight for your life. I channeled more power through my arm, drawing on the dragon icon's limitless energy. But while the icon was limitless, I wasn't. It was like trying to carry an ocean in a pot. Of course, my body cracked. My stamina drained fast, as did my mana. The air between us began to warp from the heat, reality itself protesting the forces we were unleashing. The God Emperor's veil of pearls shifted, revealing glimpses of a face that had watched millennia pass like seasons. You know nothing of life or death, child of summer. I have died 1,000 times and returned. What is one more death to me? With that, he released a pulse of jade energy that sent me hurtling backward. I crashed through 3 of Ian's massive walls before regaining control, every impact powerful enough to level a castle. Below me, civilians fled in terror as stone and dust rained down on ancient streets. I wiped blood from my mouth, tasting copper and something else, something ancient and powerful that lingered in the air of ET itself. This was old magic, power drawn from the very bones of the earth rather than from fire and blood. Is that why you hide behind those walls? I shouted, rising back into the sky. Why you've never expanded beyond your borders? You call yourself eternal, but you're just stagnant. The God Emperor did not respond with words. Instead, he waved his hand. The sky itself seemed to fold around him as he manipulated space, appearing directly before me in an instant. His fist, now the size of a wagon, slammed into my chest with the force of a falling star. The impact drove me down through the palace district, through layers of stone and earth, until I found myself in darkness. Ancient catacombs, I realized, where generations of god emperors had been interred. Their jade sarcophagi glowed with faint inner light, illuminating my impromptu tomb, just where I wanted to be. I laughed despite the pain. Blood poured from wounds that would have killed any mortal man a dozen times over. But I was no longer mortal, hadn't been since ID claimed the dragon icon. But neither is my enemy. The god emperor was powerful beyond measure. He could be compared to a god in mortal flesh, and the main difference between him and a god was that he truly was immortal. According to Rose and Ariane's intelligence, his immortality had a secret. My crashing into this exact spot had been part of my plan. So the rumors are true. I see why you're so confident. I called up through the massive hole my body had created. You're not truly immortal. You just switch bodies with a young prince. Your power comes from them, from your predecessors. I placed my palm against one of the sarcophagi, feeling the ancient magic pulsing within. These weren't just burial chambers. They were batteries, storing the accumulated power of 3,000 years of god emperors. Well, that wouldn't do it all. I channeled dragon fire through my hand. Not the ordinary flames that had reduced the wall to a river of ice, but the purifying fire that had consumed the Night King himself. The sarcophagus cracked, then shattered, releasing a wail of anguish that echoed through the catacombs. Above, I heard the god emperor's roar of fury. The ground trembled as he descended toward me, tearing through stone and earth in his haste. Perfect. I touched another sarcophagus, then another, destroying them in rapid succession. Each released more anguished wails, more power that dissipated into the air rather than flowing back to the current god emperor. By the time he reached me, ID destroyed dozens. His jade mask had fallen away entirely now, revealing a face contorted with rage and, yes, fear. "You fool," he howled, the sound causing the remaining sarcophagi to vibrate. "You've doomed us all. Without their power, the barriers fall." Barriers? I raised an eyebrow, curious despite the battle rage coursing through me. "Beyond the Eastern Sea," he hissed. "Things older than gods or men. Things that hunger. For 3,000 years, we have held them back. For what? So that upstarts like you could conquer and rule the scraps we protected?" I considered his words for a moment. They might even be true. But ID faced the Night King, the embodiment of winter itself. Whatever lurked beyond the Eastern Sea couldn't be worse than the endless night. Besides, I was planning to conquer the entire planet, not just this little land. "If I'm not strong enough," I said calmly, "we'll build new barriers. Stronger ones. Forged in dragon fire rather than jade and tradition." The god emperor screamed in wordless rage and lunged at me, his form shifting and growing until he resembled a colossal jade dragon, serpentine in shape. His jaws, large enough to swallow a horsehole, snapped at me as his claws tore through the stone floor. Ultimately, dragons ruled the world one way or another. Why does he look so much cooler than me? What a pity. ID always loved the Easter dragon shape, but I was done playing games. ID learned what I needed from this encounter, the creatures beyond. There was no need to drag this any further. The god emperor, for all his power and age, was bound by fear. Fear of change. Fear of what lay beyond his carefully maintained borders. I rose into the air, the dragon icon pulsing above me as I ascended through the hole and back into open sky. The god emperor followed, his jade form gleaming in the sunlight as we soared above his burning capital. "You had your time," I told him as we circled each other. 3,000 years is a good run. But the age of jade is over. The age of dragons has begun. I inhaled deeply, drawing power from the system, from the dragon icon, from every dragon that had ever lived on this planet, every spark of fire that had ever burned. The energy coalesced in my chest, building to levels that threatened to tear me apart from within. The god emperor must have sensed what was coming. He charged, desperate to stop me before I could release the attack. But he was too late. Breath of annihilation. What emerged from my mouth wasn't fire. At least not as most would recognize it. It was a beam of pure nothingness, a concentrated absence that devoured everything in its path. Where it touched the God Emperor's jade form, the burning and melting was so strong and fast that it seemed like erasure, as if those parts had never existed at all. The beam continued through him, through the jade throne behind him, through the palace and the mountain upon which it was built. When I finally closed my mouth, a perfect cylindrical void cut through the heart of Ian. The God Emperor, or what remained of him, fell. His jade form crumbled as it descended, until nothing but dust reached the ground. You have slain the lone God Emperor of ET. Incredible amount of experience points. You have reached level 500. Achievement unlocked. The one true king. I hovered above the silent, kneeling city, watching as the dust that had once been the immortal ruler of the world's oldest empire settled on ancient stones. A laugh bubbled up in my chest, a sound that shook the heavens themselves. 10 years. A heartbeat. I had conquered the rest of the known world. The beggar king was a god in all but name, and his hunger was limitless. But even gods must deal with the ghosts of their past. As I descended toward the palace to claim my newest conquest, where the emperor's wives and wealth awaited my thoughts, turned to the God Emperor's final words. Beyond the eastern sea, Head said, things older than gods or men. Perhaps my conquest wasn't complete after all. Perhaps there were still worlds to burn, powers to claim beyond the maps of known lands. The dragon icon pulsed above me, responding to my thoughts with a hunger that matched my own. It seemed I wasn't the only one curious about what lay beyond. Let them come. These ancient horrors. Let them test themselves against dragon fire. Let them kneel or burn like all the rest. After all, what was a god without worshippers? And what was a dragon without something to consume? Ah, how fun those times were. Full of fire and vigor. How nostalgic. Has it already been that long? Even conquest becomes routine after a while. First, you covet. Then you scheme. Then you burn. After enough cycles, the thrill fades like a lover's touch grown familiar. Victory tastes sweeter when it comes after struggle, after uncertainty. After the God Emperor fell, there was no uncertainty left in the world. There was only me. I stood on the balcony of my private wing in Kalyavar, the city of 1,000 steps, watching the sun rise over a world that was, in all meaningful ways, mine. Half a century had passed since ID awakened in the body of Viserys Targaryen. Half a century of fire and blood and iron-willed purpose that had transformed a sniveling beggar prince into something beyond even gods. Far below, the capital of the Saffron Realms sprawled in breathtaking perfection, carved into the face of a red basalt cliff. Spires of polished obsidian caught the dawnlight, and waterfalls cascaded through hanging gardens that perfumed the air with sandalwood and marigold. The small folk moved through these spaces like blood through veins, their lives ordered and prosperous under my reign. This was located in the Ulthos continent. To summarize, this reminded me of the ancient Indian continent from my old world, amped by magic in this world. Beautiful, isn't it? I didn't turn at the sound of Daenerys' voice. She moved to stand beside me, putting an arm around me. Her presence was a familiar comfort. After half a century together, we had developed the easy silence of twins had shared a womb. In many ways, we were. It's efficient, I replied. True beauty is what our queens build in our absence. Danny's laugh was soft, almost musical. The years had not changed her physically. Yes, none of us who had tasted dragon's fire ever aged, but they'd given her a poise that the frightened girl ID, once known, could never have imagined. Always so practical. Brother, she bumped my shoulder with hers, a gesture from our childhood that had survived the transformation into godhood. The reports from back home are troubling. I raise an eyebrow. More troubling than the last 9 rebellions? The Jade Remnants are a nuisance in the Grey Waste, as always. But Ariane's whispers speak of something new. Her tone grew serious. The Phoenix Regent of Ulthos, who had fled us last time, has declared our dragon's blasphemy. Stolen fire to be reclaimed, he says. His saffron banners are gathering. and they've made pacts with the shadow binders of Ass-High. Things might get troublesome. Ass-High, huh? Let them gather, I said with a dismissive wave. They'll burn like all the others. But even as I spoke, I felt something unfamiliar stir within me. Not fear, of course. I'd forgotten that emotion around the time I'd slain the Night King. No, this was something more insidious. Boredom. When you've conquered everything, defeated everyone, what remains? When you've bent reality to your will and reshaped continents according to your whims, what challenge can possibly remain? You're brooding again, Daenerys observed, her violet eyes identical to my own seeing through my mask of indifference. What troubles the Dragon King? I considered lying to her. Half a century of rule had made deception as natural as breathing. But this was Dany, my sister, my twin flame. Conquest breeds resistance, I said finally. It's a natural order of things. The stronger I become, the more determined my enemies grow. But my greatest challenge didn't come from foreign emperors or ancient magics. The true flame, she murmured. I nodded, remembering a rebellion that had nearly toppled the Lannister regime before ID intervened. The embers of a house, I thought, extinguished. Image here, I flew back to King's Landing, enjoying the sight of my prosperous city. King's Landing sprawled in geometric perfection. Gone were the filthy, cramped streets ID inherited. In their place stood broad avenues lined with white stone, public fountains that never ran dry, and buildings that soared toward the heavens. The small folk moved through these spaces like blood through veins, their lives ordered and prosperous under my reign. My mood was soured when I received the emergency reports. Months ago, ID dismissed the first reports as insignificant and honestly stupid. Now, things were different as all the news had been confirmed. Viserys Baratheon, the widow of the usurper Stannis, had escaped Dragonstone with her daughter Shireen and the Red Priestess Melisandre half a century ago. They were back. They'd fled from Dragonstone to Ass-High, the ancient magical realm with twisted shadows and whispering veils. There, they'd begun gathering followers. Now they called themselves the True Flame, a rebellion born of grief and twisted faith. Under normal circumstances, I would have sent Viserion to reduce their little cult to ashes and be done with it. But these were not normal circumstances. Shireen Baratheon's grayscale, that curse of stone that had once marred half her face, had spread not as a disease, but as a weapon. Melisandre had weaponized it through blood magic, transforming the curse into a blessing. The girl could now willingly pass her condition to others, creating soldiers whose flesh turned to stone, making them immune to dragon fire. I learned this the hard way when they led their first assault on Dragonstone. The sky above the volcanic island was clear that day, perfect for a dragon's attack. I rode Viserion, her golden scales gleaming in the sunlight as we circled the ancient fortress. Below, I could see them gathering hundreds of gray figures arranged in formation around the castle. Stone soldiers, waiting for my flame. Let's remind them who rules here, I told Viserion, patting her massive neck. She didn't need further encouragement. With a roar that shook the very foundations of the island, she unleashed a torrent of golden flame upon the assembled army. I expected screams, and I expected the familiar scent of burning flesh and the satisfaction of watching my enemies reduced to ash. Instead, the flames washed over them like water over stone, leaving them untouched. I almost admired their strategy. They'd found the one thing in all the world that could resist dragon fire, and they'd built an army of it. The stone soldiers launched massive ballista bolts coated in some dark substance that hissed when it cut through the air. One grazed Viserion's wing, and to my shock, she screamed in pain. The wound smoked, as if the bolt had been dipped in something caustic to dragons. Higher, I commanded, pulling back on her scales to guide her up and away from the attack. We need to rethink this. Of course, at my current level, with both my strength and magic, I could drop down and eliminate them easily. However, I didn't want to dirty my hands today. I was feeling lethargic. As we gained altitude, a figure emerged from the castle's highest tower. Even from this distance, I recognized the flash of red hair catching the sunlight. It was a red priestess. Melisandre stood with her arms raised, her voice carrying unnaturally across the distance. "The night is dark and full of terrors," she called, "but the fire burns them all away." The air around her shimmered with heat, and then, impossibly, flames erupted from her palms. Not ordinary flames, but serpents of living fire that coiled and twisted through the air, reaching for us with malevolent intent. That looks troublesome. Anything divine is troublesome. "Dodge," I said, unnecessary as Viserion was already banking hard to avoid the fire snakes. One caught her tail, and she shrieked in pain again. I scowled. This couldn't be normal fire. Viserys wasn't a normal dragon even. This was something older, something that predated even dragons. This was Lawler's fire, wielded by a priestess who had found true power in her faith. I underestimated them, a mistake I would not make again. I didn't want to take the risk of that fire touching me. So we retreated that day, Viserion's golden scales scorched black in places. For the first time in decades, I had encountered an enemy I couldn't simply overwhelm with raw power. It felt good. Back in King's Landing, I called a council of war. My queens gathered around the painted table, each bringing their unique perspective to the problem. They have settled in Dragonstone. How bold and stupid. Let's cut off their supplies, Marjorie suggested, ever the pragmatist. Dragonstone is an island. They can't feed themselves indefinitely. They don't need to. Arianne countered. My spies report they've been infiltrating the mainland for months. Stone soldiers don't eat, don't sleep, don't tire. They're creating more every day, spreading through the Crownlands like a plague. Then we fight fire with fire, Yara said, her eyes gleaming with the prospect of battle. If dragon fire won't work, we find another way to break stone. Sansa, who had been quiet until now, finally spoke. We need to understand their power before we can counter it. This isn't just about Melisandre's magic or Shireen's grayscale. They found a way to combine the two, to create something new, something that can hurt dragons, I agreed, which makes it the most dangerous threat we've faced since the God Emperor, perhaps even the Night King. I turned to the one person who might understand what we were facing, the one who had studied the Red God's mysteries longer than any of them. Kinvara, I said, what do you know of this magic? My high priestess stepped forward, her red robes rustling softly. She had been with me since the beginning, since before I had claimed the Iron Throne. Her loyalty had never wavered, her counsel never failed. Until that moment. The Lord of Light works through many vessels. She said carefully, Melisandre has always been powerful, but this suggests Lawler has granted her special favor. Why would your God favor my enemies? I demanded. Kinvara didn't meet my eyes. She lowered her head in shame, watching her nails. The Lord's ways are mysterious. Perhaps she has shown greater faith. I dismissed the council after that, though I kept Kinvara behind. Something in her hesitation, in her careful choice of words, had awakened suspicion in me. You're not telling me everything, I said once we were alone. My king don't, I cut her off. We're long past such formalities. Tell me what troubles you, Kinvara. What do you see in your flames that you're afraid to share? She seemed to wage an internal battle, her face a mask of conflicting loyalties. Finally, she spoke. I see two paths, she whispered. Two chosen ones. Two potential saviors. And am only one of them, I finished for her. She nodded, unable to speak the betrayal aloud. Shireen, I guessed. The girl with stone in her veins. Fire and stone, Kinvara said, her voice strengthening. Both children of Lawler in their way. Both with the power to reshape the world. I studied her. This woman who had been my very first faithful servant and, at one point, my most trusted advisor. And you're not sure which of us will triumph. It wasn't a question. The flames show only possibilities, she said. I serve the one true God, and his will is written in fire. I interrupted. And I am fire made flesh. Or have you forgotten? She smiled at the harshness in my voice. Never, my king. But the girl, there's something about her. The way the grayscale has changed, the way it resists even dragon fire. It suggests divine favor. I stepped closer, my height allowing me to tower over her. So you've been hedging your bets, playing both sides to ensure you're always serving the victor. I see. No wonder Rose spies missed the infiltration. Kinvara didn't deny it. Her silence was admission enough. I am disappointed, Kinvara, I said quietly. Not because you've questioned my divinity. Not even because you've considered that I might fall. But because you lack the courage to tell me so to my face. Did you fear I'd kill you? I wouldn't die even if you kill me, my king. How lovely of you to still refer to me with such adoration, I muttered. This woman was a complex machine. She was loyal to me. That was for sure, but she was also faithful to her God. And she hoped, with all her heart, that whatever game her God was playing, I'd come victorious in it. Only because I knew her thought process did I not kill her on the spot. It's all right, my dearest priestess. I caught her chin with my hand, forcing her to meet my gaze. You'll tell me everything. Every vision, every doubt, every communication you've had with them. And then you will help me destroy this rebellion from the inside. And if I refuse? She asked, a hint of her old fire returning. I smiled, letting a hint of the dragon show through my human mask. You won't be. For tonight, I will show you a truer God than the one you've spent your life serving. Kinvara could only bite her lip and moan as I threw her into the bed. Perhaps a part of her complied with the rebellion to make me angry so that I would take my anger out on her in this manner. Who knows? Image here, Kinvara vanished in the morning. She told me a lot during the night, but somehow she managed to slip out of the room by the time I woke up. How had she avoided my senses? Despite all the information she shared, it took weeks to unravel the full extent of Kinvara's deception. She had been in contact with Melisandre for months, sharing visions, comparing interpretations of their God's will. In her defense, she had never actively betrayed me. She hadn't shared my plans or weaknesses, but her faith had wavered. She had begun to see Shireen as a possible alternative, a different path to the same glorious future. I found her in the catacombs beneath the Red Keep, kneeling before a brazier, her flames whispering secrets to a shadow child that wore a stag's crown. It was a demonic creature, bound by that magic Kinvara was casting. The shadow of Stannis Baratheon, somehow preserved through blood magic and bound to Melisandre and his daughter's will. Kinvara came here, without telling me, to stop it. She looked sickly. It must be an incredible pull on her existence to suppress this creature. I wondered how long it would take you to find me, Kinvara said without turning, panting a little. The flames warned me this moment would come. Did they show you what happens next? I asked. She rose slowly, hands still extended toward the creature to keep the binding active. She faced me with dignity despite the tears that glimmered in her eyes. Yes, they show me fire. They always show fire. But whether it consumes me or transforms me, that was unclear. I approached the brazier, looking into the flames that had guided her for so long. Your faith has become a weakness by now, Kinvara. You still seek guidance from forces beyond yourself instead of trusting your own power. Instead of trusting me, do you genuinely believe this creature poses a threat to me? I asked, and she didn't say anything. My eyes locked with the shadows. From violet, they became golden. The air began to sizzle. Superheated plasma blasted out of my eyes, blasting into the skull of the creature and dissipating it into thin air. You've slain a wicked shadow child. Kinvara let out a breath. She let her arms rest, swaying until she fell to her knees. I watched her struggle as she stood back up. Faith is strength, she countered. It gives purpose to power. Then let me show you a new purpose. I know you want me to. I extended my hand, not to strike, but to offer. She hesitated, torn between her centuries of devotion to Lawler and her loyalty to me. I don't see visions in flames, but I've seen how this rebellion ends, I told her. I've seen how all rebellions end. Fire consumes all, eventually. The only choice is whether you burn or whether you become the flame. Her hand trembled as she placed it in mine. Show me, she whispered, and I did. I opened my mana to her, watching her eyes widen. I allowed her to see what I had become, not just a king with a dragon, but something more fundamental. I showed her soul what it meant to touch the dragon icon, what it meant to absorb the essence of mortal gods, to transcend the limitations of flesh and blood. I was fire incarnate, the principle of transformation itself. I showed her all. Kinvara gasped, her eyes trembling as understanding flooded through her. You're not his chosen one," she said in wonder. "You're his replacement." "Aid me," I said simply. "Join me to end this rebellion, to save them, to show them a better God." She knelt then, not in surrender, but in genuine reverence. "My God," she admitted. Stannis' crown weighted on the ground as all of Kinvara's loyalty shifted irrevocably back to me. The flames in the brazier leaped higher, responding to her renewed faith, not in R'hllor, but in the Dragon King. With Kinvara's help, dismantling the true flame became a matter of patience rather than force. She returned to Dragonstone as my spy, feeding Melisandre and Shireen carefully crafted half-truths that led them into a trap of their own making. She convinced them that their stone army needed to strike at King's Landing directly, that their moment of triumph was at hand. When they came, we were ready, not with dragon fire, which they could resist, but with something far more insidious. Glittering fluid from the God Emperor's sacred pools, a special kind of water that had absorbed the jade magic of ET over millennia. Water that, when touched by stone soldiers, caused their grayscale to crystallize and shatter. The battle was brief and decisive. I didn't even have to step in myself. The stone army crumbled before they reached the city walls. Celis was captured, trying to flee back to the ships. Shireen fought bravely, but in the end, her stone skin couldn't protect her when I intervened myself. She was a soft, delicious-looking girl, pretending to be all dark and gloomy with that bone crown and black hair covering one side of her face. Image here and Melisandre. Melisandre stood her ground until the end, hurling serpents of fire at my forces, her faith never wavering even as defeat became inevitable. It was almost admirable. I approached her myself after she had been subdued, bound with chains of Valyrian steel that Kinvara had enchanted to suppress her magic. "Your rebellion is finished," I told her. "Your army is dust. Your faith has failed you." She laughed, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. "My faith is eternal. R'hllor's fire burns within me, even now." "R'hllor," I repeated, "the Lord of Light, the God of flame and shadow." Grand titles. I leaned closer. "Did you ever wonder where gods come from, Melisandre? Did you ever question why they need priests and sacrifices and worship?" Usually, such words from a tormentor wouldn't get any reaction. But my authority stat helped at times like this. It helped me influence people. Fear flickered in her eyes for the first time. Not fear of me, but fear of the blasphemy I was suggesting. "Gods exist because we believe in them," I continued. "They feed on faith. They grow stronger with each prayer, each sacrifice, each act of devotion. But what happens when that faith is redirected?" I placed my hand on her forehead, and she gasped as heat flowed from me into her. Not burning heat, but something purer, more fundamental. "Mana, I could kill you," I said softly. "I could have Viserion reduce you to ash. But there's a better way, a truer path." Her resistance crumbled as my power flowed into her, rewriting the very essence of her faith. I showed her what I had shown Kinvara, the truth of what I had become, the reality that transcended her narrow understanding of divinity. When I removed my hand, her eyes were different. The fanaticism remained, but it had found a new focus. "My God," she whispered, echoing Kinvara's revelation. I smiled. "Your God, your king, your purpose. Aren't I them all?" And so the Red Witch and the Stag, his shadow, became mine. Their rebellion transformed into the most devout worship. I had to tame them properly first, these former enemies who had nearly unraveled everything I'd built. Celis, Shireen, Melisandre. Each of them must be broken and remade in my image, so that they could serve as a constant reminder that faith was just another form of power. And all power eventually bowed to the dragon. That night, I reclined on my throne-like bed, the royal chambers a cavern of shadow and flickering candlelight. Art depicting my conquests lined the walls. But my attention was on the living trophies before me. The room was filled with sweet, euphoric moans. I was familiar with this music. But the singers of tonight's song were new, and their tune was one of defiant surrender. Red Priestess Melisandre lounged across a pile of crimson silks like some creature of living flame. Her red locks spilled over her shoulders in molten waves, catching the light, while her amber eyes burned with a hunger that mirrored my own. Across from her, Shireen sat coiled in the dark. She had been an innocent girl decades ago. Now she looked like a predator at ease. Her eyes had changed from red to molten gold, as I was actively suppressing her with my mana. Even so, they carried a hint of madness, watching my every move. Once, I think her hair was brown. Now it was black. Her hair draped around a face traced with pulsating red scars, a crown of black horns framing her head. The ugly scales covering her face were hidden under a cloth mask. Between them, Celis Baratheon knelt, rigid as a statue, her pride the only armor she had left. At least these ladies were strong-willed. Her thin lips were pressed into a line, her gaze fixed on one of the artworks, as if she could will herself elsewhere. And standing beside me, pouring wine with the serene grace of a goddess, was Kinvara. "Do you want more, my lord?" She wore only a sheer red veil, the iconic ruby at her throat gone. She didn't need that to retain her youth, for she had chosen me. The others had been taken. The difference was everything. This much is good enough for now. It's a fine collection, isn't it? I mused, taking the goblet from Kinvara. The last embers of a house, I thought, extinguished. Melisandre's head snapped up. Her gaze, however, wasn't on me. It was on Kinvara. "I can't believe this. You," she hissed, her voice like cracking embers. "Traitor, you abandoned the Lord of Light for this aberration." Kinvara merely smiled, a peaceful, pitying expression. "The Lord of Light showed me his face, Melisandre, and it was not the one you prayed to." She gestured to me. "The flames do not lie. I simply chose to follow the greater fire." "Blasphemy." Melisandre rose, her body humming with heat. "I know what you brought us three here for, and we don't mind. We were prepared to face this fate. However, this doesn't end here. You will burn for this." R'hllor is silent," I interrupted, my voice cutting through her fanaticism. "I am not." I moved, faster than a human I could track, and had her pinned against the wall, my hand around her throat. The heat radiating from her was pleasant, like standing before a hearth. Her amber eyes widened, not with fear, but with shock at my speed. "Your god sent fire serpents against my dragons," I murmured, my lips brushing her ear. "A bold move. Tell me, priestess, does your god protect you now?" Her hands came up to claw at my arm, her own magic flaring in defense. A wave of heat washed over me, enough to melt steel. I didn't even flinch. I simply absorbed it, my body feeding on the energy. "You see?" I whispered, tightening my grip. "I am a dragon, and your fire is my food." I leaned in and bit her neck, hard enough to draw blood. She gasped, a sound of pain and something else. Something she would never admit to. "You preach of a god who demands sacrifice. Let me show you what true sacrifice feels like." I seized her roughly and forced her down before she could recover, her red gown tearing as I overpowered her. "You betrayed your god for a man who claims to be a god." Melisandre spat at Kinvara, who watched with detached interest. "You are a traitor to a false idol." "Then let's make the blasphemy complete," I growled, stepping toward her with fury in my eyes. I moved against her without any further preamble, my body pressing into hers with the force of a battering ram. She didn't resist. Her pride didn't let her. She accepted the punishment that came with her loss. But she did scream, a raw sound of fury and violation that quickly turned into a gasp of shocked surrender. Her magic flared around us, wild and uncontrolled, making the candles in the room burn higher. "Yes, go and call him," I taunted. "Let's see if your Lord of Light answers. Let him watch as I overpower his most devout servant." I fisted her fiery hair, pulling her head back. "He is silent. But I am here. I am real. Who is your god now, Melisandre?" Her answer was a broken sob as an overwhelming wave of release tore through her, her body shaking beneath me. I held her through it, breaking not just her body, but the faith that had defined her entire existence. When I was done, I left her trembling on the sheets and turned my attention to Celis. The Baratheon queen had not moved, her face a mask of cold fury. "You think to break me as you broke her?" she asked, her voice brittle. "I am Celis of House Baratheon. I do not break. No." I traced the line of her jaw with a single finger. She flinched, but did not pull away. "You knelt to a god of fire. You watched your husband burn men alive for his ambition. Don't pretend you are a stranger to this kind of power, my dear. You simply chose the losing side." I pushed her back onto the bed, next to the used, shocked, and still whimpering Melisandre. "You will learn to serve a true king, and you will beg for the privilege." Her defiance lasted longer than Melisandre's faith. She had no reason to resist, but she remained rigid and silent as I stripped her, as I claimed her body with a conqueror's possessiveness. Her iron will finally cracked. A sharp breath escaped her lips as she struggled against her restraints. "That's it," I murmured against her skin. "Show me the queen beneath the stone. Show me the woman who will not yield." How long could a widow resist, anyway? Even with witch magic, it wasn't long. By the time I reached her, she was weeping, her pride shattered into 1,000 pieces. She clung to me, her body trembling with a desperate intensity she had likely suppressed for years. Finally, I turned to the last. Shireen. She hadn't moved from her spot in shadows, her golden eyes watching the proceedings with a terrifying, detached curiosity. The power ID fell from her on Dragonstone was still there, coiled beneath her skin like a serpent. "And what of you, little storm?" I got up from the bed, slowly walking forward while running a hand through my wet hair. The girl with stone in her veins. "Do you still think you can challenge me?" To my surprise, she didn't let me walk much. She began to crawl forward. Shireen glided to the bed, the shadows clinging to her like a cloak. She knelt before me, the horns of her crown grazing my thigh. "I have no god to betray," she said, her voice a low, melodic hum. "And my house is ash. I have nothing but the power you failed to take." Does she have a plan? I wouldn't be surprised. In the last decades, many women had tried to end the lecherous Dragon King by taking advantage of his lust. She had my good luck. "Oh, we'll take it," I promised, my hand tangling in her black hair. "I will drink it from you. I will fill you with my own power until every last trace of your father's shadow is burned away. You will be my creature, my perfect weapon." She smiled, a slow, unsettling curve of her lips. "Then take it, Dragon King, if you can." Her challenge was the final spark. I pulled her onto the bed, into the tangle of limbs and broken wills. Soon her scales were glowing golden, healing under my care, though still cracked. My mana overpowered her last-ditch effort, whatever spell it was, and she began to scream louder than Mel and her mother. Only when I held her in front of the mirror did she realize her expression was changing. Then she started truly enjoying the moment, for I was the person helping her overcome her lifelong trauma. Kinvara joined us at the very end, perhaps bored with her duty as observer. She moved in that deliberate manner, her hands guiding the others, directing them. "This is how you honor a god," she murmured, positioning Melisandre before me, this time lower. "Not with prayers, but with devotion. Using yourself." I accepted them all, one after another. And then, together, I broke them and remade them in my image. In the last half a century, the Dragondick had grown so powerful that it didn't matter if the opponent was a witch or a goddess. Melisandre's faith, Celis's pride, Shireen's power. All of it was consumed and reforged into a singular, unwavering purpose. My ascension. Page Viserys Targaryen, the Dragon King, 75 years, old, level 670 mana. 750,750,737 STR, 745 ENE, 776 DX, 990 INT, 777 LUC, 10550. EUTH Page Kinvara was right. I didn't enjoy these games, playing God with those who once defied me. As I moved within Shireen, feeling her dark magic yield to my own, I addressed Kinvara, who was busy showing a still dazed Celis how to please a dragon properly. Is it a game if I've truly become divine? I asked, my voice a low growl. Is it playing God if godhood is simply what I am? Kinvara laughed, the sound cutting through the heavy atmosphere. You haven't changed at all since the first day I met you. Still the same Viserys who awakened in a beggar prince's body, convinced the world owed him a throne. The world did owe me a throne. I corrected her, pulling Shireen into a punishing kiss. It just didn't know it yet. Image here weeks had passed since the true flame was extinguished. Melisandre, Celis, and Shireen were now broken instruments in my orchestra of power, their wills reforged into tools of my ascension. With Kinvara's renewed, fanatical loyalty, my influence over the mystic arts also deepened. Things are looking better. The Empire ran itself like a perfect machine humming along. But peace is an illusion for a creature of fire. Ariane's whispers spoke of new fires being lit on the horizon. These three witches were not alone, of course. They had allies who grew cautious after their defeat. The Jade Remnants in the Grey Waste had allied with Shadowbinders from Ashai. In the uncharted continent of Ulthos, part of which already belonged to me, a so-called Phoenix Regent was gathering saffron banners, declaring my dragon's blasphemy to be reclaimed. New enemies, new games, but my mind was elsewhere. It was in this suffocating quiet that the Raven came from the north. I stood on the highest balcony of the Red Keep when she arrived, and there was a real shift in the quality of the moonlight. Daenerys landed on the balustrade. She was a graceful, terrifying silhouette against the stars. Her violet eyes studied my face. Don't be too relaxed, brother. This isn't the end, she said, her voice a soft melody that cut through the silence. There are more enemies, and they won't be conquered by the bed. She moved to my side, her gaze following mine over the sleeping city. And what's wrong? Your expression is strange. Something beyond the rebellions is troubling you? I sighed, the sound a low rumble in my chest. Even dragons must contend with time. Not their own, but the time of others. Understanding dawned in her eyes. Not of a political threat, but of a fundamental, existential one. I heard the news. Robb Stark, she whispered. I nodded, the simple movement feeling impossibly heavy. He died in his sleep. An old man, they called him, surrounded by children and grandchildren who had never known a world not ruled by dragons. I turned to her, letting her see the hollowness that even I couldn't entirely conceal. The first death was the hardest. Robb had become a close friend, honestly. Ariane's brother and father had long died, but I didn't even feel anything when that happened. This one was different. Dany's expression softened with a shared, immortal grief. The first one always is. The first time you realize what forever truly costs. The Great Hall of Winterfell was draped in black, the ancient stone walls seeming to absorb both light and sound. I stood in the back, an unseen observer to the North's grief. Stock banners hung limply, the dire wolf of their house seeming to mourn alongside its people. Sansa knelt before the stone bier, her auburn hair now streaked with silver, though her face remained unlined. Her immortality was subtle, not the overwhelming power that Daenerys and I wielded, but a gentle suspension of time that kept her eternally in the autumn of her life rather than its winter. Upon the bier lay Robb Stark, the last king in the North, his body arranged with dignity in death that matched the honor with which he had lived. His beard had grown white, his face lined with the wisdom of years. But even in death, there was strength in his features. He had died peacefully in his sleep, his long, fulfilling life a gift to the pact we had made decades ago. I watched Sansa weep, her shoulders shaking with silent sobs. Only at times like this could I not console my women. For a Dragon King could extend the lives of his mates, not of males. Around her gathered the lords of the North, many of the grandchildren or great-grandchildren of those who had followed Robb in his youth. They had known only peace in their lifetimes, had grown up in a North that prospered under Stark rule, while acknowledging the ultimate authority of the Dragon King to the south. I felt no grief. That was the strangest part. When the raven brought the news, I felt a little sad and thought it'd only increase when I saw my old friend dead body. But now that I was actually here, I felt a profound, chilling detachment, as if I were a mountain watching a river flow by. Rob's life, his wars, his loves, his children, all of it now was just a paragraph in a history book that would grow ever longer as my reign continued. The ceremony was brief, as was the northern way. No excessive speeches, no elaborate rituals. Just the quiet dignity of a people saying farewell to their lord. Afterward, I found myself on the battlements of Winterfell, the same place where I had once given Robb his ultimatum: kneel or watch his people perish. The snow fell softly around me, individual flakes melting before they could touch my naturally heated skin. I expected Sansa to join me, to seek comfort in my presence, as she had so many times before. Instead, it was Catelyn Stark who appeared beside me, her steps silent on the stone. Image here, she had not aged a day since I had granted her the gift of immortality. No, she looked a lot younger. Over 100 years old now. There was a lot of gossip when people first noticed she wasn't growing older, but rather younger. However, how can anybody talk badly about the Dragon King? Now her auburn hair was more vibrant than it had been the day I first met her, her blue eyes clearer, her skin smoother. She stood beside me, watching the snow fall over the godswood with an expression that mirrored my own detachment. He lived a good life, she said softly, her voice devoid of a mortal mother's grief. He did, I agreed. The North prospered under his rule. I still can't believe Sansa asked me to do this herself. It was Sansa's request. She had come to me a year after the Long Night. She requested that I grant her mother immortality. So I accepted it, even if it took a lot of seduction and pursuing to convince Catelyn Stark of all people, though not without cost. The price of immortality was separation from the natural cycle of life and death, a gradual distancing from mortal concerns and connections. I had watched it happen to all of them, my queens, my servants, even Sansa herself. Only Daenerys and I had been spared that particular transformation, having never been fully human to begin with. We were dragons, and we still are. Does it disturb you? I asked Catelyn. Watching your son die while you remain? She considered the question, her head tilting slightly. It should, she admitted. I did cry a lot, but once it would have broken me. Now, I feel pride in what he accomplished. It's strange and all your fault. I mostly just feel satisfaction in the dynasty he established. But grief? She shook her head. That belongs to those who still live within time's constraints. Sansa joined us then, her face composed, though her eyes remained red from weeping. She didn't talk for a good while. She stood on my other side, the three of us forming a triangle of immortality, looking out over a world of fleeting lives. Image here, it wasn't supposed to be like this, Sansa said, her voice barely audible over the wind. At one point I thought having forever meant never having to say goodbye. It's the opposite, Catelyn told her gently. Having forever means saying goodbye is all we ever do. Sansa surely realized that a long time ago. That was why she had requested such a thing. I put my arm around her shoulders, drawing her against my side. She came willingly, seeking comfort that I wasn't sure I could provide. How do you console someone for the natural order of things? How do you ease the pain of a law as fundamental as gravity? The pack survives, Catelyn whispered, but the words had a new, colder meaning now. It wasn't about family, not anymore. It was about us, the ones who would endure when all others had returned to dust. Sansa had begged me to make her mother immortal, but in the end, it had been Catelyn's choice too, made with clear eyes and full understanding of what it would mean. I had seduced her, yes, as I had seduced so many others who served me. But the end decision had been hers, just as the consequences were now hers to bear. How strange it is, Catelyn mused, to outlive your children, to watch the world you knew fade into history. I wonder sometimes if this is how the children of the forest felt, watching the first men build their kingdoms on the ashes of the world they'd known. I had no answer for her. I had never known mortality the way she had. I had awakened in this world already marked for something greater, my path already diverging from the human experience. All thanks to the system. It gets easier, you'll say. I said, finally, the words sounding hollow even in my own ears. The detachment, the distance. In time, you'll watch civilizations rise and fall with the same equanimity with which you now watch the seasons change. Gods remain. Sansa looked up at me, her tully blue eyes searching my face. Just what did you see? Why can you watch us grieve without feeling anything yourself? I feel, I corrected her. Just not the same things or in the same way. I feel satisfaction in seeing the world I've built. Pride in how far we've come from the chaos I found upon awakening. Pleasure in the company of those who have chosen to walk this endless road alongside me. It wasn't the answer she wanted, but it was the truth. Or as close to the truth as I could articulate, even to myself. Sansa stared into my eyes for a bit, and then rested her head on my chest. The three of us hugged in silence as darkness fell, the snow continuing its silent descent around us. Three immortal figures looking out over a world of fleeting lives, bound together not by love or even loyalty, but by the shared experience of existing outside time's natural flow. The pack survives, indeed. But what remains of the pack when its very nature has been fundamentally altered? What bonds hold when blood and time no longer have meaning? These are questions for philosophers, not kings. And I had a world to rule. The passage of time felt so strange. First it was Rob, and then a dozen more. It felt like yesterday, but it had been decades more. It'd been about a century since I awakened in this world. I ruled a lot more than before, but not all just yet. I was savoring it. I was worried about the boredom that come if I conquered everything so quickly. Thankfully, there were a lot of things to distract my mind, such as my queens. My reign was not mine alone. It was held aloft by pillars of my own making, each a queen in her own right, each a facet of my will expressed through a different domain. Marjorie now ruled from Highgarden, the economic heart of my empire. I visited her that spring, arriving without announcement to find her deep in negotiations with an envoy from the Summer Isles. She didn't miss a beat, seamlessly incorporating my presence into her strategy. As you can see, she told the envoy, a tall woman adorned with feathers that matched her ship's sails, the Dragon King himself takes interest in our discussions. Surely that demonstrates the importance we place on this new trade route. The Summer Islander bowed deeply, awe and fear mingling in her expression. I had that effect on people who hadn't grown accustomed to draconic presence in their midst. After the negotiations concluded successfully, as Marjorie's always did, she joined me in her private gardens, a glass of arbor gold in hand. Empress of Coin, I greeted her with a smirk, using the title that had spread among the small folk. Still reshaping global commerce a century after most people would have retired to count their grandchildren. She laughed, the sound as practiced and perfect as everything else about her. Retirement is for those with limited vision, Viserys. You know this better than I do. Otherwise, you'd have spent your years in indulgences rather than continuing to conquer slowly. Besides, what would I do with myself? Take up needlepoint? Marjorie had transformed the Reach into something beyond a breadbasket. Under her guidance, it had become a nexus of trade that rivaled even Bravos in its prime. Gold flowed through her fingers like water, and with it, a subtler kind of power than that wielded by dragons or armies. Since you're here, I'm assuming things are serious, she said a few minutes later. Can't I come visit my wife anytime I want? I asked, smiling as I pulled her close. Our noses brushed against one another as she smirked up at me, biting her lip. Maybe I just missed you. I missed you more, my king. But we both know you're not here to enjoy your gold rose. The ET situation, she said, getting directly to business even as she whimpered to my touch. How concerned should I be? I shrugged. Concerned enough to diversify our eastern trade routes, I said, and kissed her, feeling her up. She had grown hotter, more tempting to the eye, and the kiss tasted like flowers. Not concerned enough to start moving gold reserves. She nodded, already calculating adjustments to a dozen different financial strategies. And Dorne? I heard some bad news. Ari is handling that. Life continues. Marjorie studied me over the rim of her wine glass. You're restless, she observed. I haven't seen you this way since before the God Emperor fell. She had always been perceptive, this Rose of Highgarden. It was part of why I had kept her, transformed her, elevated her to her current position. Perhaps I admitted. Victory becomes routine after enough repetitions. Then find a new game, she suggested, sitting on top of the table and sipping rich wine. Her eyes were full of wonder. One worthy of what you become. I left her to her empire of coin, her words echoing in my mind. A new game. But what challenge remained for one who had conquered continents and devoured men who claimed to be gods? Ariane awaited me in the Stepstones, that archipelago of rocky islands that had once been the haven of pirates and outlaws. Under her rule, it had become a center of intrigue and intelligence gathering that put even Varys' old network to shame. I found her playing Cyvasse with a captured Etish prince, her questions extracting the last secrets of the fallen empire while she systematically dismantled his defenses on the board. Image here your move. Prince Jien, she said, her voice musical with the accent of Dorne that she had never fully abandoned. The prince, his jade-trimmed robes tattered from months of captivity, moved his elephant with trembling fingers. A mistake. Ariane's dragon swooped in, capturing the piece and putting his king in check. Much like your Eastern Coalition's attempt to flank our forces at the Jade Gates. How so very funny, she observed. Predictable too, but ultimately fatal. And she glanced up, noticing my presence for the first time, about to be interrupted by a much greater power. The prince followed her gaze, his face draining of color as he recognized me. He prostrated himself immediately, forehead touching the mosaic floor. Dragon King, he gasped. "Have mercy, I beg you." Ariane rolled her eyes, a gesture so familiar it almost made me smile. "Get up, Jien. If my man wanted you dead, you be ash already." I waved the prince away, and he scrambled from the room, relief emanating from him in waves. Queen of the Sands, I greeted Ariane once we were alone. Still terrorizing prisoners with Cyvasse matches? "It's effective," she said with a shrug, rising to embrace me. Her kiss was as passionate as ever. A century of shared history having done nothing to dim the fire between us. The more they focus on the game, the less they guard their tongues. Ariane had turned the Stepstones into an information hub that served as the nervous system of my empire. One of them, anyway. Rose was on the other end of the world. Nothing happened in the known world that she didn't eventually hear about. No secret remained hidden, no plot undiscovered. "The Jade forces," I prompted. She nodded, moving to a map table where markers indicated troop movements, political alliances, and potential threats. Growing stronger in the Grey Waste. They've allied with Shadowbinders from Ass-High, as we uncovered decades ago. But there's something else. She hesitated, a rare occurrence for her. Something my agents can't quite pin down. I raised an eyebrow. The second to hold the title of Queen of Whispers admits a gap in her knowledge. The world truly is full of wonders. She looked a little annoyed at being called the second, but she couldn't deny it. She wasn't the best in this line. I'd have to contact Rose for this. Just hear me out. There are rumors of something beyond the Grey Waste. Something the God Emperor feared, remember? The Jade forces are either trying to control it or ally with it. But my sources disagree. Something that frightened even the God Emperor. Yes, I remember, I mused. Now, that is interesting. Ariane watched me carefully. You're not concerned? You know, in those fairy tales, it's around time like this where conquerors like you fall. Let's not be careless, darling. After a century of conquest, where the only real challenge came from within our own ranks, it's hard not to be careless, I said. But you're right. Don't worry. I won't let my guard down. She laughed then, the sound rich and genuine. Gods, you must be so bored lately. The most powerful being in existence, ruler of the known world, and even he is. The poor farmers will want to have your head if they hear this. Perhaps, I admitted, or perhaps I'm simply curious about what lies beyond the maps we've drawn. Her expression sobered. Be careful, my king. Even dragons can fly too close to the sun. I just smiled. From the stepstones, I traveled to the far west. Yara Greyjoy commanded my fleets in the Sunset Sea. She spent most of her time on the ocean, so it was difficult to find her. When I did, she was on the deck of her flagship, dragon wings spread as she surveyed a newly discovered coastline. The continent beyond was vast, unexplored, rich with possibilities. The former pirate queen stared at it with a longing expression. "Took you long enough," she called without turning to look at me. "I've been mapping this place for months." Image here, I landed beside her, my wings folding back into nothingness. I took in the dense forests and soaring mountains of this new land. My Queen of Tides, still pushing the boundaries of the known world. Yara had transformed the Iron Islands from a culture of raiders into a nation of explorers and cartographers without equal. Her fleets sailed farther than any in history, discovering new lands and resources that fed the ever-growing appetite of my empire. "The natives call it Americos," she said, gesturing to the coast. "Peaceful enough if you respect their territories. Rich in resources we've never seen before." Americos? Funny. I examined the charts she had drawn, impressed, as always, by her precision and attention to detail. Another jewel for the crown. She snorted, a reminder of the irreverent iron-born captain she had once been. "Another responsibility, you mean?" Ugh. These people have their own gods, their own rulers. Conquering them would be more trouble than it's worth. "Since when does the Queen of Tides shy away from trouble?" "Since I learned the difference between conquest and discovery," she replied. "You might not agree, but some places are better left to develop on their own, at least for now. We establish trade, cultural exchange, and plant the seeds for future alliance." I studied her, this woman who had once been among the most bloodthirsty of my followers. "You've grown diplomatic in your old age." She didn't look old, of course. She looked as young as before, and even more beautiful. I wanted to devour her every time I saw her, and that was the same this time, too. She laughed, the sound carrying across the water. "I've grown tired of pointless slaughter. There's more satisfaction in building something that lasts than in burning something to ash." Her words stayed with me as I visited the remaining pillars of my empire. Myrcella at Casterly Rock, her face cold and beautiful as she passed judgment on a rebellious lord, her rule as absolute and merciless as Tywin's ever was. The Lioness of Eternity, they called her, her golden hair and green eyes unchanged since the day I had claimed her from the Dornish and made her mine. She only smiled and giggled like the little girl she had once been when I went to see her. That part hadn't changed. She was still my needy lioness. Alysanne Clegane and Brienne of Tarth were now in the Dragon Pit, overseeing the training of a new generation of knights for the Kingsguard, their orders shaping the martial future of the Empire. The pillars of law and honor, bound to each other as much as to me, their dedication to order and justice a counterweight to the chaos that Dragonfire could so easily unleash. It was funny how those two huge women got along together. And finally, I returned to King's Landing, to my throne room, where one last petitioner waited. Cersei Lannister knelt before the Iron Throne, her golden hair falling around her face like a curtain. Yes, she was still alive. She had been the last to receive the gift of immortality, not out of love or respect, but as the ultimate punishment when Shed tried to scheme one last time. Now, she was cursed to live forever with the knowledge of her failure, to serve eternally the dynasty she had tried to destroy. "Image here, my king," she murmured as I approached, her voice soft with submission that had taken decades to instill. "I bring news from the western provinces." Once she had been proud, defiant, spitting venom even as I claimed her kingdom and her children. Now she was a shadow of that woman, broken and remade into something that served my purposes. I gestured for her to rise, and she did so with a grace that had once made her the most beautiful woman in Westeros. That beauty remained, preserved by the same magic that kept her alive, though her eyes had lost the hateful glare that had once defined her. "Speak," I commanded. She delivered her report efficiently, her words carefully chosen to provide maximum information with minimum presumption. When she finished, she awaited my response, hands clasped before her, eyes downcast. "You've done well," I told her, and her face lit with pleasure at the small praise. Stockholm Syndrome, they would have called it in my first world. Here, it was simply the natural result of power exercised over centuries. How amusing it was to look at. I beckoned her closer, and she came without hesitation, her body responding to my command with practiced obedience. When I kissed her, she melted against me, all resistance long since worn away by time and circumstance. "My king," she whispered against my lips, the words both plea and prayer. "My lord." I led her to the throne room, seating myself upon the iron throne before guiding her to kneel beside me in quiet reverence. She understood without instruction what was required of her. "Do you ever think about the past, Cersei?" I asked. "Do you remember when you were a queen?" She paused, looking up with teary eyes that held genuine confusion. "Why would I want to remember that? I serve the true king now, the only king." I laughed, the sound echoing through the empty throne room. "And they say gods can't perform miracles." She knelt before me in submission, her only desire now to serve. The once proud Cersei Lannister, the woman who had proclaimed that power was power, now found her purpose in servitude to the very dynasty she had tried to destroy. The strangest part? Even this feeling, the ultimate victory over my most dedicated enemy, brought only a momentary satisfaction. The thrill of conquest, of breaking wills and reshaping them in my image, had begun to fade like all other pleasures. I had won, every enemy vanquished, every kingdom bent, every desire fulfilled. I stood at the apex of existence, a god in all but name. And I was growing utterly, profoundly bored. A long, long time later, the 14 flames of old Valyria roared around me, their heat intense enough to melt stone, yet harmless to my dragon-blooded form. I stood at the heart of the ruined empire that had birthed my ancestors, seeking, what? A connection to my roots? A new challenge? I wasn't entirely sure myself. Kinvara worked nearby, her hands moving in complex patterns as she prepared the ritual that would channel Lawler's power. She had sworn that this was possible, that here, in the place where magic ran thickest in the world, we could force the god himself to manifest. Not to worship, to consume. "The circles are complete," she announced, stepping back from the intricate patterns she had drawn in ash and blood. "The bindings are set. All that remains is the sacrifice." I nodded, and she brought the captives forward. 13 in all, one for each of the ancient families of Valyria, their bloodlines traced through centuries to ensure purity. Trust me when I say this search was the hardest task of my life so far. I didn't feel bad. The captives were bound and gagged, eyes wide with terror as they beheld the dragon in human form who would consume their lives. My wings twitched, my horns glimmering as I watched them. I guess I looked like a devil to them. "Since this is a sacrifice, will it hurt them more than a typical death?" I asked, not out of compassion, but out of curiosity about the ritual's mechanics. Kinvara laughed softly. "Does it matter?" I conceded the point with a shrug. "Proceed." The ritual was complex, combining elements of Lawler's faith with older, darker magics from Ass-High and the ruins of E.T. As Kinvara chanted, the sky above the broken peninsula began to bleed, crimson seeping into the blue like ink into water. The sacrifices died one by one, their life force-channeled not into Lawler's service, but into the binding circle that would force his manifestation. With every death, the air was growing thicker, heavier, charged with power that even I, with all my godlike attributes, found impressive. When the final sacrifice fell, the world itself seemed to hold its breath. Then, with a sound like reality tearing, a presence descended. Lawler did not take physical form. He was fire and shadow given sentience, a swirling vortex of crimson and black that filled the space within the binding circle. When he spoke, it was directly into our minds. His voice the roar of 1,000 pyres. "Who dares?" Kinvara prostrated herself, fear and devotion warring on her face. Even after a century of serving me, some part of her still recognized this entity as her original god, the being she had devoted her long life to serving. It pissed me off a little. I, however, felt only hunger. Idare, he replied, stepping forward. I, Viserys Targaryen, the Dragon King, the conqueror of Et, the slayer of a Night King. The vortex pulsed, tendrils of flame reaching toward me only to be stopped by the binding circle's edge. It's you. Arrogance, R'hllor pronounced. You are but a mote in my eye, mortal. A momentary spark in eternal flame. I smiled, allowing the dragon icon to materialize above me, its hexagonal form spinning slowly as power built within its crystalline structure. I haven't been mortal for a very long time, R'hllor, and your eternity is about to be cut rather short. The battle of the end began. The battle to my godhood. It was not a battle of flesh, for R'hllor had none. It was a contest of will, of fundamental identity asserting itself against another. The god of fire and light brought his full power to bear. Millennia of worship and sacrifice and devotion channeled into a force that should have annihilated any being of flesh and blood. But I was more than flesh and blood. I was the lone dragon king, touched by the dragon icon, empowered by the essence of many mortal gods like the god emperor whom I had already consumed. Backed by the faith of a conquered world, by the dragon icon's limitless energy, by my own indomitable will, I did not bow. I consumed. R'hllor's essence poured into me like fire into a forge, transforming what it touched, remaking me yet again into something greater. I burst out laughing. It sounded like an endless earthquake. I devoured the Lord of Light, absorbing his divine essence into my own being. How long did it take? Seconds? Minutes? Or a century? I didn't know. My senses were overwhelmed. The moment the power settled within me, after who knew how long, reality rippled. The 14 flames roared higher, responding to the divine energy now coursing through their new master. Kinvara wept, her faith both destroyed and fulfilled in the same moment. I had achieved true apotheosis. I was the new god of fire and light, and I was still so terribly, profoundly bored. Then reality rippled again, more violently this time. The air before me seemed to fold in on itself, creating a doorway where none had existed before. The flames around me grew gray in color. The world froze. Only I could move. What? There was a gate in front of me, and I wondered what it meant. Was I supposed to walk into it? Before I could decide, a man stepped out of the impossible door. He wore simple robes of a style I had never seen, neither Westerosi nor Essosi in design. It was similar to Chinese robes, but not quite the same. His face wasn't very remarkable, neither young nor old, neither handsome nor ugly. His eyes were red, hair long and black. He looked like more than one person at once. But whatever he was, his presence made the raw divine power churning within me feel like a candle flame next to a sun. The aura he carried made the frozen world tremble. An odd title floated above his head. The immortal venerable over heavens. That was quite the display. I'm surprised you achieved all this in such a short time, the man said, his voice calm and ancient beyond measure. Some might say it'd be easy with the system, but most would fail. Are you pleased with the system I gifted you? I stared, for the first time in the last few centuries, feeling something akin to surprise. The dragon system? You created it? The admin. That was the creator of the system. The awakening in Viserys' body, the game-like interface that had guided my early conquests. The dragon icon that had appeared when I faced the Night King, all of it orchestrated by this unassuming figure. One of many such tools I've scattered across the multiverse. He replied with a negligent wave. Yours was tailored specifically to your nature. A dragon needs to consume, to grow, to dominate. I merely provided the framework. You sent me here? Why? No, it wasn't I who sent you here. The Omniverse works in strange ways. Reality and dreams often overlap, and some souls slip in. You slipped into this world, Planitos. I simply needed someone to rise from the world of ice and fire, and noticed you. You seemed like a decent option, so I gave you the system. Understanding crashed through me like a wave. So it was luck that brought me here, and this entity here simply provided me with the system? Let me repeat. Why? I demanded again, the gray world shimmering with color just for a bit. The fires of the 14 flames rose higher in response to my agitation. The man smirked, looking around. You're a feisty one, but watch one. I am too. I don't care. Why did you give me the system, and what do you want from me now? I was ready to fight. There was definitely zero chance of me winning against this entity, but my draconic pride wouldn't let me back down. Well, there is a war, the Venerable One continued, his voice never losing its calm certainty, on a scale you cannot yet comprehend. A struggle not for worlds or universes, but for the fabric of existence itself. It's beyond the omniversal scale. I'm gathering allies, beings like you, aberrations, conquerors. He extended his hand, and in his palm, a galaxy swirled, stars and planets and cosmic dust rotating in perfect miniature. This reality is but one of countless others, some similar, some wildly different, all connected, all part of the greater painting. I'm not planning to force you or hurt you. If you deny, it'll just leave. But if you're interested, there's a lot more to conquer than this little world, Dragon King. I looked from the galaxy in his hand to the world I had conquered, to the empire I had built through fire and blood and indomitable will. I had done it all and lived it all. I am a god. I am a king. I am eternal. But the man was right. I am, first and always, a dragon. And a dragon's hunger was never sated. I met the Venerable One's gaze, and for the first time in 100 years, a true, predatory smile spread across my face. Show me the way. The Venerable One grinned, a scary smile on his face, satisfaction filling his expression. I knew you would choose correctly. Dragons are predictable in their ambition, if nothing else. He gestured, and the doorway through reality widened, showing glimpses of worlds and possibilities beyond imagination. Realms where magic flowed like water, where technologies beyond comprehension shaped civilizations, where beings of pure thought battled across conceptual landscapes. But wait, what my empire? I asked. What those I've bound to me? Time flows differently between realms, he assured me. You can return to this exact moment, should you wish. You can come back and bring your lovers to the new world with you, or you can let it all fade into history. A legend of the God King who walked away from paradise to seek greater conquests. I consider my queens, my servants, the world I had remade in my image. They would continue without me, perhaps. Or perhaps without my presence. It would all crumble back into chaos and war. Honestly, despite not caring for things, I at least wanted to bring my wives along. Not yet, though. I'd have to see what the new world was all about first. If it was safe for them or not. As if he could read my thoughts, the Venerable One spoke. I like to work with people from the modern world, since you guys understand things easier and better. The first world they'll drop you in is what you may know as the DC Universe, protected by the Blue-Red Boy Scouts and Scowling Bats. It's a dangerous place for a young god like you. I frowned. That place might cause some trouble for me alone. I looked at Kinvara, her body frozen in time. Well, taking one of them for now wouldn't hurt. I walked over and grabbed her, throwing her frozen body over my shoulders. The Venerable One raised an eyebrow, but didn't say anything. That sounds fantastic. Very well, I said, stepping toward the doorway between worlds. I accept your invitation, Venerable One. Show me these new realms to conquer. He smiled in that odd, cold manner and led me away. It made me wonder for a moment who he was, what his story was, and who he was fighting against. The world regained its color. As I crossed the threshold, leaving behind the world that had been my playground and prison for centuries, I felt something unexpected. Anticipation, joy even, the thrill of the unknown, of new challenges to overcome, new powers to claim. The dragon icon pulsed once more in the empty air, then followed me into the new world. Dragons never truly die, like how the spirit of Balerion aided me even now. Dragons simply find new skies to darken, new worlds to burn. And somewhere beyond reality itself, a new conquest began. I was Viserys Targaryen, the Dragon King, the God Eater, the conqueror of worlds. My story was just beginning. The end.